June 26, 2002, a milestone moment for Dragon Country basketball. Carrying the fervent hopes of fans nationwide, Yao Ming entered the NBA, the pinnacle of world professional basketball, as the #1 draft pick. On the same day, Ye Feng, who had also registered for this year's NBA draft, was completely unknown back home and unsurprisingly went undrafted. Are you out of your mind? Loving basketball is fine, going to America is fine, but why sell the house? A house in Shanghai. Selling it now is a huge loss. Having traversed 2.5 days ago, and now accepting his situation, Ye Feng recalled his predecessor's decisions and could only sigh in helplessness. What frustrated him more was that his predecessor had just finished his freshman year, having only played as a substitute at the University of Kentucky in the NCAA for 1 year, averaging a measly 3 points, 2 rebounds, 8 assists, and 2 turnovers per game. Such terrible stats, and yet he dared to drop out of school and register for the NBA draft. How could he possibly be selected? NBA teams aren't fools. Aside from being slightly fast and good-looking, his predecessor had no other merits in the basketball field. Only a fool would pick him. Now a very real question lay before Ye Feng. As an undrafted player, what should he do next? If it were right after the transmigration, Ye Feng would probably have given up on basketball. With this bogus talent, unless his father was LeBron, there was no way he could enter the NBA as a player. Knowing the result would surely be failure, any effort would be futile. But now, just as this year's NBA draft ended, a message suddenly appeared before Ye Feng's eyes. Draft concluded, superstar peak template system activated. Detecting that the host was not selected by any team, beginning search for undrafted basketball superstar peak template compatible with the host's current state. When he noticed this message, Ye Feng was ecstatic. He finally had a system too. Coach, I want to play in the NBA. However, it seemed he was celebrating too early. The system seemed to freeze, remaining in a searching state. Is it stuck because no suitable template is found? After 3 full hours, just as Ye Feng was about to give up, the system message appeared again. Template search successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Ben Wallace's peak template. Would you like to fuse? I'm a guard, and you're giving me Ben Wallace's template. Is this really okay? The corners of his mouth twitched, feeling a bit exasperated. Ye Feng nodded quickly. Fuse. Instantly, he felt as if his entire body were immersed in a hot spring. Every part, every cell felt warm and comfortable. At the same time, many basketball experiences suddenly appeared in his mind, focusing mainly on defense and rebounding. It wasn't forced indoctrination, it was as if a second life had begun. Ye Feng became Big Ben, fighting on the basketball court for over a decade, accumulating countless experiences. His personal ability thus gained considerable improvement. The whole process lasted about a minute. Fusion successful. System guarantees a minimum fusion rate of 50. Host's current fusion rate with Ben Wallace's peak template 50. Subsequent training and games can increase template fusion rate. So I'm just getting the minimum guarantee, huh? Ye Feng couldn't help but complain, but the joy in his eyes was impossible to hide. He could clearly feel the difference in himself. Not only did his body feel full of strength, but the more than 10 years of NBA playing experience also benefited him greatly. Undoubtedly, even at just 50 fusion, his strength had dramatically increased. After all, as an undrafted player who eventually became an NBA star, Ben Wallace did have something to offer. Once again, system information appeared before his eyes. Personal attribute panel unlocked. Specific content, please check by yourself. Second template unlock condition: join an NBA team and start in 5 regular season games. No time limit. Second template. I wonder what my attributes are now. Is it enough to join the NBA? Ye Feng was full of anticipation, but his mind remained clear. If I really can't join the NBA, I'll just end the break and go back to play another year of NCAA on the school team. Having fused with the Big Ben template, even if the position is mismatched, my strength is vastly improved. He'll have no problem being a starter on the school team. The University of Kentucky has very good strength and exposure. If I perform well, I have a high chance of being drafted next year. Of course, that was the worst-case plan. Seize the day. Unless absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to waste another year. Muttering to himself, Ye Feng checked his current attribute status. Ye Feng, age 19. Gender male. Height 191 centimeters. Weight 78 kilograms. Wingspan 202 centimeters. Strength 75-92. Speed 80-82. Stamina 83-91. Explosiveness 72-80. Body coordination 76. Next came the basketball attributes. Dunk 73-86. Layup 68-75. Mid-range 56-58. 3-point 53. Free throw 75. Ball handling 68-70. Driving 63-70. Passing 71-73. Defense 80-95. Rebound 77-97. Overall rating 70. NBA regular rotation. Evaluation: promising strong defensive guard, severely lacking in scoring ability, average ball handling and playmaking. Note: values in parentheses are attribute levels after 100 fusion. Body coordination, 3-point and free throws are already above Big Ben's peak level, so there's no room for improvement. His gaze fixed on the overall rating and evaluation columns, Ye Feng let out a long sigh of relief. With his current strength, as long as he had a chance, he should have no problem playing in the NBA. But the question remained, where would this opportunity come from? A sudden knock on the door interrupted Ye Feng's thoughts. He stood up and opened the door. His sight fell on a young white man who looked to be in his 30s. His mind promptly presented the other's information. Philip, his agent. Since signing, they had only met once. The other was the agent for Tayshaun Prince. Learning that Ye Feng had also registered for this year's NBA draft, he offered to become his agent, signing a 1-year contract. For this, his predecessor had paid a fee of $5,000. Dear Ye, I'm sorry you weren't selected. Despite his words, Philip wore a smile. According to the contract, if you failed to get drafted, our agency agreement would be void. So, interrupting him before he could finish, Ye Feng said, No, Philip. You seem to have forgotten that the contract stipulates you must arrange at least 3 tryouts with NBA teams. If I recall correctly, I only attended 1 team's tryout. There are still 2 tryouts left. Ye, I admire your love for basketball, but unfortunately the NBA is a battlefield for geniuses. Your talent clearly hasn't reached that level. Philip's expression turned indifferent. Seeing this, Ye Feng's face hardened. Philip, you wouldn't want to see a defendant's seat, would you? Philip remained silent, the smile on his face completely frozen. 3 days later, Ye Feng flew to Detroit. Reluctant to face a lawsuit, Philip eventually chose to compromise. After he went through great pains to secure 2 tryout opportunities, the agency contract between the two was directly voided. So Ye Feng came to the tryout alone. With less than $4,000 left in his pocket and no mind to admire the sights of Detroit, he took a bus directly to the Palace of Auburn Hills, located 80 kilometers from the city center. The public transportation in the United States was truly terrible. This irritated Ye Feng, who was accustomed to the convenient transit of his later era back in China, but fortunately, he still arrived at the destination smoothly. Although the Pistons had a notorious reputation in the league known as the Bad Boys for undrafted rookies and free agents, as long as they could enter the NBA, that was enough. They didn't care about the team. Of course, they had no choice. Including me, there are 7 people total. Looking at their heights, 4 should be guards. The competition is quite fierce. Ye Feng quietly observed. As the only yellow person present, he naturally received extra attention. Feeling the gazes filled with disdain and amusement, his expression remained calm. Basketball players must prove themselves with strength. In the NBA, he was only of average rotational quality. But for these guys whom he had never heard of and who lacked NBA-level ability, Ye Feng was confident he could handle them. Soon Smith, the assistant coach in charge of this tryout for the Pistons, appeared in the gym. Before the scrimmage, they first conducted physical and basketball skill tests. Having integrated the peak template of Ben Wallace, Ye Feng had only gone to the street courts a few times to dominate and practiced alone to adapt to the changes in his body and skills. Honestly, he had no concept of how strong his current strength really was. Just in time for this test, with professionals present, and these tryout players undoubtedly stronger than those street courts guys, Ye Feng was ready to explore his limits. There were only 7 tryout participants, and the tests were completed in less than half an hour. The results were not announced. But Ye Feng could tell from the staff's surprised expressions that his performance was quite good. Next came the actual scrimmage. Since there were only 7 tryout players, and the Pistons players had just finished their season and were on vacation, they couldn't come to the gym, so they could only play 3-on-3. And full court. How casual they were. As the only yellow person, Ye Feng became the odd one out, and could only watch from the sidelines. What he didn't know was that Smith was currently looking at his physical test report, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Originally, he had not considered giving a tryout opportunity to a yellow guard who hadn't proven himself in the NCAA, feeling it was purely a waste of time. But he had previously added a contact with Philip Prince's agent, who made various phone requests, and even said the team didn't need to reimburse airfare and lodging, so he reluctantly agreed. Who would have thought Ye Feng would give him such a big surprise? His physical condition is already not inferior to most guards in the league. Is the NCAA competition intensity this high now? Smith became interested in Ye Feng. He immediately called over a staff member and whispered something in his ear. Within a few minutes, Ye Feng was on the court. The black player who was substituted off was obviously very dissatisfied. He hadn't even had a chance to show his ability before being replaced, and he glared fiercely at Ye Feng. Ye Feng glanced disdainfully at him. Brother, I suggest you can buy a ticket and go home. What do you mean? The black player looked furious. Ye Feng casually waved his hand. Nothing interesting. Without giving the other a chance to continue, he walked onto the court. Having watched from the sidelines for a few minutes, Ye Feng had a preliminary understanding of the abilities of the 6 players on the court. The black player who had just been substituted was the weakest. If not him, who else? The game continued. Soon Ye Feng, who was ready to go all out, discovered a serious problem. Everyone basically just held the ball and played individually, trying their best to showcase their skills and ability. Passing, non-existent. But Ye Feng hadn't intended to show his half-baked offensive ability anyway. Defense was his forte now. On offense, with his 68 ball handling and 63 driving, he could only take a power route. Backing down from the 3-point line into the paint. What a sight. With my current defensive ability, guarding them should be a piece of cake. Ye Feng naturally went all out. On his temporary team, the big black player missed a layup. The opponent grabbed the rebound. The white player dribbled quickly across half court. Seeing that he was guarded by Ye Feng, a hint of joy showed on his face. However, before he could make a move, Ye Feng had already pressed up, actively seeking physical contact, and directly put his hands on him. Defense intensity maxed. At that time, hand-checking was still allowed in the NBA. Perimeter defenders could place their hands on the opponent. The sudden strong defense left the white player at a loss. He discovered that Ye Feng, whom he had looked down on, had excellent strength and aggressive defense, far exceeding his expectations. How dare you get distracted? Ye Feng faked a steal with his left hand, causing the opponent to hurriedly protect the ball, then swiftly reached out with his right hand. Slap. The basketball was slapped away. Bending down, Ye Feng sprinted a few steps and grabbed the ball. Immediately, shouts from his temporary teammates came, "Pass it here. Pass it to me. Pass my ass." Originally, Ye Feng wanted to play to his strengths and focus on defense, leaving offense to his teammates. He was just too kind, right? But the commanding tone of those two guys pissed him off. Ugly or not, head, just play himself. Having made up his mind, Ye Feng quickly dribbled across half-court, and without pausing charged straight at the white player he had just stolen from. Tech, not enough power to make up. Oh my FCK. Feeling as if hit by a truck, the already unsteady white player was knocked to the ground with terror written on his face. I'm so strong. Originally thinking of slowly backing down, Ye Feng suddenly realized it didn't need to be so troublesome. He rushed inside the three-point line, stepped on the free throw line, and took 3 steps before jumping. The opposing black big man immediately came up to contest. In the air collision, Ye Feng found that his opponent was quite tall, but his strength was about the same as his own. Relying on the momentum of the collision, Ye Feng had the advantage and scored a layup through contact. Smith, who had witnessed Ye Feng's entire performance from defense to offense, had his eyes light up. His defense seems very good. He knows how to use his strengths to target opponents. His basketball IQ shouldn't be low. Smith's regard for Ye Feng increased another notch. It seemed he might have found a gem. This was an immediate contributor on the court. So this is how LeBron James feels when playing. Recalling his previous play without skill, which should have felt ugly, Ye Feng instead felt a hint of pleasure. LeBron-style play isn't bad after all. The game continued. The white player clearly was very upset about his previous offensive failure and urgently called for the ball to get his revenge. Unfortunately, his teammates completely ignored him and just played unknown. His own teammates' defense was terrible, allowing the opponent to drive into the paint. Just as the opponent was about to jump for a dunk, Ye Feng quickly closed in from the side and delivered a crushing block. He blocked with his left hand and grabbed the ball cleanly with his right hand in one smooth motion. He landed steadily, ignored the two teammates who were poor on defense but eager on fast breaks, and dribbled across half-court by himself. He accelerated straight ahead. Recalling the scene of being overpowered by Ye Feng earlier, this time, the white player didn't recklessly press up. As for the big black guy, he was still eating dust behind. With no opponent ahead, Ye Feng drove into the paint and slammed down a powerful dunk. Not bad. Smith nodded inwardly from the sidelines. In the following time, facing opponents who had already developed fear, Ye Feng played with extreme aggression. On defense, airtight. On offense, various bull rushes. Rush, rush, rush again. He showed dominance on both ends. 15 minutes passed quickly. Ye Feng led his team to an easy victory over the opponent. Inside the once lively gymnasium, only Ye Feng remained as a tryout candidate. The result was self-evident. He had made the cut. Where's Philip? Didn't he come with you? Smith inquired. Ye Feng smiled. We've parted ways. I don't have an agent now. His loss. I think so too. They exchanged a knowing smile. In the following moments, Ye Feng and Smith tacitly avoided mentioning Philip, instead turning their discussion to contract terms. Regarding the favor he was shown, Ye Feng had known from the moment he dominated the other tryouts. It came as no surprise. Your defense has truly impressed me. In my view, you already possess the ability to hold your own in the NBA. It's hard to believe a player like you didn't get playing time in the NCAA. Smith spared no praise, but then his tone shifted. However, you understand, this is just a routine tryout against average opponents. You still need to prove yourself on an NBA court. For now, we can only offer you a 1-year non-guaranteed minimum contract worth $2,000 before taxes. I need some time to think it over. Ye Feng didn't decide immediately. After all, he still had another tryout opportunity. No problem. You have a week. Once you've made up your mind, feel free to call me anytime. Would love to have you on board. Smith showed no displeasure, his attitude quite amiable. Ye Feng's skills were solid, especially his defense. At 19, he still had plenty of room for growth. For a player who had barely seen the court in the NCAA and never played in the NBA, a 1-year non-guaranteed minimum contract was already a sincere offer. The NBA is full of talent. Ye Feng had good skills and potential, but not enough to make Smith feel he absolutely had to sign him. He believed Ye Feng would eventually join the Pistons. Leaving the palace of Auburn Hills, Ye Feng rested for a day in downtown Detroit, then flew to Los Angeles the next morning. Compared to the declining Motor City, Los Angeles, as the second largest city in the U.S., was undoubtedly more prosperous. With limited funds, Ye Feng had no time to explore. He headed straight for the arena after landing. At 3:15 p.m. Staples Center. Having the tryouts so close together, that bastard Philip definitely planned this, Ye Feng muttered as he stepped into the arena. Los Angeles is home to two NBA teams, the Lakers and the Clippers. The former had just completed a three-peat dynasty and aimed for an epic 4th consecutive championship. The latter was a league doormat, having missed the playoffs for 5 straight seasons. Initially, Ye Feng was thrilled to learn he'd be trying out in Los Angeles. But when he found out it was with the Clippers, his excitement quickly subsided. After 3 straight titles, I recall the Lakers are about to enter a turbulent period. Joining now doesn't seem like the right time. The Clippers, on the other hand, are already a weak team with more opportunities to play. Too bad their owner is a jerk. Thinking he had a backup plan, Ye Feng remained calm. If necessary, he'd go to Detroit. The place was a bit run down with a rough culture, but he had his NCAA teammate Prince there, so at least he'd have some support. Besides, the Pistons' bad boy reputation was aimed at opponents. Being teammates meant no such worries. Reality didn't give Ye Feng much time to ponder. The Clippers' tryout soon began. Once again facing a group of obscure tryout candidates, Ye Feng was brimming with confidence. Being a Los Angeles team, there were far more participants than in Detroit, 13 in total. During the physical test, Ye Feng astonished everyone once more. His current physique, except for slightly lacking explosiveness, was outstanding for a 19-year-old in every other aspect. However, as the only Asian player present, he was again relegated to a substitute role during the scrimmage. In the 20-minute practice game, Ye Feng didn't get on the court until 10 minutes in. He had only 10 minutes to showcase himself. With more players on the court, space tightened, but it wasn't a major issue. Ye Feng once again stifled his opponents on defense, and his explosive drives, fueled by his strength stat of 75, were unstoppable for ordinary guards once he got going. Even more so against these players who couldn't make it in the NBA, unless they recklessly drew charging fouls. But it was just a tryout and no one was willing to go all out. After just a few minutes, Ye Feng had become the most eye-catching presence on the court. With above-average athleticism and impressive strength, even on an NBA court, his aggressive style could yield a decent success rate. Bacon, the Clippers' assistant coach, overseeing the tryout, nodded to himself as he watched Ye Feng succeed on defense, once more a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. It's unbelievable how good his defense is. How did a player like this not get playing time in the NCAA? It doesn't make sense. At that moment, no one noticed a figure in training clothes standing at the player tunnel, also observing Ye Feng. The more he watched, the brighter his eyes grew. Interesting. The scrimmage ended quickly. In less than 10 minutes, Ye Feng had won over Bacon. Besides Ye Feng, one tall black interior player was also kept. A 1-year non-guaranteed minimum contract worth $250. Bacon wore an expression that said, "You should thank me." To his surprise, Ye Feng didn't show the expected delight. Instead, he remained remarkably composed, not at all like an undrafted player desperate for an NBA spot. It was easy to understand. After all, the Pistons had offered a similar non-guaranteed deal. The only difference was that the Clippers' offer was $5,000 more. After taxes, he'd take home less than $2,000. In this era, earning $1,000 after taxes annually in the US was already considered quite good. And Ye Feng was only getting a minimum contract. No wonder so many people wanted to join the NBA. The money was real. "Sorry, I need to think about it. I can't give you a definite answer right now." Ye Feng didn't decide on the spot. Bacon wasn't bothered. "I hope you can get back to me within 3 days. Sure, Ye Feng nodded. He then left the office under the envious and jealous gaze of the black center beside him. He hadn't gone far when a figure blocked his path. "Hey, rookie, I need a practice partner." "Huh?" Following the voice, the familiar face that came into view startled Ye Feng. "How is it him?" No. Mitch Kupchak, the current president of basketball operations for the Lakers, was somewhat bewildered when he received trade inquiries from multiple teams regarding Ye Feng. However, after his assistant explained the situation, he quickly understood the reason. So this Feng from Dragon Country is actually quite skilled. Kupchak browsed through Ye Feng's summer league statistics with keen interest. Ordinarily, he wouldn't deign to look at individual stats from such a low-level competition. In fact, he wouldn't even bother to follow the players on his own team during the summer league. But the attitude of various teams toward Ye Feng piqued his curiosity. As the team's absolute core with unlimited shooting rights, Ye Feng played over 30 minutes each game. Coupled with his elite individual skills among summer league participants, his stats were naturally impressive. Nevertheless, Kupchak didn't place much value on these flashy numbers. He was more interested in the evaluations of Ye Feng from Tex Winter and the team's scouts. A defensive guard with excellent strength but hasn't developed shooting skills. His scoring methods are limited to layups and dunks. He can only be a bench player. Upon reading this, Kupchak lost interest. Even though Ye Feng was only 19, still developing, and had considerable room for growth. The Lakers are a league powerhouse. They can't afford to give young players too much time, nor wait for them to grow slowly. Unless they are the most elite basketball prodigies. Clearly, Ye Feng hadn't reached that level. "What's Phil's stance?" Kupchak inquired. The assistant beside him replied truthfully. "He's still on vacation, but Winter seems to have mentioned this Dragon Country Feng to him. Moreover, this Feng was recommended to us by Kobe. Reject those trade requests." Risking friction with head coach Phil Jackson and potentially souring relations with the team's perimeter core, Kobe, over a rookie of marginal trade value wasn't worth it. Unaware that he was nearly traded, Ye Feng finished the summer league bid farewell to Wang Jiji and returned to his Los Angeles apartment to continue his training regimen, gradually increasing its intensity. On the third day after returning to Los Angeles, he saw Kobe again for the first time in nearly 10 days. Without much conversation, they immediately began an unknown duel. With your fame, shouldn't you be busier? Ye Feng asked, his focus unwavering as he stared intently at the ball-handling Kobe. Having been tempered through 6 summer league games, his defensive ability had increased by 1 point, now at 86. Yet such a minor improvement was of little use against Kobe. The oppressive defense that had proven effective and overwhelmed other guards in the summer league had minimal impact on Kobe. Out of 10 defensive attempts, he could only succeed 2 or 3 times. Even during his vacation, without maintaining peak competitive form, once Kobe truly entered game mode, this Mamba would become far more lethal. Ye Feng's defensive success rate would drop even further. Hitting a fadeaway jumper over Ye Feng's defense for 2 points, Kobe landed steadily and said flatly, "The intensity of the summer league is nowhere near the regular season, let alone the playoffs. Rookie, you have no reason to be complacent." I wasn't being complacent either. Sighing inwardly, Ye Feng refused to back down verbally. "Old timer, can't you stop acting tough?" Then, not giving Kobe a chance to keep talking, he added, "Let's continue. Today we'll see who falls first. You, don't be so sure. Arrogant rookie, I'm going to crush you today." Over an hour later, the duel concluded. Having exhausted every last ounce of his energy, Ye Feng reluctantly stopped, lying flat on the floor, without dignity, staring at the ceiling. "By the time the regular season starts, he'll be much stronger than I am now. Remember your words. You have no right to slack off now." Kobe was drenched in sweat. His original training plan for the day was undoubtedly impossible to execute. Though he could still stand, his energy was nearly depleted. Having personally experienced Ye Feng's strength and improvement speed, he was acutely aware of it. It could no longer be described as astonishing, it was almost terrifying. How could a normal person improve so rapidly? Unbelievable. This was a major reason he valued Ye Feng. His incredible rate of progress made his future highly anticipated. Of course, to avoid making Ye Feng proud, Kobe would never say this aloud. Hearing Kobe's lecturing words, Ye Feng paid no heed. With his status panel, he was well aware of his own progress. Complacency was impossible, not unless he maxed out every attribute to 99. In the days that followed, Ye Feng continued to sweat profusely in the training facility, with Kobe occasionally joining as a sparring partner. This became an unspoken understanding between them. During this time, the brief fame Ye Feng gained from the summer league quickly faded, and he was eventually forgotten by fans. Meanwhile, Wang Zhizhi, who played for the Warriors with impressive summer league performances, ultimately signed a 3-year contract with the Clippers. The price he paid was being expelled from the national team for failing to report back to his home country. Though both were in Los Angeles, Ye Feng had hoped to train with Wang Zhizhi, but the veteran returned home after signing. Unbeknownst to him, due to his stellar summer league performance and Wang Zhizhi's influence, he had become known to some in the domestic basketball circle. This included Yao Ming. Upon learning that besides himself and Wang Zhizhi, there was another Chinese player in the NBA, and a guard no less, Yao was extremely excited. The national team lacked excellent interior players, but the glaring issue was the weakness of the guard line. If Ye Feng could truly make it in the NBA, it would prove his skills were solid, perfectly filling that gap. With this thought, Yao grew increasingly eager for his upcoming NBA journey in America, looking forward to meeting Ye Feng and facing him on the court. Unaware of all this, Ye Feng was completely focused on training. Time quietly slipped into October, with less than a month until the new regular season began and the preseason games were about to start. The team's coaching staff ended their vacations first, beginning preparations for the new season, while players gradually returned. Not until October 10th did the Lakers hold their first team gathering for the new season. However, a frustrating piece of news arrived. The team's superstar Shaquille O'Neal chose to undergo toe surgery just as the new season was about to begin. The surgery and recovery time would take at least 2 months. This meant O'Neal would miss the preseason and at least 15 regular season games. This news was undoubtedly a significant blow to the Lakers, who were aiming for a 4th consecutive championship. They had no other strong interior players besides O'Neal. In an NBA era where dominance in the paint was key to victory, the early season Lakers were undoubtedly facing immense pressure. Ye Feng had no intention of commenting on O'Neal's decision to undergo surgery during the preseason rather than during the offseason. He was more concerned with his own improvement. After this period of high-intensity training and sparring with Kobe as expected, he still hadn't fully integrated the Ben Wallace template. Nevertheless, his strength had grown considerably. Previously, against Kobe in 10 possessions, he could only defend 2 or 3. Now he could manage 5 or more, provided Kobe didn't resort to tricky moves. According to Kobe himself, Ye Feng's defensive skills were now at an elite NBA level, especially his terrifying strength among guards, a virtual bug that had become his sharpest weapon. In the face of absolute strength, technique truly became less important. Ye Feng, age 19 years old, gender male, height 193 centimeters, weight 84 kilograms, wingspan 204 centimeters, strength 89-92, speed 82, stamina 89-91, explosiveness 80, coordination 78, dunking 86, layup 77, mid-range 64, 3.56, free throw 79, ball handling 73, driving 71, passing 74, defense 89-95, rebounding 89-97, overall rating 83 NBA starting player. Evaluation: an exceptional power-oriented defensive guard lacking mid to long-range scoring ability with average ball handling and playmaking skills. Note the values in parentheses represent the attribute status after fully integrating the Ben Wallace template. Whether due to changes in the American diet, the intense physical training of late, or simply because he was still young with room to grow, Ye Feng had grown taller and his wingspan had lengthened accordingly. By 2 centimeters. At just 19, he still had developmental potential. 193 centimeters was not his limit. His gaze swept across the panel, quickly settling on the overall rating. A value as high as 83 points gave Ye Feng a clear understanding of his current strength. In any NBA team, unless the guard was a superstar, his ability would suffice for a starting position. His only disadvantage was his lack of shooting. Aside from strength, stamina, defense, and rebounding, all other attributes had already fully integrated with the Big Ben template. In fact, in attributes like coordination, layups, and mid-range shooting, Ye Feng even surpassed the peak Ben Wallace. The latter had always been mediocre on the offensive end. This also made Ye Feng realize that after fusing a superstar's template, his innate talent was not overwritten. For a specific attribute, if his natural talent exceeded that of the fused superstar, he could improve it through training, reaching a higher level. Currently, Ye Feng's offensive prowess had already surpassed Ben Wallace's peak level. Of course, this was nothing to be proud of. After all, this was Big Ben, notoriously lacking in offensive talent with mediocre ability. Strength, stamina, defense, and rebounding. These 4 attributes where Big Ben excels are all stuck at 89 points. It's been nearly 10 days without a breakthrough. It seems daily training alone won't cut it. Ooh, I need more high-intensity games, Ye Feng mused. With a maximum of 100 points, an 89-point attribute was already exceptional. For a guard, a strength attribute of 89 was certainly off the charts. Most interior players in the NBA probably didn't have such high strength. In their duels, Kobe had already stopped trying to overpower him. Ye Feng was eagerly anticipating the new season. As for O'Neal's absence, he wasn't particularly concerned. Since it was already a done deal, dwelling on it was meaningless. Besides, no one would care about his opinion anyway. In his position, he should focus on his duties. O'Neal's issues were not for Ye Feng to consider. Those were headaches for the coaching staff and management. Although O'Neal didn't show up, the team still successfully held its first gathering of the new season that day. The roster wasn't much different from last season. The 2 core players were still there. Besides Kobe and O'Neal, the only other notable player on the team was Derek Fisher. He was the only Laker besides the 2 superstars to average double-digit points per game. The dominance of the OK duo was evident. Fisher was Ye Feng's direct competitor, as he was nominally the point guard. To secure a starting spot, I have to outperform him. Ye Feng thought, his eyes gleaming with determination. While dominating weaker opponents on the bench would be easier, he preferred to compete against the best. High-intensity competition also helped him further integrate the template. Moreover, unlocking the second template required Ye Feng to start 5 games. This made it imperative for him to vie for the starting position. Soon, Ye Feng's attention was drawn to a figure emerging from the corridor. Phil Jackson, the Lakers' head coach. This was Ye Feng's first time seeing him. He appeared as nothing more than a genial, tall, old man with nothing particularly special. Tex Winter, who had served as interim head coach during the summer league, followed behind Phil Jackson. His gaze didn't first fall on Kobe, but instead turned to Ye Feng. He's bulked up quite a bit. Looks like he hasn't slacked off, Winter said with a smile. Winter was well aware that Ye Feng had been coming to the training gym almost daily, even sparking Kobe's competitive drive. Initially visiting occasionally, Kobe's visits grew more frequent, eventually becoming daily. No coach dislikes a hardworking player. And if that player is both diligent and talented, they are even more appreciated. Ye Feng was exactly that kind of player. With Phil Jackson and the coaching staff's arrival, everyone except O'Neal had gathered. Since it was the team's first meeting of the new season, no training was scheduled. Phil Jackson simply offered some words of encouragement before stepping aside. Next came the testing session, overseen by assistant coaches like Winter and the staff. Among the players, Ye Feng and Kobe were in the best physical condition. Other players had indulged somewhat during the break, and their test results weren't as impressive. The cheerful expressions of Winter and the others visibly turned serious. However, when they saw the test results of Ye Feng and Kobe, they were astonished, even drawing Phil Jackson's attention. It was obvious that their gazes kept converging on Ye Feng. Looks like your results have stunned Phil and the others, Kobe remarked calmly. He had clearly anticipated this outcome. The 2 of them played at least 5 unknown games daily, each to 21 points. As Ye Feng's skills improved, Kobe had to give his all to win convincingly. The underdog, Ye Feng, never held back, always going full throttle. Thus, Kobe was very familiar with Ye Feng's current physical and ball handling abilities. He understood how astonishing these capabilities were for an undrafted rookie who had never played in the NBA. Even without that lazy guy with me and Feng here, we can still win, Kobe said confidently. The testing session concluded quickly. Next, the coaching staff would devise targeted training plans to help the players regain their physical and competitive form before the regular season. As for the pleasant surprise that was Ye Feng, Phil Jackson's anticipation grew. He didn't approach to discuss it directly, but cast a meaningful glance at Ye Feng before turning to leave. Ye Feng noticed this. Gold always shines. He believed he could not only secure a place on the Lakers, but also make a significant impact. In his past life, the Lakers failed to achieve a four-peat. With him now on the team, perhaps the formidable Spurs could be overcome. This was his ambition. With this thought, Ye Feng looked at Kobe, who also hadn't left after the dismissal. "Want to go at it?" "Let's do it," Kobe replied without hesitation. Beyond the three-point line, holding the ball with both hands, Ye Feng's gaze was as sharp as a torch fixed on Kobe Bryant, who was standing ready before him. Sweat trickled slowly down his chiseled jawline. The moment it dripped, he moved. With his explosive power already elevated to 80 points combined with a speed of 82 points and a formidable strength of 89 points, Ye Feng's drive became exceptionally incisive. As long as he could successfully charge forward, his impact and destructive power were remarkably impressive. Without having gained weight, Kobe, still the young flying Mamba, undoubtedly possessed decent strength among guards, yet he dared not confront Ye Feng's sharp edge heat. The new season was about to commence, and he had no desire to sustain an injury. Unable to clash directly, he could only resort to lateral defense and harassment. Having entered the league in 1996 and completed 5 seasons during which he secured a three-peat as a core player, Kobe boasted extensive game experience. His defensive skills were seasoned, and his attitude, needless to say, was relentless. However, facing Ye Feng's irrational explosive drives, Kobe found no ideal solution. Ye Feng was right-handed, yet his left hand was equally adept at handling the ball. Whenever Kobe was on his right side, he dribbled with his left. Conversely, he used his right, always striving to keep the basketball as far from his opponent as possible. This time was no different. Kobe found no room for a steal and could only trail Ye Feng as he charged into the paint. In the aerial collision, the disparity in strength was significant. He was forcefully shoved aside, left to watch Ye Feng slam the ball home with a powerful left-handed dunk. Your left-hand dribbling is commendable, but in a real game, opponents won't grant you that many unknown opportunities. Other players will rotate and double-team, so your ball-handling deficiencies will be magnified. Kobe offered earnest advice. Ye Feng understood Kobe's meaning. "I'll devote more time to practicing my ball control." Kobe nodded with an expression of a teachable pupil. Seeing this, Ye Feng curled his lip. "Let's continue. It's 1018 now. Don't dwell on impossible things like defeating me. Whether it can be done isn't decided by words. One must truly attempt it to know. Then bring it on. He'll show you how harsh reality can be." The duel continued. Relying on his strength advantage, Ye Feng scored consecutively, narrowing the score to 1618. In the following possession, a contested layup rattled out and missed. Then Kobe sank 3 shots in a row, securing victory in this matchup. "Rookie, you lost." Kobe's demeanor was haughty. Picking up the ball, Ye Feng passed it back. "Save the talk. Let's go again. Let's call it a day here." Unlike his usual habit of draining himself completely, Kobe showed restraint this time. Hearing this, Ye Feng was puzzled. "Did your wife tell you to go home and do homework?" "Homework?" Kobe was bewildered. But seeing Ye Feng's expression as a man, he cursed his own quick understanding. "Where do you pick up all these slick words?" Kobe's mouth twitched. "And I'm older than you, so you should call Vanessa's sister-in-law. Then when we eat out, you pay." "Why, you're older." Kobe was momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. Whenever he dined out with Michael Jordan, the latter always footed the bill. When asked why, Jordan simply said he was older. Without continuing the duel, Kobe offered a reason. Ye Feng couldn't refute. Vanessa was 7 months pregnant, and he needed to go home and be with his wife. Realizing he was still single, Ye Feng suddenly felt a desire for a girlfriend. But soon he abandoned the thought. As a Lakers player, finding a woman in Los Angeles was incredibly easy. Yet Ye Feng refrained. At this stage, his energy was focused on improving his basketball skills. Women would only hinder his shooting speed. Initially planning to train alone since Kobe was heading home early, he couldn't resist Kobe's warm invitation and eventually followed him to his villa, where he met Vanessa, whom he hadn't seen in a while. Vanessa, nearly 7 months pregnant, had a visible baby bump. Unless necessary, she rarely left the villa. Fortunately, Kobe's villa was spacious with excellent internal facilities and numerous service and nursing staff. Family members also visited occasionally, so she never felt bored. It was evident that Kobe cared deeply for Vanessa. However, Ye Feng soon reconsidered. "Wait, you feed Vanessa this?" Looking at the steak, fruit, nuts, and bread on the table, Ye Feng was dumbfounded. Was this fit for human consumption? What else should she eat? Kobe asked, puzzled. Vanessa, seated beside him, also looked confused. Seeing this, Ye Feng knew he had to enlighten them about real food. He stood up. "What ingredients do you have?" Observing Kobe and Vanessa's bewildered expressions, Ye Feng realized he couldn't rely on them. His gaze shifted to the Filipina maid nearby. She chattered away in a flurry. Having grasped the situation, Ye Feng cut to the chase. "Since I'm here, let me show you what I can do." "You can cook Chinese food?" Kobe looked astonished. Ye Feng's mouth twitched. "I'm Chinese, so of course I cook Chinese food." With that, he ignored the pair and strode into the kitchen. Though Kobe and Vanessa ate simply, their ingredients were abundant and of high quality, and all kinds of cookware were available. Pity they didn't know how to use them. A classic case of having more tools than skill. Deftly handling various ingredients, Ye Feng prepared to make a chicken stew with mushrooms, a low-sugar version of sweet and sour pork, and finally a Chinese-style salad. Kobe and Vanessa watched Ye Feng bustling about, their expressions shifting from initial bewilderment and skepticism to shock and anticipation as the aroma of the food wafted through the air. Americans love sweets, and Vanessa and Kobe were no exception. However, pregnant women and athletes couldn't consume too much sugar. The low-sugar sweet and sour pork was an ideal choice, and the Chinese-style salad was exceptionally delicious. In his past life, Ye Feng had a great passion for various cuisines and enjoyed cooking and experimenting with recipes. In this life, after tasting Western-style dishes in America, he decisively chose to cook for himself. Combining local American flavors with Chinese cuisine, the result wasn't necessarily more delicious, but it was certainly distinctive. After all, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. One must give it a try. Judging by the outcome, Ye Feng's experiment was undoubtedly a success. By the time the chicken stew with mushrooms was brought to the table, the sweet and sour pork and salad had already been devoured. Both Kobe and Vanessa looked as if they wanted more. They also thoroughly enjoyed the modified chicken stew with mushrooms, almost finishing the broth. The only thing they weren't used to was the dining etiquette. Americans were accustomed to individual portions rather than sharing dishes. But it wasn't a big issue in the face of delicious food habits could be overcome. Feng, if you didn't play basketball and focused on cooking, you'd definitely make a name for yourself, Kobe praised sincerely. Vanessa echoed, Feng, you're truly amazing. Sister-in-law, don't say that. Ye Feng chuckled. Kobe. Vanessa. After resting for over half an hour post-meal, Vanessa felt drowsy and went upstairs to sleep. Ye Feng and Kobe locked eyes, confirming their intent, and headed to the indoor court beside the villa to continue their duel. As usual, they didn't stop until both were utterly exhausted. The outcome was nothing worth mentioning. The next day, the team's coaching staff had already formulated a corresponding training plan. With the assistance of professionals, Ye Feng's training efficiency undoubtedly improved while the intensity remained exceptionally high. Thus, days passed one after another, and the preseason games were about to begin. After this period of team practice, Ye Feng's life returned to regularity. He had grown considerably familiar with everyone on the Lakers except Kobe. He also gained a clearer understanding of the factional dynamics within the team. Although O'Reilly had irresponsibly chosen to undergo toe surgery just as the new season was about to begin, causing him to miss numerous games, skip training, and not even show up, most of the team still looked to him as their leader. Robert Horry, Rick Fox, and Devine George were the most prominent among them. As Kobe's skills rapidly improved, and he was much younger than O'Neal, he gained increasing favor with the team's management, gradually earning a voice within the team over the past 2 seasons and forming his own faction. Of course, he was no longer alone. Having joined the team through Kobe's recommendation and frequently spending time together, Ye Feng was quickly branded as belonging to Kobe's faction, the two of them forming one camp. Usually there were no conflicts with Horry and the others. They all followed the coaching staff's instructions to rehearse tactics and train. It remained to be seen what the situation would be like once Shaquille O'Neal returned. The remaining role players on the team, led by Derek Fisher, took a neutral stance, playing both sides. Fisher's approach was undoubtedly the wisest, defending neither side. This allowed him to have a certain voice in the locker room. To be honest, Ye Feng didn't really care about the factional dynamics within the team. He just wanted to play well and improve his strength. However, being in the midst of it, it was hard to remain detached. His relationship with Kobe was now quite close, so aligning with him wasn't a major issue. But that was only as long as it didn't hinder his progress or the overall competitiveness of the Lakers. Reality didn't give Ye Feng time to dwell on such matters as the preseason games began. Their first opponent was the crosstown rival Clippers. With a core interior player like Elton Brand, who could average 20 points and 10 rebounds, supported by talented players such as Corey Maggette, Andre Miller, Lamar Odom, and Quentin Richardson. The Clippers' roster seemed impressive on paper, but these players failed to form effective chemistry, making the team's competitiveness quite average. They couldn't even make the playoffs. They posed little threat. The Lakers started the game with a lineup of Samaki Walker, Robert Horry, Devine George, Kobe Bryant, and Derek Fisher. Without O'Neal, the team's interior competitiveness was noticeably diminished. However, Robert Horry had considerable experience defending stocky interior players like Elton Brand and was very active on defense. The new season had just begun, and Brand was clearly not yet in form. The Clippers' other interior player, Lamar Odom, was in a daze, habitually lacking focus. Thus, the Lakers weren't at a significant disadvantage inside at the start. On the outside, Kobe entered the game in top form, driving and shooting, scoring consecutively with great dominance. He completely shattered the Clippers' defense. Kobe, wearing number 8, might not have fully matured his skills yet, but his athleticism was extraordinary and his scoring explosiveness was terrifying. Thanks to Kobe's outstanding performance, the Lakers held the advantage from the opening tip. Sitting on the bench, Ye Feng closely watched the game. He couldn't help but feel that either the Clippers were too weak or the players hadn't regained their competitive form after the offseason indulgence, giving him a sense of, I could do that too. His chance came quickly. Just past the midpoint of the first quarter, Phil Jackson substituted Ye Feng into the game. The Lakers made a 5-4-5 substitution, bringing in the all-bench lineup. Samaki Walker, who had started at power forward for most of the regular season last year, was the most recognizable player in this lineup. In daily team practices, Ye Feng was usually his teammate. The other 3 teammates were Brian Shaw, Mark Madsen, and Tracy Murray. As for Rick Fox, he had pulled a muscle in training a few days earlier and was sitting out this game. On the Clippers side, they similarly and tacitly replaced their starting lineup. On the court facing Keon, Dooling, who was about the same height, but noticeably smaller in build, Ye Feng dribbled past half-court and immediately drove hard. Brute. Keon Dooling sneered with disdain. As a third-year veteran, he had rich defensive experience and quickly positioned himself in Ye Feng's driving path. However, before he could steady himself, Ye Feng charged straight at him. Unflustered, Dooling stepped up to meet him, completely oblivious to the pitying glances from the Lakers players around him. Bang! At the moment of collision, the previously calm and composed Keon Dooling felt as if he had been rammed heat-in by a several hundred-pound bull. He flew back 2 meters like a kite with a broken string. As he hit the ground, only one thought remained in his mind: what the fuck? Why is this bastard so strong? Ye Feng's fierce style clearly startled the other Clippers players, causing them to hesitate on defense. To the audience, it looked as if the Clippers players were collectively saluting Ye Feng, watching him drive to the basket, leap fully, and score with a one-handed windmill dunk. It was only at this moment that everyone snapped back to reality. The atmosphere in the arena was instantly ignited, with all attention focused on Ye Feng. When did we get such a beast on our team? I remember him. He was ferocious in the summer league. Let's keep watching. If he can maintain that level, he could become a secret weapon off our bench. Our biggest problem is the lack of competitiveness in our bench unit. If he can develop quickly and become an immediate contributor, that would be great news. Our goal this season is a four-peat. Am I the only one who noticed he's really handsome? I want to date him. With that look, you don't want to date him. You want to sleep with him. The Lakers fans were undoubtedly unfamiliar with Ye Feng. However, soon as the arena announcer found Ye Feng's information and announced it, everyone learned his name. Whether he would be remembered depended on his subsequent performance. The game continued. On defense, looking at the shaken Keon Dooling, Ye Feng didn't immediately press up on him, but instead observed the tactical approach of the Clippers lineup. While there wasn't much of an approach from the opponent, they simply gave the ball to their best player. The ball soon fell into Quentin Richardson's hands. This third-year rookie averaged over 13 points per game last season, capable of driving and shooting, a skilled player. On their side, Tracy Murray was clearly unable to contain him. After a few crossovers, Murray was shaken off. Got it. Taking a mid-range shot from the free throw line, the familiar feel in his fingertips made Richardson's lips curl slightly. Slap. A hand shot out from the side, swatting the just-released basketball away. The slap hit the ball, but it stung Richardson's pride. His expression froze, and his mood plummeted. He immediately looked over. Who was that? Ye Feng's rapidly retreating back was the only response Richardson received. He wanted to give chase, but couldn't catch up. As soon as he crossed the half-court line, his teammate passed the basketball over. Ye Feng caught the ball, took long strides, and charged straight toward the basket. Ahead of him stood only two Clippers defenders, Kenyon Dooling and Marco Jarek. At that moment, seeing Ye Feng charging in with the ball, feeling that terrifying aura, as if it would crush everything in its path, he hesitated for a fraction of a second, recalling that he was only earning a mid to low-tier salary within the team. Besides, this was merely an inconsequential preseason game, so both of them put up only a symbolic defense, once again watching Ye Feng complete a powerful dunk to score. Since stepping onto the court, he had scored 4 consecutive points and made a steal. Ye Feng's performance was exceptionally brilliant. He became the most dazzling presence on the floor. The offense shifted and the Clippers gained possession. After a series of passes, the basketball ultimately ended up in Richardson's hands. Gazing at Ye Feng's focused and piercing eyes as he switched onto him, Richardson felt as though he were being stared down by a ferocious beast, causing an involuntary shudder throughout his body. But he quickly steadied his nerves, confident in his own abilities. He immediately set his stance, preparing to drive past his defender. Yet before Richardson could make his move, Ye Feng pressed forward with impeccable timing, disrupting his offensive rhythm. This defense. Richardson sensed trouble. While protecting the ball steadily, he searched for a gap to break through. Yet he found Ye Feng's positioning flawless and his defense exceptionally tight. What truly unsettled him was the aggressive, overwhelming defensive aura. How is this rookie so strong? What baffled Richardson even more was why Ye Feng, with such formidable skill, remained utterly unknown. Before the game, the head coach's analysis hadn't mentioned Ye Feng at all. Did that make any sense? After several failed attempts to break through, and with the shot clock winding down, Richardson gave up and prepared to pass the ball. Reading his intention, Ye Feng deliberately feigned a weakness, then swiftly reached in for a steal. Snap! The pass was disrupted. A few steps away, Brian Shaw grabbed the loose ball and immediately passed it over. What followed was identical to before. Ye Feng enjoyed the spotlight a third time, adding another 2 points to his tally. On the Clippers bench, DeJi, who had witnessed the entire scene, was utterly astonished. It's only been a little over 2 months, and he's grown this much stronger. Is that even scientifically possible? Meanwhile, on the Lakers bench, Kobe was highly satisfied with Ye Feng's performance. A player who could force him to go all out to secure victory should indeed display such prowess. Even in a preseason game, giving his full effort, this attitude resonated well with Kobe. Truly a worthy individual, he considered a friend. Also pleased with Ye Feng was Lakers head coach Phil Jackson. During daily team training and scrimmages, he had already been astounded by Ye Feng's abilities. With such physical talent and basketball skill, how had he gone undrafted and failed to get playing time in the NCAA? Did that make any sense? What followed was a sense of relief. Fortunately, Ye Feng remained unknown and had apparently suffered unfair treatment in the NCAA. Thankfully, the team hadn't ignored Kobe's recommendation and chose to sign him. Otherwise, such a player with immediate impact and immense potential would surely not have ended up with the Lakers. Signing Ye Feng with such remarkable skill on a minimum salary was an incredible steal. It was a pity they only secured him for 1 year. A player like this deserved to be signed for 7 years following the precedent of Scottie Pippen. However, judging by Ye Feng's usual conduct, he likely wouldn't be foolish enough to agree to that. Pippen. With Feng on the team, the depth of our bench unit has truly improved immensely. Watching the court, his defense was razor sharp. Not only did he lock down his direct opponent Kenyon Dooling, but through active help defense and rotations, he significantly contained Richardson and indeed the entire perimeter offensive firepower of the Clippers. This defensive capability and range were truly astonishing. Against the Clippers bench unit, Ye Feng displayed dominance on both ends of the floor. A player who had never played in the NBA facing an NBA-level team delivering such a stunning performance. This was a testament to his exceptional skill. If I put him in the starting lineup, what effect would that yield? Could he coexist with Kobe? Once this thought arose, Phil Jackson couldn't suppress the urge to experiment. The first quarter ended swiftly. Ye Feng played nearly 6 minutes, amassing a versatile stat line of 17 points, 3 rebounds, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. The only point of criticism was that as a point guard, he didn't dish out assists. Instead, he played the role of a finisher. But Ye Feng's performance was outstanding enough, his efficiency remarkably high, and he helped the team extend the lead further, so no one could fault him. Entering the second quarter with a 19-point lead, surprisingly, Ye Feng didn't sit out. Instead, he played alongside Kobe and 3 other Lakers starters. As if spurred on by Ye Feng's defensive tenacity, Kobe, once on the court, also poured his talents into the defensive end without reservation. Combined with Ye Feng's equally relentless defense, the Clippers' backcourt collapsed entirely. Andre Miller felt utterly exasperated. Dealing with Ye Feng alone was already agonizing, and Kobe frequently came over to double-team. This was a preseason game, not the playoffs. Couldn't they still be friends? Corey Maggette faced the same ordeal, utterly deflated. Facing Kobe, who matched his strength, and Ye Feng, who was even stronger, his scoring efficiency plummeted. On offense, with Kobe drawing defensive attention, Ye Feng played with relative ease. Thanks to 3 months of head-to-head practice, they knew each other inside out and had excellent chemistry. Even with a passing rating of only 74, Ye Feng could always deliver the ball to Kobe whenever he wanted it. The precision might be lacking, but the timing was absolutely spot on. Similarly, Kobe, who was notoriously reluctant to pass to teammates other than Shaq, changed his usual style. Whenever Ye Feng made a successful cut and found an opening, he would pass him the ball. On offense, the two coordinated seamlessly, racking up assists for each other. Watching from the bench, Derek Fisher was dumbfounded. Was this still the Kobe he knew? How could he be so approachable? Had he been putting on an act before? Suddenly, he felt his starting position this season might be in jeopardy. Phil Jackson's eyes lit up at this moment. A lifelong devotee of the triangle offense, he now watched the harmonious, defensively and offensively superb backcourt duo of Kobe and Ye Feng, and a thought emerged: to devise special tactics tailored for them. That would surely be both fascinating and formidable. Coming to his senses, Phil Jackson's expression turned conflicted. The evidence proved that placing Ye Feng in the starting lineup allowed him to coexist with Kobe. More accurately, Kobe was willing to share the ball with Ye Feng. This was a delightful surprise. Crucially, Ye Feng didn't betray that trust. Yet at the same time, placing Ye Feng on the bench unit yielded equally exceptional results. If Derek Fisher were to lead the bench alone, he certainly couldn't handle both offense and defense the way Ye Feng did. Contemplating these factors, Phil Jackson found himself momentarily uncertain about how to choose. Beep. The final buzzer sounded, marking the end of the game between the Lakers and the Clippers. The players of the former team wore relaxed expressions filled with laughter and cheer. The latter's players, however, all lowered their heads and hurried towards the tunnel as if unwilling to stay a moment longer. The outcome was evident. The final score was 111-76, a staggering 35-point difference. It was a friendship-ending game. Few teams would show such disrespect to their opponents during the preseason. Yet the Lakers couldn't really be blamed for this. Throughout the entire fourth quarter, Phil Jackson had fielded a full bench lineup, with Ye Feng kept on the sideline. The team lacked competitiveness, but the gap didn't shrink much. It could only be attributed to the Clippers' own lack of strength. Playing 22 minutes in this game, Ye Feng recorded an astonishingly efficient stat line of 31 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks. Undisputedly, he became the Lakers' most outstanding performer of the night. Moreover, he etched his name into the memories of the fans who came to watch at the Staples Center. Compared to the Summer League, the preseason undoubtedly garnered much more attention. The name Ye Feng began to be known by more people here in the United States. Additionally, thanks to Yao Ming entering the NBA as the #1 draft pick, domestic interest in the NBA surged. With Wang Zhizhi successfully signing with the Clippers, some avid fans and media in China paid close attention to this game. Beyond some professionals within the basketball circle, a portion of domestic fans also became aware of Ye Feng's existence. They learned that across the vast ocean in the NBA, the world's highest level of professional basketball, there was another Chinese guard. Ye Feng was unaware of all this. The preseason had already begun. Oh, could the regular season be far behind? The team entered an intense preparatory phase, striving to fully restore the players' competitive form before the regular season officially kicked off. Both body and mind needed to enter a state of combat readiness. The preseason games continued. The Lakers subsequently faced the Grizzlies, led by Pau Gasol, the Nuggets and Cavaliers still in their rebuilding phase, and the Suns, among others, winning every single game without a single loss. Averaging 23 minutes per game, Ye Feng posted stats of 20.6 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks, leading the team in efficiency. His performance was undeniably outstanding. His scoring was second only to Kobe Bryant, ranking second on the team. This made everyone realize what a gem the Lakers had stumbled upon this season. Already possessing the formidable OK duo, one inside, one outside, both in their prime and supremely competitive, they had now acquired an exceptional ready-to-play talent for free. The slogan of a Lakers four-peat was constantly being mentioned. Other teams in the league with championship aspirations could only curse in silence. Damn scouts. Damn NCAA. How could such an outstanding player have had no reputation at all? It was too fake. Some conspiracy theories even began to circulate. They claimed Ye Feng had a secret deal with the Lakers, deliberately hiding his abilities. Anyone with a shred of common sense knew this was impossible. Amidst all the noise, the University of Kentucky basketball team, along with the Pistons and Clippers, teams Ye Feng had previously worked out for, were thrust into the storm. The head coach of the University of Kentucky basketball team felt quite aggrieved. Ye Feng had never displayed such terrifying skill and physicality during his college days, otherwise he would have certainly used him. If Ye Feng had been this strong back then, he would have secured a starting spot, and they could have gone much further in March Madness, perhaps even winning the championship. But there were no ifs. As for the Clippers and Pistons, the latter felt deep regret and pity. If only they had offered more generous terms, Ye Feng probably wouldn't have left. The Clippers, on the other hand, were more filled with anger. They had scouted him, but Kobe had lured him away. And then he proceeded to thrash them. Was this really okay? Among all these teams and individuals, the one who felt the most agonizing pain was undoubtedly the overlooked Philip. He had only signed with Ye Feng to swindle $500. He never believed Ye Feng had any chance of entering the NBA. Because of this, their relationship had been strained, but he had still successfully gotten rid of this burden. Now he was being told Ye Feng was a cash cow. He was green with regret. He wished he could slap himself a few times for his lack of foresight. In comparison, Prince, who was treated as a treasure, seemed utterly ordinary. Now, with the preseason completely over and the regular season about to begin, Ye Feng had no time to dwell on these trivial matters. I wonder how Phil Jackson will use me in the regular season. During the preseason, Ye Feng had never started. He always came off the bench. Yet he often shared the court with the starting lineup. Averaging 20 minutes per game, he spent nearly half that time on the court alongside Kobe and other starters. He was quite curious about whether he would start in the regular season, but he couldn't fathom Phil Jackson's thoughts at all. That old man always kept his emotions hidden, projecting an air of a master, quite pretentious. Since he couldn't figure it out, Ye Feng decided not to overthink it and just focus on doing his best. To his great relief, after the baptism of the preseason, his defensive attribute finally broke through, reaching 90 points and officially entering the elite tier. Once he fully integrated with the template, his defensive attribute would reach a terrifying 95 points, the level of a Defensive Player of the Year. He looked forward to that day. On the night of October 29th, the Lakers' regular season opener arrived as scheduled. Their opponent was the formidable San Antonio Spurs. With Tim Duncan, the masterful coaching of Greg Popovich, David Robinson still possessing considerable competitiveness, and the growth of their role players, the Spurs were exceptionally strong this season. In the previous 2 seasons, facing the dominant OK Lakers, the Spurs had been eliminated in the playoffs, suffering bitter defeats. With their overall strength significantly improved this season, they were surely seeking revenge. This added a considerable amount of tension to the matchup. David Robinson, Tim Duncan, Steve Smith, Bruce Bowen, Tony Parker. The Twin Towers inside were supremely talented. The veteran-led outside core with a young prospect was highly competitive. The Spurs' starting lineup was very strong. What was even more daunting was their bench. Malik Rose, Manu Ginobili, Chris Claxton, Steven Jackson, Steve Kerr. Although many were veterans, it was undeniable that these players all had distinct characteristics and real skill. In contrast, the Lakers' starting lineup, missing Shaquille O'Neal, was crippled. Their bench without Ye Feng would have been incomparable. It was understandable why the Lakers lost to the Spurs in the playoffs this season in his past life. They were truly strong. Thinking about this, Ye Feng was very curious. Now that he was here, what were the Lakers' chances against the Spurs? The Spurs' Twin Towers also presented a significant challenge to him, as he currently lacked a consistent mid to long range shot. If he could make an impact offensively against the Spurs, then he would certainly have no problems facing any other team in the league. Phil Jackson fielded a starting lineup of Samaki Walker, Robert Horry Devine, George Kobe Bryant, and Derek Fisher. As expected, Ye Feng did not start. Beep. The whistle blew and the game began. Against the Spurs' Twin Towers, the Lakers' interior duo of Samaki and Horry was clearly outmatched. No one had high hopes for them. However, there was a silver lining. Tim Duncan's competitive state in this game was far from optimal. A seemingly surefire offensive play ended in a miss. At the start of the season, his form had yet to recover. As for David Robinson, his role had shifted to supporting Duncan, contributing his height and experience to the team. One couldn't realistically expect a 38-year-old veteran to do much more. It was 2002, and the defensive intensity in the NBA was incredibly high. Aggressive plays and physical collisions were the norm. This was especially true for interior players who were half playing basketball and half brawling with an astonishing level of intensity. David Robinson, an old warhorse, had little fuel left in his tank and certainly wouldn't push himself too hard during the regular season. As a result, the Spurs' interior advantage in this game was not as significant as anticipated. While their offensive efficiency faltered, their formidable defensive presence still put immense pressure on the Lakers. Kobe, who had been going all out since the tip-off, found his efficiency mediocre against Bruce Bowen's relentless defense and the constant double teams, and helped defense from other Spurs players. As for the other Lakers players, they performed even worse. After their three-peat, these players were severely lacking in drive, their form having declined noticeably from the previous season. Moreover, one had to admit that Popovich's coaching of the team's defensive system and intensity was truly exceptional. Even players with ordinary talent could find their strength within his system. This put the Lakers under great strain, particularly their role players. Both teams had low scoring efficiency, and the game descended into a defensive battle. Frustrated by his teammates' lack of support, Kobe became even more fixated on individual offense. If passing the ball was less efficient than taking the shot himself, why bother passing at all? Consequently, he was relentlessly targeted by the Spurs, leading to a string of turnovers. Derek Fisher, a player with a big heart and a reliable option in clutch moments, was unfortunately one of the slower guards in the league. Against the French Flash Tony Parker, he looked completely outmatched. His ability to create his own shot was average, requiring a strong focal point to draw the defense. However, with Kobe refusing to pass, Fisher rarely saw the ball, even when open. If Fisher had no ball possession, the others had even less. The Lakers seemed trapped in a vicious cycle. Seeing this, Phil Jackson furrowed his brow slightly. His gaze swept across the bench before finally settling on Ye Feng. "Feng, go warm up." "Got it." Ye Feng rose and began to stretch lightly on the sidelines. Popovich, who had been keeping a close eye on the Lakers bench, immediately noticed the activity. "Is he coming on?" Popovich had done his homework on Ye Feng before the game, even reviewing game footage. He couldn't deny a pang of envy. For a 19-year-old prodigy like this, developing a consistent jump shot was all it would take to become an all-star caliber player. Even if he couldn't be the cornerstone of a franchise, he was certainly capable of being the second option. It was enough to make anyone jealous that the Lakers had practically picked up such a ready-made talent. Why couldn't the Spurs get so lucky? Thinking about his own team's predicament, the old and the young, Popovich felt a wave of exhaustion. Had it not been for his persistence and pleas, David Robinson would have retired long ago. Steve Smith and Steve Kerr were also planning to retire after this season. When that happened, the Spurs' roster strength would undoubtedly take a hit. So this season they were determined to win the championship. "I shouldn't be too greedy. I already have," Tim Popovich mused. His attention returned to the court. On the floor, the Spurs were gradually gaining the upper hand in the fierce battle. The first quarter was soon half over. Ye Feng was subbed in with the Lakers trailing by 5 points. The Spurs also made substitutions, bringing in Malik Rose and Danny Ferry for David Robinson and Steve Smith. The ball was in the Spurs' possession. Popovich had given a detailed briefing on Ye Feng before the game. Tony Parker didn't take any chances, protecting the ball steadily beyond the three-point line to avoid a steal. Using a teammate's screen, he created 2 steps of space, but instead of driving, he passed to Tim Duncan, who was on the move. The move was graceful, the timing precise. Tony Parker was quite pleased with his pass. Snap! Parker's expression froze. It was as if Ye Feng had anticipated Parker's pass. He prepared in advance and moved almost simultaneously with the pass. His 2.04-meter wingspan proved decisive, and he successfully intercepted the ball. Pass. Kobe was already sprinting ahead, but Ye Feng held the ball as Bruce Bowen was cunningly lurking in the passing lane between them. With his passing ability rated at a mere 74, his precision and timing were only average, making a pass risky. He had to play it safe. Ignoring Kobe's call for the ball, Ye Feng dribbled past half-court himself. The Spurs players watched in astonishment. Was there really a Laker other than Shaq who dared to ignore Kobe? In contrast, the expressions of the Lakers players were remarkably calm. They had witnessed this scene many times during the preseason and were long past being surprised. Since the coach said nothing and Kobe wasn't truly angry, they cared even less. Back on the court, the moment Ye Feng crossed half-court, he accelerated. Tony Parker didn't even bother to resist, stepping aside immediately. His slender frame simply couldn't withstand the challenge. Ye Feng drove successfully into the paint. Danny Ferry stepped up to defend. At 2.08 meters, he was quite imposing for Ye Feng. But it was all for show. A single bump sent him flying. However, just as Ye Feng leaped, a tall, lanky figure flew towards him. Yes, flew. Prepared for this, Ye Feng reacted quickly, changing his motion midair and passing the ball out. Looking up, he saw that the player coming to help was none other than Tim Duncan. Good thing I kept my wits about me, or that shot would have been blocked for sure, Ye Feng thought with relief. After landing, he immediately stepped back behind the baseline to avoid friendly fire. On the other side, Kobe managed to catch the slightly errant pass with his small hands. He leaped high and slammed the ball through the hoop over Duncan, who had his back turned. The atmosphere in the Staples Center erupted. Nice pass. Your dunk was great. Ye Feng and Kobe high-fived in celebration. Duncan, who had just been posterized, twitched the corner of his mouth, his mood far from pleasant. On the next possession, Duncan immediately established position in the post and called for the ball. Tony Parker passed without hesitation. Uncle Samaki defended earnestly, but there was no avoiding being overpowered. The deficit remained at 5 points. However, the moment Duncan turned, the Lakers had already inbound the ball from the baseline. Fast break. Kobe was ahead, Ye Feng behind, both rushing towards the front court. Kobe caught the pass, drove straight at the Spurs' interior, drew the defense, and then returning the favor, lobbed the ball back. The height was perfect. Pounding the floor, Ye Feng leaped high, caught the ball in midair with both hands, and slammed it down into the hoop with force. Boom. The powerful two-handed alley-oop jam was explosive and passionate, pushing the atmosphere in the arena to a new peak. On the sidelines, Phil Jackson was in good spirits. The chemistry between Ye Feng and Kobe delighted him, and he began considering increasing their minutes together. After all, both Ye Feng and Kobe were young and had excellent stamina to withstand the workload. Meanwhile, in the Spurs' dugout, Popovich frowned, pondering a counter strategy. But for the moment, he couldn't think of a good tactical adjustment. It was a tough spot. You can't make bricks without straw. With the roster he had, defending Kobe alone was a stretch. Adding a smart player like Ye Feng to the mix made things truly difficult. On the court, as if awakened by Kobe's dunk, Tim Duncan began to take over the game. He not only scored himself, but also drew defenders to assist teammates on three-pointers. The Spurs' offense was fierce. For the Lakers, they relied entirely on Kobe and Ye Feng. In unknown situations, no one dared claim they could contain Kobe, so the Spurs committed a large number of defenders to him. This gave Ye Feng relatively easier offensive opportunities. Tony Parker's defense was as fragile as paper, and Bruce Bowen was busy guarding Kobe, leaving no one to help. So as long as Ye Feng kept an eye on Duncan's position and avoided a direct clash with the big fundamental, he could drive and bump his way through the court with impunity. No one could handle him. Whenever Duncan came over, he would simply pass the ball out. Having honed his drive and kick game during the preseason, Ye Feng was now very proficient at it. The score seesawed, with the gap never exceeding 5 points. The game was extremely tight. Consequently, the defensive intensity had increased significantly. By this point, the game had transcended a mere regular season contest. Both the Lakers and the Spurs were treating it with an importance that exceeded a typical regular season game. As the opening game of the new season, both teams aimed to make a statement by defeating the other. The first quarter ended under these circumstances. After Ye Feng entered the game, the Lakers' scoring efficiency improved significantly. He personally recorded a stat line of 4 points, 2 rebounds, 2 steals, and 3 assists in the quarter. Kobe led all scorers in the quarter with 15 points. The Lakers managed only 23 points as a team in the first quarter, with the duo accounting for almost all of them. For the Spurs, Duncan exploded for 13 points in the quarter, also a stellar performance, leading his team to 25 points and a 2-point lead. The second quarter began with both teams fielding all bench lineups. The Spurs bench was formidable, posing a significant challenge for both the Lakers and Ye Feng. Indeed, Ye Feng did not sit out the second quarter, he remained on the court. Derek Fisher, who had rested for half of the first quarter, also returned. Consequently, Ye Feng's position shifted from point guard to shooting guard. Eyeing the hair-rich Manu Ginobili across from him, a slight smile touched Ye Feng's lips as he prepared for a showdown. Sensing the malicious gaze of Ye Feng directed at him, recalling the brutish playing style of Ye Feng during the first quarter along with Popovich's special emphasis before the game, Ginobili felt an overwhelming pressure. With his small arms and legs, he wondered if he could withstand it. Since the Spurs won the jump ball in the first quarter, the possession at the start of the second quarter belonged to the Lakers. Derek Fisher dribbled to the three-point line of the Spurs, glanced at the slender figure of Clay Skelton in front of him, hesitated for a brief moment, and ultimately chose to pass instead of taking the shot himself. Without any prelude, Ye Feng received the ball and launched a powerful drive, knocking Ginobili off balance, nearly causing him to fall with a look of despair on his face. Even defending against Kobe was not as frustrating. This guy was as strong as an ox. Which guard could withstand such devastation? He definitely could not. With Duncan and David Robinson absent from the court, Ye Feng charged into the paint without any hesitation, only to be immediately met with a double team. Clearly, Popovich had devised a targeted defensive strategy. He was not prepared to give him an easy scoring opportunity. However, Ye Feng was not stubborn. Seeing that the opportunity on his side was slim, he promptly changed his approach and opted to pass the ball. Samaki Walker, unguarded, caught the ball and dunked it with both hands. "Feng, that was a beautiful pass," Walker exclaimed excitedly. Ye Feng smiled and high-fived him, saying, "Your dunk was impressive." "Right? I think so too," Walker replied with an air of self-satisfaction. Without further ado, Ye Feng quickly returned to defense. "This is troublesome." On the Spurs bench, Popovich frowned deeply. He initially thought that Ye Feng had restrained himself only because he was on the court with Kobe. Now that Kobe was off, Ye Feng would likely behave like other rookie talents in the league, eager to showcase himself. How wrong he was. Ye Feng remained calm and composed. God truly favored the Lakers. How wonderful it would be if such a talented player came to my side. Popovich's eyes betrayed his desire. With Tim Duncan inside and Ye Feng along with Parker outside and Ginobili on the bench. The picture was too beautiful. The future of the Spurs looked bright. Unfortunately, it was just a fantasy impossible to realize. No renowned young star would willingly join the Spurs. The game continued. Though this was Ginobili's first season in the NBA, he had already earned Popovich's trust, holding a status on the court comparable to Clay Skelton. The two were the offensive cores of the Spurs bench unit. It was clearly impossible for Ye Feng to defend against two players alone. He chose to mark the agile, graceful Ginobili. As for Clay Skelton, he was left to Fisher. The same old problem, old fish. Oh no, still little fish faced with a nimble guard easily found himself at a disadvantage on defense. At 180 centimeters tall, Clay Skelton was quick and agile, leaving little fish feeling rather uncomfortable. Ye Feng was also somewhat uncomfortable. Ginobili had pulled him away from Clay Skelton, preventing him from providing help defense. As for letting Ginobili go, that was even less likely. He could only hope the opponent would miss. However, Clay Skelton was performing well in this match. If they couldn't completely restrict the opponent's offense, they could only reclaim the pace on their own end. With a single skill, one could conquer the world. Ye Feng began to frequently drive into the paint. If a good opportunity arose, he would take the shot himself. If not, he would pass the ball. With Tim Duncan and David Robinson not on the court, it was truly challenging for the Spurs to rely on a single player to contain Ye Feng. This allowed Ye Feng ample room to perform. Walker and Medvedenko became the biggest beneficiaries, often overlooked by the Spurs, feasting on easy baskets. Half the quarter quickly passed, neither side could gain the upper hand. However, the Lakers maintained slightly higher efficiency given all the open shots. The score reached 39-37 with the Lakers taking a 2-point lead. Both teams made some substitutions. Watching Ye Feng still on the court, Popovich's previously relaxed brow furrowed again as he glanced over at the Lakers bench, habitually observing the composed Phil Jackson. No matter how strong he is, he's still just a 19-year-old. Is it really okay to use him this way? Reality provided him with an answer. Popovich believed that Ye Feng's high-intensity play, showing no regard for his stamina, could not last long. Yet Ye Feng played through the entire second quarter alongside Kobe, helping the team extend their lead to 6 points. Duncan's impressive first half, scoring 27 points, became meaningless. Not being able to help the team take the lead rendered scoring irrelevant. In the second half, Ye Feng still had little rest, playing alongside Kobe, the two of them attacking and defending together, leading the team to perform exceptionally on both ends. Against the Spurs' pressure inside, they utterly dominated the Spurs' perimeter, gaining the advantage. Beep. At the moment the final whistle blew, the crowd erupted in applause, cheers echoing throughout. Without Shaquille on the court, Lakers fans initially thought this game would be dire. Who would have thought that the combination of Kobe and Ye Feng in the backcourt would give them a delightful surprise? Kobe's strength was evident to all, requiring no further elaboration. Ye Feng's performance, however, was the biggest surprise of the game. It's really hard to believe that Feng is only 19 years old and went undrafted in the key draft. Are the scouts in the league blind? Playing for 37 minutes against a formidable Spurs team, Feng's performance of 21.6 rebounds, 11 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks was truly outstanding. The backcourt combination of Feng and Kobe is indeed powerful, while I can't think of any other team's backcourt combination in the league that can rival it. Once Shaquille returns and the team reaches its full potential, we will become unprecedentedly strong. The four-peat feels like it's already beckoning us. Lakers fans began to express their admiration and hopes, feeling immensely satisfied with Ye Feng. Of course, if Ye Feng's performance in subsequent games was subpar, their expressions would likely change. Fans were quite realistic. Aware of this, Ye Feng naturally would not become complacent due to one outstanding game. Getting into the starting lineup as soon as possible is the most important thing right now. As the regular season progresses, the template of Big Ben will certainly reach 100% compatibility without needing much effort, so Ye Feng now hopes to quickly unlock the second template. While pondering these things, Ye Feng walked towards the corridor. Not far along, he was blocked by a striking figure. "Feng, may I ask you a few questions?" "Sure," Ye Feng nodded. The person was strikingly beautiful, with a figure that fit the Western aesthetic perfectly, but unfortunately, she was not his type. "First of all, congratulations on a perfect performance in your first career game." The beautiful reporter then looked puzzled and asked, "After watching this game, we are all very curious. With your talent, why didn't you get a chance to play in the NCAA before? Were you treated unfairly?" "Not at all. I am very grateful to the coach for giving me the opportunity to join the team and for helping me secure the scholarship, which has helped me greatly." Not falling into the trap of the other party, Ye Feng's expression was sincere as he continued to speak. "As for why I didn't get a chance to play, perhaps I was just too low-key." "Low-key?" "Exactly." Ye Feng smiled faintly. His handsome features and deep-set eyes made the beautiful reporter's heart flutter. However, Ye Feng had no intention of continuing the conversation with her. He waved his hand and quickly walked away. He preferred women with an Eastern temperament. Back in the locker room, Ye Feng casually tossed the small note the beautiful reporter had secretly given him into the trash. As Kobe's voice echoed in his ears, "You did well in this game." It's really not easy to hear words of praise from you, Ye Feng chuckled. Upon hearing this, Kobe seemed to feel that his previous words did not align with his persona, reverting to a serious expression. You still need to continue improving your shooting and ball handling skills. That will lead to a qualitative change. That's more like something you would say. At the post-game press conference, Phil Jackson brought only Kobe Bryant. This suited Ye Feng perfectly, as he never enjoyed dealing with reporters. The very thought of it was troublesome. He preferred to develop quietly. Yet he underestimated the impact of this game, not to mention the praise heaped upon him by Kobe and Phil Jackson at the press conference. Everything pales in comparison. Unlike Ye Feng's near-perfect debut, Yao Ming, another Chinese player who entered the NBA as the #1 draft pick, had a disappointing first game. Coming off the bench for 11 minutes, Yao Ming went 0 for 1 from the field, recording 0 points, 2 rebounds, 2 fouls, and 3 turnovers. A truly dismal performance. It was a far cry from what was expected of a top pick. Many American basketball fans and eager media outlets had already begun to label him a bust. This performance deeply disappointed Chinese fans who had hoped Yao Ming would showcase the brilliance of Chinese basketball in the NBA. In stark contrast, Ye Feng was exceptionally outstanding. Consequently, many Chinese basketball fans, upon learning this news, began to follow Ye Feng. Meanwhile, in the United States, Ye Feng once again drew the attention of various teams and the league. In his rookie season debut against the formidable Spurs, he recorded 20.6 rebounds, 11 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks. Even in NBA history, few first-year rookies have achieved such a feat in their debut. They had known Ye Feng was a solid contributor, but they hadn't anticipated his prowess to be this formidable. Crucially, he was playing for the Lakers, who with the OK duo had just completed a three-peat and were aiming for a 4th consecutive championship. Teams had no choice but to take him seriously. The coaching staffs of various teams were deeply troubled by Ye Feng's straightforward offensive style, driving directly to the basket. Especially those without strong interior players could already envision their perimeter being overwhelmed. What made them even more frustrated and incredulous was Ye Feng's seasoned and aggressive defensive demeanor. He truly didn't resemble a rookie at all. As everyone knows, defense requires accumulated game experience and playing time coupled with a positive defensive attitude and a certain degree of physical talent to become a defensive specialist. Ye Feng had very limited game experience and playing time, yet he possessed such formidable defensive abilities. It was truly baffling. Yet reality was undeniable, and they had to accept it. Beyond teams, media, and fans, David Stern also took note of Ye Feng. It was certainly not without the league commissioner's influence that Yao Ming became the top pick. Now that Yao Ming had clearly not yet adapted to the NBA's pace and intensity, with a disastrous debut, the undrafted Ye Feng's stellar performance shocked David Stern. He had been aware of Ye Feng, recognizing his skill and potential, but believed there was still a considerable gap between him and Yao Ming. Yet reality had completely turned the tables. After repeatedly watching Ye Feng's game highlights, his strikingly handsome face, incomparable to Yao Ming, often drew Stern's gaze. His basketball prowess, far exceeding expectations, frequently caught Stern's attention, and he soon formulated a plan. I cannot invest all resources in one person. Diversifying the investment provides a safety net. Ultimately, the NBA is a business league, and it needs to make money. Now that Ye Feng had shown Stern immense commercial potential, he naturally wouldn't hesitate to allocate some resources. With no time to dwell on these matters, Ye Feng had already flown with the team to Portland. Such as the NBA, once the regular season begins, players become incredibly busy, constantly flying across the United States. After all, the regular season consists of 82 games with 41 home and 41 away games. They play 3 or even 4 games a week. The schedule is extremely tight. And because the United States is vast, they are either on their way to an away game or on a plane back home. Under these circumstances, Ye Feng found himself with no energy for anything else. Games and training alone kept him fully occupied. Women, he had no inclination to seek them out. In their second regular season game, they would face the Trail Blazers on the road. Compared to the Spurs, who had been dominant in the Western Conference and the entire NBA over the past 2 seasons, ranking among the top 3 in overall strength, the Trail Blazers were far more ordinary. They could make the playoffs, but their rankings were always outside the top 4. Facing such an opponent, Ye Feng noticed that aside from Kobe, his teammates were quite relaxed. Phil Jackson offered no reminders, adopting a laissez-faire attitude. Is the coach always like this? Ye Feng asked. Understanding the implication, Kobe glanced at the daydreaming Phil Jackson on the sidelines and nodded. Phil prefers us to learn through setbacks rather than wasting his breath on motivation and reminders. He's got character, Ye Feng said with a smile. Kobe shrugged noncommittally. He disliked such a lax attitude, but for regular season games he didn't want to sour relations with head coach Phil Jackson, so he remained silent. The thought of that lazy shark and Phil Jackson sharing the same laid-back nature and getting along so well made him frown. How irritating. Since the game was that evening, the day's training was light and brief, ending quickly. With no time to explore Portland, they prepared at the hotel, had dinner, and then headed to the Moda Center. The game began as scheduled. They had assumed that even if the team was generally relaxed, they would still hold an advantage against the less formidable Blazers. But the situation wasn't so clear-cut. Rasheed Wallace dominated the Lakers' interior, while Damon Stoudemire on the perimeter was exactly the type of player Derek Fisher least wanted to face. The Lakers' defense was mediocre both inside and out. Even though Kobe was in good form offensively, scoring consecutively from the start, the score remained tied, and they couldn't establish a lead. Unable to read Phil Jackson's current emotional state from his face, Ye Feng remained patient, focusing intently on the game. The bystander sees most of the game. On the Blazers' side, the only players who posed a threat were Rasheed Wallace and Damon Stoudemire. The other three positions were relatively average. With Kobe alone, they could essentially maintain parity. Once Ye Feng entered the game, things should be fine. However, Phil Jackson's subsequent move caught Ye Feng off guard. Kobe was substituted off, leaving Ye Feng to lead the bench unit. In contrast, the Blazers kept their starters on the court, with both Rasheed Wallace and Damon Stoudemire still playing. One had to admit Damon Stoudemire lived up to his nickname, the Mighty Mouse. He had excellent ball handling, quick drives, sharp penetration, and played very intelligently. Unfortunately, he was short, under 6 feet, and rather slender, making him a defensive liability on the court. Ye Feng loved such opponents. He could drive past him every time. The only troublesome point was Rasheed Wallace. At 7 feet tall, he stood like a wall just by being in the paint. Whenever Ye Feng drove to the basket, whether for a dunk or a layup, he had to get past him first. It was a bit tricky. The Blazers didn't double-team him, and his teammates had few open looks. Given the limited abilities of these bench players, their scoring efficiency was poor unless they were wide open. Ye Feng's lack of shooting ability began to show. At the same time, the Lakers' bench weakness was also evident. Phil Jackson seemed to have anticipated this situation. He wasn't angry, but calmly watched Ye Feng actively seeking solutions on the court, murmuring to himself, "Without mid to long range shooting, he's too easily neutralized. He's not yet capable of carrying the team alone." Compared to starting, placing him in the bench unit as the sixth man better serves the team's interests right now. The first quarter concluded swiftly with the Lakers leading the Trail Blazers by a single point. Ye Feng had played nearly 6 minutes, tallying an impressive 7 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 steal. His aggressive offensive rebounding in particular caused significant trouble for the Trail Blazers. Even more astonishing was Ye Feng's exceptional ability to read the game. Unaware that Phil Jackson was leaning towards having him lead the second unit, Ye Feng, after facing offensive stagnation with his team, quickly identified a solution through repeated attempts. That solution was drawing fouls. His free throw attribute stood at 80, granting him a respectable shooting percentage from the line. The key was to inflict damage on the interior. A few more fouls, and if Rasheed Wallace wasn't careful, his accumulated infractions would surely force him to the bench. Without Rasheed Wallace anchoring the paint, the Trail Blazers' remaining big men would be inadequate, drastically boosting the efficiency of Ye Feng's slashing style of play. However, his opponent was vigilant and didn't take the bait. But to avoid drawing fouls, they undeniably lowered their defensive intensity. This gave Ye Feng the space to operate. The team owed its slim 1-point lead at the end of the first quarter largely to his efforts. In the second quarter, Ye Feng remained on the bench watching Kobe lead the starters to gradually extend the lead, a sight that brought him a sense of ease. He didn't re-enter the game until there were only 4 minutes left in the second quarter, by which point the Lakers were already leading the Trail Blazers by 6 points. Derek Fisher stayed on the court, and Ye Feng moved to the shooting guard position. Facing the Trail Blazers' second unit, he leveraged his stellar defense and overpowering drives to help the team balloon their lead to 16 points. It was proven that letting Ye Feng lead the charge against the opponent's bench was a mismatch of devastating proportions, yielding a clear advantage. After all, no team was lavish enough to keep a standout interior player on their second unit. Having witnessed this firsthand, Phil Jackson made the surprising decision to place Ye Feng and Kobe on the court together again in the second half. The effect was naturally spectacular. Damon Stoudemire caught in the pincer movement of Ye Feng, and Kobe committed a string of turnovers. Rasheed Wallace in the paint couldn't guard both men alone. Not to mention Kobe could score at will, using his exceptional individual skills even when Wallace rotated over to defend. The number 8 Kobe was a beast, tearing apart every obstacle in his path. His remarkable athleticism combined with his refined technique made him seemingly unstoppable on the court. Ye Feng watched with admiration and was happy to see it. As long as Kobe was on the floor, the opponent's defensive focus was squarely on him, significantly reducing the defensive pressure on Ye Feng. While he couldn't score at will, his efficiency was remarkably high. After all, his shots were either layups or dunks. How could his shooting percentage not be excellent? The duo single-handedly ran away with the game. The fourth quarter devolved into garbage time, leaving Phil Jackson once again in a state of pleasant dilemma. It was truly a happy problem to have. Considering Ye Feng's impressive stamina, it seemed feasible to have him lead the second unit while also playing alongside Kobe in the starting lineup for stretches of 10+ minutes. With this in mind, Phil Jackson cast a discreet glance at Derek Fisher. The player he once considered adequate, even reliable in crucial moments, now seemed flawed, in every way paling in comparison to Ye Feng. Fisher. The game concluded swiftly with the Lakers securing a hard-fought victory. Ye Feng finished the game with 22 points, making him the only rookie to record back-to-back 20-point performances so far. Beyond his scoring, his defensive contributions were undoubtedly more dazzling. His stats of 2 steals and 2 blocks didn't fully capture his impact on that end of the floor. Anyone who watched the game knew the immense pressure Ye Feng placed on the Trailblazers defensively. Especially when he and Kobe shared the court, their defensive prowess and radius were terrifying. Crucially, they were both willing defenders, never stinting on their energy. It created an effect where the sum was greater than its parts. Honestly, Feng doesn't play like a rookie. He's incredibly smart and composed on the court, and his defense is rock solid. He caused us major problems. If we redid the draft order this year, I think Feng would be a top 3 pick. Feng can't shoot. Man, you can't ask for more from a 19-year-old rookie. He's already outstanding. Feng is lucky to join a prestigious franchise like the Lakers. At the same time, I truly admire Phil's courage in giving Feng so much playing time and opportunity. It's something I couldn't have done, and he gambled and won. At the post-game press conference, Rasheed Wallace, who scored a game-high 33 points, and the Trailblazers head coach heaped praise on Ye Feng, their words practically bordering on an attempt to poach him. With such respect shown, Kobe and Phil Jackson naturally didn't gloat, instead offering a graceful way out for their opponents. The NBA isn't just about basketball, it's also about relationships and etiquette. Ye Feng, who didn't need to attend the press conference, showered, changed clothes, and settled into the locker room when his private phone rang with an unfamiliar number. This was his personal line, known to fewer than 10 people in the entire United States. He answered, "Hello, Ye Feng, this is Yao Ming. Wang Zhizhi gave me your number." Yao explained. Hearing this, Ye Feng's face showed surprise. "Brother Yao, hello. Why are you calling so late?" "I just watched your game against the Trailblazers. I figured you'd be done showering by now, so I wanted to call and ask for your advice on a few things." Yao's tone was earnest. As always, Ye Feng might have mixed feelings about Yao's post-retirement endeavors, but during his playing days, Yao was undoubtedly a basketball player he respected deeply. "You're too kind, brother Yao. Just ask away, I will share everything I know." "Thank you." Yao then directly inquired about how to quickly integrate into a team and adapt to the NBA's game tempo. From the omniscient perspective of a time traveler, Ye Feng knew Yao's strength was unquestionable. He was simply still in an adjustment phase. Once he adapted to the NBA's rhythm and intensity and unleashed his true potential, all the doubts would vanish. Without holding back, Ye Feng shared his understanding with Yao. They talked for nearly half an hour, eventually agreeing to meet up properly when the Lakers played the Rockets in mid-November. "Why do I feel like I'm the veteran here?" Ye Feng chuckled, shaking his head. But honestly, the feeling was pretty satisfying. Through this interaction, his impression of Yao was positive. He thought that if he could help this older brother in this life, he certainly would. Next, the Lakers would return to Los Angeles to face the Clippers in an away game. While calling it an away game was a formality, the number of Lakers fans in attendance would likely far outnumber the Clippers fans, making it essentially a home game. There was a day off for rest tomorrow. However, the team didn't get a break. A daily practice was still scheduled. On that very day, Shaquille O'Neal, who had undergone surgery and was recuperating, made an appearance, stirring a ripple within the Lakers team that had just begun its regular season. "Hi, my dear brothers, your favorite Big Shark is back." O'Neal's personality was exceptionally outgoing. Before he was even seen, his exaggerated shouts could be heard. In contrast, Kobe was a taciturn man. No wonder he's so unpopular on the team. Comparison truly breeds contempt. Ye Feng glanced at Kobe, whose mouth was twitching. The latter seemed to sense something and looked back. A hint of inexplicable familiarity lingered in his gaze, causing Ye Feng to shudder involuntarily. He had absolutely no interest in any form of forced intimacy. "Ye Feng of Dragon Country, I've watched both those games. You're truly astonishing. It's hard to believe a talent like you went undrafted. Are those scouts blind?" Striding over quickly, O'Neal gave Ye Feng a hearty slap on the shoulder, his expression one of high approval. "Don't worry, from now on with the Lakers, the Big Shark has your back." Feeling the force transmitted from the hand on his shoulder, Ye Feng smiled. Is this the power of the league's top center? A few more slaps like that, and I feel like I'd fall apart. Haha, the league's top center, the Big Shark, is starting to like you. O'Neal was clearly pleased with the title. Hearing this, Ye Feng nodded. "I wonder when our league's top center will be back on the team. I'm still waiting to win a championship with you guys. Winning a title in my rookie season. Just thinking about it gets me hyped." "Don't worry, the Big Shark will be back in another month. With the league's top center around, winning the championship is a done deal." O'Neal grinned widely, as if winning a championship was as simple as drinking water or eating a meal. Kobe, watching from the side, felt a pang of jealousy, seeing Ye Feng and O'Neal getting along so well. He couldn't help but interject, "Shaquille, you shouldn't have chosen this time to have surgery." Ye Feng. O'Neal. Well, that certainly killed the conversation. Looking at O'Neal's instantly drooping expression and Kobe's earnest face, Ye Feng finally understood why the Lakers hadn't won the championship that season. "All right, the Big Shark has things to do. I'm planning a party on our day off. Ye Feng of Dragon Country, you wouldn't refuse, would you?" "Of course not. Kobe will come along too." Just as Kobe was about to protest, Ye Feng cut him off. "For the sake of team unity and the championship, Kobe, I don't think you'll refuse, will you?" The words died in his throat. Kobe felt frustrated, but still nodded. "He'll go." "Interesting." O'Neal's gaze swept between Ye Feng and Kobe. For the past 2 seasons, Kobe would rather practice in the gym than attend his parties, which was quite disrespectful. Now Kobe had relented because of Ye Feng. This piqued O'Neal's curiosity about Ye Feng. After chatting for a bit longer, he turned and left. He's recovering pretty fast, doesn't even need crutches anymore, Ye Feng muttered to himself. Then Kobe's voice reached his ears. It's one thing for you to go, but why drag me along? Kobe, you wouldn't want rumors of discord among the core players to affect the team's morale and our championship hopes, would you? You? Kobe wanted to argue, but found the words wouldn't come. He gave a cold snort and turned back to continue practicing. Seeing this, Ye Feng's smile widened. Wait for me, let's go another round. He'll destroy you. You've said that so many times. The reality is my defense against you keeps getting better. Stop talking, let's play. Ye Feng and Kobe found a corner and began an onion game. Not far away, O'Neal chatting with Hori and other players couldn't help but glance over. That Ye Feng from Dragon Country has some really good defense. Yeah, he really doesn't act like a rookie. And his improvement rate is simply unbelievable. It's astonishing. Having Ye Feng from Dragon Country on the perimeter now makes winning regular season games feel a lot easier. Both he and Kobe are willing to give their all on defense, and on offense they draw so much attention that the rest of us have a much easier time. Hori, Devine, George, and the others all deeply acknowledged Ye Feng's abilities. Not just in games but in practice. They had initially tried to give him a hard time, but ultimately they were the ones put in their place. In basketball it all comes down to skill. Ye Feng had earned their respect through his talent. Seeing this, O'Neal's expression darkened. After just 2 regular season games, Ye Feng had gained the recognition of the entire team. More importantly, his relationship with Kobe was quite good. Thinking about the management's attitude towards him, O'Neal began to regret his decision to have toe surgery at the start of the season. It felt like his home was being stolen. I need to recover and get back on the court as soon as possible, O'Neal thought. He loved the Lakers and the city of Los Angeles. He didn't want to leave. On the other side, while dueling, Kobe and Ye Feng discussed O'Neal. Kobe, you know that for us to win the championship this season, Shaquille is an indispensable force. Ye Feng said quietly. Kobe looked displeased. That lazy bum. If he wants to rest during the regular season, let him. What matters most is winning the championship in the end. Ye Feng emphasized. As Kobe improved with age and O'Neal's competitive level declined, the latter would inevitably lose his position as the team's leader. There was no need to rush for supremacy now. However, Ye Feng noticed that while Kobe had thoughts of being the leader, he wasn't openly confrontational. He suspected management's influence was at play. That wasn't his concern. Ye Feng aimed to ease the tension between Kobe and O'Neal as much as possible, allowing him to collect a few more championship rings. Whether he stayed with the Lakers or went to another team to be the star later, having championship honors would boost his credentials and make him more convincing. I understand. Kobe's expression turned serious. He then drove hard inside, pulled up, and executed a fadeaway jumper. Ye Feng couldn't block it, but he had done everything he possibly could. With a crisp swish, the net danced. The ball had cleanly dropped through the hoop. Number 8 Kobe's athleticism was phenomenal. Combined with a cheat code-like scoring move like the fadeaway, it was nearly impossible to block. You could only hope he missed. Ye Feng lost this duel, but he had scored 16 points. He was getting closer to victory. After 2 regular season games, his strength attribute had broken through to 90 points. That 1-point difference was hugely impactful. Kobe, who hadn't bulked up yet, couldn't withstand him at all now. The team's daily practice ended quickly. O'Neal came and went fast, only greeting everyone, chatting with Phil Jackson for a few minutes, and then leaving. However, he said he would be in attendance to support the team for the next game against the Clippers. It seemed he really couldn't sit still anymore and needed to assert his presence. The following evening at the Staples Center, the final score stood at 103-85, exactly as everyone had anticipated. The Lakers had effortlessly defeated the Clippers. With 3 consecutive victories to kick off the new regular season, they were now tied for first place in the Western Conference and the entire league alongside the equally undefeated Mavericks. During the game, O'Neal showed up as promised to cheer them on, pulling off a series of hilarious antics that stirred up waves of excitement in the arena. When it came to hyping the crowd, O'Neal truly had a knack for it. Inspired by his encouragement, Bryant played less than 30 minutes, yet still scored a game-high 35 points. Ye Feng, meanwhile, maintained his highly efficient performance, logging 29 minutes on the court to deliver 20 points, 8 rebounds, 6 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks. His presence was palpable on both ends of the floor, never overshadowed by Bryant's brilliance. Even when sharing the court with Bryant, Ye Feng radiated his own light, commanding attention. As for Kobe, I have nothing to say. He's the best shooting guard in the league right now. Facing reporters, O'Neal lavished praise on Bryant without reservation. For the performance in this game, Bryant was truly flawless and dominant. After all, one couldn't just lie through their teeth. Without delving into deeper praise, O'Neal continued with awe. As for Long Feng, all I can say is, in my memory, aside from Michael Jordan, no rookie has ever achieved what he has in their first year. The moment those words left his mouth, the reporters were utterly stunned. They knew he would commend Ye Feng, but was this level of praise really appropriate? Was it truly okay? Yet, considering Ye Feng's performance over these 3 regular season games, it seemed hard to think of anyone other than Michael Jordan who could outshine him at the rookie stage. With that thought, the reporters' eyes lit up. Headlines like "Undrafted. No, this is the second Michael Jordan," and "Superstar-level performance rookie of the year already locked," began to form in their minds. Other headlines followed: century-old mystery, why did Ye Feng go undrafted? And averaging 2.06532. If the draft were redone, the first pick would surely change hands. The next day, major basketball media outlets seemed to have coordinated, all heaping praise on Ye Feng. Gazing at these headlines, Ye Feng felt a little embarrassed. Am I really as outstanding as you all say? Don't get lost in these reports, Bryant's voice suddenly interjected. Today they'll crown you the god of basketball, but if you have a bad game tomorrow, they'll instantly brand you the biggest bust in history. Shrugging his shoulders, Ye Feng chuckled. I'm just an undrafted player. How bad could it get? Well, for a moment, Bryant found himself at a loss for words. Making it into the NBA as an undrafted player was already a monumental achievement. From that perspective, even if the worst-case scenario unfolded, failing to improve further and merely maintaining his current level, Ye Feng had already succeeded. All right, enough about that. Don't forget to pick me up tonight, Ye Feng reminded him. Bryant raised an eyebrow. Don't you know the way yourself? How could I possibly know where Shaquille lives? You don't have a car. No car. You? Before Bryant could finish, Ye Feng cut in. Just tell me, are you giving me a ride or not? Fine, Bryant said in exasperation. This is the first time I've seen someone so bossy while asking for a favor. That's just how I roll. Ye Feng flashed a confident smile. Bryant nodded dismissively. Right. You're so tough you don't even have a girlfriend. Honestly, I'm starting to wonder about your orientation. What the hell? I'm off. I need to get home to Vanessa. He'll pick you up tonight. With that, Bryant walked away without giving Ye Feng a chance to retort. He hadn't even moved that fast during a fast break. Soon only Ye Feng remained in the arena. Since there was no game today, the team had a day off. O'Neal promptly announced he would host a party that evening, even though they were set to face the Trailblazers at home tomorrow night. As an invitation from the team's leader, unless absolutely unavoidable, no one on the team dared, or would dare, to refuse. Previously, only Bryant among the Lakers had the nerve to decline. His basketball skills and talent were undoubtedly top-notch, but his interpersonal skills left something to be desired. Especially at this stage when he hadn't yet earned such lofty status, it was easy for him to offend others. Anyone with eyes could see the tension between him and O'Neal. Even without the power struggle for team leadership or the subtle prodding from management, their relationship had already lost its former harmony. That evening, Bryant arrived on time in a sleek black supercar. Rookie, don't be jealous. You'll have one someday too, he said coolly. Struggling to squeeze into the passenger seat, Ye Feng shook his head. Supercars look cool, but they're not exactly comfortable. I think he'll go for a bigger car later. You're practical, Bryant remarked with a glint of approval in his eyes. Then he stepped on the gas, and the black supercar shot forward like a streak of light. What would normally take over half an hour, Bryant covered in less than 15 minutes. Only in Los Angeles. If this were anywhere else in the U.S., he'd definitely have been pulled over by the cops. Once you reach my level, the cops won't stop you either, Bryant said as he stepped out of the car with effortless grace. Ye Feng felt an overwhelming urge to punch him. Deciding to cut the guy some slack, after all, he'd still need a ride back. Ye Feng entered O'Neal's villa. Ye Feng had to admit his own naivety. In his mind, a party meant everyone gathering to sing, chat, watch movies or TV shows, and enjoy some good food. But O'Neal had gone all out, creating a scene of extravagance. So this was an American-style party. Quite interesting. As soon as he stepped inside, his eyes were drawn to the stunning women by the pool, barely covered in scant fabric. Several of them had figures and faces that were exactly Ye Feng's type. Rookie, if you want to succeed in the NBA, you've got to learn to control your body first, Bryant warned. With that, he quickly strode into the villa. Watching Bryant's rapidly retreating figure, Ye Feng averted his gaze from the women and muttered, "And you're lecturing me, the guy who couldn't control his own urges," and got set up. He then followed suit and walked inside. As soon as he entered, Ye Feng drew numerous stares. As a rising superstar in the NBA with boundless potential and striking good looks, Ye Feng had already become a target for many of Los Angeles' so-called socialites and women seeking to change their fortunes through their bodies. But his lifestyle had always been a simple back and forth between two places, leaving them no opportunity. Now that he was at the same party on a night like this, the chance had finally arrived. Sensing the fiery gazes fixed on him, Ye Feng sighed inwardly. "I'm just too outstanding, aren't I? Feng, I'm so glad to meet you here." A tall figure likely over 175 centimeters with thick lips, ample curves, and a vivacious, energetic demeanor exuded an aggressive gaze. A typical American beauty. She looked vaguely familiar, but Ye Feng couldn't recall her exact name, though he knew this girl would likely become a celebrity in the future. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any impression of her. But what did that have to do with him? Perhaps in the eyes of Westerners, she was a great beauty with a stunning figure, but she simply didn't align with his aesthetic. If he were to indulge, it would be with those by the pool who suited his taste. "You're celebrating too early." Ye Feng remained composed. He stepped forward, bypassing her directly, and walked toward the villa. "You?" Khloe Kardashian laughed in disbelief. "Quite the personality, but I like it." Unaware that this American woman would later become the infamous NBA best defender, Ye Feng paid her no mind, and quickly found O'Neal, who was deep in conversation with a group of Lakers players. Surrounding them were quite a few women who looked exactly the type they'd probably go for. "Our Rookie of the Year has arrived." Even if I did win Rookie of the Year, how could it compare to the title of the league's top center? Unlike Kobe, who could be swayed by basketball prowess and diligence, O'Neal was clearly a creature of ego. Not that Ye Feng had to cater to him entirely, but he had to give the man his due respect. Hearing Ye Feng's flattery, O'Neal immediately broke into a broad grin. Haha, I'm liking you more and more, kid. We should keep in touch. Ye Feng's current display of skill and potential had already earned O'Neal's recognition. Then it depends on whether our league's top center can lead me to a championship. Ye Feng made no secret of his hunger for a championship. Hearing this, O'Neal exuded confidence. A championship? No problem. Just focus on recovering from your injury. Actually, even without you, we could still win the championship. Kobe's voice cut in. The previously heated atmosphere instantly cooled, and O'Neal's smile froze. Ye Feng was truly exasperated by the Black Mamba's communication style. Not everyone could handle that approach. But O'Neal and the others seemed accustomed to Kobe's Jordan-esque remarks and attitude, so the chill only lasted a few seconds before the mood grew lively again. Men, after all, talked about cars, houses, women, and other men. Because he was underage, Ye Feng couldn't drink, so he stuck to juice and soft drinks. As for food, grilled meat, steak, burgers, fries, none of it really tempted his appetite. He reluctantly settled for some barbecue. The hired grill master wasn't particularly skilled, so the barbecue tasted mediocre at best. It merely preserved the original flavor of the meat. Still, O'Neal and the others seemed to enjoy it heartily, a sign they hadn't tasted much better fare. Kobe, who had tried Ye Feng's cooking, ate with notable restraint. Did Khloe Kardashian approach you earlier? Kobe's gaze turned to him. Ye Feng pursed his lips. She did. Her family tends to be pragmatic, but with your potential and skill it shouldn't be an issue. However, you can't waste too much time and energy on pointless commercial activities. Before Kobe could finish his earnest advice, Ye Feng interrupted. I ignored her. Startled, Kobe was about to speak when O'Neal, eavesdropping nearby, exclaimed incredulously, Khloe has the face and the figure, and you ignored her. I'm not into that type. Ye Feng shrugged. Then with a glance toward the pool area, he indicated the tall, well-proportioned women with features more aligned to his taste. I prefer that kind. Then go chat them up. The women at my party all have certain intentions, and with your looks and potential you'll have no problem. O'Neal chuckled. Kobe didn't argue, nodding in agreement. Tempted but mindful of Kobe's past ordeal with a honey trap, Ye Feng remained cautious. No risks. I can't guarantee that. O'Neal understood Ye Feng's concern, but couldn't be certain. After all, none of the women at these parties were exactly upstanding. Then forget it. Ye Feng wasn't so desperate as to lose control. After a few more words with O'Neal, he found a relatively quiet corner, sipped his juice, and observed the party's proceedings. It was lively and wild, making him seem somewhat out of place. Fully adapting to this culture might take some time. Throughout the evening, several women approached him, their ambition and desire plain to see. Among them were those who fit his aesthetic, yet he left with none. For some reason, he simply couldn't muster any interest. On the ride back, it was just him and Kobe in the car. I thought you'd take a woman home tonight. Surprised, Kobe's admiration for Ye Feng grew. Someone who could restrain primal urges coupled with exceptional talent and diligence would surely go far in the NBA. What can I say? I'm a coward. Ye Feng spread his hands. With a bright future ahead, he had no desire to be ensnared in a honey trap, or due to a moment's pleasure be exploited by these women, or even end up like Kobe in his past life, forever branded with a stigma. Even though everyone knew Kobe was the real victim, it didn't stop the taunts and mockery. Just thinking about it was awkward and painful. So even if he were to seek a partner, it would be a decent woman, and a proper relationship wasn't out of the question. As for giving up an entire forest for one tree, Ye Feng wasn't ready for that. Unless he met someone he truly adored, and who his wife material had consider it. As long as he ended things quickly, even dating 100 women in rapid succession, no one could fault him. At worst, he'd be called a playboy. Having a sense of caution is a good thing. Kobe nodded. Being just a high school graduate, he couldn't offer deeper insights. Unbeknownst to Ye Feng, O'Neal's party had been under surveillance by reporters early on. Many had lurked around the villa, snapping photos of every attendee. That very night, reports of O'Neal's pool party with all Lakers players in attendance immersed in hedonism appeared in major newspapers, drawing considerable attention. NBA players earn high incomes and are all young and energetic, yet not everyone can be as diligent as Kobe. Others will invariably seek out other activities to release this overflowing energy. Players are often spotted entering nightclubs and other entertainment venues or attending some risque parties. However, it is rare for an entire team to be photographed in such a situation. This time, it was the players of the prestigious Los Angeles Lakers, which naturally drew much more attention and discussion than teams from smaller markets. Just because they achieved 3 consecutive victories, they've relaxed. It feels like the Lakers won't go far this season. They never showed such behavior in the previous 3 seasons. They've already won 3 championships. A little relaxation is understandable. They're not robots, and after winning so many honors, shouldn't they enjoy themselves? Speaking of which, it's surprising that all the Lakers players attended. Whether they should be so relaxed is another matter, but at least they seem quite united. The media previously claimed that Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal were at odds, and that they wouldn't meet privately. This rumor has now been dispelled. That Ye Feng is only 19. Is it really okay for him to attend such gatherings? What could be the problem? At most he won't drink. Kobe seems to take good care of Feng, even picking him up and dropping him off. Their relationship appears quite good. With so many beautiful women attending O'Neill's party, it's surprising that neither of these two men took anyone home. Vanessa is peeking in. On Friendster, the largest social platform in the United States, fans and onlookers are discussing this matter fervently. The Lakers' management and coaching staff naturally became aware of this situation immediately. However, there was no particularly strong reaction. After all, this is Los Angeles. Throwing a party is quite normal. As long as it doesn't affect the regular season games, it's fine. If Ye Feng and the others end up losing consecutively in the regular season afterward, this matter will probably be brought up for criticism. The next evening at the Staples Center, the fourth game of the regular season this season is set to kick off as the Lakers face the Trailblazers for their second showdown of the season. In this game, the Trailblazers' starting shooting guard and locker room leader Derek Anderson returns from injury, and the team comes in full strength seeking revenge. Derek Anderson possesses excellent athleticism, comprehensive skills, and rich game experience, making him quite formidable. Unfortunately, he faces the relentless defense of Kobe. Few superstars are willing to defend without regard for their stamina, as it can affect their performance on the offensive end. Kobe is undoubtedly one of the rare superstars who can do both. A true superstar who excels in both offense and defense. Under Kobe's intense defense, Derek Anderson's scoring efficiency is average. Meanwhile, Damon Stoudemire continues to perform well. Derek Fisher really struggles to cope with such a nimble and agile opponent. However, with the experience from their previous encounter, Phil Jackson employed various double-teaming and fronting defensive strategies against Rasheed Wallace, limiting his performance. Relying solely on Damon Stoudemire is clearly insufficient for the Trailblazers to gain an advantage. In terms of scoring efficiency, Kobe significantly outperforms him. Despite being teased for his poor shooting at times, Kobe's true shooting percentage among the four shooting guards is the highest, which speaks volumes. Moreover, this is the Kobe of number 8, at the peak of his athleticism, a beast on the court, terrifying indeed. Once Ye Feng took the court, the Lakers' advantage became even more pronounced. However, the lead did not widen to a point where the game could be considered over. It wasn't until midway through the fourth quarter, when Rasheed Wallace picked up his 6th personal foul and left the court, that the scales of victory finally tipped in favor of the Lakers. Winning was quite challenging. Ye Feng sighed in relief. He played 27 minutes in this game, scoring 17 points, grabbing 6 rebounds, dishing out 2 assists, making 3 steals, and blocking 1 shot. Not being able to continue scoring over 20 points was a bit regrettable. Still, as always, statistics do not fully reflect Ye Feng's performance on the court. After all, most of his energy was devoted to defense. Feng, you didn't continue your streak of scoring over 20 points in this game. Do you feel regret? The beautiful reporter didn't even bother to acknowledge Kobe, who scored the highest 37 points, and quickly walked over to Ye Feng. In response, Ye Feng smiled and said, "There's nothing to regret. As long as the team can win, I wouldn't mind if I scored single digits every game." After saying that without giving the other party a chance to ask more questions, he walked away. This woman clearly wanted to stir up trouble. It was better for him to avoid her. A few steps away, Phil Jackson, who heard Ye Feng's response, nodded to himself. It's been a while since I've seen such a pragmatic young talent. His resolve strengthened. He decided to ensure that the management quickly finalized a contract extension with Ye Feng. Such a talent must not be allowed to benefit other teams. Unlike the arrogant Kobe or the lazy and greedy O'Neil, Ye Feng is diligent, pragmatic, and possesses considerable potential, which undoubtedly endears him to Phil Jackson. Of course, in terms of team importance, Ye Feng is still not on par with Shaq, and his scoring ability lags behind considerably. His leadership skills go without saying. The team's leader cannot be too pragmatic. A bit of sharpness is still necessary. What Phil Jackson doesn't know is that Ye Feng never considered challenging for the leader position in the Lakers. He merely sees it as a place to hone his skills. After the game, Ye Feng was not required to attend the press conference. After showering, he chatted casually with Fisher and others in the locker room. Without waiting for Kobe to return, he left the arena and prepared to walk back to his apartment to rest. Not far into his walk, accompanied by a series of honks, a sports car sped up and stopped by the roadside, its window slowly rolling down. "Feng, do you need a ride?" Kylie Kardashian smiled. Not wanting to offend someone who smiled at him, Ye Feng also smiled. "No need, my home is nearby, though I can walk back." "That's truly a pity." Without insisting, Kylie Kardashian drove away. Seeing Ye Feng continue walking without paying any attention to her, she couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. Is this guy possibly gay? I've been so proactive, yet he remains indifferent. Not wanting to dwell on such matters, after a night's rest the next day at noon, Ye Feng flew with the team to Cleveland. By the time they landed and reached the hotel, the sky had already darkened. Traveling by land and air was no small feat, and everyone wore exhausted expressions. The Lakers' next opponent was undoubtedly the Cavaliers. If things go as expected, Tan will be selected by the Cavaliers next year, beginning his GOAT journey. As for now, Ye Feng can only compete against Ricky Davis, the only player who has ever been his leader in Tan's career. Of course, whether Tan acknowledges this is another matter. After all, Ricky Davis believes so. To this end, he was traded to the Celtics after Tan joined the Cavaliers for a season. One must recognize their position. To improve their chances of securing the first pick, the Cavaliers are undoubtedly entering a tanking mode this season. Facing such an opponent, no one expects the Lakers to falter. However, as expected, an unexpected event is about to unfold. Playing away from home, already fatigued from travel, and facing a thunderous wave of boos from Cavaliers fans in the arena, the Lakers' opening performance was mediocre. Whether provoked by something or sensing his own subpar form, Kobe chose a different way to help the team. No longer fixated on personal scoring outbursts, he opted to orchestrate the offense. This directly exposed the issues that had been hidden beneath the Lakers' victories. Aside from Ye Feng and Kobe, the other players on the team had yet to recover their competitive form. It wasn't a major problem to have them play support, but once they were tasked with heavier responsibilities, their lackluster form was laid bare. Kobe successfully drew the defense and passed the ball, but it was frustrating when his teammates couldn't hit the shot. Seeing that passing was ineffective, Kobe had to force the issue himself, but against the Cavaliers' double-teaming tactics, and with his own form lacking, his efficiency was low. Though determined to tank the season, the Cavaliers were unwilling to surrender easily against the defending champion Lakers. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Phil Jackson chose to bring Ye Feng onto the court early. The effect wasn't as outstanding as anticipated. With the Cavaliers' towering center big, Z, standing at 2.21 meters, Ye Feng found a mountain looming before him every time he drove into the paint. Blocking out the sky and covering the sun, the basket was nearly out of sight. It was incredibly tough. When he passed the ball out, his teammates were struggling just as much. No, I have to find a way to start 5 games as soon as possible. Unlocking the second template is imperative, otherwise facing this situation am too passive. Ye Feng thought resolutely. Opportunities needed to be seized. He planned to have a talk with Phil Jackson. Of course, that would be after the game. With his offensive efficiency mediocre, he had to strive to make up for it on the defensive end. Ye Feng proactively switched defenses, with Kobe matching up against the Cavaliers' star player Ricky Davis, and became more aggressive in rebounding. This allowed Kobe to focus more energy on the offensive end, finding his rhythm through continuous shot attempts. This was the most effective strategy he could think of at the moment. Under Ye Feng's tenacious defense, Ricky Davis' offensive efficiency dropped significantly, and the Cavaliers' overall offense was also mediocre. A defensive-minded clanking battle thus commenced. By the end of the first quarter, the score was 17-19, with the Lakers trailing by 2 points. In the second quarter, Ye Feng played continuously, only being substituted with less than 4 minutes remaining. The situation remained deadlocked. In the first half, playing nearly 16 minutes, Ye Feng recorded 5.7 rebounds, 1 assist, 2 steals, and 1 block. He had little success offensively, but his defensive performance was as steady and outstanding as ever. At halftime, the Lakers had tied the score. Back to square one. The team's form had recovered somewhat, but their core scorer Kobe was still in mediocre form, preventing the offense from delivering a decisive blow. During the halftime break, the arena commentators were summarizing the first half. We can see that the Lakers' form is mediocre in this game, which undoubtedly gives the Cavaliers a chance. It feels like they have an opportunity to defeat the defending champions. Ye Feng from China is clearly having trouble this game, but we can see that even if he can't contribute much offensively, he still makes huge contributions on the court with his defense. He's been very successful in his matchup against Ricky Davis. I've been watching Ye Feng from China for a long time. It's truly unbelievable that a player with such sharp and experienced defense is only 19 years old. God has truly blessed him. No. As far as I know, Chinese people don't believe in God. That's really a pity. At that moment during halftime, the Lakers players had returned to the locker room. While taking care of personal needs, they were all doing their best to adjust their physical and mental states. As usual, Phil Jackson didn't enter the locker room, choosing to leave the space to Ye Feng and the others. According to him, everything that needed to be said had been said before the game. There was no need to repeat it. It sounded quite reasonable on the surface. With the head coach habitually inactive during the regular season, someone on the team had to step up at times like this. Ye Feng glanced at Kobe. He found that the guy had no intention of speaking, his head down in silence, whether sulking about his own first-half performance or simply not wanting to talk. The atmosphere in the locker room was somewhat oppressive. As time ticked by and the moment to take the court approached with no one speaking, Ye Feng couldn't hold back anymore. Hey guys, we're tied, not trailing. There's no need for us to be so tense. Seeing everyone's attention shift to him, Ye Feng continued. Ricky Davis is handled by me and Kobe. That big guy on the Cavaliers is causing us trouble, but his stamina is a big issue. His form will definitely drop in the second half. This is our chance. Cheer up. We might lose a game, but I don't think we'll stop our winning streak in Cleveland. Without pausing, Ye Feng kept going. We played so poorly in the first half and still tied them. We can't play any worse in the second half, so the advantage is ours. That's right, the advantage is ours. Derek Fisher echoed loudly. He had been about to speak, but was beaten to it by Ye Feng. He thought that as a rookie, even with considerable skill and the coach's trust, the teammates might not take his words seriously. To his surprise, everyone's attention was immediately captured, and their expressions changed. They had clearly acknowledged Ye Feng's right to speak at this moment. Fisher was astonished, knowing he couldn't hesitate any longer, so he immediately voiced his support. Leave the scoring to me. The winners are us. Kobe declared with murderous intent. The core player's statement injected a strong dose of confidence into everyone. The halftime break ended quickly. When the Lakers players stepped back onto the court, their morale had recovered. Noticing this change, Phil Jackson inquired and learned about what had happened in the locker room. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. It was Feng. He has leadership qualities too. A strong sense of urgency suddenly arose within him. Such an outstanding rookie signed by the team for only 1 year and on a minimum salary. If other teams had any intentions, they could easily poach him. A raise. A new contract. It had to be arranged. On the court, the second half had already begun. Phil Jackson fielded a lineup that hadn't played together before. Kobe was moved to small forward, Ye Feng played shooting guard, and Derek Fisher was at point guard. The front court consisted of Robert Horry and Samaki Walker. The Cavaliers started their regular lineup. Lakers possession. Derek Fisher controlled the ball beyond the three-point line, cut inside using Walker's screen. Ye Feng timed his crossover move perfectly, received a handoff pass, and drove diagonally into the paint. Facing the towering Big Z, he faked a shot and made a real pass. Kobe, who had cut inside early, caught the ball and took off, attempting a dunk over the 21-meter Big Z. The latter, his attention on Ye Feng, reacted a beat too late. BZZZ. The referee's whistle blew. Big Z couldn't stand it and chose to foul. The dunk was unsuccessful and Kobe was a bit annoyed but quickly adjusted his mindset. He made both free throws, putting the Lakers ahead by 3 times. Recalling Big Z's foul situation, Ye Feng knew the count and exchanged a knowing glance with Kobe. On defense, Ye Feng stuck close to Ricky Davis, using various fronting techniques and actively seeking physical contact to prevent him from getting easy passes. Under these circumstances, the Cavaliers shifted their primary attack to their interior player Big Z. On the Lakers' side, Horry and Walker immediately double-teamed him. Big Z chose to pass, and the unguarded Darius Miles scored with a dunk. Quick baseline inbound Lakers fast break. Kobe led the charge, drove into the Cavaliers' paint, and hit a reverse layup over the defense for 2 points. The lead remained 2 points. The Cavaliers continued to attack the basket. Big Z was a major threat, but as Ye Feng had said, his stamina issues were clearly exposed in the second half. His height and weight gave Big Z a significant advantage inside, but they also caused his energy to deplete very quickly. Under the Lakers' deliberate tactics of wearing him down and drawing fouls, Big Z was substituted before the end of the third quarter due to fatigue. He had accumulated 4 fouls. 2 more and he'd be out. Without Big Z, the other Cavaliers' interior players posed little threat to Ye Feng, freeing up his scoring ability. Combined with Kobe, who in his off form started driving more to the basket, they sparked a 92 run, helping the team establish a firm advantage. For a team like the Cavaliers determined to tank once they fell behind, their competitiveness plummeted. Entering the fourth quarter with a 12-point lead, just as the Lakers were united and ready for a fight, the Cavaliers quickly surrendered. The winning streak grew by 1. The Lakers without O'Neal had won 5 straight games to start the new season. Ye Feng went 4 for 5 in the second half, scoring 8 points plus 2, made free throws for a total of 10 points in the half. His full game stats were an impressive 15 points, 13 rebounds, 4 assists, 4 steals, and 2 blocks, earning him the title of player of the game. Back in the locker room, just after showering, he saw Kobe approaching. "Get ready. You're coming with us to the post-game press conference." Arriving at the post-game press conference, Ye Feng realized he might have overestimated himself. Almost all the reporters' attention was fixed on Kobe, with only a handful directing questions at him. They all sought to stir the pot. Unfortunately, Ye Feng wasn't taking the bait. The season has just begun. It's far too early to discuss the Rookie of the Year award. Amare is strong, but I'm no pushover either. I'm just a first-year rookie. My playing time and touches depend entirely on the head coach's tactical arrangements. As long as the team wins, I have no issues. Kobe and Shaquille are both indispensable superstars on our team. If possible, I hope they can always play together. With them both on the court, we're invincible. As an undrafted player, I'm already satisfied that the team management offered me a 1-year guaranteed contract. I don't want to dwell too much on contract and salary issues right now. I just want to focus on the court and the game. Khloe Kardashian. Sorry, I don't know her well, so I can't comment. Ye Feng faced the reporter's questions without a hint of timidity. His responses weren't watertight, but they left no obvious loopholes to exploit. This greatly relieved Phil Jackson, who had initially regretted his decision to bring Ye Feng to the post-game press conference. Young but mature. That was his assessment of Ye Feng. A young talent like this was likely to have a promising future in the NBA. I need to push again. How many days has it been? Why hasn't that unreliable Cupjack started contract extension talks with Feng yet? Phil Jackson was inwardly dissatisfied. Ye Feng's potential and strength were undeniable, and countless teams across the league had their eyes on this uncut gem. If they lost him over contract issues, it would be a devastating blow to the Lakers. Unlike Phil Jackson, Kobe's mind was constantly replaying Ye Feng's words about him and O'Neal playing together forever. Recalling his current relationship with O'Neal and the management's veiled promises to him, his mind suddenly cleared. If things continued this way, they would inevitably fall apart sooner or later. Kobe's feelings towards O'Neal were complex. On one hand, he acknowledged the lazy man's talent and formidable strength. Together, they were incredibly competitive. On the other hand, he was frustrated by O'Neal's failure to cherish such brilliant talent, his lazy attitude, and unwillingness to put in the effort. And of course, there was his desire for the position of team leader. As his strength grew, Kobe was no longer content being the second in command. He wanted to be the alpha. With everyone lost in their own thoughts, the post-game press conference ended. For his first time, Ye Feng felt it wasn't as difficult as he had anticipated. A big tree provides good shade. With Kobe drawing all the fire up front, Ye Feng's side was essentially calm and trouble-free. After returning to the hotel on the team bus, instead of going straight to his room, Ye Feng nodded to Kobe and sought out Phil Jackson. "Coach, can we talk?" Opportunities are seized, not waited for. Ye Feng was ready to stop being passive and voice his demands. Looking at the serious expression on Ye Feng's face, Phil Jackson nodded sure. Watching Ye Feng and Phil Jackson walk away side by side, Kobe was thoughtful but didn't pay it much mind. Soon, by a window in a secluded corner of the hotel, "Coach, I want to start," Ye Feng stated bluntly. Hearing this, Phil Jackson's expression remained unchanged as he gazed at the night view outside the window. "Your playing time per game is already more than directs, and your stats are better too. Is starting really that important? I want to experience what it feels like to start to match up against stronger opponents," Ye Feng fabricated. Without an immediate response, the silence lingered for a few seconds before Phil Jackson turned his head to look over. "Compared to starting you, placing you as the sixth man in the second unit is more beneficial for the team." Seeing Ye Feng didn't argue, Phil Jackson continued, "However, without compromising the team's record, I'm willing to accommodate you. But directly promoting you would be unfair to Derek, so I'll have you and Derek alternate starts. Who starts and who comes off the bench will depend on performance." If any other player on the team dared to make such a request, Phil Jackson would just roll his eyes and tell them to go cool off somewhere. But with Ye Feng, it was different. Though he said that deep down he still couldn't decide whether to put Ye Feng in the starting lineup or keep him on the bench. Especially after learning about Ye Feng's abundant stamina. Even if he played all 12 minutes of the first quarter, he could still play consecutively in the second. A thought kept nagging at him that placing Ye Feng in the starting lineup might be a good choice. At least until O'Neal returned, it could ensure the starting lineup had enough competitiveness. If the interior strength was lacking, the perimeter could compensate. With Ye Feng and Kobe on the court together, the Lakers essentially had two stamina freaks and two elite perimeter defenders. Offensively, it went without saying. With Kobe drawing the defense, even without mid to long-range scoring ability, Ye Feng could still perform well offensively with his raw power. Not to mention that Kobe himself was a top-tier scorer. With him, the team lacked no offensive firepower. Once O'Neal returned, the choice wouldn't be so difficult. After all, there was only so much ball to go around. In the starting lineup, both O'Neal and Kobe needed a lot of touches, leaving no room for Ye Feng. At that point, Ye Feng would be the designated sixth man. Hearing Phil Jackson's response, Ye Feng smiled. "Thank you very much. You don't need to thank me. You already have the strength to start." With his goal achieved after a few brief pleasantries, Ye Feng returned to his room. The other party's subtle hints about wanting him to sign an early extension with the Lakers were obvious to anyone. Contract extension. Honestly, Ye Feng hadn't made up his mind yet. To him, the Lakers were just a training ground. He wondered how much his strength would improve over the course of a season. The Lakers had O'Neal and Kobe. He couldn't stay the third wheel forever. Of course, leaving was only possible if he had the strength to be the alpha on any other team. With that thought, Ye Feng grew increasingly excited about the upcoming second template unlock. It shouldn't disappoint me. After finishing the game against the Cavaliers, the Lakers' next opponent would be their old rivals, the Boston Celtics. Despite the Celtics being mired in mediocrity since Bird's retirement, having just ended their 6-year playoff drought last season, this was still in the weaker Eastern Conference. In the West, the Celtics would certainly not have made the playoffs. From a team strength perspective, the Lakers had a clear advantage. But unlike their previous matchups, no one dared to be the least bit complacent this time, because the opponent was the Celtics. As two of the NBA's most prestigious franchises, every Lakers-Celtics clash was explosively intense and drew massive attention. Crucially, this time Ye Feng and his team were playing on the road, which added to the difficulty. The day after the game against the Cavaliers, the entire Lakers team flew to Boston at noon, preparing for a day of rest to adjust their state and bodies before battling the Celtics the following night. The opponent was surely thinking the same. In fact, the moment he stepped off the plane, Ye Feng could feel the warmth of the Celtics fans. "Go back to Los Angeles. This is not the place for you. Kobe, without O'Neal, you can't even make the playoffs. Yellowskin, you think you deserve Rookie of the Year. Go back to your own country. FCK, FCK, FCK you all." After enduring the baptism of 5 NBA regular season games, 3 of which were away games, Ye Feng had long become immune to the so-called trash talk from the away fans in the States. After all, it was the same few phrases over and over again. In English, cursing truly lacked variety. In this regard, Chinese had a distinct advantage. Unfortunately, these guys couldn't understand Chinese anyway, so it wasn't worth the effort. Seeing Ye Feng's expression as calm as ever, his assistant coach Winter, who had been observing him, nodded in approval. Such mental fortitude. A promising talent. In contrast, even the seasoned and strong-willed Kobe among the Lakers players didn't look particularly pleased. If Feng could refine his mid to long-range shooting and improve his driving ability, he could be developed as a core player, even a cornerstone of the team. As the temporary head coach for the team's summer league, Winter had resolutely placed the inexperienced Ye Feng in the starting lineup and given him core player treatment. He always regarded himself as Ye Feng's mentor and subconsciously favored him. However, considering the Lakers' current roster situation, Winter felt helpless. It's a pity. We already have Shaquille and Kobe. It's impossible to give him that much ball possession or core player treatment. The reason Ye Feng had so much ball possession now was largely due to O'Neal's injury, keeping him off the court, and Kobe's willingness to share the ball. Once O'Neal returned, everything would change. As the league's top center, he would need around 20 shots per game, and Kobe would need the same, if not more. The team averaged about 80 shots per game, and those two would take half of them. With over 10 other players sharing the remaining shots, the outcome was predictable. Of course, that was a matter for later. After smoothly leaving the airport, the entire Lakers team took a bus to their pre-booked hotel, but were unable to check in. The hotel management claimed all rooms were full, clearly playing games. Are we that unwelcome in Boston? Ye Feng asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Derek Fisher shrugged. Their record has been pathetic since Larry Bird retired, and we just secured a three-peat. They're probably just jealous. So if we blow them out tomorrow night, they might not let us book plane tickets to leave. Ye Feng said casually. Haha, very possible. Then we'd have to charter a bus. Driving from Boston to Washington is only 7 or 8 hours. That's acceptable. Actually, riding a bus is much more comfortable than flying. Hey, we're not really that screwed, are we? So should we even win this game? What do you think? Other players on the team joined the discussion, and the atmosphere became much lighter. If one place doesn't want us, another will. The team temporarily rented a hotel farther from the game arena and successfully checked in. Given the hostile attitude towards them in Boston, Ye Feng decided not to leave the hotel to avoid trouble. Unable to play ball, he went to the hotel gym to lift weights and run. Of course, the intensity was low. With a game tomorrow night, he couldn't afford to exhaust himself. The phones of this era had buttons and limited functionality. While others might find them novel, to Ye Feng, who had traveled through time, they were incredibly boring. No short videos, no video apps, not even a place to read novels. Ye Feng realized that besides training hard, he had nothing else to do. Maybe he really needed to find a woman. Pondering these random thoughts, Ye Feng arrived at the gym and unsurprisingly found Kobe, who had already been working out for a while. Rookie, you're slacking off, Kobe said as sweat dripped from him. Ye Feng walked over. Training this hard, will you have any energy left for tomorrow night? This level of fatigue will be gone after a good night's sleep. You're something else. Smiling, Ye Feng went to another area and started his own workout. Initially, they trained separately, but soon Kobe's old habit kicked in. He wanted to compete in everything. Seeing this, Ye Feng decisively switched to strength training. And that was the end of it. Kobe didn't provoke him with any more challenging glances until the workout ended. The night passed without incident. The next evening at the TD Garden, the Lakers' away game against the Celtics commenced as scheduled. The arena was packed to capacity, the roar of the crowd like crashing waves, and the game was broadcast nationwide. Maximum spectacle, maximum attention. The Celtics fielded a starting lineup of Tony Batty, Antoine Walker, Paul Pierce, Eric Williams, and Tony Delk. Except for point guard Tony Delk, the other four players were all over 2 meters tall. It was a lineup of tall players. Antoine Walker and Paul Pierce were undoubtedly the core players of this Celtics team, especially the latter, who had delivered outstanding individual performances in the past 2 seasons, averaging 26 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 steals per game last season. Given the defensive intensity of the current NBA, such statistics were truly remarkable. For this game, the Lakers' primary focus was on guarding Paul Pierce. Turning to the Lakers' starting lineup, everyone was surprised to see Ye Feng starting the game. For such an important game, Phil Jackson has boldly placed China's Feng in the starting lineup. Truly unexpected. It's understandable. Feng has proven his ability with an impressive average of 18.6 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks over 5 games. He deserves a starting spot. It's only 5 games and Feng is just 19. I think he still needs more time to develop. Coming off the bench would be more beneficial for his growth than starting. You might be right, but our opinions don't matter. Feng is starting this game. I wonder what kind of performance he'll deliver. Not only the live commentators, but also the fans watching the game on TV were surprised and filled with anticipation. Especially the Lakers fans, who had long been captivated by Ye Feng's performance and considered him a vital part of the team. They were particularly excited. The Lakers' 5 starters took the court. The specific lineup was Samaki, Walker, Robert Horry, Kobe Bryant, Devine George, and Ye Feng. During the playoffs, to conserve core players' energy, teams typically avoid having stars guard opposing stars. In the regular season, such considerations were less important, so Phil Jackson directly assigned Kobe to guard Pierce. Originally, the plan was to have Ye Feng guard Pierce. But considering the significant height and weight disadvantage which might result in poor defense, Kobe took the primary assignment, while Ye Feng provided help defense. Without further delay, once both teams were in position and ready, the referee blew the opening whistle. Bzzz. The whistle sounded. The basketball was tossed straight into the air. With a crisp sound during the jump ball phase, Tony Batty, leveraging his height advantage, was the first to touch the basketball, directing it to his own half. The Celtics organized their offense. Paul Pierce held the ball outside the three-point line, while Kobe directly closed in on him. Both players moved vigorously, fully engaged in the confrontation. The referee showed no intention of making any calls, maintaining a calm demeanor. Seeing this, Ye Feng understood the officiating standards of this game would be quite lenient and knew how to defend accordingly. An excellent defender not only learns to observe their opponent, but also the referee. While Pierce's athleticism wasn't exceptional, his technique was very comprehensive, and he possessed significant strength, particularly in his powerful lower body. However, Kobe held his ground, not yielding an inch. The two tangled on the perimeter for a long time, and seeing no good shooting opportunity in the short term, Pierce did not insist on an onion. He immediately signaled a teammate nearby. Tony Batty dashed over. With the help of a screen from his teammate, Pierce successfully shook off Kobe by 2 steps, taking a mid-range shot and scoring 2 points. His shooting speed was very quick, not giving Ye Feng a chance to help. The score was 0-2 with the Celtics taking the lead. Lakers possession. Ye Feng brought the ball past half-court, noticing Kobe raise his hand high, eyes resolute, exuding a fierce aura. Knowing the old man wanted to retaliate, he immediately passed the ball. Compared to Pierce's style of overpowering his opponents, Kobe's isolation relied more on athleticism, rhythm, and technique to create space. After some maneuvering, he executed a fadeaway jumper. The movement was picturesque with excellent jump height, and being a fadeaway, Pierce couldn't block him. Unfortunately, Kobe's shooting touch was off, and he missed. Pierce smiled, but the next moment made his smile freeze. Mine. Ye Feng soared from the free throw line, flying towards the basket, reclaiming the rebound right over Antoine Walker's head. After landing, he faked a shot and passed the basketball to Robert Horry, who had quietly positioned himself beyond the three-point line. Unmarked, the latter took a swift shot. Swish. The ball went straight through the net. 3 points scored. The score was 3-2. Nice pass, Robert Horry said, feeling quite pleased. Ye Feng grinned. Robert, you must be the best three-point shooter among the big men currently playing, right? I guess so, Horry replied, a bit shy. Yet the joy in his eyes was impossible to hide. Ye Feng's words were very comforting to him. That brother, he was solid. The Celtics attempted a fast break, but the Lakers quickly retreated on defense, failing to execute, and it was still Pierce with the ball. Tony Batty stepped up to set a screen, colliding heavily with Kobe. The referee showed no response. Pierce charged towards the basket, preparing to dunk, but found Ye Feng had inexplicably arrived at his side, raising an eyebrow and immediately changing his approach. Without the slightest intention of slowing down, he leaned heavily into the opponent. As his strength surged forward, Ye Feng chose not to confront it, Heaton skillfully dodging just as they were about to collide. Damn! Pierce prepared for the collision, struck only air, losing his balance and staggering back. But quick to react, he flung the basketball away, avoiding a steal. However, when he saw Kobe snatching the basketball into his hands just before he fell, his heart shattered. His gaze turned towards Ye Feng. In his line of sight was Ye Feng's rapidly retreating figure. That bastard! Pierce cursed inwardly. Kobe drove towards the basket, but did not choose to shoot himself. Instead, after drawing the Celtics' defensive attention, he tossed the basketball backwards. Everyone's attention followed the basketball to Ye Feng, who was charging toward the Celtics' basket from the backcourt. He landed, leaped high, catching Kobe's perfectly timed pass with both hands, and powerfully slammed the ball into the hoop. Boom. An alley-oop dunk. The motion was incredibly dominant. The fans in the North Shore Garden were momentarily stunned. Then they quickly reacted. A chorus of boos bombarded their eardrums. The score was now 5-2, with the Lakers leading by 3. After a simple high-five celebration, Ye Feng and Kobe quickly retreated on defense. In the next possession, the Celtics were on offense. Antoine Walker stepped up to set a screen, retreating to beyond the three-point line. Pierce feigned an inside drive, flicking his wrist to pass the ball. Receiving the ball, Antoine Walker shot decisively. Duong. Unfortunately, the ball ricocheted off the rim, missing the shot. The lane was crowded and all eyes were glued to the ball in the air. A figure in a Lakers jersey, number 10, suddenly surged in, jumping amidst a group of inside players to snatch the ball from the air. It's this guy again. Paul Pierce was furious. Despite their starting lineup's overall height being impressive, their rebounding ability was genuinely average. As a small forward, he ranked second in the team for average rebounds, which spoke volumes. Their rebounding issues had been evident since the start of this game. Ye Feng's rebounding was incredibly sharp, quick, accurate, fierce. It caught everyone off guard. It was infuriating. Securing the rebound, Ye Feng took a few steps forward. Seeing the Celtics intending to double-team him, he chose to pass the ball out. Devin George received the ball and continued to advance. Crossing half-court, he immediately passed the ball to Kobe. Receiving the ball, he forcefully drove inside, almost carrying Tony Delk, and made a layup in the air to score 2 points. 7-2. The Lakers expanded their lead to 5 points. The boos in the arena were deafening. The fans were clearly dissatisfied with the home team's performance. The game continued with Tony Delk facing Ye Feng's relentless pressure, stumbling to dribble past the midline. With close defense, he couldn't pick up speed, losing his biggest advantage, and had no choice but to pass the ball. Pierce received the ball and continued to grapple with Kobe. Still with the help of his teammates' screens, he shook off Kobe's clutches. However, before he could gain momentum, a figure appeared before him, infuriating him greatly. When did you get here? Paul Pierce was very surprised by Ye Feng's sudden appearance. Without stopping, he prepared to drive aggressively. This time, Ye Feng did not yield an inch, directly confronting him, and subtly gave a signal to Kobe a few steps outside. Bam! Both feet seemed rooted like an old tree defending firmly. Despite not having the height and weight advantage, Ye Feng did not get pushed aside. This left Paul Pierce astonished. How is that possible? Reacting quickly in order to avoid being trapped by Kobe from behind facing a deadlock, he decisively passed the ball out. Bang! With a crisp sound, the basketball just passed was firmly intercepted by a hand. Upon closer inspection, it was Kobe. Pierce was stunned. Why? Ignoring Pierce, Kobe turned and quickly pushed forward unexpectedly, choosing to shoot a three-pointer. Duong. The basketball slid off the rim, failing to score, causing Kobe to frown. Tonight his shooting touch seemed a bit off. The rebound was collected by Tony Delk. Before he could make a move, he was met with Kobe's intense defense. Losing the ball was his own fault. He had to reclaim it. This was Kobe's basketball philosophy. Delk was frustrated, barely maintaining possession, clearly unable to launch an offense, instinctively passing the ball to Pierce. As soon as the basketball left his fingertips, his expression changed drastically. Watch out. Just as he finished speaking, Ye Feng appeared abruptly in the passing lane, catching the ball in his hands. Behind him, Pierce was stunned again. First Kobe, then you two get lost and stop padding your steal stats. One must admit the defensive synergy between Kobe and Ye Feng is truly remarkable. They don't seem like first-time partners at all. Indeed, they barely need to communicate. A single glance conveys their intentions. The Celtics have suffered greatly from these two in the last few possessions. It's clear to see that when Ye Feng and Kobe are on the court together, the Lakers' perimeter defense is terrifying. Their defensive range, intensity, and coordination are simply overwhelming. I've always had a question with such brilliance. Why didn't Ye Feng get playing time in the NCAA? You're not alone, and I think basketball fans across America are puzzled right now. The Kentucky Wildcats head coach must be sweating bullets. The commentators marveled repeatedly, their words filled with astonishment and admiration for Ye Feng. On the court, after completing a steal, Ye Feng immediately passed the ball. Kobe turned, shook off Delk's entanglement, charged into the Celtics' paint, leaped with all his might, barely caught the pass, and finished with an alley-oop dunk. Boom, the score was 9-2, a 7-point lead. Beep, Celtics call a timeout. Sensing that his players were rattled by the fierce defense of Ye Feng and Kobe, the Celtics head coach decisively called a timeout. After the timeout, the Celtics had possession, inbounding from the sideline. Ye Feng stood ready, deliberately keeping a two-step distance from Tony Delk. Whenever Delk seemed about to receive a pass, he would immediately press forward. Kobe adopted the same stance. However, the Celtics seemed to read their intentions, passing the ball to Eric Williams instead. Williams drove inside, but Devine George held his defensive position while not shaken off. Paul Pierce swiftly cut across, took a handoff pass, while Eric Williams deftly screened Kobe. Devine George switched in time, but was shoved back 2 steps by Pierce's powerful hip, leaving a clear defensive gap. Just as Pierce seemed poised to shoot, he changed his move and passed instead. He glanced at Ye Feng, who had somehow appeared behind him, and breathed a sigh of relief. This guy did come over. Good thing I chose to pass, or I'd probably have been blocked. Tony Delk caught the ball, faced Robert Horry, who had rotated over, and calmly passed to the corner. Uncontested, Antoine Walker caught and fired a three-pointer. Duong. It was a great opportunity, but unfortunately it didn't fall. Walker was visibly frustrated. Under the basket, Paul Pierce and Tony Batty reacted swiftly, boxing out firmly. Batty jumped and secured the rebound, feeling relieved. But the moment he landed, Pierce's urgent shout reached his ears, "Watch your back." Huh. Tony Batty instinctively tried to protect the ball, but was a beat too late. A hand ghostly reached in and swatted the ball from his grasp. The hand belonged to Ye Feng. After completing the steal, he immediately went for a long pass. Kobe had already sprinted to the front court with no defender in sight. After catching the ball, he drove straight to the rim, executed a 180-degree spin in midair, and slammed it home for a dunk. Kobe certainly had his skills when it came to in-game dunks. The score was 1-1-2. Despite the timeout, the Celtics not only failed to halt their decline, but saw the deficit widen further. This dealt a significant blow to the Celtics players. In the ensuing possessions, it was evident that Pierce and his teammates were becoming more aggressive on offense. The referee remained silent. Ye Feng, of course, wouldn't back down and immediately ramped up his physical play. Beep. The referee quickly blew the whistle, calling a defensive foul on Ye Feng. Damn it. Ye Feng glanced at the impassive referee, but chose not to argue. Home court officiating, he understood. He would just adjust his defensive intensity from here on. However, while Ye Feng opted for restraint, Kobe was unwilling to let it slide. He walked straight up to the referee. "I don't think that level of defensive contact was a foul." "In the referee, and I have my own standards," the official said sternly. "I hope your standards aren't just about favoring the home team." Kobe shrugged, not pressing the argument further, and turned to walk away. Arguing with the referee on the court is unwise, and your choice was correct. But enduring silently won't earn you respect. You also need to learn to apply pressure and make your stance known. Then he shifted tone. "Of course, given your current status, don't try that yet. Keep working, rookie." With that, he walked off, leaving Ye Feng no chance to respond. "I swear." Ye Feng's mouth twitched, but then he smiled. At this rate, I'm practically becoming a Mamba disciple. Ignoring the last remark, Kobe was undoubtedly sharing his wisdom. In daily training and games, he often passed on such advice and observations. Ye Feng felt indebted. He'll repay this favor with this season's championship, he thought, then refocused entirely on the game. Antoine Walker's shooting touch in this game was as cold as Kobe's, so the Celtics' offense naturally shifted to Paul Pierce, who was in relatively better form. Under pressure, Pierce didn't disappoint the fans. He nailed a tough two-pointer over Kobe's defense, breaking the team's scoring drought. The score was 1-1-4. In the next possession, Kobe drove hard into the paint, drew the defense, and passed. Ye Feng caught the ball, faked a shot, then delivered a true assist to Horry for a three-pointer. Horry's shooting was on fire tonight. Ye Feng was happy to rack up assists off him. The score became 1-4-4, stretching the lead to 10 points. The Celtics continued to rely on Pierce for offense, and he again delivered with a difficult mid-range jumper. On the Lakers' end, Kobe drew heavy defensive attention from the Celtics, giving Ye Feng more room to operate. Add to that Robert Horry's hot hand and Devine George and Samaki Walker willingly doing the dirty work as role players. Offensively, the Lakers were efficient. In contrast, the Celtics, relying solely on Pierce's individual brilliance, were far less effective. Kobe's defensive intensity was high, making it impossible for Pierce to maintain a stellar shooting percentage. With Ye Feng frequently rotating and double-teaming and his teammates underperforming, Pierce was left isolated. By the end of the first quarter, the Lakers had poured in 29 points while the Celtics managed only 15. The single-quarter gap was 14 points, giving the Lakers a commanding lead. Ye Feng posted a stellar stat line for the quarter: 8.6 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block. Only Kobe's 13 points surpassed him. In the second quarter, the Celtics kept both Pierce and Antoine Walker on the floor. This exposed another issue: their bench was too weak. In fact, they barely had a bench at all. Incredibly, their active roster for the game consisted of only 8 players. The head coach was determined to run his starters into the ground. For the Lakers, Kobe, who had played the entire first quarter, rested. Ye Feng remained on the court, leading Derek Fisher, Brian Shaw, and other reserves against Paul Pierce. The whistle blew, signaling the start of the second quarter. The Lakers had possession. After the exchanges in the first quarter, Pierce realized that Ye Feng was no ordinary rookie. He was not to be underestimated. Apart from lacking proficiency in mid to long range shooting, every other aspect of his game was formidable. His physical strength was no less than Pierce's own. His tenacious defensive ability in particular left a deep impression. On defense, Pierce volunteered to guard Ye Feng. Without backing down, Ye Feng charged forward, unleashing his signature bull-like drive. Unlike other opponents, Pierce, now mentally prepared, was not knocked back. He withstood Ye Feng's impact and kept pace with his footwork. Yet his expression was somewhat strained and his hands carried many unnecessary movements. This made Ye Feng quite uncomfortable. However, he never expected his half-baked driving ability to overcome an opponent of Paul Pierce's caliber. Seizing the moment, he chose to pass the ball. Fisher caught it a step inside the three-point line, stepped back beyond the arc, and launched a three-pointer. Clang. The shot was slightly short, and the ball bounced off the front rim. What followed felt all too familiar to the audience, while Celtics fans' spirits shattered. As if foreseeing the ball's landing point, Ye Feng dashed over first, snatching the rebound from midair. The Celtics players were utterly helpless against it. They simply couldn't out-rebound him. After landing, Ye Feng feigned a pass to the perimeter, but instead drove to the basket, scoring a layup over Antoine Walker's aggressive foul-ridden defense. The referee did not blow the whistle, showing blatant favoritism. The score was 3,115, with the lead stretching to 16 points. With his team so far ahead, Ye Feng decided not to quibble with the officials. On the Celtics' possession, Ye Feng took the initiative to guard Pierce. He had the advantage in strength, but fell short in height and wingspan. Against Pierce's steady ball handling, a steal was nearly impossible. He could only manage to cover Pierce's eyes, failing to block the shot. His fingers missed Pierce's eyes by a hair's breadth. As a normal person suddenly facing such defense, unable to see the hoop, Pierce instinctively added extra force to his shot. The moment the ball left his hands, his expression changed dramatically. Rebound. Clang. The ball smacked off the back rim and bounced high. Antoine Walker boxed out perfectly, grabbed the offensive rebound, and put it back for 2 points. The Lakers' backup big men were clearly no match for him. Seeing this, Ye Feng paid no mind and sprinted toward the Celtics' half. Pierce stayed close, denying any fast break opportunity. On the Lakers' offensive set, Fisher controlled the ball, using a screen to shake off his defender. He initially intended to pass, but noticing the Celtics' slow rotations and lack of help defense, feeling slighted, he took a mid-range jumper and nailed it. Under pressure, he couldn't hit, but with an open look, he was reliable. Since Ye Feng joined the Lakers, Fisher felt immense pressure and had tried to fight back. He attempted to regain the coach's favor through effort and skill, but he failed. As a point guard, Ye Feng's playmaking was average and he lacked mid to long range shooting. Yet his defensive prowess was overwhelming and his strength was simply dominant among guards. Raw power overcomes technique. His brute force drives to the basket, devoid of any finesse, were nearly impossible to contain unless the opponent had an all-star caliber interior player. The most crucial factor was the exceptional chemistry Ye Feng shared with Kobe on the court, which compensated for all his shortcomings. In the starting lineup, Kobe's brilliance was the brightest, drawing intense defensive attention. In the second unit, once Kobe sat out, Ye Feng became the focal point for the opposition. Fisher suddenly felt like he was playing alongside Kobe again, effortless. Moreover, the Celtics bench was truly weak. As long as he wasn't guarding Pierce, even Antoine Walker's defense was quite ordinary. The game resumed with the Celtics in possession. Refusing to give Pierce an easy catch, Ye Feng employed full frontal defense and relentless physical contact. Pierce responded fiercely, refusing to back down. They were nearly wrestling on the court, both giving their all to secure advantageous positions. Pierce frustratingly found himself unable to find a good moment to receive the ball. The Celtics had to defer to Antoine Walker. Fortunately, this time Walker didn't disappoint, scoring 2 points. Possession changed, and the Lakers attacked. Pierce retaliated in kind, engaging in chaotic positioning and aggressive pressure against Ye Feng. This was exactly what Ye Feng wanted. As long as he could exhaust Pierce, the rest of the Celtics would be no threat, and the game would be easily secured. During the Lakers' offensive possession, Bryant drove to the basket and scored a layup. For the remainder of the game, Ye Feng and Pierce were locked in a fierce duel. Their intense battle drew the eyes of fans both in the arena and watching at home. Such terrifying intensity was rare, even in the playoffs, let alone the regular season. What astonished them most was the performance of rookie Ye Feng. He held his own against Pierce in the war of attrition, his physicality simply unreal. Having played the entire first quarter without rest, and now being drained in the second, Pierce, though young, was no machine. Midway through the second quarter, he was exhausted, panting heavily. His intensity waned significantly. Noticing this, Phil Jackson's eyes lit up from the Lakers bench. Having Kobe expend energy recklessly was impractical. The team needed his scoring. Having Ye Feng do the exhausting work was a clear win for the Lakers. Especially once O'Neal returned against teams with star guards or small forwards, having Ye Feng engage in such attrition warfare could boost the team's win rate by at least 30%. The only question was whether Ye Feng could withstand such high-intensity battles. Judging by his current duel with Pierce, it seemed he could. In the latter half of the second quarter, with the lead ballooning to 19 points and Kobe re-entering the game fresh, Pierce glanced at his teammates and felt a profound weariness. If not for the opponent being the Lakers and the game nationally televised, he would have considered giving up. Yet, even if he didn't surrender, the game's outcome was already sealed. The Lakers had found a shortcut to victory. For the rest of the game, whenever Pierce was on the court, Ye Feng was there too, simply grinding him down. It was an open ploy. The Celtics had no answer. They could only accept defeat. After all, Antoine Walker had failed to deliver. He couldn't relieve Pierce of the burden. As for Tony Delk and the others, they were clearly outmatched by Kobe. When the final buzzer sounded amid the deafening boos of the home crowd, Pierce, drenched in sweat and nearly spent, let out a long sigh. Finally, it's over. The final score was 9,768. The Lakers crushed the Celtics on the road, winning this classic rivalry game in dominant fashion. Kobe shot 17 for 41 from the field, 7 for 7 from the free throw line, and 0 for 8 from 3, erupting for a game-high 41 points. From the second quarter onward, Ye Feng focused mainly on wearing down Pierce, taking few shots and finishing with just 12 points. However, he grabbed 15 rebounds, dished out 7 assists, recorded 4 steals, and added 2 blocks, a stellar all-around performance. If one had to name the most memorable player of the game, it was undoubtedly Ye Feng. His grueling meat grinder battle with Pierce was etched deep into the minds of every fan who watched. It was utterly brutal. In recent years, I've never seen a rookie as dominant as Ye Feng, especially his seasoned defensive skills. I must admit, he made me look utterly inept in tonight's game. No one could refuse a teammate like Feng. He's too exceptional, too selfless. If I could, I'd certainly want a helper like Feng, but unfortunately, he didn't come for a tryout with our team. Does Kobe even need my evaluation? He's long been one of the league's elite players. We lost this time, but at the Staples Center, next we'll win it back. At the post-game press conference, Paul Pierce, though visibly frustrated, maintained his composure. His every word conveyed admiration and praise for Ye Feng. As for Kobe, he was mentioned sparingly. Perhaps Pierce believed that under similar circumstances he could have scored just as many points. His defiance was palpable. Ye Feng did not attend the press conference. He was too exhausted. Defense is far more draining than offense, and all he wanted now was a moment of rest. Yet the game yielded substantial gains. Not only did the team secure victory, but Ye Feng discovered that his stamina attribute had broken through, reaching 90 points, elevating his overall rating to 84. 4 more starts, and he'll unlock the second template. The hardest part is the first step. With one start under his belt, the next is surely within reach. According to Phil Jackson, Ye Feng would alternate starts with Derek Fisher. If the coach kept his word, after 8 more regular season games, he would unlock the second template. It was tantalizingly close. I hope I get a superstar template with strong offensive attributes, Ye Feng thought eagerly. Reality offered little time for such musings. After the epic clash with the Celtics, the Lakers immediately headed to Washington for a back-to-back away game against the Wizards. The latter's overall strength was mediocre, hovering around the playoff threshold in the East. Yet this game garnered no less attention than the just-concluded Lakers-Celtics showdown, and perhaps even more. The reason was simple: Michael Jordan played for the Wizards. Riding on the team's impressive 6-game winning streak and his own stellar stats, Kobe was named the Western Conference's Player of the Week for the season's first week. His momentum was unstoppable. As one of the league's premier shooting guards, the matchup, current elite versus aging basketball god, was a narrative goldmine. More than a rivalry, it felt like a passing of the torch. Under the league's deliberate guidance, games between the Wizards and teams featuring the top 4 shooting guards were steeped in a narrative of legacy. Among them, Kobe, who had led the Lakers to a three-peat as a core player, built a dynasty and excelled on both ends with a style eerily reminiscent of Michael Jordan, was the most highly regarded of the four. He was constantly compared to Michael Jordan. Despite the fatigue of a back-to-back away game, Ye Feng noticed Kobe was unusually electrified. On the way from the hotel to the arena, his entire body trembled slightly. Is he this excited? It's just an aging Jordan, Ye Feng mused. Even if they beat the old man, what was there to celebrate? Having started watching basketball later in his past life, Ye Feng held no particular reverence for Michael Jordan. He had only seen his brilliance on the court through videos and highlight reels. He knew Jordan was great, but that was all. Given his current state, he'll definitely guard Michael Jordan in the upcoming game. I should probably guard Jerry Stackhouse. Lost in these thoughts, the bus soon arrived at the destination, and Ye Feng alighted with the team. After warm-ups and preparations, they returned to the locker room to await their entrance. Just as he was about to close his eyes for a brief rest, Fisher's exclamation rang out, "Feng, you're number one." "Number one what?" Ye Feng asked, puzzled. "Rookie rankings, first." The locker room fell into stunned silence. They knew Ye Feng was exceptional, but they hadn't anticipated him climbing to the top of the rookie ladder so quickly. An undrafted player topping the rookie rankings was a slap in the face to every NBA team. After all their scouting, the best player had gone undrafted. Countless scouts might lose their jobs over this. "So I'm first now," Ye Feng said calmly. It was just the rookie rankings, not the MVP ladder, nothing to boast about. He couldn't care less. "Aren't you too laid back?" The others looked at him with mixed emotions. If they had achieved such success in their rookie season, they'd be shouting it from the rooftops. Seeing their reactions, Ye Feng shrugged. "Given my stats and our team's record, isn't it only natural I'm first on the rookie list? What's there to be surprised about?" The others wanted to argue, but a quick check revealed that over the 6 completed games, Ye Feng was averaging an impressive 17. 8 points, 9 rebounds, 5. 8 assists, 3 steals, and 1 blocks per game. A stat line that was nothing short of outstanding. He was remarkably well-rounded for a rookie. His biggest rival, Amare Stoudemire, averaged only 148, making the comparison laughable. It would be indefensible not to place Ye Feng at the top of the rookie rankings. It was quite impressive. The sudden creak of the door interrupted their thoughts as Phil Jackson entered to deliver final tactical instructions. Even without O'Neal, the Lakers still ran the triangle offense. Kobe had developed low-post skills, allowing him to operate from the block as a pivot. Ye Feng would receive the ball at the high post. That was the tactical blueprint, though execution would inevitably vary. Given his poor mid to long-range shooting, Ye Feng often deviated from the triangle offense, or couldn't execute it at all. Phil Jackson said nothing, instead tailoring the team's tactics to accommodate him. The Zen master knew how to adapt. Soon the tactical briefing concluded, and a staff member signaled it was time to take the court. As the visiting team, the Lakers would enter first, greeted by boos from the Wizards fans. Having just endured the thunderous catcalls of the Celtics faithful, the Wizards fans seemed tame by comparison, like they hadn't eaten in days. Then amid the home crowd's cheers, the Wizards players took the floor one by one. The climax came when Michael Jordan, the headliner, appeared, sending the arena into a frenzy. "Kid, I'm going to destroy you tonight," Jordan said, immediately seeking out Kobe. His gaze shifted. "A guard who can't shoot is like a tiger without fangs, too easy to target. Rookie, if I were you, I'd work on my jumper." "I will," Ye Feng replied with a smile. Jordan raised an eyebrow. "We'll see if you can develop it. As you are now, I could guard you with one hand." "If you're not afraid of breaking a rib, go ahead and try," Ye Feng said calmly. Seemingly reminded of an unpleasant memory, Jordan shot him a long look before returning to his own half. Kobe smirked. "Feng, well done. I just spoke the truth." In this game, Ye Feng came off the bench. When he saw the Wizards starting lineup, he was taken aback. Jordan is coming off the bench too. In this game, the Wizards fielded a starting lineup of Kwame Brown, Brendan Haywood, Brian Russell, Jerry Stackhouse, and Larry Hughes. Surprisingly, Michael Jordan was not included in the starting five. The interior duo of Haywood and Kwame Brown both stood over 7 feet tall, like twin mountains on the court. On the perimeter, Jerry Stackhouse was an undisputed star-level shooting guard, while Larry Hughes also possessed considerable skill. The bench also featured the legendary veteran Michael Jordan, with Tyronn Lue seated beside him, who himself had some notable abilities. Being in the Eastern Conference, the Wizards should not have had a terrible record, yet they stood at a mere 2 wins and 3 losses. Ye Feng was curious how they had ended up in this situation and decided to observe closely. The game quickly commenced. Seemingly displeased with the Wizards' decision to bench Jordan, Kobe Bryant unleashed his full arsenal from the opening tip, driving inside and shooting from outside, scoring prolifically with impressive efficiency. To match up against Jordan, the Black Mamba had already tuned himself to peak condition before the game. But upon finding no Jordan to face, his fury reached its zenith. The Wizards did not assign Jerry Stackhouse to guard Kobe. Instead, they deployed the seasoned veteran Brian Russell. The defensive results were merely average. Of course, if they had sent the offensively gifted but defensively weak Stackhouse to guard Kobe, the outcome would likely have been the same. Since neither could stop him, there was no reason to waste their core players' energy. Focused on offense, Stackhouse played with great tenacity on that end. But against Kobe, who shared his height but possessed superior strength, his signature back-down turnaround jumper proved inefficient. However, the Wizards were not solely reliant on Stackhouse for scoring. Larry Hughes also possessed considerable scoring ability, and Fisher struggled to contain such an athletic opponent. In the paint, Kwame Brown was virtually invisible, every move cautious and hesitant, a clear sign of lacking confidence. Haywood, on the other hand, was highly active on the court, whether securing rebounds, setting screens, or exploiting size mismatches in the post. He played with relentless spirit. His supporting play was decent, but his scoring efficiency was lacking. On offense, he was a brute force player with little threat. This meant the Wizards' so-called Twin Towers exerted minimal pressure on the Lakers. Their height advantage failed to materialize. Instead, Larry Hughes repeatedly broke down Fisher's defense, scoring in succession and playing with great momentum. Seeing this, Phil Jackson frowned slightly. In the past, he would have likely endured it, as the team had no better option besides Fisher. But now, less than 4 minutes into the first quarter, the Lakers made a substitution. Ye Feng entered the game, while a frustrated and helpless Fisher headed to the bench. Ye Feng's task was simple: contain Larry Hughes. As for Stackhouse, being Jordan's junior and considered by the Wizards as his successor, Kobe could not tolerate it and guarded him tightly on defense. Ye Feng had no need to worry. Larry Hughes possessed great athleticism, but was somewhat slender. Exploiting this weakness, Ye Feng maximized the physical intensity. He precisely calibrated his play to the referee's threshold for this game. He hadn't been idling on the bench, he had already discerned the officiating standard. Why is this guy so strong? Larry Hughes struggled, feeling as if constricted by a thick python, barely able to move. On the other side, Kobe's defense on Stackhouse was equally formidable. Both of the Wizards' primary scorers faced difficulties, their unknown efficiency plummeting, forcing them to rely on screens to shed their defenders. But they would soon be entangled again. The speed of Kobe and Ye Feng's switches helped defense and double teams was astonishing. Crucially, their coordination was seamless, creating an impenetrable perimeter defense for the Lakers. Observing this, Wizards head coach Doug Collins frowned, hesitating over whether to adjust the lineup. On the court, Kobe suddenly sprinted over to double-team Larry Hughes, catching him off guard. Ye Feng seized the opportunity to complete a steal. The Lakers' fast break. In full stride, Ye Feng left the Wizards' two big men far behind, with only Brian Russell as the lone defender ahead. Driving into the three-point line without slowing down, he barreled straight into Brian Russell's challenge. Bam! The two collided heavily. The sturdy Brian Russell was knocked aside, completely deflated. With the sole obstacle cleared, Ye Feng took 3 steps, leaped, and slammed the ball home with one hand. The score reached 96, the Lakers leading by 3. With Wizards possession, Stackhouse and Larry Hughes once again faced fierce defense, unable to break free momentarily. In desperation, Brian Russell stepped up, ran to receive the pass, and opted for a mid-range jumper. Before he could release the shot, a hand abruptly appeared in his line of sight, subtly altering the trajectory of his attempt. Clang! The shot missed. Kwame Brown grabbed the rebound, but failed to secure it, and Kobe stole the ball. Advancing a few meters, Kobe fired a long pass. A step inside the three-point line, Ye Feng caught the pass, drove straight to the basket, muscled past Larry Hughes, and delivered another powerful no-frills dunk. The score was 116, a 5-point lead, neither too large nor too small. With 2 emphatic dunks, momentum had clearly swung to the Lakers. The Wizards' head coach hesitated no more and immediately glanced toward Michael Jordan on the bench. Without a word, Jordan rose and began to warm up, preparing to enter the game. Seeing Jordan warm up, the home fans, who had been doing their utmost to jeer the Lakers, erupted in excitement, chanting Michael Jordan's name. On the court, the sudden roar startled players from both teams. The immense popularity and prestige of Michael Jordan were evident for all to see. As long as the basketball god hadn't retired, everyone else was likely competing for second place. Shortly after, a fully warmed-up Jordan was subbed in, replacing Brian Russell, with Jerry Stackhouse shifting to small forward. Upon Jordan's entry, Kobe immediately abandoned Stackhouse to face the basketball god directly. The ambition in his eyes was unmistakable, his entire being brimming with fighting spirit. As for Stackhouse, he fell to Ye Feng's responsibility. Wizards possession. On the baseline beyond the three-point line, Ye Feng and Stackhouse stood opposite each other, their gazes fixed on Jordan, who was engaged in an unknown duel with Kobe. Jordan chose to post up. Kobe braced himself, seeking a steal opportunity, but against the wily veteran, he clearly had no chance to pick his pocket. After muscling a few steps into the paint, Jordan executed a fadeaway jumper. Despite being 39 years old, his athleticism remained remarkably impressive. Swish! A clean shot. Michael Jordan was a master of aging like fine wine. Regardless of his reasons for joining the Wizards, his competitive attitude and prowess were undeniably top tier. Lakers possession. Ye Feng deeply understood this truth. Showing no signs of slacking on defense due to age, Michael Jordan's gaze was sharp as he locked onto his matchup Kobe. He exuded a disconcerting aura. Returning the favor, Kobe used almost the same move, a mid-range shot that banked off the glass and into the net. From then on, Michael Jordan and Kobe were locked in a fierce duel, engaging in frequent physical battles. Both maintained impressive scoring efficiency. Jordan's performance astonished Ye Feng. Nearly 40 years old, facing the relentless pressure of a prime Kobe, yet still able to calmly protect the ball and shoot with such high efficiency. No wonder he's the basketball god. Incredibly formidable. If he was this dominant in his twilight years, how powerful must he have been in his prime? Unfathomable. Kobe gave his all on defense, yet still couldn't contain Jordan's scoring. Given this situation, Ye Feng naturally wouldn't stand idly by. Seizing the right moment, he immediately moved in for a double team. With the passage of time, Michael Jordan's physical capabilities have inevitably declined. His body is no longer as vigorous as in his prime. However, his skills have reached an extraordinary level. Almost the moment Ye Feng made his move, Jordan sensed it and immediately shot a sharp glance at Haywood, launching himself into action. Haywood hurried forward, not daring to delay for a moment. Before Ye Feng could close in, Haywood blocked Kobe. His movement was almost akin to an elbow strike. In the small ball era of the future, that would have been a clear foul, but in today's NBA, the referees simply ignore it. Unknown against Jordan, Ye Feng did not dare to take it lightly. Fighting against youth is daunting, so he went straight into the confrontation. However, Jordan had no intention of entangling himself, swiftly turning and executing a fadeaway jump shot. Ye Feng's reaction was lightning fast, directly sealing off Jordan's view. His fingers nearly grazed Jordan's eyes. Unlike Pierce, even at this level, Ye Feng's gaze remained steadfast, showing no sign of wavering. The sound of the ball swishing through the net from behind made Ye Feng feel utterly powerless. He had done everything he could, yet still could not stop it. Truly, he is the basketball god. Even in old age, he remains formidable. Rookie, is this really all you've got? Jordan chuckled lightly before turning back to defend. Watching the other party's figure gradually recede, Ye Feng's expression was calm, but his heart was simmering with frustration. During the Lakers' possession, Kobe quickly ran to the Wizards' half, raising his hand to signal for the ball. Faced with Michael Jordan, the little flying warrior was incredibly excited. He wished he could take every shot and go unknown with Jordan every time. Ye Feng hesitated for a second, but ultimately chose to pass the ball. In a defensive position, relying on his excellent static talent and rich game experience, Jordan's defensive ability at this stage was still quite impressive. Moreover, the referees granted him some special privileges. Even if he committed small infractions outside the rules, they would not be called. Kobe dared not slack off on the offensive end. He knew that even if he was facing an older brother, he still had to give it his all to win. After unsuccessfully driving to the basket, he turned to back down and attempted a fadeaway shot. This move, which had worked against other defenders, was ineffective against the master Michael Jordan. As Kobe turned to make his move, Jordan surged forward at that instant, pressing closely against him, applying immense defensive pressure. Duong. The rebound bounced off the rim, failing to score. At this stage, Kobe's shooting consistency was still not on par with his number 24 days. Seeing this, Jordan smirked, ready to taunt, only to find that Kwame Brown had positioned himself well under the basket, yet Ye Feng snatched the rebound away, causing Jordan's expression to sour waste. On the other side, Ye Feng, having secured the rebound, assisted Robert Horry for an easy layup. Assist 1. On the Wizards' side, Haywood's abilities were decent, but Kwame Brown fell short, being timid and not strong at all. Poor kid, it seems he was berated by Jordan to the point of questioning his life. The game continued, and the Wizards had possession. Stackhouse, ball in hand, instinctively tried to rely on height and strength to push through, but Ye Feng's positioning was extremely solid. No matter how hard the opponent tried, it felt as though his power was sinking into the sea. Changing tactics, Stackhouse quickly spun around, attempting to drive in, but just as he completed the turn, he suddenly felt the ball slip from his hands. What a... Turning around, he saw Ye Feng had already caught the basketball that had been knocked loose, dribbling it quickly up the court. Lakers fast break. Kobe and Devin George sprinted to the front, forming a fast break trident, with Ye Feng charging straight into the Wizards' half. As they entered the three-point line, Jordan abandoned his defense on Kobe and moved to provide help. Seeing this, Kobe immediately raised his hand for the ball. On the other side, Devin George was also open. No matter who the ball was passed to, it was an excellent scoring opportunity. Just as Michael Jordan guessed who Ye Feng would pass to, ready to provide help, he suddenly realized Ye Feng was already right in front of him. Not good, this kid isn't planning to pass. He guessed correctly. No prizes. Bang. Already accelerating, Ye Feng confidently believed that aside from a few powerful big men in the league, everyone else posed no threat. The aged Michael Jordan could not stop him. Upon contact, amidst the gasps from the crowd, Michael Jordan stumbled and fell, looking up in shock at Ye Feng's departing figure. In his deep gaze lay memories of his prime. Had this been his younger days, he would not have been so embarrassed. Boom. With a two-handed dunk, Ye Feng was on fire. After landing, he couldn't help but shout, high-fiving with Kobe and Devin George, releasing the excitement within him before turning back to defend. As he passed by the now standing sullen-faced Michael Jordan, Ye Feng wasted no time in taunting. Old man, were you just trying to block me? Rookie, don't get too cocky. Jordan was furious. In the next possession, after gaining the ball, he immediately signaled Kobe to move aside and targeted Ye Feng. Kobe, though unwilling, still gave Jordan face, his gaze towards him filled with expectation. The stage is set, go for it, rookie. In his mind, he recalled the evaluations of Ye Feng from previous opponents and the envious looks they cast at him. The best helper. This guy's ambition is not just to be my helper. Kobe's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He welcomed challenges. The capable rise while the weak fall. This is an unchanging rule on the basketball court. If Ye Feng truly could best him, he wouldn't mind being second. Fair competition for all. At this moment, Ye Feng and Michael Jordan were already facing off at the three-point line with the other players wisely creating space for them. This scene astonished both the audience and the commentators. Just moments ago, Ye Feng had indeed embarrassed Jordan. Given Jordan's personality, he would surely seek to retaliate. But no one expected it to happen in such a manner. This treatment was reserved for the absolute core of the team. When did Kobe become so accommodating, willing to give Ye Feng such an opportunity? At this moment, Ye Feng and Jordan had already begun to confront each other, and everyone's gaze was fixed on the two of them with no time to think of anything else. Rookie, you've angered me. Michael Jordan's eyes were like knives. Ye Feng's expression was focused. Don't just talk. Let me feel the cost of angering you. I hope you don't disappoint me. You'll regret this. Without saying more, Jordan opted for a back-to-the-basket play. However, Ye Feng was not about to give him the chance to slowly inch into shooting range. Mid-range shooting is a god's weapon. Michael Jordan's arsenal was vast, with only three-point shooting being his relatively weak point. Establishing his defensive position, Ye Feng firmly blocked him just outside the three-point line. Even without a height or weight advantage, his impressive 90-point strength attribute made him as steady as a mountain. Jordan attempted several times, but could not budge him. While secretly alarmed, Jordan immediately changed tactics and pretended to charge in recklessly. After one powerful move, he suddenly spun around and drove hard from Ye Feng's left side. After taking a step inward, he unexpectedly leaped forward, eyes fixed on the basket, wrist twisting as he shot. Ye Feng was highly focused and reacted immediately, but he was just a tad short of blocking it. This shot is quite difficult, it might not. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he saw the basketball obediently dive into the hoop. Swish! The mid-range shot was successful. Rookie, is this the defense you pride yourself on? Jordan provocatively asked. Ye Feng was about to respond when he noticed the old man had strutted away, not giving him a chance to reply. Lakers offense. After receiving a pass from the baseline, as Ye Feng turned, he heard Kobe shout, "Watch your back." Instinctively protecting the ball, a hand suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Looking closely, he saw Michael Jordan had somehow arrived behind him. After failing to steal, Jordan immediately launched a tight defense. With Ye Feng's 74-point ball handling ability, he could only barely maintain possession, especially since Jordan had positioned himself advantageously, not giving him a chance to push back. Various dirty little tricks needed no elaboration. At this moment, if Ye Feng forced the issue, it would result in an offensive foul. Helplessly, Ye Feng found he had little choice but to pass. Rookie, is this all you've got? Jordan taunted. Not daring to choose a reckless confrontation, Ye Feng seized the opportunity and passed the ball. Are you scared? I'm a point guard. Passing and organizing is my duty, Ye Feng replied defiantly. Internally, he resolved with determination. By the next time they faced the Wizards in Los Angeles, he would likely have unlocked the second template, and his strength would surely see a tremendous boost. The humiliation of today will definitely be repaid in double. A few steps away, Kobe received a pass from Ye Feng. Facing the tight defense from Stackhouse, he quickly changed direction and spun around swift as a leopard, driving straight to the basket. Kwame Brown came over for help, arms wide open like a towering mountain. Without hesitation, Kobe launched himself into the air. In the confrontation, he executed a layup with finesse, speed, power, agility, skill. With this shot, Kobe displayed his exceptionally comprehensive and fierce personal abilities. Ye Feng watched with envy. If only he possessed Kobe's ball handling and breakthrough skills, he wouldn't be so passive. It will come, everything will come in time, he reassured himself. The game continued. In the following possessions, Jordan actively sought to confront Ye Feng, looking determined to overwhelm him. However, Ye Feng's top-tier strength and defensive abilities were no joke. Even though Jordan was experienced and technically skilled, basketball ultimately remained a competitive sport, and relying solely on experience and technique wasn't sufficient. He also needed matching physical attributes. Against Ye Feng's relentless defense, which disregarded stamina, Jordan could only resort to challenging shots, making efficiency hard to guarantee. In such situations, relying on teammates for screens would have been the most reasonable approach, but unfortunately the old veteran couldn't bring himself to do that. After 6 encounters, Ye Feng managed to stop 3. It seemed evenly matched. But looking at the visibly out of breath and fatigued Jordan, and contrasting with the sweat-drenched, yet steady breathing, Ye Feng, it was clear to everyone that if they continued this way, Jordan would be at a disadvantage. Understanding this situation, Michael Jordan chose not to continue seeking unknown confrontations with Ye Feng. Instead, he began to leverage his terrifying presence on the court, drawing the Lakers' defensive attention before passing to a teammate, letting them score. No longer switching to guard Jordan, Ye Feng faced Stackhouse again. The latter's strength-based bullying tactics had no effect on Ye Feng. On the other side, facing the greatly fatigued Jordan, Kobe showed no signs of holding back. Whether on offense or defense, he was giving it his all. He sought physical confrontation as much as possible, leading to Jordan being substituted before the first quarter ended. Fatigue was the biggest issue for the old veteran. Time waits for no one. Without Jordan on the court, the Wizards returned to the state they had at the start of the game with Stackhouse and Larry Hughes becoming the two primary scoring options. However, against Ye Feng and Kobe's close marking and coordinated double-teaming, both struggled to score efficiently. At the end of the first quarter, the Lakers led the Wizards by 7 points, 25-18. In the second quarter, Ye Feng did not rest and continued to lead the team's bench players. Like the Celtics, the Wizards faced a serious shortage of available players on the bench, with only 8 players in the game. With Jordan still fatigued and unable to play, Tyronn Lue faced Ye Feng, which meant disaster. Stackhouse, who had played the entire first quarter, needed a break. Similarly, Larry Hughes, who had already played for 12 minutes, had become the trusted presence of the head coach. He felt no joy about it. Seeing Ye Feng staring at him like a predator eyeing its prey, Larry Hughes felt a sense of dread. Physically exhausted, he felt even more mentally drained. The second quarter quickly began with the Lakers holding possession. Ye Feng held the ball and easily knocked Larry Hughes aside. Tyronn Lue, who approached, was sent flying, and then he collided in midair with the 2'11" Leitner. At the moment of impact, Leitner's expression changed drastically. The situation was not as he had imagined. He watched helplessly as Ye Feng pushed him aside and calmly scored 2 points. No matter how tall a skinny bamboo pole grows, it poses no threat. This shot made him acutely aware of the opponent's strength. In the following game time, Ye Feng frequently attacked the paint, either taking shots himself or assisting teammates, maximizing his presence on the court. Under absolute power, all defenders were like paper tigers. Everyone knew Ye Feng would choose to bulldoze through, yet no one could stop him. The Wizards were clearly defeated. On the bench, watching Ye Feng dismantle their entire defense single-handedly, Jordan fell silent. The key was that Ye Feng was not just a reckless ball handler. He also passed the ball and willingly shared the playmaking. That made him hard to deal with. "Doug, do you think we have a chance to trade for Ye Feng?" Michael Jordan quietly inquired, covering his mouth. Hearing this, Doug Collins expressed surprise, then quickly caught on, also covering his mouth. Ye Feng only signed a minimum salary contract with the Lakers. His trade value is too low. The Lakers would definitely be unwilling to trade. But I heard he hasn't renewed with the Lakers and seems to have thoughts of leaving. As long as he wants to leave, that's enough. Michael Jordan was very confident in his influence in basketball. He figured that as long as he extended an invitation, Ye Feng would likely be willing to join the Wizards. In the past 2 years, he had been ridiculed and teased by the media and fans for his poor draft choices and his tendency to meddle in the team's draft decisions, and he felt a pent-up frustration. If he could bring Ye Feng over, it would surely silence everyone. This time his judgment couldn't possibly be wrong, right? It's a pity. If I had known about Ye Feng sooner, I would have brought him to the Wizards in this draft. It would surely have surprised everyone. Jordan imagined the scenario in a fantastical narrative. However, time could not be reversed. Those moments could only be imagined and never become reality. He was immensely optimistic about Ye Feng. Even if he couldn't develop a mid-range or long-range shooting ability, his breakthroughs were still reliant on sheer force, and his overall strength remained exceptional. Just his terrifying defensive abilities alone warranted a lucrative contract. With a helper like Ye Feng alongside Jerry Stackhouse, the team's performance would undoubtedly improve, allowing Jordan to retire without worries. But 3 times is the charm, and with age catching up, Jordan clearly felt himself starting to struggle on the court. Continuing on would only lead to humiliation. There was no need for that. After this retirement, he knew he would definitely not return. He naturally had to consider the team's future. After all, he was one of the owners of the Wizards. During his thoughts on the court, Ye Feng had already led the bench unit to suppress their opponents, attacking with relentless force and leaving Larry Hughes with no opportunities on defense. The Wizards' scoring had stalled. The lead quickly widened to double digits. Doug Collins had no choice but to call a timeout and prematurely bring Stackhouse back onto the court. This steadied the situation. By the time Kobe entered the game, the lead was still maintained in double digits. The Lakers held a clear advantage. On the Wizards' side, the re-entering Michael Jordan thought about going head-to-head with Kobe, attempting to see if he could close the gap in the score, only to find that Ye Feng had not been substituted and was still on the court. Is it really okay for Phil to use a 19-year-old player like this? Ye Feng used his outstanding performance to provide Jordan with an answer. No problem. He played a career-high 43.8 minutes in a regular season NBA game, scoring 25 points with 13 rebounds, 7 assists, 4 steals, and 2 blocks. A near triple-double. He was named the MVP of the game. Despite back-to-back away games, the Lakers did not stop their winning streak. The team achieved a 7-game winning streak. Currently, the Lakers stood at the top of the Western Conference and were ranked first in the league. After the game ended, Michael Jordan walked over immediately. "Rookie, you won this time. But next time in Los Angeles, I'll get my revenge." "Next time, we'll be at full strength," Ye Feng reminded him. Shaquille O'Neal was expected to miss 15 regular season games. At that point, the Lakers' only current weakness would be addressed. With Ye Feng and Kobe on the perimeter and O'Neal in the paint, the picture was simply beautiful. However, given the somewhat delicate relationship between O'Neal and Kobe at the time, whether the Big Shark's return would be a boon or a bane to the Lakers remained an unknown. Only time would tell. Shaquille is formidable, but his comeback might not necessarily be good for you. Leaving that remark behind, Michael Jordan went to chat with Kobe. It was clear that the two shared a great rapport with a kind of mutual admiration. Though he never said it, Kobe had always been striving to emulate Michael Jordan. Many of his skills were essentially stolen from Jordan's playbook. Of course, Kobe would never admit that. He wanted to be himself, not Jordan's second coming. Reflecting on Jordan's parting words, Ye Feng understood their implication, but felt no concern as long as I'm strong enough it won't affect me. I only signed a one-season contract. If things go south, just leave. Lost in thought, he turned toward the tunnel, but was stopped by a female reporter. Phone, with tonight's performance, you could start for any team in the league, yet the Lakers have you coming off the bench. What do you have to say about that? I played nearly 44 minutes tonight, and took the most shots on the team after Kobe. Does starting or coming off the bench even matter? Ye Feng smiled. His handsome features left the female reporter momentarily dazed. By the time she came to, Ye Feng had already walked away. A flicker of regret crossed her face. Recalling his response, she couldn't help but chuckle. Nearly 44 minutes of playing time and plenty of touches off the bench. There's really no need to worry about starting. In truth, Ye Feng's status on the Lakers was second only to Kobe. His strength gave him all the confidence he needed. After wrapping up the back-to-back away games against the Wizards, the Lakers' road trip came to an end. The upcoming schedule would be less intense, with home games against the Hawks, Warriors, and Rockets. Among them, the one Ye Feng cared about most was undoubtedly Yao Ming's Rockets. Ye Feng had been keeping a close eye on Yao Ming. He was still struggling in the NBA, adapting to the league and coming off the bench. The Rockets weren't in a rush, willing to give Yao Ming time to adjust to the NBA's intensity. Compared to his on-court performance, the Rockets' owner cared more about the profits Yao Ming brought. As the number 1 draft pick entering the NBA, Yao Ming had captured the attention of basketball fans nationwide. His Rockets naturally became everyone's home team, generating immense buzz. With that buzz, profits followed. Yao Ming's performance seemed almost secondary. As long as he stayed with the Rockets, it was enough. Of course, it would be even better if he played well. For Yao Ming, this was both a blessing and a curse. The pressure on his shoulders was immense. When we meet, I'll have a good talk with him. The NBA isn't that big a deal. With his current skills, he shouldn't be struggling this much, Ye Feng thought. But before the Rockets, they had to face the Hawks and the Warriors. Neither opponent was particularly strong. The Lakers, having just returned from a road trip, were generally fatigued. It was early in the season, and everyone's physical condition hadn't peaked yet. Consecutive away games took a heavy toll on both body and mind. Fortunately, before facing the Hawks, the Lakers had a full 4 days to rest and recharge, ready to meet their opponent in top form. During this time, Ye Feng stuck to his training routine, living a simple life between the gym and home. He visited Kobe's house once. The Black Mamba had made a sincere request, and Ye Feng couldn't refuse. The reason? Simple. Vanessa had a craving. Ye Feng's cooking had won her over. Asking a teammate to cook for his wife was something only Kobe would do. Over these days, Ye Feng noticed O'Neal showing up at the arena more and more. Specifically, he came on every practice day. Whether it was boredom at home or a sense of urgency from the Lakers' undefeated streak, Ye Feng couldn't be sure. He leaned toward the latter. Through recent interactions, Ye Feng found that the relationship between O'Neal and Kobe wasn't as strained as imagined. They still greeted each other when they met. However, the management's attitude toward O'Neal seemed a bit nuanced. These issues will surface when O'Neal returns. Let's wait and see. Overthinking now is pointless. Without dwelling on trivial matters, Ye Feng focused on the game and self-improvement. On the night of November 12th, at Staples Center, the Lakers, after a full 4 days of rest, hosted the Hawks. O'Neal attended the game to cheer on the team, drawing considerable attention. Los Angeles never lacked stars. Many celebrities, usually seen only on TV and the big screen, were present, making the arena a glittering spectacle. Among them, Jessica Alba, only 21 and already making waves in Hollywood, stood out particularly. So young, Jessica Alba is truly stunning at this age, Ye Feng mused. He didn't know many Hollywood actresses, but Jessica Alba was one of the most memorable. She simply fit his tastes perfectly. Seeing her in person, she was even more beautiful than on screen. He couldn't help but steal a few glances. So this is your type, Fisher's voice chimed in. Not just Fisher, but other Lakers players also noticed Ye Feng's gaze toward Jessica Alba and exchanged knowing smiles. Internally, they all breathed a sigh of relief. As players for the Lakers, even benchwarmers or fringe players never lacked women. But Ye Feng had no women around him, even turning down someone like Khloe Kardashian when she came knocking. It made people question his orientation. Given Ye Feng's extraordinary strength and his Chinese heritage, everyone assumed he knew Kung Fu, so no one dared bring it up, only whispered behind his back. Especially since Ye Feng often hung out with Kobe and even visited his home, it only seemed to confirm their suspicions. They were all afraid of catching Ye Feng's attention. It left a bit of unease. Fortunately, his reaction now proved he was a normal man, putting everyone at ease. She fits my aesthetic perfectly, Ye Feng admitted. Honestly, seeing his teammates settle down or indulge in different women every day as a normal man, he felt a stir of desire. Kobe nodded. Play well in this game, and he'll get you her contact info. You know her? Ye Feng was surprised. Kobe shook his head. No, but I can get her number. Then it's a deal. With one last glance at Jessica Alba, Ye Feng averted his gaze, putting aside the distractions to focus on the upcoming game. As long as he made a name for himself in the NBA, any woman would be within reach. True strength came from within. The game soon began. The Hawks boasted 3 star-caliber players Sharif Abdurrahim, Jason Terry, and Glenn Robinson. The team's core lineup possessed formidable competitiveness with a relatively balanced blend of inside and outside threats. Well, on paper that was the case. In truth, Abdurrahim wasn't as formidable as he seemed. His offensive firepower was indeed outstanding, causing significant trouble for the Lakers' interior. However, his defensive weakness was a glaring flaw. Robert Horry found his long-lost peak form while facing Abdurrahim. Jason Terry had the same issue, a typical player stronger on offense than defense. His height under 6'3" posed a major problem. As for Glenn Robinson, after failing to secure a big contract with the Bucks, he arrived at the Hawks this season clearly lacking his former drive. He still averaged 20 points per game, but his efficiency had noticeably declined. Facing these 3, Ye Feng found his LeBron-like bulldozing style incredibly effective, yielding exceptional efficiency. Even the interior player Abdurrahim couldn't match his physicality. In contrast, Kobe, under the Hawks' coordinated siege, had an average efficiency, but managed to draw numerous fouls by relentlessly attacking the rim, finishing with a game-high 28 points. In this game, Ye Feng exceeded 30 points in a single regular season game for the first time, scoring 33 points along with 9 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, and 3 blocks. Looking solely at the stats, his performance was dominant on both ends. Ye Feng and Kobe combined for 61 points. The Lakers defeated the Hawks 99-88, extending their winning streak. While helping the team secure an 8-game winning streak, Ye Feng's personal averages up to this game reached a staggering 20. 6 points 9, 5 rebounds 5 assists 3, 2 steals and 2 blocks, nearly a 2-0-1-0-5-3-2 stat line. It was truly astonishing. A rookie with such performance in his first season was unprecedented among guards in the entire history of the NBA. Especially in the last decade or so, with well-established basketball rules, no rookie had ever posted such impressive averages as Ye Feng. Of course, Ye Feng had only played 8 games so far with 74 regular season games remaining. The real challenge still lay ahead. Once teams became familiar with Ye Feng's playing style and characteristics, they would surely target him. Would Ye Feng hit the rookie wall? Could Ye Feng overcome the rookie wall? This became a topic of widespread discussion and attention. Most people remained optimistic. After all, Ye Feng's survival in the NBA relied on his defense and exceptional strength, unlike other rookies who were more slender. Even if his offense faltered, he could undoubtedly contribute significantly on defense. For him, that was already enough. 2 days later, again at the Staples Center, the game between the Lakers and the Warriors commenced as scheduled. Like the Hawks, the Warriors had assembled a group of talented players. Versatile power forward Anton Jamison, the young Gilbert Arenas explosive scorer Jason Richardson, and the self-proclaimed second-best center in the league, Eric Dampier. These were all-star caliber players renowned in later years. Unfortunately, this Warriors team, after moving to a new arena in the 1997-98 season, changing coaches' uniforms, and so on, seemed cursed. Constant roster upheaval prevented them from stabilizing, so despite having a decent lineup, they never achieved good results. They couldn't even make the playoffs. From the very start of this game, the Lakers held a clear advantage. The Warriors' overall coordination was mediocre, mostly relying on individual scoring, making their offensive efficiency inferior to the Lakers. Coupled with Kobe's sudden explosion, he made shot after shot, driving to the basket for layups and dunks with ease, as if scoring was as simple as drinking water. He erupted for 45 points in the game. Such a black mamba was terrifying. The Warriors ultimately succumbed to defeat. Arenas, who had suffered against Ye Feng in the Summer League, sought revenge in this game. His improvement during this period was considerable, but Ye Feng's progress was even greater. On defense, he firmly suppressed the young general, holding his shooting percentage below 30, a truly miserable performance. "I will repay all this humiliation tenfold." With those words, Arenas walked away without looking back. Ye Feng shrugged. "Is losing to me that shameful? Humiliation? He really knows how to dramatize." At this point, Arenas was far from his peak and posed little threat. Thinking about how he had started consecutive games due to Derek Fisher's sudden cold, Ye Feng felt elated. Counting this one, he had started 3 games. 2 more remained to meet the condition for unlocking the second template. After waiting so long, he finally saw hope of fulfilling the requirement. However, Ye Feng's attention soon shifted to the upcoming game against the Rockets, scheduled for the next day. More than half a month into the regular season, he was finally about to meet the much-anticipated Yao. Little did Ye Feng know this duel between Chinese players had garnered massive attention back home. Tens of millions of fans were discussing this game. Yao's entry into the NBA had prompted many fans in China to start following the league. They discovered a new world. Initially unfamiliar with Ye Feng, as they checked the Lakers' records and saw his stats, they were all astounded. While Yao was averaging single-digit points per game, Ye Feng had not scored below 10 points in any of his 8 completed games, along with his incredible rebounding and defensive numbers. It was mind-boggling. When had China produced such a formidable guard, and why had they no memory of him? Upon investigation, learning that Ye Feng was not a product of the system, they were even more shocked. How gifted must one be to enter the NBA, without systematic training, just practicing on his own? It seemed almost unreal. Yet the facts were undeniable. As information about Ye Feng spread across China, more and more fans came to know him, grew curious about his story, delved deeper, followed him, became his fans, and even started paying attention to Lakers games. People naturally admire strength. In basketball, Ye Feng was undoubtedly a strong player. At least statistically, he far surpassed Yao at that time, compelling attention. The Chinese derby became a hot topic before it even started. David Stern, keenly interested in the Chinese market, quickly caught wind of this. Knowing that tens of millions of Chinese might watch the game, the NBA couldn't afford to falter with such massive viewership. Arrangements had to be top-notch. What was originally just an ordinary regular season game was elevated several levels in importance. Both the Lakers and Rockets management received the news and began to take the game seriously. Phil Jackson, who initially had little motivation and was even willing to let the team lose to break the streak and ease pressure, immediately became attentive. He had no choice. The team owner had spoken. Jerry Buss would attend the game in person. Losing would be embarrassing. The same situation applied to the Rockets. And so game day arrived. Originally, Ye Feng wanted to meet with Yao Ming alone before the game and have a good chat. Unfortunately, the circumstances did not allow it. The Rockets arrived in Los Angeles the night before the game, and by the time they settled into their hotel, it was already past 9 o'clock. At this point, it was evidently not the best time to find Yao Ming, so Ye Feng decided against it. The two only spoke briefly over the phone. However, some matters are still best discussed face-to-face. Phone conversations lack a certain depth. Missing the chance to meet Yao Ming alone was indeed a great regret. However, the stunningly beautiful actress Jessica Alba had given Ye Feng her number after the previous game against the Hawks thanks to Kobe. Both of them were currently single and exceptionally good-looking. Jessica was an emerging star in Hollywood, while Ye Feng was a burgeoning superstar in the NBA. Their external attributes matched perfectly, leading to a delightful conversation over the phone. Tonight, Ye Feng even specifically asked the team for front-row tickets and invited Jessica Alba to the game. She did not decline. It seems like a sure thing. However, this was something to consider after the game. Ye Feng held great respect for Yao Ming, and to express this respect, he was determined to give his all to win the match. Yao Ming likely shared the same sentiment. In this highly anticipated game that would undoubtedly draw attention across the country, neither Ye Feng nor Yao Ming wanted to lose. At this moment inside the TNT studio in the United States, Charles, I have a strong feeling that Yao will score more than 19 points in this game. Kenny Smith teased. Sitting next to him, Charles Barkley smirked. I don't think so. Yao's height is certainly elite, but that's about it. He clearly lacks the other skills to stand firm in the NBA. On the other hand, his fellow countryman Long Guofeng, who was overlooked in the draft, has shown an astonishing performance. Long Guofeng's performance has indeed been phenomenal. In this game against Yao, I wonder what kind of performance he will deliver. He surely won't disappoint us. At this point, Kenny Smith suddenly shifted his tone. Similarly, I believe Yao will also surpass his previous performances facing Long Guofeng. So Charles, are you ready to kiss a donkey's butt? Honestly, Barkley felt a bit regretful at this moment. Why did he hastily enter into such a bet? It made him anxious. The thought of actually kissing a donkey's butt would be incredibly embarrassing. Meanwhile, across the ocean in Longgua's CCTV Sports Channel would be live broadcasting this derby match between the Lakers and the Rockets. For this reason, they even sent Ping to serve as the commentator for this match. At this moment in the studio, Director Zhang, which side do you think has the upper hand in this match? Sun Ping asked with a smile. Hearing this, Director Zhang smiled as well. In terms of team strength, the defending champion Lakers are definitely stronger. Although their starting center Shaquille O'Neal is injured and unable to play, the team's strength remains formidable. Kobe Bryant can be considered the most well-rounded shooting guard in the current NBA. After a pause to organize his thoughts, Director Zhang's smile widened as he continued. Not to mention, this Lakers team, in addition to retaining last season's championship lineup, also has our nation's excellent guard Ye Feng joining, enhancing their overall strength. What does Director Zhang think of player Ye Feng? Sun Ping asked again, his eyes full of anticipation and curiosity. With admiration evident in his demeanor, Director Zhang replied, I have carefully watched all the footage of Ye Feng's games from this season, and I found that this player possesses astonishing physical attributes, especially on the defensive end. Unlike our domestic guards, he enjoys physical confrontations with his opponents. This is indeed quite special. Reflecting on the situation of domestic guards, Sun Ping nodded in agreement, and his gaze fell upon the content on the opposite board. He then guided the topic to Yao Ming, to which Director Zhang understood and began to comment on Yao Ming. Compared to Ye Feng, domestic fans undoubtedly know much more about Yao Ming. Yao Ming, who found no rivals in the domestic arena, eventually entered the highest hall of professional basketball, the NBA, through relentless effort and compromise, all while being drafted first overall. Fans in the country feel a sense of pride. However, Yao Ming still has not fully adapted to the intensity of NBA games, which has disappointed many fans. But this does not hinder their continued support for Yao Ming, and they consider the Rockets their home team. In the past, the Rockets almost monopolized the domestic viewership. This time, due to Ye Feng, many domestic fans began to pay attention to the Lakers ahead of time and even grew fond of this prestigious team. Currently, many domestic fans do not have a deep understanding of basketball. They are still at the stage of judging based on statistics and victories. Hence, whoever wins this derby will greatly gain favor from domestic fans, thus capturing this wave of viewership. Ye Feng, however, did not think too much about it. With his strength, he would eventually become famous across Longgua's success was inevitable. It was merely a matter of time. What he was focused on was simply winning the game as much as possible. At this moment in the Lakers' locker room, Feng, I heard that this match will be watched by tens of millions in your country. Robert Horry looked over curiously. Upon hearing this, Fisher exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Oh my God, tens of millions. Will there really be that many viewers?" Rick Fox, who had just returned from injury, asked in disbelief. Seeing everyone's gaze focused on him, Ye Feng smiled and replied, "Our country has nearly 1.3 billion people, so having a few tens of millions of basketball fans is quite normal." "That makes sense, pretty normal." Fox nodded instinctively. Then he realized, "Normal my ass, that's tens of millions. Most countries in the world have a total population that doesn't even reach that number. Just thinking about it feels exaggerated." Upon hearing this, Kobe, who usually refrained from speaking much in the locker room, surprisingly spoke up. "Since so many Longua fans are watching this game for you, Feng, you can afford to be a bit selfish in this match." "Exactly, we will all support you, and will definitely not let you embarrass yourself in front of your fellow countrymen." Robert Horry, who always benefited from Ye Feng's assists, chimed in immediately. The other teammates naturally would not disagree, expressing their willingness to cooperate. After all, Kobe had spoken. In the absence of O'Neal, whatever Kobe said was the law. Seeing this, Ye Feng smiled. "Then I won't hold back. However, the prerequisite is that if we do this, we must win. Compared to my personal stats, I care more about the team winning." This statement made everyone feel good. Even Phil Jackson, who was about to walk into the locker room, halted his steps and smiled as he turned to leave. It seemed there was nothing he needed to emphasize. Not long after, as the visiting Rockets players finished entering, it was time for Ye Feng and the others to enter. Ye Feng was the second to last to enter, just behind Kobe, giving him quite the presence. In this game, Yao Ming was still coming off the bench. The starting lineup consisted of Eddie Griffin, Kenny Thomas, Glenn Rice, Cat Mobley, and Steve Francis. The offensive capabilities of the backcourt were exceptional. Veteran Glenn Rice brought experience and some outside firepower to the team. As for the two players in the frontcourt, to be honest, Ye Feng had little impression of them. Attention turned to the Lakers, where Phil Jackson deployed a starting lineup of Samaki Walker, Robert Horry, Rick Fox, Kobe Bryant, and Ye Feng. This season, the purple and gold team had been plagued with injuries. Rick Fox had just returned for this game, while Devin George had strained a muscle in yesterday's practice and needed a week off. Given the current roster situation, it fell to Ye Feng to lead the team's bench for this game. The players for both teams had already entered the court. After entering just now, due to time constraints, Ye Feng and Yao Ming had only exchanged a few words before returning to their respective benches. At this moment, glancing at Yao Ming sitting on the bench, Ye Feng nodded to greet him, then energized himself, focusing on the game. In this game, he was determined to win. Beep. Under the gaze of the crowd, the referee blew the opening whistle. At the same moment, the basketball was tossed straight into the air. At the instant it reached its apex, Eddie Griffin and Samaki Walker, responsible for the tip-off, leaped almost simultaneously, stretching their arms to their fullest in a desperate attempt to touch the ball. Though shorter in stature, the former possessed noticeably superior athleticism, ultimately reaching the ball with a commanding half-bomb advantage and tipping it to his own half. Samaki Walker continued his streak of losing tip-offs, winning only 2 out of 9 attempts. A truly disheartening record. Rockets ball. Steve Francis seized control of the ball, instantly dribbling swiftly toward the Lakers' three-point line. Ye Feng immediately pressed up against him, denying any easy opportunity to drive. Unflinching, Francis chose to confront him head-on. After several attempts, he failed to push past Ye Feng. He discovered that his explosive physique, which had proven effective against other point guards in the league, had inexplicably failed him, unable to budge Ye Feng even an inch. This kid is indeed something else, Francis thought to himself. Unperturbed, he locked eyes with Ye Feng. Amidst a crossover dribble, he abruptly faked left, took a single step forward, then performed an unannounced hesitation and pivot, veering toward the right. His movements were exceptionally swift, with barely any pause between changes of direction. In that instant of transitioning from stillness to motion, his terrifying explosiveness was unmistakably evident. Too fast. Ye Feng's static defensive skills were undoubtedly top tier in the league, but against an opponent with such explosive power, outstanding dynamic talent, and exceptional technique, his 80-point explosiveness was clearly insufficient. Even though he reacted instantly, straining to shift his center of gravity and adjust his defensive stance, he was still left 2 steps behind. His defense hadn't been broken, but he could no longer keep the opponent outside the three-point line. However, Ye Feng wasn't fighting alone. The moment Francis broke free, Kobe, just a few steps away, immediately double-teamed. Any other player would have chosen to pass in such a situation. But Francis, already fired up, continued to force the confrontation. Then, finding himself unable to shake free, he stubbornly pulled up for a mid-range jumper, while clamped between Kobe and Ye Feng. Clang. The degree of difficulty was too high, the shot missed. Catino Mobley, standing wide open nearby, shook his head helplessly. He didn't complain. He knew it was futile. Francis was simply that kind of personality, unlikely to change for a lifetime. He spared his breath. Robert Horry grabbed the defensive rebound and immediately passed the ball. Dribbling rapidly up the court, seeing that Francis hadn't pressed forward but stood firmly on the three-point line, Ye Feng, still 2 steps away from the arc, suddenly accelerated into a drive. However, Francis didn't step up to meet him. Instead, he held his defensive position, crossing his hands in front of him, as if baiting a charging foul. Not giving him that chance, Ye Feng, who had held back some force, changed direction, mid-drive, aiming to burst past Francis on the left. Right hand dribbling, left arm shielding. He denied any opportunity for a close-range steal. Relying on his exceptional strength attribute, even without a full head of steam or completely shaking Francis' defense, he still forcefully bulldozed his way into the Rockets' paint. Threading the needle through the defense, he passed to the unguarded Robert Horry. Old hand Horry, long accustomed to Ye Feng's bold passes, caught the ball, easily stepped back to the corner three-point line, adjusted, and released a three-pointer. The ball traced a graceful arc through the air. Swish! It swished through the net for a three-pointer. Score 30-0, Lakers leading. On the Rockets' bench, Yao Ming, who had witnessed Ye Feng's entire offensive play, felt a secret tremor. He knew Ye Feng was exceptionally strong, but he hadn't expected it to be to such an extent. Francis, whose physique was practically superhuman among guards, couldn't withstand him at all. Was this even human? Too incredible. Ye Feng is truly unique. If the national team had him anchoring the guard line, they'd be invincible in Asia. Even against European and American guards, he wouldn't be outmatched physically. He's just too ferocious. Yao Ming began to envision the future. Then, snapping back to reality, a glint of envy and disappointment flickered in his eyes. In comparison, he found himself sorely lacking, still struggling to adapt to the intensity of NBA games. I need to establish myself in the NBA as soon as possible, Yao Ming silently resolved. At the same time, domestic fans witnessing this play were equally astonished. This was their first time watching a Lakers game. Previously, the sports channel had only broadcast Rockets games. Having seen Yao Ming's struggles in the NBA contrasting with his dominant, unstoppable performances in the domestic league, fans profoundly felt the gap in physicality. Yet Ye Feng shattered this newly formed preconception. It turned out a player of yellow skin could physically overpower both black and white players. Quite formidable. In just one offensive possession, Ye Feng's fanbase in China skyrocketed. In the broadcast booth, commentators Zhang and Sun were lavish with their praise. Ye Feng played this possession perfectly, fully leveraging his strengths without being greedy, passing to a better positioned teammate. From this play, we can see Steve Francis defended very hard, and other Rockets players rotated to double-team promptly, but they still couldn't stop him. Ye Feng's decision-making was excellent. He's playing team basketball. When a player from one's own country excels in a foreign professional league, no amount of praise seems excessive. On the court, the game continued. The Rockets organized their offense. Francis unleashed his sharpest crossover once again, leaving Ye Feng 2 steps behind. Facing another double team from Kobe, he chose not to be stubborn this time and passed to Mobley. The moment the ball left his hand, Francis' expression changed. Kobe seemed to anticipate the pass trajectory, perfectly spreading his arms and leaping mid-stride. The move might not have been graceful, but it was effective. He tipped the pass. Seeing the ball flying his way, Ye Feng burst into motion, forcibly shoving past the earlier starting Francis to secure the ball. Without hesitation, he launched a long pass. Kobe, who had just made the steal, cut like a blade straight into the heart of the Rockets' defense. Yet surprisingly, he didn't take the shot himself. After drawing everyone's attention, he tossed the ball backward. A figure in the Lakers' number 10 jersey rushed up swiftly, leaped high, caught the ball with both hands, and with forward momentum unabated slammed it down through the hoop, from top to bottom. Boom. A thunderous alley-oop dunk. The arena atmosphere ignited, instantly cheers and applause surging like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire Staples Center. Jessica Alba, seated in the front row with an unobstructed view, watched Ye Feng as he became the center of attention, a smile in her eyes. Ye Feng's handsome, striking features and the hint of a powerful physique beneath his jersey made her involuntarily tighten her legs. Current score 50. Ye Feng 2 points, 1 assist, leading the purple and gold to establish momentum, seizing an early lead in the game. Targeted from the opening tip, Francis found himself in a tight spot. On the ensuing offensive possession, he chose to aggressively drive at Ye Feng, once more ramping up the physicality to the max. Had he backed down, he wouldn't be Steve Francis. Kobe double-teamed as usual. This time, however, he failed to steal the ball of Francis, controlled the passing angle, and the basketball landed securely in Mobley's hands. The latter shot it as soon as he caught it. Reacting swiftly, Kobe hustled back on defense, but was still a step too late. A swish. The mid-range shot found its mark, ending the Rockets' scoring drought. The score read 52. Lakers ball. Ye Feng dribbled past half-court, immediately passed to Kobe, and then ran toward the corner. It seemed he was creating isolation space for Kobe. Yet the moment he reached the baseline corner, Ye Feng suddenly burst forward, cutting along the baseline toward the basket. Almost simultaneously, Kobe's pass arrived. Catching it cleanly without needing any adjustment, Ye Feng violently muscled past Eddie Griffin in midair and banked in a 2-point layup. Francis was boxed out behind him, unable to contest the shot. Kobe's timing was impeccable, and Ye Feng once again showcased the raw force of a smaller player overpowering a bigger one. Unbelievably tough. The score was now 72, still a 5-point gap. Over the next few possessions, both teams focused their attacks on the backcourt, reducing their big men to mere role players. The Lakers had no other options while Rockets head coach Rudy Tomjanovich was biding his time. But he frustratingly realized that the defensive duo of Ye Feng and Kobe was clearly superior to the combination of Francis and Mobley, and they also held a slight edge offensively. The scoring efficiency advantage was stark. As the game progressed, the point differential gradually widened. Seeing this, Rudy knew he had to make adjustments or the game would slip away. Recalling the pre-game conversation with the team owner, his expression turned grim. Finally, with less than 5 minutes left in the first quarter and the Rockets trailing by 8, Yao was subbed in, replacing Kenny Thomas. With Yao's entry, the Rockets' interior height instantly increased. Lakers ball. Without hesitation, Ye Feng drove straight to the basket. Facing Yao's help defense and feeling the pressure of his 76-inch frame, he chose not to pass, but launched himself into the air. Yao, still a slender rookie, couldn't offer much resistance. Instead, he was pushed back 2 steps by the impact. Sinking a bank shot for 2 points, Ye Feng won this direct duel with Yao. The lead had now swelled to 10 points. "Yao, your defense is too soft, you need to be tougher," Ye Feng said, patting Yao's bony backside before turning to sprint back on defense. He had to hurry, as Francis was already at midcourt. Unfortunately, Yao's baseline inbound was a bit slow, stifling the fast break before it could start. It was clear that Yao hadn't yet built chemistry with Francis and the others. With the fast break thwarted, they had to settle into a half-court offense. The Rockets players were well aware of the immense influence this China derby held back home. While Yao had been on the bench, they had been ineffective. Now that Yao was on the court, Francis snapped back to reality. He was the point guard. Once Yao established position in the paint, Francis promptly passed him the ball. Like Kobe, Francis was an exceptional passer. It just depended on whether he was willing to share. Evidently, Francis was willing to look after Yao. Catching the ball in the post, Yao faced Samaki Walker. With an intense desire to win this game, he focused fake twice, then spun baseline, and finished with a reverse layup. A clean, decisive 2 points. It was hard to imagine a 76-inch giant possessing such nimble footwork. Yao's play was a sight to behold. However, there was no time to celebrate, as the Lakers immediately launched a fast break. Ye Feng dribbled straight up the court, feigning a drive. Once he reached the free throw line area, he unexpectedly passed to the right corner. Kobe was already there, catching and shooting with extreme decisiveness. The sound of the net swishing said it all. A three-pointer extending the lead to 11 points. The Rockets retaliated in kind. Yao, who hadn't even made it back to his own basket, turned and sprinted to the Lakers' three-point line, caught a pass, took 3 steps, leaped a mere 10 centimeters, and slammed the ball through the hoop with one hand. A smooth, guard-like sequence that even drew applause from the Lakers fans at Staples Center. After entering the game, Yao had scored 4 consecutive points, leaving a deep impression. Wasn't this guy supposed to be a bust? He doesn't look half bad. Good footwork, solid fundamentals, and a high basketball IQ. He's got some skill, but he's far from the standard I expect from a number 1 pick. As Feng's fellow countryman, I think Yao has real talent. I still prefer Feng though. Same here. On the court, the game continued. Against Samaki Walker and Robert Horry, the Lakers' big men struggled to defend Yao. He was in excellent form, and crucially, his mindset had undergone a massive shift. No longer hesitant, he was fully immersed in the game. Thus, in the remaining minutes of the first quarter, Yao, who had been quiet for over half a month since the season began, erupted in this game. Unfortunately, Yao's stamina was still lacking. Under intense physical play, his energy drained rapidly. Having played less than 5 minutes in the first quarter, he was already drenched in sweat and breathing heavily, meaning he would need to rest in the second quarter and couldn't play consecutive minutes. Yet his expression was one of exhilaration. In this game, he had finally rediscovered his rhythm. Offensively, at least, he was playing with great freedom. But defensively, he was sore from being bumped by Ye Feng. Despite his enormous height advantage, his defensive efficiency was mediocre. I wonder what that guy eats to be so strong, Yao grumbled to himself. Using pure strength to compensate for his lack of size and build was something even the self-proclaimed super tough Francis couldn't match. The first quarter ended. Although Yao's presence gave the Rockets another highly efficient offensive option, defensively, they couldn't contain Ye Feng or Kobe. The Lakers' scoring efficiency was equally impressive. The two teams traded baskets, and the first quarter concluded with a score of 2,920, Lakers leading. Yao played less than 5 minutes, shooting 5 for 5 from the field, with 1 free throw, amassing 11 points. An astonishing efficiency. Ye Feng played the entire 12-minute quarter, taking 12 shots. Yes, he alone attempted 12 shots in one quarter. Whenever an opportunity arose, the whole team was willing to feed him. He made 7 shots, 4 dunks, and 3 layups. He also hit all 3 of his free throws, scoring an explosive 17 points in the quarter. His efficiency, while lower than Yao's, was still remarkably high. Beyond scoring, Ye Feng also excelled defensively. His 2 steals and 1 block didn't fully capture the impact he made on that end of the floor. The outstanding performances of both Chinese players in the first quarter delighted fans back home watching the game. NBA Commissioner David Stern was equally pleased, especially after learning about the ratings in China. A broad grin spread across his face. To break through the league's development bottleneck, tapping into the Chinese market is crucial, David Stern mused. Originally, all hopes were pinned on Yao, but the unexpected bonus of Ye Feng thrilled him. The way he looked at Ye Feng had changed. With his handsome appearance, exceptional skills, and playing for a glamorous franchise like the Lakers in a major market, he was a born basketball icon. Stern believed Ye Feng might be the key to fully unlocking the Chinese market. Meanwhile, on the court, the second quarter had already begun. It was clear that the Rockets were determined to win this game. Neither Francis nor Coutinho Mobley, the team's two core players, rested during the second quarter. Seeing this, Phil Jackson naturally wouldn't let Ye Feng face them alone. He kept Kobe on the court as well. The game soon resumed. With the Lakers in possession, Kobe played aggressively against Mobley. He held advantages in height, weight, and athleticism. Though Mobley's defensive effort was commendable, he was outmatched in skill and simply couldn't contain him. Having successfully shed his defender, Kobe drove to the basket. Amidst the airborne collision, he executed a reverse layup that found the net. The movement was fluid, a picture of grace. Watching this, Ye Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "What a core!" In the subsequent defensive possession against Francis, Ye Feng employed the same defensive strategy as in the first quarter. He immediately pressed forward, engaging in relentless physical confrontation. Even the tenacious Francis found it exasperating. This reckless, energy-intensive defensive style was difficult for him to handle. Isn't this kid tired? Isn't he worried about running out of steam later? Francis maintained a composed expression, but inwardly, he was deeply frustrated. This time, instead of forcing a confrontation, he quickly passed the ball. He found, however, that Kobe didn't double-team him immediately as he had in the first quarter. Mobley, now facing the Black Mamba's equally relentless defense, struggled to shake him on and on. His drives and jump shots were both low-percentage plays. He had no choice but to call for a pick from a teammate. Yet facing the combined pressure from Ye Feng and Kobe, who both possessed immense defensive range, Mobley also found no opening. A critical pass back to Francis was also futile. Neither Ye Feng nor Kobe needed verbal communication. The moment Mobley showed signs of passing, a single glance was enough for the nearer of the two to rotate over for the defense. Crucially, either one of them in an unknown situation could cause significant trouble for Francis or Mobley on the defensive end. For the Rockets, this was an extremely difficult situation. Ultimately, just before the shot clock expired, substitute forward Maurice Taylor caught a pass and scored a layup. The Rockets players all breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Ye Feng and Kobe, who had just finished a frantic defensive possession, they were filled with trepidation. Having played the entire 12 minutes of the first quarter, and now continuing into the second without rest, they dared to defend with such intensity. Was there really no problem? In the ensuing game time, Ye Feng and Kobe provided the answer to everyone. There was no problem. If Francis and Mobley had been willing to match their physicality, even an Iron Man would have buckled. But they didn't. They flinched first. Their momentum was already at a disadvantage. By the time Yao Ming returned to the court with 4 minutes left in the second quarter, the lead had ballooned to 16 points. The Lakers held a significant advantage. A well-rested Yao Ming once again showcased his diverse offensive arsenal and excellent form. Whether it was a mid-range jumper, a back-to-the-basket post-up, or a guard-like cut to the basket for a pass, he was a formidable threat. Crucially, he also possessed excellent passing skills. His height of 2.26 meters granted him exceptional court vision. His passes were incredibly accurate. If he could improve his defense and stamina, he would be a dominant interior core capable of scoring, defending, and playmaking. Such a performance left fans back in China puzzled. Why hadn't he played like this before? Why had he played so poorly earlier, causing them unnecessary worry? Was he just putting on an act? Meanwhile, Ye Feng, who seemed made of iron and still hadn't taken a rest, was a constant presence on both ends of the floor. Chinese fans were astonished by him. So fierce. So tough. A true man. How could one not love a Ye Feng like this? Having played the entire first half, Ye Feng didn't take as many shots in the second quarter as in the first, but he still scored 11 points. At halftime, he had 28 points along with 5 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block. His performance was undeniably outstanding. In this game, Yao Ming seemed to have unlocked his full potential, appearing unstoppable on offense. He shot 9 for 9 in the first half, a perfect 100, and had already scored 19 points. It must be said, a fully energized Yao Ming was truly formidable. In the TNT studio, Charles Barkley looked extremely embarrassed. His partner Kenny Smith wasn't about to let him off the hook. "Charles, we all know you're not a sore loser." Then his tone shifted abruptly. "So when are you going to kiss that donkey's ass?" "What the fuck?" Barkley cursed under his breath. He regretted it now, but the die was cast. If he backed out, it would be a stain on his legacy forever. Well, even if he didn't back out, it was still a stain. It was easy to imagine this incident being endlessly brought up for mockery in the future. "I should never have made that bet on a whim." Barkley decided he would never bet with anyone again. His gaze fell upon Kenny Smith, who wore a teasing expression. With a serious face, he said, "It's just kissing a donkey's ass. A bet's a bet. He'll do it. Haha, I can't wait." Humph. The halftime break quickly ended, and the second half began. Even though Yao Ming had an unstoppable perfect scoring rate in the final minutes of the second quarter, the Lakers still led by 14 points at halftime. Their advantage was substantial. Not wanting to give the Rockets a chance, Phil Jackson started the second half with his full-strength lineup. Watching Ye Feng and Kobe walk onto the court side by side, the Rockets players felt a pang of dread. They could tolerate one Kobe, but adding another physical marvel with equally sharp defensive skills in Ye Feng made it unbearably difficult for the Rockets. Yao Ming's performance was certainly good, but stamina was a major issue, and his body still needed to adapt to the NBA's physicality. Currently only able to play around 25 minutes per game, he couldn't solve the team's fundamental problems. We're going to lose this. Rockets head coach Rudy Tomjanovich felt a pang of bitterness, but he wasn't ready to give up just yet. He decided to fight on just in case the Lakers gave them an opening later. Unfortunately, by the end of the third quarter, the Lakers led by a commanding 15 points. In this era of the NBA, a 15-point lead after 3 quarters left the opposing team with little hope of a comeback in the fourth, especially when they saw Kobe and Ye Feng, who had only rested with 3 minutes left in the third quarter, return to start the fourth quarter. This completely extinguished any remaining hope the Rockets had of turning the game around. They still had to go through the motions. They held on until the 5-minute mark of the fourth quarter. Seeing that the deficit hadn't shrunk, but had instead grown to 17 points, the Rockets finally conceded defeat. They sent in their all-bench lineup, and Yao Ming also sat down. Similarly, Phil Jackson quickly replaced his starters with the bench unit. The game officially entered garbage time. This Rockets team was not the future version, boasting a deep roster of high-value, clearly defined, and skilled role players. Their bench couldn't create a miracle. The final score was 10,592. The Lakers defeated the Rockets decisively, extending their winning streak to an astonishing 10 games. Achieving such a perfect start without O'Neal in the lineup was truly remarkable. In this game, Ye Feng played 42 minutes. He attempted a staggering 25 shots, making 16 of them, and hit 5 of 6 free throws for a total of 37 points. This set a new personal single-game scoring record. As for Yao Ming, he completely shed the slump of his previous games. Even though he couldn't maintain a perfect shooting percentage in the second half, he still scored 24 points in just 22 minutes of play, an incredible efficiency. Unfortunately, his team couldn't secure the victory. At the post-game press conference, "I'm just a rookie in my first year, and there are still many areas where I need improvement, such as mid to long-range shooting. This is a skill I've been working hard to strengthen. Without the coach's trust and my teammates' help, I definitely wouldn't have been able to perform so brilliantly on the court. They've been really nice." As everyone knows, this game was broadcast live in my homeland, and I was playing against my compatriot Yao. For me, this wasn't just an ordinary regular season game. To have a decent performance in such a special match is truly exhilarating. Yao isn't just about his height. His skills and basketball IQ are outstanding. I believe he can prove himself in the NBA. Is Charles really going to kiss a donkey's backside? I can't wait. Facing the barrage of reporters' questions, Ye Feng spoke with a composed smile and steady demeanor. No one would guess he was only 19. He was just a rookie who had only played 10 regular season games. On the other side, Yao Ming, who had also attended the press conference, had scored a mountain of points only to lose the game. Though a bit frustrated, he was generally in good spirits, his words brimming with hope for the future and admiration for Ye Feng. His decent English and witty humor left a lasting impression. After the press conference ended, Ye Feng immediately sought out Yao Ming. The two found a quiet room in the Staples Center and sat down for a chat. "You really showed no mercy, kid. I feel like you nearly broke me apart during the game," Yao complained. While showering in the locker room, he had noticed the bruises on his chest. Hearing this, Ye Feng replied calmly, "Brother Yao, you're too thin. You need to build some muscle to truly adapt to the intensity of the current NBA. I know, but building muscle isn't something you see results from overnight. Take it slow. I guess that's all I can do." Yao Ming, who had played over 40 minutes and was still sore all over, looked at Ye Feng, who had also played over 40 minutes but seemed perfectly fine, and marveled. "What on earth did you eat growing up? How are you so strong and have such incredible stamina?" "Talent. Can't help it," Ye Feng said with a shrug. Yao felt the conversation was going nowhere. Then, as if remembering something, he hesitated for a second before asking, "Have you ever thought about joining the national team?" Of course. Ye Feng had no aversion to playing for the national team, but he couldn't be as compliant as Yao Ming. He added, "But I'll only play in the World Championships and the Olympics. I'm not interested in exhibition games." "That might be." Yao frowned. Even though he was in the NBA apart from the regular season in the U.S., he had to be available whenever called upon. He couldn't dare to make demands like Ye Feng. Without any leverage, he couldn't help Ye Feng either. However, realizing that Ye Feng wasn't a product of the national sports system and thus faced fewer restrictions, Yao figured it might not be a big issue. "If they're not willing, then there's nothing I can do," Ye Feng said calmly. Yao sighed. "All right, you have your own ideas. I'm just a middleman here. Let's drop this topic." Their conversation then returned to the NBA and basketball. They chatted for over half an hour and would have continued if a Rockets staff member hadn't come to hurry Yao along. The Rockets were on a road trip and had to leave Los Angeles the next day for a back-to-back away game. There was no time for Yao and Ye Feng to catch up further. Watching Yao leave, Ye Feng didn't head to the main entrance of the arena as usual. Instead, he went to the underground parking lot. Soon he stopped beside a pink car. The window rolled down, revealing Jessica Alba's sweet face. "Keeping a lady waiting this long isn't very gentlemanly. Beautiful lady, to make up for it, let me take you out for a late-night snack tonight," Ye Feng said with a smile. Late-night snack. Her eyes fixed on Ye Feng's handsome face, Jessica Alba nodded slightly. "All right, where are we going?" "My place." The night was a whirlwind of passion. The next morning at 10:30, sunlight streamed through the window, warming his skin. Slowly opening his eyes, his left hand instinctively searched the space beside him under the covers, only to find she had already left. Recalling the wild night before, Ye Feng shook his head. I held back for too long. Hope I didn't scare her. He got up, washed up, and made a simple breakfast. After eating, he packed his luggage. He was to meet the team later that afternoon for a flight to Dallas for an away game. Such was the rhythm of the NBA regular season. Either playing a game or on the road preparing for one, rest time was precious. Just as Ye Feng stepped out of his apartment and instinctively pulled out his phone to check the time, he noticed a text from Jessica sent 2 hours ago. The late-night snack was delicious. Come again when you're free. He replied briefly, then put the phone back in his pocket, grabbed his suitcase, and headed to the training facility. Along the way, he ran into several Lakers fans. He had to spend some time dealing with them. With his stellar performances on the court, Ye Feng's fame in Los Angeles was skyrocketing. He was frequently recognized when walking down the street. I really need to get a car, Ye Feng thought. A trip that used to take less than 10 minutes now took over half an hour, and sometimes he couldn't even make it. Such were the troubles of fame. He successfully met up with the team, and in the afternoon, everyone boarded a plane to Dallas. Unbeknownst to Ye Feng, who was on the plane, the paparazzi had captured him getting into Jessica Alba's car the previous night and staying at her apartment until dawn. The story had been leaked. The pairing of a Hollywood starlet and an NBA rising star, both attractive, caught considerable attention. There were supporters and detractors. Khloe Kardashian, who learned of the situation almost immediately, was beside herself. The prey she had been stalking for so long had been stolen. She was in a foul mood. Seeing Jessica gain more attention from the incident only made it worse. That attention was supposed to be hers. Ye Feng didn't find out about any of this until he got off the plane, hearing it from Rick Fox, who was always on social media. He wasn't too bothered. They were both single. What was wrong with them being together? Pulling out his Nokia phone, which he hated using and only touched to make calls, Ye Feng saw a message from Jessica Alba. We've been photographed. What are you going to do? Then I suppose I'll reluctantly let you be my girlfriend. He didn't reply immediately. Only after boarding the team bus and sitting down did he respond. She replied almost instantly, then I'll reluctantly let you be my boyfriend. See you in Los Angeles. Yes, see you in Los Angeles. The moment Ye Feng looked up from his phone, he found Kobe sitting beside him, staring at him seriously. His teammates all wore mischievous grins. He tightened his grip on his phone. What are you all looking at? Feng, you actually got Jessica. Unbelievable, man, you're something else. Wow, she's Hollywood's sweetheart. And you won her over in just a few days. My heart is broken. In the end, Ye Feng had to promise to treat everyone to a meal to stop their teasing. To his dismay, the coaching staff, led by Phil Jackson, also decided to join the dinner. It was going to be an expensive affair. Ye Feng looked pointedly at Kobe. Kobe looked wary. What? My place is too small. Let me use yours. Before Kobe could refuse, Ye Feng spoke again. Your silence means consent. Then he stood up and announced, when we get back to Los Angeles, I'm treating everyone to dinner at Kobe's place. Kobe. Everyone. Unlike O'Neal, who thrived on liveliness and would host parties at home almost daily, Kobe had never thrown a single party since joining the Lakers. Instead, he frequently invited his teammates to join him for extra training sessions. As time went on, everyone began to avoid him. Not everyone was a stamina freak, nor could everyone match Kobe's level of diligence. This gathering, initiated by Ye Feng under the guise of a dinner, was essentially akin to a party, yet it was to be held at Kobe's home. This truly astounded everyone. Even more surprising was that Kobe, despite his reluctance, did not refuse. In essence, he had tacitly approved of Ye Feng's decision. Such indulgence. This world has gone mad. The others exchanged glances, all utterly incredulous. Had it not been for Ye Feng's tacit acknowledgement of the news that he had spent a blissful night with Jessica, they might have suspected his orientation. Even Kobe, who was already married and about to become a father, would have been under suspicion. Regardless, the dinner plan was finalized. Both players and the coaching staff would attend, almost as if they would have invited the owner as well. As for the players, Ye Feng thought it necessary to be fair and invite O'Neal too. He aimed for a championship this season, so the relationship between Kobe and O'Neal needed to be mended. With these thoughts in mind, on the second night after arriving in Dallas, the game between the Lakers and the Mavericks commenced as scheduled. Facing Steve Nash, Ye Feng played with ease. The future son of the wind was already showing his brilliance with impressive assist and orchestration skills, precise passes, and impeccable timing. Unfortunately, his physique was truly frail, making him an easy target for Ye Feng to drive past. But against the Mavericks' interior duo of Dirk Nowitzki and Sean Bradley, one standing at 2.13 meters and the other at 2.29 meters, the paint became incredibly congested. Even when Ye Feng successfully drove into the lane, his opportunities were mediocre. He often had no choice but to pass. Robert Horry remained as consistent as ever, contributing several assists for Ye Feng. The Lakers' other interior player, Samaki Walker, was also very steady. Well, a steady role player, steady in getting dominated. Apart from these two, everyone else on the Lakers' court, including Kobe, had cold hands. This directly caused the Lakers to fall into a disadvantage from the start. By the time Kobe regained his touch in the fourth quarter, it was already too late. Throughout the game, Dirk Nowitzki made 17 of 23 shots, including 1 of 3 from three-point range and 4 of 4 from the free throw line, scoring an explosive 38 points to lead the Mavericks to a steady suppression of the Lakers. Ye Feng gave it his all, playing 43 minutes and posting personal stats of 19 points, 10 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks, a performance that was already outstanding. Unfortunately, the team still lost. The Lakers' winning streak ultimately ended at 10 games. After the loss, everyone was in low spirits, but they also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. A winning streak is an honor, but it is also a pressure. As the streak grew, so did the burden. Now that it was over, everyone felt a weight lift from their shoulders. The dense schedule gave Ye Feng and his teammates no respite. The night after the game against the Mavericks, they were in San Antonio for an away back-to-back game against the Spurs. It must be mentioned that the Spurs' visiting locker room was truly terrible, and their petty tricks were numerous. Not only was the hot water intermittent, but wild animals would occasionally visit the locker room, leaving everyone speechless. Already exhausted from consecutive away games, the Lakers players felt mentally drained. In such a state, their competitiveness on the court was predictable. It was certainly greatly diminished. In this game, Kobe's touch somewhat recovered. Against the formidable Spurs, he posted impressive stats of 28.6 rebounds and 7 assists on 43 shooting. His formidable individual skills left a deep impression. Even against the Spurs' tight defense, he could find various ways to put the ball through the hoop. His ability was extraordinary. Ye Feng, however, encountered trouble again. His singular scoring method and lack of mid to long-range shooting ability were exposed and magnified in this game. Tim Duncan's defense and physicality were exceptional. Facing such an interior player, Ye Feng found that after driving into the paint, he felt at a loss as to how to proceed. Even when he passed the ball, the Spurs' excellent overall defensive system ensured that a player would immediately rotate to cover. His personal drives to the basket for layups or dunks, as well as passes after penetration, his sharpest offensive weapons in this game, all lost their effectiveness. Of course, he remained exceptionally sharp on defense. Every Spurs guard without exception suffered at his hands. Unfortunately, they quickly stopped going onion with him. Facing screens, Ye Feng couldn't guarantee sustained defensive pressure. In the end, playing the third most minutes in the game at 42, Ye Feng managed only 7 points, 4 of which came from free throws. He did grab a team-high 8 rebounds. But it was to no avail. He was undoubtedly contained in this game. The Lakers suffered their second consecutive loss, bringing their record to 10 wins and 2 losses, falling behind the one-loss Mavericks to second place in the Western Conference. After the winning streak came a losing streak, and Lakers' morale was somewhat low. The media that had once touted the Lakers for a four-peat and lauded their greatness now bombarded them with doubts and mockery. Waterloo. 2 consecutive away losses shatter the Lakers' undefeated aura. The magical Ye Feng from the Dragon Kingdom is no longer magical, scoring only 7 points in a single game. The rookie wall has arrived. Kobe alone cannot turn the tide. Ye Feng from the Dragon Kingdom failed to continue his stellar performance. Can this Lakers team win a championship? Popovich. Ye Feng from the Dragon Kingdom is quite good, but he still needs to continue to grow. Tim Duncan. The future belongs to young players like Ye Feng from the Dragon Kingdom, but the present belongs to us. Don't mind these media reports. When we start winning again, they'll start praising us once more, Kobe said with a dismissive look in his eyes. Hearing this, Ye Feng remained calm. I never paid any attention to these reports. I was just thinking about what to cook for everyone at the gathering. You're going to cook yourself? Kobe became interested. He genuinely loved Ye Feng's special Dragon Kingdom-style dishes that perfectly suited their American palates. If Ye Feng were just a fringe player on the team, Kobe would have wanted him to give up basketball and hire him at a high salary to cook exclusively for his household. Well, my pockets are empty, so I have to do it myself, Ye Feng said with a smile. Hearing this, Kobe wanted to say, I can give you money. But considering Ye Feng's pride, he held back and instead said with a smile, compared to hiring those so-called professional chefs, I'm more looking forward to your cooking. When the other team members heard Kobe say this, knowing his character, they understood that Ye Feng's cooking must be truly exceptional, or Kobe wouldn't have said so. They began to show anticipation. Even the gloomy mood from the team's losing streak became noticeably brighter. At this moment, however, Ye Feng was actually more eager to claim his task reward. He had come off the bench against the Mavericks, but started against the Spurs. The condition of 5 starts had been met, meaning he could unlock the second template. But due to the losses, he hadn't been in the mood. Now that they were about to return to Los Angeles and his spirits had lifted, Ye Feng prepared to unlock the second template. Seeing that no one was paying him much attention, Ye Feng silently called upon the system and thought, unlock the second template. Ding, the second template has been unlocked successfully. Personal ability attributes have been scanned. Detecting that the host is currently the Lakers point guard, now beginning the search for the most suitable Lakers superstar template. The name of the superstar who resonates most with me, the Lakers star, instantly surfaced in Ye Feng's mind. A system notification echoed in his ears. Search complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the template of the peak magician Elvin Johnson. Initial matching fusion rate 66. Would you like to fuse? It truly is a magician, Ye Feng exclaimed with immense delight. Lakers point guard. With these 2 elements combined, he could hardly think of a second answer. Elvin Johnson, the magician, is undoubtedly a superstar who ranks among the top 5 in NBA history, the rightful king of point guards. I wonder how much of an improvement I will see after fusion. Ye Feng was very much looking forward to it. Glancing around, he noticed Kobe was resting with his eyes closed, and the other teammates were not paying attention to him. He immediately silently thought fuse. In an instant, Ye Feng felt as though he had submerged into a hot spring warmth enveloping his entire being. Every inch of skin, every muscle, even every cell was rejoicing. In his mind, images began to flash as if a slideshow was playing. It was as though he was living a second life with countless experiences flooding in. Many of the previously obscure and profound insights about the court were now easily comprehended. Both his body and skills were continuously growing stronger. This state lasted for nearly 5 minutes. To others, Ye Feng simply appeared to be resting with his eyes closed. Slowly opening his eyes and exhaling deeply, Ye Feng eagerly murmured the command to check his current attribute changes. Ye Feng, age 19, gender male, height 193 centimeters, weight 86 kilograms, wingspan 204 centimeters, strength 90-92, speed 84-87, stamina 92-98, explosiveness 82-86, coordination 86-92, dunking 86-88, layup 89-96, mid-range 80-86, 3.71-80, free throw 80-84, ball control 89-99, breakthrough 84-87, passing 89-99, defense 90-95, rebounding 90-97, overall rating 88, NBA star. Evaluation: A star level point guard with enormous potential and no obvious weaknesses. Incredible, Ye Feng exclaimed. No wonder he is the magician Elvin Johnson. All his attributes are extraordinarily strong. A 66 template fusion rate has granted him a tremendous attribute boost. Originally, Ye Feng had reached the talent limit for the majority of his attributes, making it extremely difficult to improve through training. However, after fusing with the peak magician template, all attribute limits have significantly increased, as long as he has time to raise the fusion rate of the magician template. Then Ye Feng would become a strengthened version of the magician in terms of strength, defense, and rebounding. It was quite absurd. Among the attribute changes, the increases in ball control and passing were particularly terrifying, both reaching an astonishing 89 points. All limits are now at the maximum value of 99. Except for 3-point shooting, all of Ye Feng's other attributes are above 80 points, and he can already be considered a 5-dimensional warrior. He has reached the top level of the NBA with 4 attributes exceeding 90 points. His strength has skyrocketed. If he weren't still on the plane, Ye Feng would have rushed straight to the basketball court to personally feel the changes in his strength. His gaze landed on Kobe, who was resting with his eyes closed. The latter seemed to sense Ye Feng's stare, opening his eyes and looking over. Why are you staring at me? After we land, I'll go home with you. Huh. Kobe's mind momentarily short-circuited. A flurry of strange thoughts flashed through his mind, causing him to shiver. Feng, you know I have gained new insights into my skills. Let's play a few games after dinner at your house. Ye Feng interrupted. Judging by Kobe's earlier bewildered expression, he knew this guy must be thinking something inappropriate. No wonder he was tricked in his previous life. He clearly had impure thoughts. You want to play basketball with me? What else? Do you have any other game for me to play? Kobe suddenly felt a bit flushed. Fortunately, the flight attendant's voice suddenly broke the tension. The plane was about to land. The next game against the Bulls would not start until tomorrow evening. It was already evening, everyone was exhausted from their journey, and the coaching staff, naturally, would not arrange for training. After landing, the team bus took everyone to the training facility, and the coaching staff announced that they could disperse. Ye Feng got into Kobe's car and headed straight to his villa. Dinner was prepared by him. After dinner, they rested for over half an hour. Under Vanessa's speechless gaze, Ye Feng and Kobe went to the indoor basketball court next to the villa to begin a game of unknown. The game was to 21 points. 2-point shots counted as 1 point, 3-point shots counted as 2 points. Ye Feng attacked first. Bang, 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 the basketball danced on his fingertips like a sprite, full of rhythm. Completely different from before, the basketball now felt like part of his body. Ye Feng could make it move however he wished, responsive like a girlfriend in love. If 89 points of ball control is this sharp, what would it be like at a full value of 99 points? Ye Feng was filled with anticipation. However, this was clearly not the time to think about such things. Kobe did not hold back, pressing forward with aggressive defense. Every time Kobe played such defense before, Ye Feng's weak ball handling skills would pale in comparison, failing to support his composed control and launch offense, making him appear somewhat flustered. He thought this time would be no exception, and Kobe was already thinking about what trash talk to say next when an unexpected situation arose. Ye Feng suddenly changed direction and drove hard after a series of dribbles, causing Kobe to instinctively retreat in defense, but he found Ye Feng suddenly stopping and pivoting, executing a prayer gesture that clearly shifted Kobe's center of gravity. Almost simultaneously, Ye Feng broke past Kobe in the opposite direction of his shifted center of gravity. An explosiveness of 82 points isn't overly intimidating, but combined with 89 points of ball control, 84 points of speed, and an impressive 90 points of strength, his overall level was remarkably high. The key was that Ye Feng's rhythm was outstanding. He broke away from Kobe by nearly 3 body lengths, driving straight to the basket, executing a layup, while avoiding Kobe's blocking attempt, smoothly scoring 2 points. 1-0. Ye Feng appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was exhilarated. The breakthrough he just executed would have been impossible for his former self, yet he could now accomplish it effortlessly. The improvement in strength was truly substantial. After being bullied so many times, he was finally about to turn the tables. How has your ball control improved so much? Kobe looked incredulous. Ye Feng shrugged. I had an epiphany. Although clearly unconvinced, Kobe couldn't think of any other reason, so he grew serious and said, let's go again. Ye Feng naturally wouldn't refuse. In the subsequent rounds, Kobe became increasingly serious in his defense, showing no signs of relaxation or complacency, and even added many subtle fouls during the defense. Nonetheless, Ye Feng managed to break free from that relentless defense with his superior ball control rhythm and extraordinary strength for a guard. As he watched Ye Feng slam dunk for another point, Kobe's expression grew serious. If he had previously been confident about defeating Ye Feng, now he realized he was somewhat uncertain. The duel continued. After Ye Feng scored 8 consecutive points, he had the ball stolen during a drive, losing possession. It's my turn to attack, Kobe said, his fighting spirit ablaze, his eyes brimming with battle intent. Initially, he had agreed to play unknown with Ye Feng mainly to hone his offensive skills and relish the sensation of physical confrontation. After all, in his eyes, the only things Ye Feng could boast were his defense and that monstrous strength. Who would have thought that tonight Ye Feng would deliver a tremendous surprise? Oh no, it should be called a shock. Just yesterday his state was nothing like this. He could only rely on brute force to charge through. Who would have guessed that after losing just 2 away games he would improve by leaps and bounds to such an extent? This ball handling, this rhythm, this drive. Does this even make sense? Kobe prepared to scrutinize it thoroughly. Ye Feng played defense. Although Kobe had not yet fully matured in terms of technique, his athleticism was far superior to his later number 24 era, compensating for his technical deficiencies. Even with his defensive ability as high as 90 points, he could not guarantee a successful stop. He could only do his best to drag Kobe into a vortex of physical entanglement and use his superior strength to suppress him. However, Kobe, who had always been willing to engage in hand-to-hand combat with him, did not go head-to-head this time. Instead, he leveraged his exceptional athleticism and driving ability to continuously score. The Black Mamba, once his competitive spirit was ignited, possessed terrifying consecutive scoring ability. The score quickly became 8-15. After Kobe made over a dozen consecutive shots, Ye Feng finally seized an opportunity to complete a block and succeeded on defense. Possession changed and Ye Feng went on the offensive. His exceptional ball handling skills allowed him to leverage his strength advantage more perfectly rather than clumsily barreling through as he had before. In the past, once an opponent pressed forward and denied him room to start, he would appear utterly helpless. But he was different now. Even a defender as formidable as Kobe found it difficult to guarantee a successful stop when facing Ye Feng's rhythm and power-driven drives. Scoring 8 straight baskets, Ye Feng brought the score to 16-15. Against a perimeter defender of Kobe's first-team all-defense caliber, even an 80-point mid-range rating just isn't enough. He had just attempted a pull-up jumper, but it nearly got blocked by Kobe. Under immense defensive pressure, the shot almost airballed, only grazing the net and failing to score. Ye Feng knew that his mid-range shooting was still far from adequate in Kobe's presence. Instead of taunting as he usually did after a defensive stop, Kobe recalled Ye Feng's shooting form and nodded. I can tell from your release that you've been working hard on this aspect. Keep it up, sweat never lies and effort will eventually pay off. I believe you'll develop your shot. Not easy actually getting encouragement from you, Ye Feng said with a smile. Kobe raised an eyebrow. Am I usually that stern? Think about it yourself. Besides me and Derek, do you have any other friends on the team? I didn't come to the NBA to make friends. Right, you're absolutely right. The duel continued. Kobe gave Ye Feng no chance, scoring 6 straight points to win the round. Another round. Ye Feng felt he could do even better. By refining the details and not relying on mid-range jumpers, he still had a chance to beat Kobe. However, just as Kobe was about to agree, his phone placed courtside rang. He walked over and answered. It was Vanessa calling. Kobe was utterly powerless against his wife, who was 7 months pregnant. He immediately packed up and headed home, leaving Ye Feng feeling somewhat helpless. Winning and running away, huh? I'm not satisfied yet. He didn't go back right away, but stayed on the court to familiarize himself with his improved abilities. After another 2 hours draining every last ounce of his energy, Ye Feng reluctantly left the gym. He thought to himself that when he made big money in the future, he would buy a villa just like this one. It was too late to return to his apartment, so he slept in the guest room at Kobe's house. This wasn't the first time he'd done it, everything was familiar. After showering and lying in bed, Ye Feng remembered he had his phone. He saw several messages from Jessica, all asking if he had returned to Los Angeles. Ye Feng answered truthfully. In less than 30 minutes, he was sitting in Jessica's car outside the villa, having originally planned to stay at Kobe's for the night. They sped all the way back to his apartment. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Ye Feng lamented that his lower back was really going to suffer tonight. He regretted training so intensely earlier. A night of wild passion. Aren't Western women supposed to be very independent? Why is this girl so clingy? Looking at the utterly exhausted limp beauty nestled in his arms, Ye Feng felt quite satisfied with his performance. After the series of battles, he too was deeply fatigued and soon fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up the next day, he found that Jessica hadn't left early as usual, but was still sleeping beside him. Seeing her staring at him intently, her eyes full of smiles, Ye Feng asked with a grin, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "I don't know why, I just want to keep looking at you." Jessica Alba spoke with utmost sincerity. This caught Ye Feng off guard. Before he could respond, Jessica got up and climbed out of bed. She dressed herself right in front of Ye Feng. With the morning's natural vigor, such a tantalizing scene was irresistible. Ye Feng immediately pounced on her. A long while later, fully dressed, Ye Feng watched Jessica drive away and then walked toward the training center. Feeling the faint emptiness in his body, he thought lust is a poisoned blade, a bone-scraping knife. Such matters require restraint. The image of Wilt Chamberlain, another Lakers superstar, flashed through his mind. If only he could fuse with that veteran's template, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of ammunition, would he? Speaking of which, the second template has been unlocked. What about the third? The moment this thought crossed Ye Feng's mind, the familiar system voice rang in his ears. Ding, conditions for unlocking the third template have been generated. Condition 1, play at least 75 regular season games this season. Condition 2, be selected for the All-Star game. Condition 3, be named the NBA Rookie of the Year this season. The conditions aren't too harsh, Ye Feng said, looking relaxed. With his current strength, handling those rookies was no problem. He was still ranked first on the Rookie of the Year ladder with both his individual stats and team record far superior to the second place Amare Stoudemire. As long as he didn't suffer a season-ending injury, this honor was surely his. With his popularity, seniority, and skill, whether he could start in the All-Star game was uncertain, but being selected as a reserve for the All-Star game was definitely within reach. Let's go. Unlock the third template by the end of the regular season, then hit the playoffs and win the championship. Ye Feng's spirits were high. He then spent nearly 50 minutes walking a route that normally took 7 or 8 minutes. Let's just say the fans were way too enthusiastic. That evening at the Staples Center, the Lakers faced the challenge of the Chicago Bulls. After the 2 three-peats with Michael Jordan's abrupt retirement, the Bulls seemed to have exhausted all their fortune, rapidly declining into a league bottom dweller. Later through the draft, they acquired the #1 pick Elton Brand and promising talents like Jalen Rose, Jay Williams, and Donyell Marshall, appearing to be brimming with talent and full of promise for the future. Unfortunately, only Elton Brand became a star-caliber player, and he was eventually traded. As for the others, none of them lived up to their potential. This Bulls team still has a long road ahead if they wish to reclaim their former glory. Giving the Bulls no chance, the Lakers, fresh off a 2-game road losing streak and desperately needing a victory to boost morale and regain confidence, dominated the game from the very start. By the end of the third quarter, the lead had stretched to 20 points, turning the final quarter into garbage time. Phil Jackson was a bit bewildered. It wasn't because they had easily defeated his former team, but because of Ye Feng's performance in this game. His ball handling and driving ability had improved far beyond what he had previously shown, and his mid-range jumper was now serviceable, leaving Jackson utterly confused. "So this is what you call an epiphany?" Phil Jackson murmured. His mind flashed back to Ye Feng's confident declaration before the game about having an epiphany yesterday and Kobe's hesitant expression before tip-off. He hadn't understood it before, but now everything was clear. This was a major power-up. If he had played like this earlier, they would have had a chance against both the Mavericks and the Spurs. Knowing Ye Feng, he wouldn't throw a game just to hold back. So there was only one possibility had he truly had an epiphany. Could it be? The more Phil Jackson thought about it, the more confused he became. Even more bewildered than Phil Jackson was Jalen Rose, who had been specifically assigned by the head coach to guard Ye Feng in this game. Wasn't he supposed to have average ball handling, rely only on brute force for drives, and have no jump shot? How is this completely different from the pregame analysis? From Ye Feng's perspective, this player, who would famously hold Kobe to only 81 points, in the future had decent height, weight, speed, and explosiveness, and his defensive attitude seemed fine, but the defensive pressure he applied was truly ordinary. It was a peculiar matchup experience. He felt like he could score at will against this opponent. It was precisely because of this feeling that Ye Feng, who had initially planned not to use his mid-range jumper until it reached 80 attribute points, couldn't resist using it against this particular opponent. Playing 30 minutes, he shot 12 of 16 from the field. He attempted 8 mid-range shots, making 6 an excellent efficiency. His improvement in ball handling and driving ability was visibly significant. His passing and playmaking were also worlds apart from before. Following the previous away game against the Spurs, where he had managed only a pitiful single-digit score, Ye Feng reversed his slump in this game, scoring a team-high 28 points. He also added 7 rebounds, 10 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block. The Lakers' easy victory over the Bulls was largely due to his efforts. After the game, Ye Feng was first called over by Phil Jackson for a private chat. Jackson was very interested in his rapid improvement. Ye Feng felt a bit helpless about this. He couldn't exactly say he was cheating. In the end, he could only brush it off. "Don't ask, just call it an epiphany." Phil Jackson clearly didn't believe this answer, but couldn't think of any other reason, so he let it go. After all, for the Lakers, the stronger Ye Feng was, the better. However, when Phil Jackson thought about O'Neal's imminent return, his headache began. Originally, Ye Feng's offensive arsenal was limited. With O'Neal injured and unable to play, giving him more touches was fine, and Kobe hadn't objected. Crucially, Ye Feng himself had seized the opportunity, playing with excellent efficiency and averaging 20 points per game, ranking second on the team. It could be said that Ye Feng was instrumental in the Lakers' strong start to the season. His emergence compensated for the offensive firepower lost due to O'Neal's absence. But now that O'Neal was returning, there wouldn't be enough touches to go around. If this were the old Ye Feng, Phil Jackson wouldn't have hesitated or wavered. In comparison, O'Neal's scoring was undoubtedly more consistent and dominant. But now with Ye Feng's greatly improved skills, not just playmaking, driving, and ball handling, but also a serviceable mid-range jumper. The opponent's previous defensive strategy of focusing on stopping the drive while conceding the jump shot was no longer effective against him. His offensive threat had skyrocketed. Under these circumstances, reducing Ye Feng's offensive touches would be a great pity. After all, Ye Feng's strength among guards was a mismatch of devastating proportions. In fact, Phil Jackson even felt that keeping Ye Feng on the bench would be a waste. If he started, the inside-outside combination of O'Neal, Kobe, and Ye Feng would be the ultimate meta. No head coach could refuse such a starting lineup. But whether the three could develop good chemistry and how to allocate the touches. Crucially, whether O'Neal would be willing to share the ball with Ye Feng as Kobe had was an unknown. Phil Jackson's headache grew worse. Ye Feng didn't dwell on these matters. After dealing with reporters at the post-game press conference, he got into Jessica's car and returned to his apartment. The team had a day off tomorrow, and coincidentally the dinner at Kobe's house, which had been arranged earlier, was scheduled for tomorrow evening. Preparations were definitely needed. At the apartment, after their intimate moment, "Can I come too?" Jessica Alba leaned against Ye Feng's chest. Hearing this, Ye Feng looked down at Jessica's captivating deep brown eyes. "You're my girlfriend, why wouldn't you be able to come?" Then thinking of something, he asked, "Do you have anything planned tomorrow?" "No, I'm free." "Then tomorrow we'll go to the supermarket to buy ingredients first, then head to Kobe's place to prepare together." At that moment, for some reason, Jessica Alba felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Looking up with deep affection, she said, "Darling, I want more." "Haha was begging for mercy just now," Ye Feng said with a crooked smile. Not giving her a chance to speak again, he turned over and silenced her. The next morning, after having breakfast together, Ye Feng and Jessica went to the supermarket to shop for ingredients. They were unmistakably a couple in the throes of passionate love, not hiding anything, walking hand in hand through the supermarket. Inevitably, they were recognized, and they didn't refuse requests for photos. As for what the media would report, who cared? Because there were many people, they bought a huge amount of ingredients. Fortunately, Ye Feng possessed monstrous strength, otherwise carrying it all would have been difficult. They arrived at Kobe's house around noon. They even managed to mooch a lunch, which was delightful. After the meal, Jessica was pulled aside by Vanessa for some whispers. Just as Ye Feng finished instructing the servants on how to handle the ingredients, he was dragged to the gym by Kobe. Something felt a bit off. But thinking that with his current greatly improved skills, his first victory over Kobe might be imminent, he didn't overthink it and went along. Thus 2 hours passed. "So close," Ye Feng said, exasperated. Kobe, with an air of superiority, said, "Rookie, you've still got a long way to go before you can beat me." Ye Feng thought, damn it. If it weren't for the fact that he had invited the whole team and coaching staff for dinner today, and not just Kobe, he would definitely have added ghost peppers. He went to the guest room to shower, changed clothes, and began preparations. With so many people eating together in the winter, not having hot pot would be a crime against oneself. The Lakers players and coaching staff found this style of dining, gathering around a large pot, cooking and eating together, quite novel. In America, people were used to individual plates. Beyond the novelty, they naturally felt unaccustomed to both the dining method and the cooking style. Yet when everyone tasted the flavors that perfectly suited their palates, unique, irresistible, and utterly captivating, one by one they succumbed. "Oh my God, Feng, you're not just a basketball prodigy, your culinary skills are astonishing. After eating what you've made, I suddenly feel like everything I've eaten for the past 20 plus years was garbage. I've tried Chinese food before. It was good, but I couldn't get used to it. Tonight, Feng's cooking is truly special. It's Chinese yet different, probably blending American tastes. It's absolutely delicious. Winter is perfect for hot pot. Is that what it's called? This dining style is amazing." Honestly, when I first heard Feng was just having a simple dinner gathering, not a party, I was a bit disappointed. But now I'm completely satisfied. "Feng, your cooking is professional level." Praises poured in from all sides. Ye Feng just smiled, continuously adding ingredients to the large iron pot, while also serving food to Jessica, who like the others struggled with chopsticks. The love in her eyes was nearly overflowing. In the West, dining was mostly individual, so she was unaccustomed to such tender attention. It's said that to capture a woman's heart, you must first capture her stomach. The shortest path to a woman's heart is through time and affection. Ye Feng had now achieved both. Jessica was utterly captivated. His gaze swept across his teammates, their faces filled with satisfaction and admiration, and Ye Feng's mood grew brighter. For someone who loves cooking, having their dishes recognized and praised is truly blissful. It was clear that everyone genuinely enjoyed the hot pot. These guys had enormous appetites. Ye Feng had bought enough ingredients to feed 30 people, yet they devoured it all. O'Neal, with the biggest appetite, even seemed a bit unsatisfied. Feng, promise me you won't refuse if I invite you to my place. O'Neal said solemnly. As a big eater, he had no resistance to good food, and he was already conquered by Ye Feng's cooking. Of course I can't think of a reason to refuse. Ye Feng smiled habitually. Hearing this, O'Neal laughed heartily. Haha, Feng, from now on you're my best brother. Don't worry, the big shark's got your back on the team. I've been waiting for your comeback, so you and Kobe can lead me to a championship. Ye Feng's face showed anticipation. He was eager to see, with O'Neal's return filling the team's biggest gap, just how far this Lakers team could go, and whether they could truly achieve a four-peat. This year's championship is definitely ours, O'Neal said confidently. Hearing this, Kobe, who had intended to stay silent to maintain his aloof and proud persona, couldn't help but speak. You should figure out how to lose some weight first. You always like to ruin the mood when things are going well. O'Neal pouted, a bit displeased. Kobe clearly wasn't one to indulge O'Neal. Just tell me your current weight. O'Neal was at a loss. This hit his weak spot. Since the season started, despite the team sending someone to watch him daily, he couldn't control his mouth during his recovery. His weight not only didn't drop, but strayed further from the team's requirements. Even if you need to lose weight, you've got to eat your fill first, or you won't have the strength. Ye Feng joked, lightening the mood. In the following moments, he acted as a buffer between Kobe and O'Neal, preventing things from turning too unpleasant. Unexpectedly, both Kobe and O'Neal seemed pleased with this arrangement. They tacitly got along well with Ye Feng. Seeing his goal achieved, Ye Feng sighed in relief, but also felt a bit drained. Without me, this family would fall apart sooner or later. At the same time, Phil Jackson, who had been closely observing Ye Feng's situation, brightened. He realized his earlier worries might have been unnecessary. Ye Feng didn't need his concern. Instead, the relationship between Kobe and O'Neal was the team's top priority. If they brought their increasingly strained real-life relationship onto the court, it would be a massive blow to the Lakers. But this could only be known after O'Neal's return. The specific time for his comeback had been set. It would be the next game against the Bucks. The Bucks, with strong perimeter play but average interior strength, were undoubtedly a suitable opponent for O'Neal's return. However, the public was skeptical about O'Neal's competitive state after his comeback. It was obvious to everyone that his weight was excessive. The big shark had become a fat shark, and how much of his strength remained was highly questionable. The Lakers, however, were relatively optimistic. After all, O'Neal had been showing up at the training facility more frequently lately and had begun practicing with the team. Yet Phil Jackson had never put O'Neal, Kobe, and Ye Feng on the same team. Ye Feng always led the bench against the OK duo, getting crushed. But that was before he integrated the magic template. Now Ye Feng was confident he could lose by a smaller margin. Only by facing Shaquille O'Neal on the court could one truly understand the terrifying power of this prehistoric beast. At 30, even overweight, O'Neal was still in his prime. His technique and experience were top tier among centers. If he could control his weight, his dominance in the paint would remain unparalleled. With such a golden thigh by his side, Ye Feng believed that as long as O'Neal and Kobe's relationship didn't deteriorate with his help, the championship was secure. Of course, the real situation would only be known after playing. Apart from the dinner, there were no other activities. Everyone gathered around the campfire, drinking and chatting, creating a warm atmosphere. Unconsciously, the distance between them narrowed. It wasn't until 10 o'clock that everyone went home. Considering the potential noise of nighttime activities, Ye Feng declined Kobe's invitation to stay over and returned to his apartment with Jessica. What happened afterward need not be elaborated. The next day, Jessica left early to prepare for a new film, meaning they wouldn't see each other daily for a while. Because of this, the girl had shed her usual passive demeanor last night, becoming quite proactive. It felt good. Similarly, Ye Feng had games to play and wasn't exactly free. That evening at the Staples Center, the game between the Lakers and the Bucks began as scheduled. The most anticipated aspect of this game was undoubtedly O'Neal's return from injury. At the same time, many head coaches around the league were watching closely. As the defending champions, the Lakers were the hypothetical enemy for every team with championship aspirations. This season, the purple and gold had stumbled upon Ye Feng gaining a significant boost. Now that O'Neal was back, how Phil Jackson would arrange the lineup, whether the team's excellent early season chemistry would be affected, and their true on-court strength were all of great interest. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the game began. The Bucks fielded a starting lineup of Irvin Johnson, same name as Magic, Tim Thomas, Michael Red Ray Allen, and Sam Cassell, a dazzling trio of star guards. Similarly, the Lakers' lineup was star-studded. As anticipated, Ye Feng was a substitute for this game. The Lakers' starting lineup was Shaquille O'Neal, Robert Horry, Rick Fox, Kobe Bryant, and Derek Fisher. This was also the Lakers' championship lineup from last season. Despite O'Neal being overweight, his athleticism remained formidable as he easily won the tip-off against Johnson, allowing the Lakers to strike first. Ye Feng then watched O'Neal secure his position in the paint with ease. Kobe, having just received the ball from Fisher, promptly passed it to him. O'Neal caught the ball, turned, and forced Johnson to retreat step by step. With the path ahead wide open, he effortlessly slammed a dunk. Kobe's assist tally increased by 1. I could do that too, Ye Feng thought to himself. Playing alongside O'Neal made racking up assists incredibly simple. Throughout the ensuing game, O'Neal treated the Bucks' interior as his own backyard, invading at will with relentless, powerful backdowns. Not only was his strength immense, but his pivot speed was astonishing, coupled with agile footwork that left ordinary big men utterly defenseless. He hardly resembled a 300-pound giant. His low-post skills were exceptional, powerful dunks, hook shots, layups, and bank shots. He mastered every scoring method. In truth, O'Neal's overwhelming talent overshadowed his equally remarkable technique. His flaw, however, was free-throw shooting. Tall players with excellent free-throw accuracy, like Yao Ming, were a rarity in the NBA. Beyond his free-throw weakness, O'Neal's game condition was still unstable due to his recent return. After an initial burst, he missed many seemingly surefire shots. Yet O'Neal's value extended beyond scoring and defense. His mere presence on the court exerted immense pressure on opponents, forcing them to focus their defensive attention on him, thereby easing the defensive burden on the other four Lakers on the floor. This led to a pattern where O'Neal would attack, followed by Kobe, then O'Neal again, with the other three players occasionally receiving open passes for shots. This was the essence of the triangle offense's star isolation. Having a superstar center and a superstar guard made life incredibly comfortable for role players. O'Neal's intimidation was particularly immense. Unfortunately, Phil Jackson didn't give Ye Feng a chance to enjoy the game until the latter part of the first quarter, when O'Neal was substituted off. The Bucks' strength undoubtedly lay in their perimeter players. But Ray Allen was off his game, struggling against Kobe's intense defense. He missed his first 3 shots and maintained a low efficiency thereafter, appearing somewhat distracted. Upon entering the game, Ye Feng was matched against the 33-year-old veteran Sam Cassell. Youth is a formidable weapon, especially against a young powerhouse like Ye Feng, who possessed freakish strength and exceptional defensive skills. Cassell found himself utterly helpless. Lacking speed and explosive power, Cassell relied more on his height, experience, and technique to drive and organize. Against Ye Feng's relentless, energy-draining, suffocating defense, he was truly at a loss. This kid is only 19. How does he have such rich defensive experience? Cassell was disheartened, discovering he could do nothing. With 2 of the Bucks' 3-star perimeter players neutralized, Michael Redd was left isolated, and his leadership abilities were not exceptional. He also had a tendency to hold the ball, making him easy to target. Of course, what was most memorable was his awkward playing style. Facing Rick Fox in this game, Redd's scoring efficiency was decent, but one man's effort was insufficient to change the overall situation. With both Kobe and Ye Feng performing efficiently on offense, the Lakers controlled the game with ease. Against Cassell, whose unknown defense was mediocre, Ye Feng played with composure. After experiencing his current abilities on the court in the previous game, he grew increasingly confident. The Bucks, who focused their defensive efforts mainly on Kobe and employed an unknown no-help defense against Ye Feng, were completely bewildered. Weren't they told he had no jump shot? How many had he made now? Cassell was torched into a pretzel. On the sidelines, even though he had mentally prepared, Phil Jackson was visibly astonished. Then he felt immense relief. Thank goodness Ye Feng was with the Lakers. What a true steal. That incompetent Kupchak, why hasn't he resolved Feng's contract yet? Doesn't he realize how many teams are after Feng now? Phil Jackson's frustration was tinged with anger. Meanwhile, in the VIP box with owner Jerry Buss, Kupchak wore a helpless expression. I've already discussed an extension with Feng and offered our best current terms, but he wants to wait until after this season to consider it. He's probably not satisfied with the offer. Recalling Ye Feng's words about focusing on the game, Kupchak felt speechless. It was just a ploy to wait for a better offer dressed up nicely. Hearing this, old Buss watched Ye Feng, who excelled on both ends, then glanced at the equally young and formidable Kobe, and finally fixed his gaze on the obese figure on the bench, frowning slightly. Given Feng's current potential and immediate contribution, our offer indeed doesn't match his worth. Our salary cap is very tight. Shaquille's contract expires next year, and we've begun negotiations with his agent team. They're demanding a high price. Plus, Kobe is already on a $10 million annual salary. We're very close to the luxury tax threshold, Kupchak explained. The implication was clear: the team was already stretched thin, supporting 2 superstars with $10 million salaries, Kobe and O'Neal. Given Ye Feng's potential and ability, many teams would offer him a $10 million contract. Without paying the luxury tax, it would be difficult to match other teams' offers. Old Buss understood this and fell silent, his eyes flickering with hesitation. Unaware of these discussions, Ye Feng helped the Lakers extend their lead to 12 points by the end of the first quarter alongside Kobe. A double-digit lead in a single quarter was a significant gap. The question remained whether Ray Allen could find his rhythm to relieve some pressure from Michael Redd. In the second quarter, Ye Feng led the Lakers' bench unit. On the Bucks side, Sam Cassell naturally lacked the stamina to continue, and Michael Redd, having played all 12 minutes of the first quarter, also needed rest. Ray Allen, who had been substituted off in the last 3 minutes of the first quarter, took on the responsibility. Against Allen, Ye Feng dared not relax defensively. Despite being renowned for his three-point accuracy and destined to become one of the NBA's deadliest shooters, Ray Allen also possessed excellent athleticism, often delivering powerful dunks. Aware of this, Ye Feng didn't give Allen an easy chance to catch the ball, habitually applying maximum physical pressure. This placed immense defensive pressure on Allen, who was already off his game, causing his performance to remain lackluster. In contrast, Ye Feng was in full flow, displaying outstanding form. On a fence facing the Bucks' weak interior, Ye Feng focused on driving supplemented by mid-range shots. Not only did he score efficiently himself, but his passing ability rated at 89 approached elite league standards. Whenever a teammate had an opportunity, he could deliver a precise pass instantly if he chose to. By the time Kobe and O'Neal returned to the game, Ye Feng had already recorded 6 assists and 17 points, including the first quarter. His performance was undeniably outstanding. The lead on the scoreboard had further expanded to 17 points. After another barrage from O'Neal and Kobe, the Bucks' last vestige of fighting spirit was crushed. In the end, the Lakers secured a comfortable home victory over the Bucks, claiming their 12th win of the season. O'Neal played 28 minutes, making 12 of 18 field goals and 3 of 10 free throws, finishing with 27 points, 13 rebounds, 1 assist, and 3 blocks. Kobe had a relatively modest offensive appetite, making 8 of 15 shots and all 3 free throws, totaling 19 points along with 5 rebounds, 8 assists, and 2 steals. Playing 36 minutes, Ye Feng took 13 shots, the third highest on the team, and made 10, an astonishing efficiency. He made 1 of 2 free throws, amassing 21 points, 8 rebounds, 11 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks. The trio alone scored 67 points, accounting for the majority of the Lakers' total of 108 points. O'Neal's return game was stellar, showcasing the Lakers' excellent competitiveness. Their remarkable chemistry put immense pressure on opposing coaches. Even though Kobe seemed somewhat uncomfortable with O'Neal's return, appearing uncertain of his role, Ye Feng's improvement was staggering. Crucially, Ye Feng's performance wasn't significantly affected by O'Neal's comeback, adding to the anxiety of rival coaches. The Lakers were no longer just the OK duo, they had clearly become a big three superstars in their prime. After concluding their home game against the Bucks, the Lakers embarked on a grueling 3-game road trip, which included a back-to-back set of away games. The intensity was considerable. Their first opponent on this road journey was the Heat. With Alonzo Mourning sidelined for the season, the once iron-willed Heat were significantly weakened. Pat Riley, despite his myriad strategies, found himself a capable general with no troops to command. He had no one to deploy. The starting lineup consisted of Bryant, Grant, Malik Allen, Karen Butler, Eddie Jones, and Travis Best. The interior was notably lacking in height. The small forward was this year's rookie. Best had long passed his prime, and while Eddie Jones was undoubtedly a star-caliber player, he was after all the man who kept Kobe on the bench for 2 years. His skill was not to be underestimated. Of course, Ye Feng didn't need to worry about that particular matchup. Before the game, the look in Kobe's eyes when he glanced at Eddie Jones was filled with murderous intent. Clearly, the Black Mamba harbored resentment over the situation in his early career where, despite being able to defeat Eddie Jones in unknown play, he was consistently kept on the bench. Those 2 years as a backup had given Kobe a much lower starting point compared to other future superstars, and his personal statistics had suffered as a result. His resentment was understandable. In Kobe's view, Eddie Jones occupied the starting spot despite being inferior in skill. It was unjust. Returning to the game, the Lakers fielded the same starting lineup as the previous game, with Ye Feng continuing to come off the bench. Initially, it seemed that with Kobe containing the Heat's most dangerous player, Eddie Jones, and O'Neal dominating the paint, the other Heat players posed little threat, making this an easy win. But reality was far from that. O'Neal was inefficient against the Heat's concerted interior attacks, especially with their rule-bending moves, and the referee's clear favoritism causing the Big Shark considerable trouble. On the perimeter, Kobe failed to suppress Eddie Jones as expected. The latter avoided unknown play, entirely relying instead on screens from teammates to shake off his defender. He didn't drive into the paint to face O'Neal, opting mainly for mid-range shots with high efficiency. In the point guard duel, the 1.8-meter-tall Best had indeed passed his prime, but his footwork remained agile and his speed still exceptional, making Fisher's defensive efforts arduous. Correspondingly, on defense, Best couldn't handle Fisher either. The latter's strength was among the elite for point guards. They were essentially neutralizing each other. The matchups in other positions were similar. The game had devolved into a rhythm where neither side could stop the other. Seeing this, Phil Jackson did not immediately make adjustments, choosing instead to let it play out, trusting in Kobe and O'Neal. Truly a zen master of a coach. Since the head coach wasn't worried, Ye Feng wasn't either. After all, they weren't trailing. Even if they lost, it was just a regular season game. But he didn't think they would lose. An outsider sees the game best. As soon as he stepped onto the court, the momentum would shift. Ye Feng had that confidence. With 5 minutes and 31 seconds left in the first quarter, Ye Feng and Kareem Rush checked in while O'Neal and Fisher went to the bench to rest. At the same time, Pat Riley also adjusted the Heat's lineup, bringing in Mike James and LaFonso Ellis to replace Malik Allen and Travis Best. Both teams were now playing small ball lineups. While the truth was that neither team had suitable backup centers, so they simply sent out smaller players. The score was 1-4-1-3 with the Lakers leading by 1. Lakers ball. Ye Feng brought the ball past half court, raising an eyebrow at Mike James, who immediately pressed up on him. "So you're James?" "Huh." Mike James was confused. The moment his opponent was distracted, Ye Feng suddenly exploded, feigning a drive to the left. This forced Mike James to quickly shift his weight and scramble to adjust his defensive stance. Just as his center of gravity began to shift, Ye Feng flicked his wrist with agility, swiftly changing direction with a crossover dribble, and burst past him on the right. The defender's grabbing hand was easily shaken off, sending him stumbling several steps. The disparity in strength was immense. Ye Feng could have barely executed the same move before, but its fluidity was incomparable now. Mike James was utterly helpless. Having successfully penetrated the paint, Ye Feng threaded the ball through the crowd of converging Heat defenders, delivering it precisely to a cutting Kobe. Great pass. Catching the ball without needing to adjust, Kobe took 3 steps, leaped, and slammed home a one-handed dunk. On the Lakers bench, O'Neal, who had watched the entire play, pursed his lips. Not as domineering as my dunks. Possession changed, and the Heat tried a fast break. However, as Grant was about to inbound the ball from the baseline, his expression changed drastically. Mike James, preparing to receive the pass, immediately sensed something was wrong. Ye Feng, who had just been high-fiving Kobe and seemingly retreating on defense, had doubled back. Cunning Easterner. After sprinting a few steps toward his own backcourt and barely securing the ball, Mike James had no time to breathe a sigh of relief before feeling a sudden emptiness in his hands. What? He turned his head instinctively, and the calm face of Kobe came into his view. When did you get here? There was no response. Having completed the steal, Kobe charged straight to the basket. Facing the incoming Grant, he leaped, but didn't take the shot himself, instead tossing the ball behind him. Ye Feng, who had charged in right behind, leaped up, grabbed the ball with both hands, and slammed it through the hoop for a powerful dunk. Returning the favor, Kobe and Ye Feng high-fived again before quickly turning and running back on defense. Heat offense. After repeatedly confirming that the two wouldn't double back, Grant finally managed to inbound the ball within the 5-second limit. Mike James received the pass, took a deep breath to compose himself, dribbled past half-court, and immediately passed to Eddie Jones. The latter immediately gave Grant, who had just crossed mid-court, a look, intending to use a screen to shake off Kobe's defense. However, before Grant could set the screen, Ye Feng was already pressing up on him. He approached from Eddie Jones' blind spot. Quickly forming a double team with Kobe, Ye Feng applied physical pressure while making various poking attempts for the steal, completely sealing off Eddie Jones' passing lanes and forcing him to desperately protect the ball. When did this guy get here? Eddie Jones felt stifled. Suddenly, a sliver of hope appeared in his despair. A tiny opening caught his eye, revealing LaFonso Ellis a few steps away. Eddie Jones didn't hesitate and quickly chose to pass the ball. Slap. A hand suddenly appeared, effortlessly snatching the ball. Eddie Jones' expression froze and his mind cleared. Damn, I've been tricked. A fishing steal. After securing the steal, Ye Feng took long strides, charging straight for the front court. Grant stepped up to contest, only for a basketball to fly directly at his face. He instinctively clamped his legs together, but was a beat too slow as the ball had already passed between them. Hot on its heels was Ye Feng, who was sprinting at full speed without slowing down. A nutmeg. Gasps of surprise rippled through the arena. Chasing down the ball and securing it with no defenders left in front of him, Ye Feng had just stepped inside the free throw line when he unexpectedly slammed the ball hard into the ground. The ball bounced up, and Kobe, who was a few steps behind, leaped for an alley-oop dunk. The arena fell silent for a moment, then sporadic applause and cheers broke out. This single play had won over the away fans. In the Heat's bench area, Pat Riley watched Ye Feng and Kobe, who had left his team dazed in these few possessions, with a stern expression and eyes full of envy. Phil, during the Bulls era, you had Michael Jordan. Now with the Lakers, you not only have O'Neal and Kobe, but you've also stumbled upon a potential superstar with star-level performance in China's Feng. Why does God favor you so much? On the court, the game continued. With Ye Feng's entry, the previously balanced situation was shattered. Eddie Jones was deflated. Mike James was bewildered. Karen Butler was convinced. By the end of the first quarter, the Lakers led by a comfortable 11 points. In the second quarter, Ye Feng led the bench unit in a 123 run, essentially sealing the victory. The Lakers' bench had always been a major problem, but Ye Feng's presence had filled that void. In fact, the Lakers often relied on Ye Feng leading the reserves to build their leads. Watching Ye Feng celebrating with his teammates as they walked towards the tunnel, Pat Riley felt his jealousy towards Phil Jackson grow even stronger. With the Lakers' current roster of stars, any coach would be a championship favorite. A faint sense of helplessness reminiscent of the Bulls' era of dominance washed over Pat Riley. Recalling that Ye Feng was only on a one-year contract with the Lakers and that no news of an extension had surfaced, a determined look solidified in his eyes. Missing the chance to coach Michael Jordan has always been my regret. I absolutely cannot miss out on China's Feng this time. With an impressive record of 13 wins and 2 losses, the Lakers traveled from Miami to Oakland the day after their game. The identity of their opponent was already clear. The Orlando Magic. Shaquille O'Neal's former team. Back then, facing a choice between 2 players, the Magic management opted for Anthony Hardaway, ultimately parting ways with O'Neal on bad terms. Ever since, O'Neal always brought extra intensity whenever he faced the Magic. This time was no exception. Even though years had passed, he still hadn't let go of that grudge. He wanted to prove that the Magic had made the wrong choice. Anthony Hardaway was exceptionally talented, making him a solid cornerstone for a team. Unfortunately, the Magic allowed him to play through injuries, repeatedly ruining a super talent once considered comparable to Michael Jordan. In contrast, O'Neal had already achieved a three-peat, firmly establishing himself as the league's top center. From a results-oriented perspective, it seemed the Magic had erred. Yet given Hardaway's performance and potential at the time, the Magic's decision was understandable. The matter was settled, leaving little room for further debate. Like O'Neal, Kobe Bryant was also visibly excited for this game. The Magic's current star was Tracy McGrady. At the time, the two ranked first and second in scoring. McGrady averaged 33.4 points per game, while Kobe averaged 31.6. The gap wasn't huge. In the realm of competition, there's no definitive hierarchy. Facing off in the regular season, Kobe was eager to duel McGrady and settle the score. Ye Feng had no particular thoughts about this game. The consecutive road games, especially the intense matchup against the Heat, had left him physically recovered but mentally drained. Unfortunately, there was little time to rest. That very evening in Oakland, the game against the Magic began. The Lakers, playing a back-to-back on the road, were weary from travel, while the Magic awaited at home well rested. From the tip-off, Kobe and O'Neal played with fierce energy and initiative, as did McGrady. The star-studded scoring duel was electrifying to watch. Sitting on the bench, Ye Feng watched with keen interest. But soon he sensed something amiss. It wasn't his team's performance, but rather a third party's actions on the court that left him speechless. Kobe and O'Neal were repeatedly called for fouls on offense, allowing the Magic to seize momentum. McGrady first hit a pull-up two-pointer, then drove to the basket and assisted Mike Miller for a three-pointer from the perimeter. A 50 run extended the lead to 7 points. In subsequent possessions, it was evident the referees favored the home team with their calls. That was nothing new. Road games often had such biases. However, unlike other away referees, tonight's officials were particularly strict with Kobe and O'Neal. With just over half the first quarter played, both Kobe and O'Neal had 2 fouls. Both were visibly frustrated. Given their stature in the NBA, they expected at least fair treatment, if not star calls on the road. But tonight offered no such courtesy. Halfway through the first quarter, the score was 816, with the Lakers trailing by 8. Ye Feng came off the bench. With O'Neal's return, he no longer alternated starts with Derek Fisher. Fortunately, unlocking the third template didn't require starting. Just playing 75 games sufficed, so it didn't matter. As long as he had playing time and ball possession, he was fine. If even that couldn't be guaranteed, Ye Feng figured he could just win a championship this season and then leave. Given his current performance and potential, plenty of teams would take a gamble on him. The game continued with the Magic in possession. Kobe guarded McGrady while Ye Feng matched up against Grant Hill. Hill, once hailed as Jordan's successor, was now a notorious injury-prone player. Plagued by constant injuries, his form had significantly declined. Against such an opponent, Ye Feng defended with relative ease, frequently glancing toward Kobe ready to double-team. Sensing his intent, Grant Hill deliberately moved him away from McGrady's area. Ye Feng had no choice but to follow, unable to abandon his assignment. Kobe would have to handle it alone. In an unknown duel, neither Kobe nor Peak McGrady could stop the other. The outcome hinged on who was in better form that night. On this possession, McGrady executed a smooth behind-the-back dribble, turned, and hit a graceful pull-up jumper, leaving Kobe helpless. There was no way to block it. With a soft swish, the shot went in, and McGrady smirked as if it were a trivial feat. This infuriated Kobe. On the next possession, as soon as they crossed half-court and reached the Magic's three-point line, he signaled for the ball, and Ye Feng obliged. Even though Ye Feng had a better chance of scoring against Grant Hill, Kobe didn't disappoint. Using his exceptional post-up skills, he hit a fadeaway jumper to answer back. For the remainder of the game, the two engaged in a direct scoring duel. Ye Feng found himself rather bored on the court. He didn't need to exert much effort on defense, as the ball rarely reached Hill. On offense, his role was simply to bring the ball past half-court and pass it to Kobe. This is what it's like to be a superstar, quite a privilege. He'll have it soon enough, Ye Feng thought confidently. The first quarter ended with the Lakers trailing 28, still down by 8. The team was losing, but a small consolation was that Kobe held his own against McGrady in their duel, though Ye Feng saw a little practical value in it. Of course, he couldn't voice that. The second quarter began, and as usual, Ye Feng led the bench unit. Seeing McGrady, who had played the entire first quarter at full intensity against Kobe, stay on the court to lead the second unit, Ye Feng was surprised and then intrigued. Because McGrady chose to guard him. Ye Feng from China, the media raves about your defense. I wonder if you can stop me. McGrady's eyes brimmed with confidence. Ye Feng replied calmly, we'll find out if we try. Let's try then. The Lakers had won the opening tip, so the Magic had possession to start the second quarter. McGrady immediately called for the ball. Having been a spectator earlier, Ye Feng was eager to expend his energy. He refused to let McGrady easily receive the ball and initiate his offense, pressing up tightly. Having gauged the referee's standards from their calls on Kobe and O'Neal, Ye Feng played aggressively on defense without drawing a foul. Interesting, McGrady muttered, unfazed by the physicality. He was playing against a smaller opponent with clear advantages in height and weight. But soon McGrady's expression turned serious. He was astonished to find Ye Feng stronger than him. In the physical battle, he couldn't gain any advantage. He could only rely on his height and wingspan to catch the ball and initiate his offense. At the same time, Ye Feng felt the pressure. Despite his defensive rating of 90, facing a peak scorer like McGrady was still a challenge. He could only rely on his strength and relentless defensive effort to contain McGrady as best he could. The results were less than ideal. In terms of pure talent, McGrady was among the elite. Even Kobe's talent fell a notch below. Unable to stop McGrady from hitting a pull-up jumper, Ye Feng chose to retaliate on offense. Compared to his offense, McGrady's defense was more relaxed. Using his superior strength and rhythmic dribbling, Ye Feng broke free, drove into the paint, and launched himself into the air over the Magic's backup center Andrew DeClercq. McGrady followed, attempting a block. With a wide-ranging layup, Ye Feng evaded the defender's front and back, flicking his wrist to softly drop the ball through the hoop. The layup was good. Landing steadily, Ye Feng said nothing and retreated on defense, locking eyes with McGrady. The thrill of going unknown with a top-tier scorer ignited a unique excitement within him. Even his mental fatigue faded away. He felt ablaze with energy. Bring it on, Tracy McGrady. Oh. As a fighter, McGrady was very familiar with Ye Feng's current gaze. Those seemingly languid eyes shimmered with unparalleled confidence. He feared no one's challenge. He firmly believed he was the strongest. The Magic launched their offense, and the ball immediately fell into McGrady's hands. Slightly turning sideways, holding the ball with one hand behind his back, McGrady unveiled his signature, showy move. Unfazed, Ye Feng pretended to step forward, actually prioritizing defense against the drive over the shot. He wanted to feel the breakthrough ability of a top-tier scorer. The moment Ye Feng moved, McGrady burst into action without warning. His innate ball sense granted him the ability to merge with the ball, coupled with top-tier explosive power. In the blink of an eye, he was already beside Ye Feng. His mind had registered the movement, but his body couldn't react. This was Ye Feng's true state at that moment. Too fast. He was left 3 steps behind. By the time Ye Feng turned and chased with all his might, he found the distance between them showed no sign of closing, instead widening at a visible rate. Boom. Watching McGrady drive into the paint, score with a one-handed dunk, and roar, while leaning back, Ye Feng's expression remained as calm as ever. This round was his willful attempt. It was said that McGrady's talent was uniquely formidable, still in his prime, with terrifying strength. Ye Feng wanted to personally experience this talent onslaught. Facts proved that once McGrady was given room to accelerate with his current defensive ability, Ye Feng couldn't stop him at all. Turnover, Lakers offense. Ye Feng brought the ball past half court. The Lakers players on the floor instinctively spread out to let him go unknown with McGrady. The latter, abandoning his earlier casual defensive stance, stepped forward with eyes sharp as knives, immediately intensifying the pressure. With exceptional height, wingspan, and hand size, McGrady posed a huge threat on defense, putting immense pressure on Ye Feng's ball handling. Fortunately, Ye Feng had his own advantage. That was strength. No fancy moves, back to basics. Ye Feng forcefully shouldered McGrady into the free throw line, then took 3 steps, as if to jump, luring McGrady to leap for a block. As McGrady descended, Ye Feng jumped and scored with a 2-handed dunk. A reply in kind. During the retreat, Ye Feng felt immense relief inside. Good thing he had been decisive. McGrady jumped again immediately after landing. His terrifyingly quick leap combined with his oversized wingspan and hands nearly completed the block. Damn, this talent is just too strong. Ye Feng cursed under his breath. In this defensive round, he didn't give McGrady an easy chance to launch. To be precise, Ye Feng didn't even retreat on defense. He applied full-court pressure on McGrady. He had been coasting in the first quarter, saving energy, while McGrady had battled Kobe for 12 minutes and continued into the second quarter. If he couldn't outlast him, Ye Feng would admit defeat. Seeing Ye Feng defend so relentlessly, the home fans gasped in surprise. Too crazy. Then they looked expectantly at their star player, wondering if McGrady would respond. Under the spotlight, McGrady didn't back down, nor did he call for teammates' help. He chose to go head-to-head. This was his rule for unknown. If he said unknown, it was unknown. Very pure. Off the ball, McGrady displayed terrifying mobility and outstanding physical prowess. He fought through Ye Feng to cross half-court, then twisted, turned, and changed directions, successfully catching a pass before explosively driving. Ye Feng stuck close to McGrady's side, not giving him a chance to break free. They entered the paint almost body-to-body, and then Ye Feng was hit by another burst of talent. Height, wingspan, jump. He held no advantage in any of these. Even defending with all his might, once McGrady jumped in the paint, he truly couldn't block it. All he could do was cover McGrady's eyes. But McGrady was dunking. No aiming needed, so covering eyes was useless. It felt so frustrating. Yet in the next round, McGrady felt the same. Pushing, pressing, leaning with all his strength, even using some underhanded tricks outside the rules, McGrady was still forcibly shoved aside by Ye Feng, who bulldozed into the paint for a score. McGrady felt a bit annoyed. In the next offensive round, he fought even harder. Seeing this, Kobe on the bench was eager, wishing he could jump in and replace Ye Feng. He loved this kind of confrontation, trading offense and defense with an evenly matched opponent on the court. His gaze kept drifting toward Phil Jackson. The message was clear. He wanted to play. Noticing this, O'Neal found it somewhat amusing, thinking, why is this guy still acting like a kid? With Feng helping you wear down Tracy, you still want to go in yourself. Do you have to be so intense? Then he realized their opponent this time was the Magic. They had to fight. They couldn't afford to lose. His gaze shifted to the court. O'Neal undoubtedly acknowledged Ye Feng's strength and potential, which was why he was willing to get close build rapport and even sacrifice some of his own ball possession. What Kobe could do he could too. But Ye Feng clearly grew closer to Kobe, which annoyed O'Neal. He would have to take it slow. At that moment, Phil Jackson paid no attention to Kobe, his eyes fixed on Ye Feng, who was trading blows with McGrady, thinking, has he already risen to this level? Relying on his raw explosive strength, Ye Feng had elevated both his defensive and offensive threats significantly. Even a powerhouse like McGrady couldn't fully contain Ye Feng, which spoke volumes. In clash after clash, McGrady was steadily worn down. It was predictable that if the Magic didn't adjust, McGrady's stamina would soon be exhausted. Once Kobe and O'Neal returned, the Lakers' advantage on the court would be enormous. Without McGrady's offensive support and ability to draw defenders, the rest of the Magic roster couldn't shoulder the burden. Grant Hill's competitive state was far from its peak. Shawn Kemp was nearing his retirement. Mike Miller's three-pointers were accurate in this game, but he needed a star to draw defenders. His self-creation ability was severely lacking. Aware of all this, Phil Jackson's gaze grew more appreciative. Ye Feng played with intelligence, and Jackson admired such players. On the court, the second quarter quickly reached its midpoint. That meant Ye Feng and McGrady had been battling for a full half quarter. The deficit was still 9 points. The Lakers were trailing. McGrady's scoring efficiency was still slightly better than Ye Feng's. However, the Magic couldn't be happy, as McGrady, who had played continuously, was visibly exhausted. Ye Feng, on the other hand, was also breathing heavily with significant stamina drain, but his movements on both ends of the floor remained sharp, agile, and decisive. Magic head coach Doc Rivers felt helpless. He had even called a timeout to warn McGrady. But McGrady ignored him. If it were anyone else on the team daring to defy him, Rivers wouldn't tolerate it, but McGrady was an exception. The management valued McGrady far more than the head coach. At least for now. He dared not come down hard, so he had to indulge him. As a result, the Magic still led on the scoreboard, but their future situation was very precarious. And so it was. When Kobe and O'Neal entered the game in the latter half of the second quarter, Phil Jackson kept Ye Feng on the floor. The Lakers' big three were on the court together for the first time. Ye Feng stopped guarding McGrady and began orchestrating the offense, mainly defending Grant Hill, a much lighter task. Recharged, Kobe faced McGrady again with terrifying enthusiasm. Faced with this, McGrady suddenly regretted the energy he had spent on Ye Feng. He hadn't broken Ye Feng, and now he was truly exhausted. But it was too late. Playing alongside O'Neal for the first time in a game, Ye Feng deeply felt the power of this golden teammate. In half a quarter, he fed O'Neal 8 passes. 6 of them turned into assists. The assists piled up fast. At halftime, the Lakers had reversed the deficit and led the Magic by 2 points. In other words, they had outscored the Magic by 11 points in just half a quarter. The 15-minute halftime break was far from enough for McGrady to recover, but the Magic couldn't do without him, and McGrady himself refused to rest on the bench. Seeing this, Phil Jackson had Kobe and Ye Feng take turns wearing down McGrady in the second half. The latter was completely deflated. Giving up his onion-own approach and relying on teammates for screens was a blow to his pride. In the end, his stamina was completely drained. The Magic's offensive firepower plummeted while the Lakers surged with relentless attacks. With Ye Feng and Kobe focused on defense, O'Neal took on the primary scoring role. His fighting spirit was high and his scoring efficiency was outstanding. In the end, thanks to O'Neal's 38 points and 13 rebounds, Kobe's 29 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 steals, and Ye Feng's 22 points, 8 rebounds, 13 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block. The Lakers' big three combined for 89 points, defeating the Magic and securing a victory in this tough back-to-back road game. McGrady played 46 minutes and scored a game-high 42 points, but it was all in vain. When the team loses, no matter how many points he scores, it's meaningless. This game showed that the Magic's ceiling wasn't very high. When McGrady was in trouble, no other player could step up. Even Michael Jordan needed teammates like Pippen and Rodman to win championships, but McGrady had no such support. The outcome was sealed. With this win, the Lakers secured their 14th victory of the season, still ranking second in the Western Conference. The Mavericks, also with a 142 record, held the top spot. That long Ye Feng is quite impressive, but he likely won't be content playing second fiddle to you and Shaquille, McGrady asserted with conviction. He saw a reflection of his former self in Ye Feng. Kobe, wearing a faint smile, turned his gaze toward Ye Feng. I don't mind. I'm willing to compete fairly with him and Shaquille. The strong rise, the weak fall. That's the unyielding rule of the basketball court. Haha, then you might have to remain the second in command for good, McGrady teased. Yet inwardly he felt envy, even a tinge of jealousy. In contrast, as a solo star, he enjoyed supreme status on the Magic, but the team's lack of competitiveness was an undeniable reality, causing him great distress. McGrady also yearned for powerful teammates. At the same time, as Kobe said, if a strong teammate could truly dominate him and the team offered adequate respect and status, he wouldn't mind playing second fiddle. After all, on the basketball court, strength reigns supreme. Of course, McGrady didn't believe anyone could dominate him. However, the Magic lacked a player like Ye Feng. Now, with veterans aging, injuries plaguing the roster, and the young talents being mediocre, it was truly a struggle. Unaware of McGrady's inner thoughts at that moment, Kobe responded to his teasing with confidence. I don't think Feng can reach that level. No player in this world can dominate me. while the Black Mamba was equally self-assured. Who knows about the future? McGrady chuckled. Kobe smiled as well. Let time prove it. Not joining in their exchange, Ye Feng dealt with a beautiful female reporter blocking his path before heading to the locker room with an excited O'Neal. Having successfully avenged himself against his former team, O'Neal was in high spirits. Everyone after this road trip, the Big Shark is throwing a party. No excuses, everyone's coming. Upon hearing this, the team's faces lit up with joy, but their gazes shifted from O'Neal to Ye Feng. Seeing this, Ye Feng, who was still analyzing his matchup with McGrady, knew exactly what they were thinking. Shaquille's party. I'm definitely in. Then you'll have to put some extra thought into the food, Feng. O'Neal grinned. Lately, he had been craving that hot pot, making his once favorite pizza and burgers taste bland. No problem, leave it to me, Ye Feng agreed. Since O'Neal had servants to handle the prep work, it wouldn't be too tiring. He could just direct them. Given these guys' simple tastes in food, he could easily satisfy them with minimal effort. For this post-game press conference, Phil Jackson brought O'Neal and Kobe, leaving Ye Feng in peace. However, he was unaware that these two, who increasingly clashed and couldn't stand each other, had found common ground in praising him. They showered him with exaggerated compliments. Even McGrady from the Magic did the same. Learning of this, Ye Feng felt helpless. They were putting him in the spotlight, making him a target for opponents to study and counter. But with his current strength, he wasn't afraid of such targeting. Though Phil Jackson hadn't said much during the game, Ye Feng sensed that when he, O'Neal, and Kobe were on the court together, the coach wanted him to act as the facilitator. Scoring was handled by O'Neal and the others, so he didn't need to worry. There wasn't enough ball possession to go around anyway. Both O'Neal and Kobe were ball-dominant players with a playstyle centered on holding the ball. Ye Feng had no strong feelings about this. At least for this season, he was fine with it. As for the future, no one could say for sure, so he wouldn't overthink it. After the back-to-back away games against the Magic, the Lakers faced their final game of November, another road game against the Grizzlies. The Grizzlies, who entered the NBA in 1995, had never made the playoffs. Seeking better prospects, they relocated from Vancouver, Canada to Memphis, USA last year, where the basketball culture was richer. This team hadn't even fully stabilized yet. Their overall strength was mediocre, but they still had some players with talent and potential. This year's fourth pick, Drew Gooden, showed good adaptability and immediate impact, averaging over 12 points per game. Inside, Pau Gasol was an undeniable star and the absolute core of the Grizzlies. Second-year player Shane Battier was also a solid role player. Aside from these three, the player Ye Feng cared most about was Jason Williams, also known as White Chocolate. Famous for his flashy play and the saying "one man passes 9 men," tense up, Ye Feng expected to match up against him. The game began as scheduled. Ye Feng came off the bench again. He thought this opponent would be an easy win, but an unexpected twist occurred. With consecutive road games, only one day of rest, most of which was spent traveling to Memphis, the entire Lakers team was exhausted. The game didn't go as planned, with the Lakers failing to gain an early advantage. If not for the Grizzlies' mediocre overall strength, the game might not have remained a stalemate. Watching Derek Fisher being toyed with by Jason Williams, his face a mix of anger and helplessness, Ye Feng felt a pang of sympathy for the little fish. He truly wasn't suited to handle such opponents. However, Jason Williams was a double-edged sword. He could deliver dazzling passes on offense, making the game highly entertaining, but he also frequently lost his man on defense. Fisher found it easy to shake off his defender. Unfortunately, the little fish had no ball possession. Kobe and O'Neal essentially took turns scoring. The rest of the Lakers couldn't get involved, with the duo only occasionally passing the ball. Facing the slippery Pau Gasol, who was like an eel, O'Neal, already playing away, had to be cautious on both defense and offense, fearing a foul call with any misstep. Frustrated by the lack of smooth play, the hot-tempered Big Shark quickly picked up 2 fouls in the first quarter. Kobe, guarded by Battier, maintained decent efficiency. Battier hadn't yet evolved into a defensive specialist and was still too green to handle the Black Mamba. Relying solely on Kobe, with O'Neal taking half the shots, the Lakers couldn't suppress the Grizzlies. Ye Feng entered the game in the latter part of the first quarter. Facing Jason Williams, he didn't hesitate and charged straight ahead. Pau Gasol was still soft, avoiding physical contact as an interior player, and his strength might be inferior to Ye Feng's. Drew Gooden, a rookie, needed no further mention. Not all rookies are like Tim Duncan, peaking from day one. Most NBA newcomers lack physical toughness when entering the league. On offense, Ye Feng relentlessly drove at Jason Williams, penetrating the paint, drawing defenders, then either finishing with a layup or dunk or passing to teammates. Even Kobe's scoring efficiency improved. The Lakers' offense surged like a tidal wave. On defense, Ye Feng and Kobe formed an impenetrable barrier on the perimeter, elevating the team's defensive intensity by several levels. Jason Williams found that his tricks against Fisher were useless against Ye Feng, who didn't fall for them. Often due to inferior physicality, he couldn't even execute his moves. Not to mention Kobe occasionally rotating over to double team. It was tough. Without White Chocolate's playmaking, relying on Gasol and Gooden for solo plays was clearly insufficient to maintain the stalemate. The point differential gradually widened. By the second quarter, when Ye Feng led the bench unit against the Grizzlies reserves, the Lakers were already ahead by 5 points. With unlimited shooting rights among the bench, Ye Feng took control of the ball in the second quarter, driving inside, shooting from outside, orchestrating plays, and continuing his strong defensive performance. In less than 4 minutes, he stretched the lead to 11 points, forcing the Grizzlies to bring back their starters early. Surprisingly, Phil Jackson let Kobe rest and substituted in O'Neal. With a powerhouse on the court, Ye Feng made sure to utilize him, feeding O'Neal the ball repeatedly. The latter transformed into a prehistoric beast under the basket, dominating the rim. It felt like the days when Kobe willingly played second fiddle. O'Neal played with immense joy. However, he got a bit too cocky, exerting too much force on defense, allowing Pau Gasol to draw another foul. With 3 fouls, it was like putting a muzzle on the Big Shark, psychologically restraining him. But it didn't affect the overall outcome. By halftime, the Big Shark had unsurprisingly committed 4 fouls, but the Lakers led by 16 points, a significant advantage. After Kobe returned, he teamed up with Ye Feng, hitting consecutive shots to spark an offensive frenzy. In the second half, the Lakers drastically changed their strategy, relentlessly attacking the paint. Tit for tat. Pau Gasol repeatedly fouled, lost his edge. Trailing, the Grizzlies showed a clear lack of fight, their competitiveness visibly waning. The scales of victory ultimately tipped in the Lakers' favor. Ye Feng played 40 minutes, nearly exhausting every ounce of his energy. Defense was simply too draining. Still, his stat line of 18 points, 9 rebounds, 14 assists, 4 steals, and 2 blocks was impressive. It was a shame he missed a triple-double by 1 rebound. The Grizzlies surrendered too quickly, denying him that chance. O'Neal fouled out in the fourth quarter, but still posted a dominant 33 points and 16 rebounds. Kobe led all scorers with 34 points, also in good spirits. The trio combined for 85 points, while the Lakers' total was just 104. It was their victory. In this defense-first era of the NBA, averaging over 20 points per game was exceptional. The trio's consecutive games of over 80 combined points was astonishing. The Big Three label gradually gained recognition. After the game against the Grizzlies, the Lakers returned to Los Angeles with a perfect 30 road record. With only 1 day of rest, they would host Kevin Garnett's Timberwolves at home. The opponent was no pushover. The grueling schedule left little breathing room, but the Lakers still found time to attend O'Neal's party. Having just gotten off the plane that afternoon, everyone was feeling exhausted, and Ye Feng was no exception. Naturally, the party was kept as simple as possible. That evening, they still went with hot pot and barbecue by the campfire. Under Ye Feng's guidance, O'Neal had long instructed the servants to prepare all the necessary ingredients, and the villa was fully arranged. In America, as long as you had money, you were truly a god. Anything could be resolved with cash. 2 large iron pots were set up, emitting white steam and releasing an irresistible aroma of delicious food that made one instinctively swallow saliva. As the saying goes, winter is the season for hot pot. Feng, you need to get used to this kind of game pace. There are 82 games in a season, lasting nearly half a year. Half the time we're on the road, inevitably facing consecutive away games. At such times, we must learn to allocate and adjust our energy and stamina. Kobe lectured like a seasoned veteran. Before Ye Feng could respond, O'Neal beside him curled his lips. Come on, when you first entered the league, you were far from being as outstanding as Feng. That was back then. Kobe retorted, annoyed, feeling the awkwardness of having his childhood embarrassments brought up. Hearing this, O'Neal grinned. You're just overcomplicating things. Seeing the two about to start their habitual bickering, Ye Feng quickly interjected. The meat is ready, eat up before it gets tough. Oh wow, my beef rolls are finally done. O'Neal immediately reached his chopsticks toward the pot. But someone beat him to it. He watched helplessly as a pair of chopsticks suddenly swooped in right before his eyes, snatching away the large chunk of beef roll he had his eye on, followed by Kobe's prideful voice. Fatty, you're too slow. Kobe. O'Neal glared at Kobe menacingly, trying to vie for leadership, not passing him the ball when he had an open shot on the court, and now daring to steal his meat. This was intolerable. He immediately thrust his chopsticks toward Kobe's bowl. The Black Mamba wasn't about to let O'Neal have his way. The two went back and forth, dueling with their chopsticks. The scene was rather unsightly. Ye Feng thought helplessly, sometimes Kobe is really provocative. It seems Michael Jordan had the same personality, always wanting to compete in everything. No wonder they get along so well. After watching for a while, seeing that they weren't truly angry, but rather exuding a sense of bromance, Ye Feng decided to ignore them. He turned to chat with Fisher and the others. Feng, the results for November's Rookie of the Month are out. You won. Rick Fox, the internet addict, said with a smile. The others around remained calm, showing no surprise. It wasn't that Ye Feng had poor relationships within the Lakers, but rather that they had already known the outcome. Ever since topping the rookie rankings, Ye Feng had never fallen from the first spot. His personal averages of 20 points, 8 rebounds, 6 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks per game were utterly dominant among this year's rookies. Even across the entire league, his comprehensive statistical evaluation ranked in the top 15. His defensive stat of 3 steals per game led the league, unmatched by anyone. Barring unexpected events, Ye Feng would be this season's steals champion. Moreover, he averaged 2 blocks per game, ranking first among guards. The guard with the best steals and blocks. His defensive stats were outstanding. His average of over 20 points per game was also at an elite league level. The comprehensive ability reflected by his stats was top tier in the league and a crushing force among rookies. If Ye Feng didn't win Rookie of the Month, it would be a scandal. No one was surprised, hence their calmness. Ye Feng himself wasn't too concerned, reiterating, compared to Rookie of the Month I'd rather have a championship. Then you'll need to work even harder, Fisher said with a smile. Already holding 3 championship rings, he valued tangible rewards more than honors. After all, he wasn't a core player. Winning more championships wouldn't elevate his historical status or hold much practical significance. Most players on the current Lakers were veterans from the three-peat era, sharing similar thoughts to Fisher. For a team aspiring to win a championship, such a mindset shouldn't exist. This was why many championship-winning teams, while retaining their core lineup for a new season, would try to trade for fresh blood. On this point, the Lakers' management seemed somewhat inadequate. Winning a championship can't rely on me alone. Oh, everyone needs to work together, Ye Feng said sincerely. He didn't want to say too much, potentially ruining the relaxed atmosphere or causing a backlash. Moreover, he had no standing to say such things. The current Lakers were O'Neal and Kobe's team. Haha, don't worry with the big shark here, the championship is a lock. O'Neal was as confident as ever. Kobe, however, was more composed. Compared to last season, the Mavericks and Spurs have improved significantly and pose a great threat to us. We just lost to them in the regular season. Now that I'm back, next time we face them, I guarantee we'll win. Then it's up to you to perform. Tim and Dirk are no pushovers. Humph, the big shark is the league's top center. Hearing that, Kobe had nothing to say. He found himself unable to refute it. Despite strongly disliking O'Neal's lazy attitude, he had to admit that in the current NBA, this fat man was indeed the strongest at the center position. Seeing Kobe's reaction, O'Neal's mood improved even more, and he reached his chopsticks into the pot again. But before he could grab the meat, Kobe once again snatched away the piece that was right by O'Neal's chopsticks. Kobe, it's your own lack of skill, don't blame me. Watching the two squabble again, Ye Feng and the others exchanged glances and shook their heads with a wry smile. Here they go again. Why does Kobe love provoking Shaquille so much? Who knows? But if anyone else tried that, Shaquille would definitely lose his temper, but not with Kobe. Now that you mention it, something feels a bit off. Listening to the others' offbeat remarks and watching Kobe and O'Neal messing around, Ye Feng couldn't help but sigh. Their relationship seems pretty good, doesn't it? O'Neal, Kobe. They exchanged a glance, stopped their roughhousing, and shot each other looks of disdain. With a game scheduled for the next evening, the group didn't stay up late tonight. The party, attended only by Lakers players, broke up at 9:30 p.m. Everyone went home. Jessica was filming a new movie in Hollywood and couldn't come over, so Ye Feng had to sleep alone. But he wasn't really in the mood for company anyway. He hadn't felt it much while with Kobe and the others, but now lying alone in his apartment, fatigue instantly washed over his entire body. Having given his all on defense in every game, even with a stamina attribute of 92, after consecutive away games, he was no robot and was certainly exhausted. Soon he fell into a deep sleep. The next evening, Kevin Garnett, who had averaged 21 points, 4 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 blocks, and 3 steals per game to win November's Player of the Month award, led his 134 Timberwolves team in their challenge. Compared to Ye Feng's Rookie of the Month award, Garnett's Player of the Month honor was undoubtedly more substantial. As one of the top 2 active power forwards in the league, Kevin Garnett's strength was unquestionable and formidable. His matchup with O'Neal became the biggest highlight of this game. In truth, whenever he encountered a formidable interior player, O'Neal would become exceptionally energized, whether it was the thrill of battling elite big men or defending his status as the league's premier center. Before the game even began, O'Neal was visibly excited, eagerness written all over his face. Feng, I've been seeing your name in the news a lot lately. Rookie of the Month, you truly deserve it. Kevin Garnett walked over to greet him, first ignoring Kobe nearby, and shifted his tone to a teasing one as he continued, I heard you haven't renewed your contract with the Lakers yet. How about joining the Timberwolves next season and making some big moves together? Kevin, are you seriously trying to poach him right in front of me? Kobe protested. Kobe was displeased. A few steps away, O'Neal, still irked that Garnett had approached Kobe first instead of greeting him, and contemplating slamming into Garnett on the court, couldn't help but walk over. Feng is my best brother. He's not leaving Los Angeles. That's not for you to decide, it's up to Feng. Garnett stared intently. Ye Feng smiled and replied, sorry Kevin, but Minnesota is too cold. Well, Garnett wanted to argue, but the insincere words stuck in his throat, leaving him frustrated. Minnesota was indeed unbearably cold for anyone. If not for the generous contract and the respect and status the team offered, even he would have wanted to leave. O'Neal burst into laughter at Garnett's defeated expression. Kobe, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. He thoroughly enjoyed playing alongside Ye Feng and hoped to keep such a formidable teammate by his side. Their defensive backcourt duo was arguably the strongest in the league, having yet to meet their match. Beyond team strength, Ye Feng was one of Kobe's few close friends in the NBA. He cherished that bond. If Garnett managed to poach him, Kobe would be furious enough to elbow the big ticket to death. Reality didn't allow them to linger in conversation. They soon returned to their respective benches for final pre-game preparations. Without keeping the audience waiting too long, the game commenced. The Timberwolves fielded a starting lineup of Rasho Nestorovic, Kevin Garnett, Gary Trent, Kendall Gill, and Troy Hudson. Apart from Kevin Garnett, Ye Feng didn't recognize any of the other 4 starters. During pre-game analysis, Phil Jackson had specifically mentioned Wally Szczerbiak as a notable threat. However, Serbiak was sidelined for the season due to injury. Essentially, Garnett had no capable teammate by his side. Despite this, Garnett led the Timberwolves to an impressive 134 record early in the season, ranking fourth in the Western Conference behind the Mavericks, Lakers, and Spurs. The peak form of the big ticket was evident. Yet discerning observers could see that the Timberwolves were wasting Garnett's prime years. With the current roster, even Kevin Garnett could only manage to lead the team to the playoffs, likely struggling to survive the first round. For a player ranked among the top 2 power forwards of the era, such a record held no real significance. It was steeped in tragedy. He would spend his prime with the Timberwolves before joining the Celtics for a championship shot before retirement. Garnett owed nothing to the Timberwolves. But that's a story for later. Back to the game, the Lakers fielded their usual starting lineup, with Ye Feng coming off the bench. With a whistle, the game officially began. Garnett, quick, long-limbed, and explosive, outjumped O'Neal, and the Timberwolves took the first possession. The ball quickly found its way to Garnett. O'Neal, though matched against center Rasho Nestorovic, voluntarily switched to defend Garnett. In a pure test of strength, O'Neal had the clear advantage. Aware of this, Garnett wisely avoided a direct clash. Though lacking in strength, Garnett was quicker and more agile. With his excellent shooting and versatile solid skills, he was no pushover on offense. And indeed, O'Neal couldn't fully contain Garnett, nor could Garnett stop O'Neal on defense. They skipped the probing phase and went straight into an offensive duel. The difference: O'Neal had Kobe while Garnett lacked such a reliable teammate. Nevertheless, Garnett leveraged his commanding presence, sharp court vision, and passing skills to create several good opportunities for his teammates. The game remained balanced for a while, but the balance didn't last. With Ye Feng entering the game in the latter half of the first quarter and Phil Jackson keeping O'Neal on the floor, the Lakers lineup reached peak intensity. Once on the court, Ye Feng understood his role clearly: defense and playmaking. Facing the formidable defensive backcourt duo of Ye Feng and Kobe, the Timberwolves guards felt unprecedented pressure, committing consecutive turnovers. The Lakers capitalized, with Kobe scoring 4 straight points. The Lakers seized the initiative. Unwilling to back down, Garnett responded with a difficult fadeaway jumper over O'Neal's defense, reclaiming some ground for his team. However, on the next play, O'Neal received a brilliant pass from Ye Feng and slammed home a powerful dunk, brimming with energy. The Lakers gained momentum. The home crowd erupted in cheers, each roar adding weight to the visiting Timberwolves' shoulders. It's clear that after Feng entered the game, the Lakers quickly took control. I believe he deserves a starting spot. Not that Derek isn't capable, but Feng is better suited for the starting lineup. The defensive combination of Feng and Kobe in the backcourt is incredibly daunting. It's almost severed all connections between the Timberwolves guards and their big men, leaving Kevin isolated. This is the gap in team strength. Kevin Garnett is formidable, but he can at best neutralize Shaquille. The presence of Feng and Kobe puts the Lakers in an absolutely advantageous position. Shaquille and Kobe need no introduction. They are proven superstars. In contrast, Feng's performance is truly stunning. In his first season, he's already this dominant and consistent. His future is limitless. Kevin Garnett must be losing his mind with envy. No one can refuse a teammate like Feng. The commentators chatted casually, heaping praise on Ye Feng without restraint. Nearby Lakers fans cast approving glances. They loved hearing such words. Say more. The commentator. On the court, the Lakers' advantage grew, and Garnett's individual efforts couldn't change the tide. The more he played, the more frustrated and angry he became, followed by exhaustion. He noticed that Ye Feng could easily defend positions 1 through 3, and despite being at a disadvantage in height and weight, he still won in physical confrontations. This freakish strength was maddening. Was it Chinese kung fu? Beyond defense, Ye Feng's exceptional playmaking fully liberated Kobe and O'Neal, allowing them to focus on scoring. Their offensive efficiency soared. The Lakers' attacks surged like relentless waves, overwhelming the Timberwolves, who struggled in vain. They couldn't defend. No way to stop them. And their own offense couldn't keep up, causing the deficit to inevitably widen. At the start of the second quarter, facing the Timberwolves' bench unit, Ye Feng personally scored 8 consecutive points, unstoppable, sealing the game's outcome. Ultimately, without surprises, the Lakers' big three combined for over 80 points, again crushing the Timberwolves. Ye Feng felt a twinge of regret. In 29 minutes, he tallied an efficient 23 points, 8 rebounds, 12 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block. Just 2 rebounds shy of his first career triple-double. How frustrating. Garnett, please watch your words. Maple, give my proposal some serious thought. We could become the greatest duo in NBA history. With those words, Kevin Garnett left the court carrying a deep sense of reluctance. The game against the Lakers had given him a profound understanding of the chasm between his team and the elite. It was a gap that could not be bridged by mere effort and struggle. If things continued this way, he feared he might never lead the Timberwolves to a championship. Was merely guiding the team into the playoffs enough? Certainly not. But to win a title, the current Timberwolves were simply incapable. With that thought, Garnett's heart grew heavy. Watching him leave, Ye Feng shook his head slightly, thinking nonchalantly, "You're indeed formidable. If we teamed up and brought in some capable role players, we might have a shot at the championship. But even setting aside the damnable cold in Minnesota, can the Timberwolves match my salary demands?" This season, Ye Feng was a rookie without a reputation, so accepting a minimum salary contract was understandable. Next season, having proven his worth, he would certainly not be content with such a meager salary. At the very least, he deserved a contract worth tens of millions. As an undrafted player, his salary wasn't bound by league rules. If they wanted him to join, they had to show that much sincerity. Kevin Garnett had signed a $100 million contract in his second year with the Timberwolves, shocking the entire league. His salary for the next season was nearly $30 million. Where would the Timberwolves find the cap space to match his demands? Moreover, that place had not only freezing temperatures, but also a small market with limited influence which would hinder his development. Whoever wanted to go could go, he wasn't going. Withdrawing his gaze, Ye Feng prepared to leave the court only to find Kobe and O'Neal standing a few steps away staring at him with stern expressions. "What are you doing?" "Maple, you weren't tempted, were you?" O'Neal asked with concern. Ye Feng curled his lip. "What do you think?" Setting aside the Timberwolves' limited potential, the markets of Minnesota and Los Angeles are incomparable. "You have no reason to be tempted," Kobe analyzed seriously. O'Neal, listening nearby, nodded repeatedly, almost saying, "I think so too." Seeing this, Ye Feng smiled. "You two get along well enough, don't you? Stop bickering every time you're together, making others think you don't get along." "I don't have a good relationship with this guy anyway. As if I want to be close to you." Watching O'Neal and Kobe start bickering and showing mutual disdain again, Ye Feng shook his head and walked toward the tunnel. The two quickly followed. Garnett's seemingly joking but actually earnest recruitment had made both of them feel threatened. Kobe and O'Neal were now fully aware of Ye Feng's importance. When the three of them were on the court together, the Lakers' offense and defense were significantly stronger than before. The backcourt in particular was like an iron fortress. The team's bench also needed Ye Feng to lead, which compensated for the Lakers' relatively weak substitutes. With Ye Feng, the Lakers had almost no weaknesses. Who would want to let go of such a teammate? With this in mind, Kobe and O'Neal couldn't help but curse Kupchak in their hearts. This useless guy, hasn't Maple performed well enough? Doesn't he know how many people are after Maple now? Why hasn't the contract been renewed yet? Kupchak, caught in the crossfire, did he not want to renew the contract? The team's salary cap didn't allow for a high offer, and at the same time Ye Feng wasn't willing to sign right away. Of course he wouldn't say these things, and could only silently bear the blame. At the post-game press conference, Kobe, O'Neal, and Garnett unanimously began to praise Ye Feng extravagantly. This almost backfiring tactic left Ye Feng speechless. It was one thing for Garnett to be mischievous, but his own teammates joining in was truly troublesome. Fortunately, his skills were comprehensive enough that he wasn't afraid of being targeted, otherwise he would have suffered. A day later, still at the Staples Center, the Lakers' home game against the Grizzlies commenced as scheduled. Without giving the opponent any chance, the home team, the purple and gold, ended the battle after 3 quarters. O'Neal scored 24 points, Kobe 27, and Ye Feng had 18.6 rebounds, 8 assists, 4 steals, and 2 blocks. The trio dominated the court. The dense schedule gave them no time to rest. The next day, the entire Lakers team flew to Utah. That very evening, they began an away game against the Jazz. Playing back-to-back on the road on a high-altitude court, coupled with the Jazz's aggressive defense and the referee's home-court bias, these factors greatly affected the Lakers' competitive state. O'Neal and Kobe had subpar shooting performances with a field goal percentage below 40. Ye Feng narrowly escaped fouling out. Facing John Stockton, a veteran known for his countless small tricks, vast experience, avoidance of direct confrontation, and tendency to use underhanded tactics, Ye Feng realized he was still too green and naive. He learned many lessons from this game. The final score was 8-5-9-3, a regrettable loss for the Lakers on the road. It was their 3rd defeat of the season. Ye Feng scored a team-high 24 points and grabbed 11 rebounds, 4 of which were offensive, but playing 45 minutes, he only managed 6 assists. The team's overall performance was too poor. Carrying the gloom of defeat, Ye Feng and the team returned to Los Angeles. After a day of rest, they faced the Mavericks at home. This would be the second meeting between the two teams this season. Last time the Lakers lost on the road. This time at home, they were eager for revenge. Unlike the previous game where their interior was overwhelmed, O'Neal had returned this time. The Lakers' interior strength was formidable, with Ye Feng and Kobe guarding the perimeter. The team was optimistic about this match. Unexpectedly, Phil Jackson adjusted the starting lineup for this game. After more than 10 days, Ye Feng was once again in the starting 5. Thus, the Lakers' starting lineup for this game was Shaquille O'Neal, Robert Horry, Rick Fox, Kobe Bryant, and Ye Feng. Undoubtedly, this was the strongest lineup the current Lakers could field. On the Mavericks side, the starting lineup of Rafe Lafrance, Dirk Nowitzki, Michael Finley, Adrian Griffin, and Steve Nash was equally formidable. Last time, Ye Feng and his team had lost to this lineup. With the opening whistle, the game officially began. The referee tossed the ball straight into the air. Just as it was about to descend, O'Neal and Dirk Nowitzki leaped simultaneously, stretching their arms with all their might. With a slap, O'Neal gained the upper hand, touching the ball first and tipping it toward his own half. However, his accuracy was off and the ball flew to an unoccupied area on the Lakers' side. Judging the ball's trajectory correctly, Steve Nash sprinted into the Lakers' half. Just as he was about to grab the ball, a hand snatched it away first. It was Ye Feng. Securing the ball, he executed a smooth behind-the-back dribble, easily evading Nash's steal attempt. He advanced a couple of steps, and just as he crossed half-court, his right hand unexpectedly hurled the ball forward with great force. The ball turned into a streak of light, precisely piercing the Mavericks' entire defense and landing in the hands of O'Neal, who had charged toward the Mavericks' basket immediately after the jump ball. Beautiful pass. Without needing to adjust, O'Neal caught the ball, took 3 steps, bulldozed through Rafe LaFrentz, and leaped for a powerful dunk. Boom. Due to the immense force and his own heavy weight, the entire backboard shook violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. The Shark was ferocious. The visual impact was overwhelming. In just one play, the atmosphere in the arena was fully ignited. Ye Feng's brilliant assist and O'Neal's finish. What a beautiful sight. Kobe. The score was 20. The Mavericks had possession. Nash raised his hand to receive the ball, but noticed LaFrentz, who was inbounding, giving him a meaningful glance. He turned his head instinctively. Their eyes met. Ye Feng looked away. Seeing no chance for a surprise attack, he could only retreat to defend. He stood at midcourt waiting for Nash to approach. Seeing Ye Feng set his stance to guard him, Nash's head began to ache. The images of their last encounter when he had faced off against Ye Feng involuntarily surfaced in his mind. He was so rough, constantly seeking physical contact. That brute with freakish strength. After that game, Nash's muscles ached for 3 full days before he recovered. Knowing he would certainly be at a disadvantage, Nash naturally wouldn't court trouble. As soon as he reached midcourt, he assumed a protective posture over the ball and signaled to LaFrentz to come set a screen. The latter dared not hesitate. He stepped forward quickly and set a solid pick on Ye Feng. Seizing the chance to shed his defender, Nash was about to breathe a sigh of relief when a figure in a Lakers No. 8 jersey suddenly closed in on him. Who else could it be but Kobe? One after another, isn't it ever enough? Somewhat annoyed, yet his mind remained sharp, Nash immediately passed the ball to Adrian Griffin, who was matched up with Kobe and should logically be unguarded. The moment the ball left his fingertips, Ye Feng, who had been blocked by LaFrentz and couldn't continue his chase, appeared in Nash's line of sight. Nash's eyes narrowed. Damn. A sharp crack echoed. It felt as if Nash had been slapped hard across the face. Completing the steal, Ye Feng drove forward quickly. LaFrentz tried to block him, stepping up to tangle with him. But upon contact, he felt a force from Ye Feng that he couldn't withstand. He was brutally shoved aside, stumbling several steps before regaining his balance. By the time he steadied himself, Ye Feng was already past midcourt. He glanced at the pursuing Nash, didn't slow down, and bulldozed his way forward. Just inside the free throw line, he took 3 powerful strides, leaped high, and slammed the ball home with one hand. The score was 40. A solo coast-to-coast dunk after the steal. Ye Feng's brilliant play drew waves of applause and cheers from the crowd. Possession returned to the Mavericks. Looking at Ye Feng, who was a few steps away and ready to press, and Kobe, who was nearby and prepared to double-team, Nash felt immense pressure. This is just a regular season game. Do you have to play this hard? Just because we beat you once before, is it worth it? It took him 3 seconds to receive the inbound pass. Nash looked at Ye Feng, who had returned to midcourt ready to intercept him, and felt a throbbing headache. Repeating his strategy, he used LaFrentz's screen to break free from Ye Feng. Before Kobe could approach, and after pinpointing Ye Feng's position, Nash passed the ball to Michael Finley. The latter had decent athleticism, a steady shot, and a reliable defensive attitude, but his ball handling was mediocre and his drives lacked sharpness. For the Lakers, Rick Fox, aware of this, defended Finley by sagging off, daring him to shoot, while preventing the drive, effectively neutralizing his strength. Knowing his limitations, Finley chose not to force a drive and instead passed the ball to Dirk Nowitzki. O'Neal immediately closed in on him. His massive frame and fierce gaze made Nowitzki feel a twinge of fear. Then Nash's urgent shout rang in his ears, "Watch your side." Huh. He instinctively looked to the side and saw Ye Feng, who had somehow run over, attempting a steal from Nowitzki's blind spot. Spotting this, Nowitzki immediately raised the ball to protect it. But the moment he lifted it, a large hand swatted the ball away. Kobe, who was waiting nearby, sprinted a few steps, scooped up the ball, and fast broke. Ye Feng followed closely. After a moment's hesitation, O'Neal also ran towards the front court. Facing a double team from Finley and Nash, Kobe threaded a pass through the defenders to Ye Feng. Ye Feng caught the ball, didn't slow down, and charged straight to the basket. Just inside the free throw line, seeing Michael Finley, who had scrambled back to stand in front of him, Ye Feng feigned a pass to Kobe on the right. At the last second, however, he abruptly changed the pass trajectory and unexpectedly hurled the ball hard off the backboard. The ball rebounded and landed perfectly in the hands of a fast-breaking O'Neal. The big diesel, like a speeding truck, charged into the paint with unstoppable, terrifying momentum. Seeing this, Michael Finley dared not even try to block him. It's just a professional basketball game, no need to risk your life. Boom. With his trademark two-handed jam, O'Neal landed and roared in excitement. The atmosphere in the arena grew even more electric. With tenacious defense, fluid fast breaks, and flashy passes, and scores, the veteran fans in the audience felt a nostalgic echo of the glorious Showtime Lakers era. Back then, the Lakers had Magic Johnson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and the talented number 1 pick James Worthy. That was how they played. Now the Lakers boast the league's top center, Shaquille O'Neal, one of the 4 premier shooting guards, Kobe Bryant, and Ye Feng, who is equally talented, gifted, and improving rapidly. With all 3 on the court from the start of the game, they produced an equally breathtaking offensive display. Unconsciously, Ye Feng had not only won the recognition and affection of Lakers fans, but had also been elevated by them to the role of the team's third star. The OK combo. No. The current Lakers are the KOF combo. A Spuro feminine inspiration from the on-site commentator gave their trio a new name, which was unanimously approved by Lakers fans. Back on the court, having jumped to a 60 lead against the Mavericks, the Lakers seized the early advantage, asserting their dominance over their opponents. In the subsequent defensive possession, under the combined pressure of Ye Feng and Kobe, Nash, the Mavericks' offensive engine, was completely shut down. Adrian Griffin's playmaking was average, and Michael Finley struggled, even with ball handling, so he couldn't be relied upon to orchestrate the offense. As for Dirk Nowitzki, while his passing was decent, but it was limited to moving the ball. Asking a big man to frequently handle and organize the offense was clearly asking too much. Seeing his team's offense stagnate, Mavericks head coach Don Nelson made a decisive call for a timeout and adjusted the lineup. He took Adrian Griffin out and brought in former Lakers point guard Nick Van Exel, implementing a dual point guard strategy. Ye Feng and Kobe exchanged glances. Ultimately, Ye Feng chose to guard Nash, while Kobe took on his former teammate Nick Van Exel. The game resumed with the Mavericks on offense. Nash was determined not to engage in physical battles with Ye Feng this game. As soon as he saw Ye Feng approaching, he called for a screen from a teammate. After gaining a few steps of separation and seeing that Kobe wasn't rotating over to help, he breathed a sigh of relief. Before Ye Feng could catch up, he spotted an opening and passed the ball. LaFrance caught the ball on a cut and drove directly to the basket. Before he could even jump, he was met by O'Neal's imposing presence. Not daring to challenge him directly, he decisively passed to Nowitzki. Kobe read the play, sprinted a few steps, and nearly intercepted the pass. Seeing this, Nowitzki took a mid-range jumper without hesitation. The ball arced high in the air and swished through the net. Swish! The mid-range shot fell, breaking the Mavericks' scoring drought. The score was 62. The Lakers quickly inbound the ball. The moment Nowitzki had caught the ball, Ye Feng was already sprinting towards the front court. After receiving the pass, he took just 2 steps before he was inside the Mavericks' three-point line, with only Michael Finley between him and the basket. Feigning a powerful drive, Ye Feng looked to his left, but passed the ball to his right. A no-look pass. Rick Fox, completely unguarded, calmly caught the ball and finished with a layup. The score was 82. The Lakers still led by 6 points. With their dual point guard set up, the Mavericks' offense was no longer stuck, but they clearly couldn't contain the Lakers on defense either. The entire backcourt had no one who could withstand Ye Feng's drives, let alone Kobe, with his diverse scoring arsenal. And as for O'Neal, he was simply unstoppable in the paint. On defense, they maintained immense pressure on the Mavericks. On offense, Ye Feng began to focus on playmaking, acting as a floor general, which greatly ensured the team's scoring efficiency. The Lakers executed an incredibly fluid offense. Their shooting percentage in the first quarter exceeded 70%, and they exploded for a staggering 42 points. In this era of the NBA, scoring over 30 points in a single quarter was a rarity, let alone a 40-point quarter. The ferocity of the Lakers' offense was self-evident. For the Mavericks, even though Nowitzki was efficient, shooting over 50% with his teammates struggling offensively, the veteran single-handedly couldn't turn the tide. His 14-point quarter was truly his best effort. The entire Mavericks team managed only 20 points in the first quarter, with Nowitzki accounting for the majority. Frankly, that quarter's score wasn't too terrible, but looking at the 22-point deficit on the scoreboard, every Mavericks player was in a state of shock. Who am I? Where am I? How did we fall behind by so many points? If it were just Kobe and O'Neal, they wouldn't be able to unleash such terrifying offensive firepower. The Lakers' transformation is all because of that kid from China. Mavericks head coach Don Nelson muttered, his gaze fixed on Ye Feng, who was laughing and chatting with his teammates on the Lakers bench. Possessing outstanding defensive skills and being an excellent floor general, his presence has greatly amplified Kobe and O'Neal's scoring abilities. He developed an intense interest in Ye Feng. He couldn't help but compare him with his own starting point guard Steve Nash. While the former's playing style was more aligned with his tactical philosophy, in terms of overall individual prowess, Ye Feng was truly impeccable. Able to both attack and defend, exceptionally calm on the court, and with remarkable organizational skills. Such a player had previously been unable to get playing time in the NCAA, remaining completely unknown, which led to him going undrafted. It was truly baffling. In fact, given this Chinese kid's abilities, he could easily play shooting guard. If necessary, we could employ a dual point guard tactic, which would also be quite threatening. Don Nelson, known as the mad scientist, never lacked innovation and imagination. He mentally began to simulate the possibilities. He found it to be highly promising. With Ye Feng's addition, the Mavericks' run-and-gun offense would become increasingly perfect. The question then became how to acquire Ye Feng. Snapping back to reality, Don Nelson shook his head with a wry smile. If he were the Lakers' management, he would definitely do everything possible to keep Ye Feng. Even paying the luxury tax would be worth it. It remained to be seen whether the Lakers had that kind of resolve. If they didn't, it would be excellent news for the other teams. Setting that aside, Don Nelson then turned his attention to the dazed Dirk Nowitzki and the others, preparing to offer them some guidance. Although his relationship with the Mavericks owner was no longer as harmonious, his prestige within the team remained very high. He quickly lifted the team's morale. However, looking at the 22-point deficit, even Don Nelson felt somewhat disheartened. Yet he showed no sign of it on the surface. The brief intermission between quarters passed quickly, and the second quarter began. Ye Feng had played the entire first quarter and did not rest for the second. Phil Jackson chose to keep him on the floor for consecutive minutes. However, his position was shifted to shooting guard with Derek Fisher playing point guard. For the Mavericks, Nick Van Exel and Michael Finley led the charge. The Mavericks had possession. Van Exel controlled the ball, and Fisher, who knew him well, immediately closed in on him. In the past, Van Exel would have chosen to drive hard, but now past 30 his speed had diminished, and his personality was no longer as sharp. More composed, he called for a pick from a teammate, creating 2 steps of separation from Fisher. Driving into the paint and drawing the defense, he glanced at Michael Finley, who was tightly guarded by Ye Feng, then passed the ball to his semi-open Bradley. The latter caught the ball, but facing a closing defender fumbled it and missed the layup. Useless. Van Exel judged the ball's trajectory, correctly sprinted to the basket, and leaped to grab the rebound. Yet someone snatched the ball from behind him. As he landed and turned, the figure that came into view was Ye Feng's retreating back. In just a few steps, Ye Feng reached full speed, charging forward like an armored vehicle at full throttle. No one on the Mavericks court could stop him, nor did they dare to block him. Boom. Grabbing the rebound, he drove the length of the court into the Mavericks' paint and slammed the ball in with one hand, adding 2 more points for the Lakers. Having spent the first quarter primarily orchestrating plays and dishing out 9 assists, Ye Feng decided to live for himself in the second quarter. And that's exactly what he did. On defense, he gave his all as usual, making Michael Finley miserable and ineffective on the court to the point where Finley felt he should just sit out. On offense, Ye Feng became a ball hog. In the 6 minutes of playing time in the second quarter, he took 7 shots, making 6, and scored 12 points. During that stretch, Devine George and Fisher had such excellent opportunities that he couldn't resist passing them the ball twice, earning 2 assists. He left the game with a double-double of 18 points, 11 assists, 5 rebounds, and 2 steals, feeling pleased. He thought about finding a way to grab 5 more rebounds in the second half to achieve his first career triple-double. During halftime, he planned to discuss with O'Neal about boxing out for him and giving up a rebound, an easy goal to accomplish. Shaq would surely oblige him. However, reality did not grant him that opportunity. He didn't play in the second half. When Ye Feng left the game, the Lakers led by a whopping 27 points. With such a massive lead, Kobe and O'Neal showed no intention of holding back. They mercilessly pounded the Mavericks, whose fighting spirit had already waned by sixteenths, extending the lead to over 30 points. The second half became garbage time. A triple-double would have to wait for another time. What made Ye Feng even more uncomfortable was that Phil Jackson chose to bring him and O'Neal to the post-game press conference. Ye Feng truly disliked such interviews where a single misstep could be taken out of context and blown out of proportion. But he had no choice. He had to respect the head coach's decision. After showering and dressing neatly, Ye Feng left the locker room under Kobe's somewhat gleeful gaze. "Feng, you need to get used to these activities. We don't just win games and perform well on the court, we also need to learn how to gain attention off it. Only then can we enhance our commercial value and secure bigger contracts." O'Neal smiled, sharing his wisdom. Hearing this, Ye Feng didn't respond verbally, merely nodding indifferently. Seeing this, O'Neal shook his head slightly, thinking, he's still too young. Someday he'll realize how right I am. If Ye Feng knew what O'Neal was thinking, he would have scoffed. Did he need to seek attention? As a Chinese player backed by a massive market of over 1 billion people, he didn't even need to perform exceptionally well in the NBA. As long as he stayed in the league, endorsement deals would come knocking on his door. Money wasn't that easily within reach. As for big contracts, no team would refuse a player who could bring them immense attention and revenue. No matter how much David Stern tried to preserve the NBA's pure athletic competition, at its core, it was a commercial league. Capital gravitates toward profit. China's untapped massive basketball market represented a huge slice of the profit pie. The keys to unlocking this market were Ye Feng and Yao Ming. So Ye Feng couldn't care less about what O'Neal said. The two of them, along with Phil Jackson, made their way smoothly to the post-game press conference venue. Upon arrival, they heard Don Nelson's voice full of admiration. No head coach could refuse a player like Chinese Feng. I'm no exception. If possible, I would naturally love to be Feng's coach. I believe we would create some unique chemistry. These words all but directly told everyone that he wanted to recruit Ye Feng to the Mavericks. As if realizing he had been too blunt, Don Nelson quickly added, "Of course, I'm not publicly recruiting Chinese Feng. I'm merely expressing my appreciation and fondness for him. I trust everyone can understand that." Reporters, do you think we should believe that? O'Neal, what the F gay, another one coveting my brother. Phil Jackson, should I not have brought Feng here? Sensing the atmosphere turning awkward, Ye Feng sighed. Being too outstanding is also a kind of trouble. At the subsequent press conference, he remained very composed, deliberately avoiding the reporters' questions about his contract renewal. Those guys were clearly trying to stir up trouble. They persistently probed from every angle about the renewal. It was really infuriating. The good mood from successfully avenging the Mavericks had largely dissipated. Back in the locker room, he casually tossed the notes discreetly handed to him by a few female reporters into the trash bin, organized his belongings, and left. To be honest, Ye Feng himself hadn't decided whether to renew with the Lakers. With each mention, he gained a clearer understanding of his current value. This only strengthened his resolve to postpone the renewal. Heaven and earth destroy those who don't look out for themselves. He needed to maximize his benefits. He'll deal with it after the season, Ye Feng thought to himself. He then shifted his focus to the upcoming game. The Lakers' next match was still at home against the Jazz, another revenge game. Last time the Lakers lacked the perfect alignment of time, place, and people, so losing was understandable. Returning to their home court, this time free from the effects of the high-altitude arena and away game refereeing, and having rested a day before the game, especially after the Mavericks match ended by halftime. The Lakers' core players were well-rested and waiting at ease for this revenge battle. On the evening of December 8th, at the Staples Center, the Lakers were on a streak of revenge games, and against a traditional Western powerhouse like the Jazz, the arena's attendance exceeded 90%. Jessica Alba, who had been unavailable for days, finally had time tonight, and came to the scene specifically to cheer for Ye Feng. Not just Jessica, but Khloe Kardashian, along with her two sisters, Kourtney Kardashian and Kim Kardashian, and her 7-year-old sister Kendall Kardashian, a whole family of 4 beauties, also showed up. It was unclear where they got the tickets, but the 4 of them sat in the front row, just 5 seats away from Jessica Alba, very close. Sensing Khloe Kardashian's burning gaze, Ye Feng couldn't help but glance at Jessica Alba, whose expression seemed calm, with her trademark sweet smile, yet who had subtly let down her shawl to reveal her stunning figure. He found it amusing. Are you competing with each other? Without dwelling too much on this, his focus quickly shifted to the game. Besides Jessica Alba and the Kardashian sisters, many other Hollywood A-listers were present, seated in prominent front row positions, making the event truly star-studded. Just these big-name stars alone were worth the ticket price. This was almost standard for Lakers games. One could only say this is Los Angeles. Such was the influence of the Lakers. Yet the intensity of this game was far less than the previous match against the Mavericks. Before the game, Shaquille O'Neal and Karl Malone chatted cheerfully, arms around each other, clearly showing a good off-court relationship. No wonder the latter would later choose to join the Lakers, forming the F4 super lineup. I wonder now that I'm here, will Karl Malone and Gary Payton still join the Lakers? Ye Feng mused curiously. In his memory, both had joined the Lakers as free agents, not through trades. If they came and the Lakers matched his salary demands, should he stay too? Forming an F5 ultra-luxury star lineup seemed quite interesting. As for being criticized for forming a super team, they were just 2 aging veterans on the verge of retirement who hadn't won a championship. Surely no one would still consider them superstar-level players. Even if criticized, Ye Feng didn't care. The Lakers were O'Neal and Kobe's team. He was at best the third option. Just winning a championship wouldn't draw much blame. Reality didn't give Ye Feng much time to daydream. The game quickly began. Ye Feng started again. In daily practice, Phil Jackson had begun placing him on the same team as O'Neal and Kobe. If he performed to his potential in these few games, the starting spot should be secure. Thinking he was only on a minimum salary, Ye Feng felt a bit frustrated. Little pay, lots of work. Pure grunt work. The opening whistle brought Ye Feng back to reality. O'Neal won the tip-off against Ostertag, and the Lakers organized their first offense. After dribbling past half-court, Ye Feng glanced at the focused Stockton and without any pretense directly drove violently. Easily bulldozing past a resigned Stockton, he broke into the free-throw line area. At the same time, Kobe had already shaken off his defender, cutting quickly without the ball. Under the basket, O'Neal had long established prime position, raising his hand to signal for the pass. Robert Horry, taking advantage of Karl Malone's focus on Ye Feng, quietly slipped to the three-point line, ready to catch and shoot. There were so many passing options. Fortunately, Ye Feng didn't have decision paralysis. He took long strides into the paint, and just as he seemed about to collide head-on with Karl Malone, he subtly flicked his wrist, sending the ball through a gap in the defense, landing precisely in Kobe's hands. The Black Mamba caught the ball and took off, immediately finishing with a one-handed dunk. Lakers drew first blood. Score 20. Hey Feng, I think my position was pretty good too, O'Neal grumbled. Ye Feng smiled. He'll pass it to you next time. All right. For some reason, O'Neal's expression seemed a mix of grievance and pitiful charm. Shaking his head to banish such a terrifying thought, Ye Feng focused on defense. Jazz offense. Stockton immediately called Ostertag over for a screen. At 18 meters, Ostertag's screens were highly effective. Almost as soon as Stockton broke free from Ye Feng's pressure, Karl Malone turned and cut inside. The ball was passed at the right moment. This was the Jazz's most common tactic, simple and effective. Karl Malone caught the ball ready for a mid-range shot, but O'Neal's sudden help defense disrupted his rhythm. He then backed down, protecting the ball, looking for an opening. Seeing this, Kobe decisively abandoned his man Calbert Cheney to double team. However, Karl Malone cleverly chose not to pass to Cheney, but sent the ball to Stockton on the perimeter. This foiled Ye Feng's attempt to intercept, as he had strayed a few steps from Stockton. Rookie, we've already studied all your defensive schemes, Stockton scoffed. Without a word, Ye Feng responded with action. He pressed up tight, directly increasing the physical intensity. With experience from their last encounter, Ye Feng handled Stockton's dirty tricks with more ease, at least not falling for them as easily. Dribbling steadily, Stockton struggled, silently feeling as if a python had coiled around his body. Every move required several times the usual energy, draining him. Seizing a moment, he quickly passed the ball. as if the ball were a hot potato. Matt Harpring caught it and shot a three-pointer from outside. Rick Fox hadn't lost his defensive position and reacted in time. Compared to their last meeting, the Lakers players playing at home with better physical and mental recovery and no high-altitude effects were quicker in their defensive reactions, putting more pressure on the Jazz. A contested three-pointer, difficulty was evident. Clang. The ball bounced off the rim. Karl Malone and O'Neal wrestled fiercely inside, neither willing to yield. The beneficiary, Ostertag, using his height advantage, overpowered Robert Horry to grab the offensive rebound. But as soon as he landed, he felt his hands empty. Having completed the steal, Ye Feng turned and launched a powerful long pass. Kobe, who had already broken early, caught the ball at the Jazz's three-point line, drove straight to the basket, leaped forcefully, executed a 180-degree spin in midair, and slammed it home with a two-handed reverse dunk, adding 2 more points for the Lakers. When it came to in-game dunks, the 8th version of Kobe had a place in the entire league. Score 40. The Lakers had dominated the Jazz from the start, establishing an advantage. Seeing this, Jazz head coach Jerry Sloan frowned slightly. This game is in danger. And indeed, as the game progressed, Ye Feng began to constantly wear down Stockton. Stockton was a year older than Karl Malone, now 40, soon to be 41. For an NBA player this age, could be considered ancient. Yet both Karl Malone and Stockton maintained excellent form. The former was still averaging 284 this season, while the latter had 118. Even with the boost from their system, their individual performances were still impressive. Ye Feng respected their ability to maintain such high levels at their age, so he naturally gave his all. It was the ultimate sign of respect. Stockton, who usually played under 30 minutes per game this season, only managed 20 minutes tonight. It wasn't that he didn't want to play, he couldn't. The battle with Ye Feng had drained too much of his energy. Against other defenders, Stockton wouldn't have had such trouble. After all, not everyone possessed Ye Feng's exceptional defensive skill and savvy, combined with incredible stamina and relentless effort on defense, without caring how it affected his offense. It was like a scholar meeting a soldier. Stockton was utterly miserable. Without Stockton's orchestration, and with Karl Malone neutralized by O'Neal's tight defense, relying solely on Matt Harpring and sophomore Andrei Kirilenko was clearly insufficient to counter the Lakers' KOF trio. Final score 11,085. The Lakers avenged their loss decisively at home. Unknowingly, they had already played 22 games, completing over a quarter of the regular season. Their current record stood at 19 wins and 3 losses, edging out the Mavericks with the same record to reclaim the top spot in the Western Conference. They also led the entire league. Kid, don't you folks in Dragon Country advocate for respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. Next time, don't be so rough. John Stockton approached with a generous tease after the game. Hearing this, Ye Feng chuckled. I was just expressing my respect for a senior. You need not respect me. Stockton cut him off. Karl Malone, overhearing, couldn't help but laugh, but was immediately silenced by a sharp glare from Stockton. Though Karl Malone was burly with arms thicker than most men's legs, he was completely under Stockton's thumb within the Jazz team. Observing this, Ye Feng wondered how Stockton managed it. If Kobe had such an ability, the Lakers' biggest current problem would be easily resolved. Unfortunately, the Black Mamba was too straightforward, lacking such cunning and finesse. He probably couldn't learn this. Kobe. At that moment, seeing Ye Feng chatting cheerfully with Karl Malone and the others, O'Neal and Kobe, both highly vigilant, exchanged a glance, temporarily set aside their grudges, and walked over together. Fearing a poaching attempt. Ever since Don Nelson actively tried to lure Ye Feng away, the two had become extremely sensitive. Reading their intentions, Stockton's eyes twinkled as he joked, Feng interested in teaming up with us. If you come, we'll make you the team leader. Really? Ye Feng feigned a look of interest, his gaze shifting to Karl Malone, the current leader of the Jazz. The latter smiled. John and I are old-timers with 1 foot in retirement. If you come, the leader's spot is yours. Kobe and O'Neal both showed signs of irritation. Karl, John, that's highly unethical. Feng won't go to your team. On the matter of Ye Feng, the two stood united once again. But soon, seeing the mocking expressions on Karl Malone and John Stockton's faces, and Ye Feng's handsome features barely suppressing a laugh, they realized they had been duped and felt speechless. Seeing this, Ye Feng and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Those two were too easy to tease. After a brief chat, they parted ways. Ignoring Khloe Kardashian, who rose and cast a burning gaze his way, Ye Feng walked directly toward Jessica Alba. My place tonight. Jessica Alba nodded obediently, then stepped forward to embrace Ye Feng, rising on her tiptoes to kiss his cheek. After this sequence, she smiled toward Khloe Kardashian, causing the latter's smile to vanish. She turned and strode quickly out of the arena, looking humiliated and furious. Her 2 older sisters cast a meaningful glance at Ye Feng before leaving. 7-year-old Kendall Jenner, trailing behind her sisters, occasionally looked back at Ye Feng, her gaze filled more with curiosity. Are you staking your claim? Ye Feng laughed. He had paid no attention to the Kardashian sisters throughout. You caught me. Jessica's smile was sweet, her entire being exuding an alluring charm that made one want to take a bite. It had been a while since Ye Feng had indulged, and he yearned for it. But this was the court with many watching and cameras locked on them, so he had to let little Ye Feng endure. Fortunately, Phil Jackson was considerate, not taking him to the post-game press conference. Returning to the locker room for a shower, Ye Feng met Jessica in the garage and drove back to the apartment. What followed needed no elaboration, presumably of little interest. After a brief separation, they expressed their longing and love with all their might. Yet after their short reunion, Ye Feng and Jessica went their separate ways the next day, busying themselves with their own careers. That afternoon, Ye Feng traveled with the team to Golden State for an away game against the Warriors. It was the second regular season meeting between the two teams. Last time, without O'Neal, the Lakers had easily defeated them. Now with the Big Shark back and regaining his form through play, the team's interior strength had soared. They had no reason to lose. And so it was. Against Eric Dampier, who often touted himself as the league's second-best center in a future where elite big men were scarce, O'Neal delivered a dominant performance. In one collision, he sent Dampier off the court, never to return that game. The Shark was too ferocious. With a huge interior advantage, Ye Feng also held a clear edge over Gilbert Arenas on the perimeter. It was evident that after nearly a month apart, the young general had improved, likely through immense effort. Unfortunately, Ye Feng's progress was even greater. He dominated on both ends of the floor. In contrast, Kobe struggled defensively against Jason Richardson with a low success rate. The latter had an exceptionally hot hand, sinking all 6 three-point attempts. Overall, he shot 12 of 17 from the field without free throws, scoring a game-high 30 points. Unfortunately, his teammates didn't provide enough support. The Warriors couldn't defy fate. The Lakers defeated them 1-0-6-9-0. Ye Feng played 35 minutes, posting an impressive stat line of 22.7 rebounds, 13 assists, 4 steals, and 3 blocks, thoroughly outshining Arenas, who had 11 points, 3 rebounds, and 3 assists. After the game, Arenas immediately approached. "Feng, you've won again this time, but he'll win next time for sure. I await your challenge." Ye Feng replied calmly. The two had become friends through their rivalry. After a hug, they parted. "Next time we meet, you'll be stronger, but unfortunately those I've surpassed can only see my back for life." With a calm smile, Ye Feng quickened his pace to Kobe's side. "Our Black Mamba seemed to hit a snag this game. Tisk looks like he's facing the rookie wall again," O'Neal chimed in from nowhere. Kobe's mouth twitched. "What the hell's a rookie wall? This is my 7th season in the NBA." His 17 points, 4 rebounds, and 5 assists weren't bad, but for a player of Kobe's caliber, it was indeed mediocre. Compared to Ye Feng and O'Neal, he seemed lackluster. Kobe felt frustrated. His efficiency wasn't low, with a 50 shooting rate. The low scoring was mainly due to reduced ball handling time since Ye Feng became a starter. For a shooting guard used to creating his own shots, adapting to an off-ball role took time. Kobe was still in the adjustment phase. With any other player reducing his possession, he would have resisted. But with Ye Feng and his own scoring efficiency clearly improved, he had to reconsider. Ultimately, he decided to change. In contrast, O'Neal had no such concerns. Once the ball reached his hands, it rarely came back out. He had always been the offensive finisher. With Ye Feng starting, it felt like Kobe from previous seasons, willing to pass and set him up, had returned. The Big Shark played comfortably, boosting his efficiency and stats. It was impossible for the fiercely competitive Kobe not to have some thoughts about this, especially after being teased by Ye Feng and O'Neal. The Black Mamba harbored a simmering fire. This led to an explosive outburst in the next home game against the Hornets. The Hornets had just relocated from Charlotte to New Orleans this season. Geographically, they should belong to the Western Conference, but they were still placed in the Eastern Conference for this season. At the start of the season, this team, which should have been in turmoil, stunned everyone by achieving an impressive 11-game home winning streak. Unfortunately, the team subsequently suffered a series of injuries, leading to a noticeable decline in performance. They currently hold a 167 record, ranking 3rd in the Eastern Conference. The ranking was decent, but they had just endured a 4-game losing streak, losing their edge. The consecutive injuries within the team cast a shadow over them. However, the good news was that the Hornets' star player known as Monster Mash, Jamal Mashburn, had remarkably played in every game this season with full attendance. Kobe, fueled by pent-up determination, volunteered to guard Mashburn before the game. Phil Jackson agreed. From the very start of the game, the two engaged in a fierce tit-for-tat duel. The intensity was extremely high, with each showcasing exceptional individual skills. Ye Feng was not familiar with Jamal Mashburn as a star, but his performance in this game truly impressed him. With precise mid-range shots, excellent back-to-the-basket skills, solid ball handling, and physical prowess, Mashburn made it impossible even for a defender as strong as Kobe to fully contain his scoring. The two were locked in a mutual offensive explosion. This guy was essentially a 1990s version of Carmelo Anthony, an offensive kaleidoscope. However, the other Hornets players failed to provide Mashburn with sufficient support in this game. Baron Davis, who liked to bully opponents with his strength, was completely neutralized by Ye Feng in this game. Ye Feng feared power-oriented point guards the least. With a strength attribute as high as 90, Ye Feng rarely found himself at a disadvantage in power, even when facing interior players in most situations. Only monstrous interior players like Shaquille O'Neal and Karl Malone were still too much for him to overpower at this stage. Every one of the Hornets' 3 centers, all over 7 feet tall, was no match for Ye Feng in pure strength, let alone O'Neal. They were all crushed by O'Neal in this game. In the end, Jamal Mashburn shot 9 for 16, scoring 21 points along with 10 rebounds and 6 assists, a truly outstanding performance. But facing Kobe's explosive 35-point scoring display, O'Neal's dominant double-double of 25 points and 17 rebounds with 5 blocks, and Ye Feng's near triple-double of 16 points, 7 rebounds, 15 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block, the Hornets ultimately succumbed to defeat. After their previous loss to the Jazz, the Lakers embarked on a 4-game winning streak, showcasing their momentum and style. Especially since Ye Feng was promoted to the starting lineup, the Lakers' offense flowed like mercury, smooth, fluid, and a joy to watch. It felt like a revival of Showtime. As a result, the attendance at the Lakers' home games soared to new heights, with nearly every game filled to over 90% capacity, often sold out. Old Man Buss was very pleased with this. However, he soon found himself increasingly conflicted. His original plans no longer seemed viable, yet he was reluctant to pay the hefty luxury tax. It was a tough situation. While the owner hesitated, Phil Jackson and the coaching staff persistently urged for Ye Feng's contract extension. Both team cornerstones Kobe and O'Neal also stood by Ye Feng, repeatedly expressing their desire to continue playing with him next season. Caught between the three parties, Kupchak felt helpless, finding himself in a no-win situation. The regular season continued its orderly progression. After finishing the game against the Hornets with just 1 day of rest, the Lakers faced the challenge of Tracy McGrady's Magic at Staples Center. Compared to their last encounter, this victory was surprisingly smooth for the Lakers. Ye Feng and his teammates had prepared for a fierce battle, but the Magic's performance was shockingly lackluster. Aside from McGrady, everyone else seemed to be sleepwalking. The Lakers cruised to an easy win. Kobe continued his outstanding form from the previous game, clearly holding the upper hand in the individual duel with McGrady. Scoring 31 points, he edged out McGrady, who had 28. His streak of consecutive 30-point games was truly remarkable. One had to admit the Black Mamba possessed remarkable adaptability. He had already adjusted to his current role and was playing quite effectively without the ball. The team's other core player, O'Neal, continued his stellar performance against his former team, efficiently racking up 26 points and 13 rebounds. As for Ye Feng, he frustratingly recorded another near triple-double, becoming a master of the near triple-double. Getting a triple-double was truly difficult. With O'Neal and Kobe both being excellent rebounders as a point guard, Ye Feng couldn't constantly drive to the basket. Missing out on 2 or 3 rebounds each time was quite annoying. McGrady was even more frustrated. Since their teams were in different conferences, they only met twice in the regular season, and the Magic had lost both games against the Lakers this season. If they wanted to settle the score this season, they would have to wait for the playoffs. But given the Magic's strength, reaching the finals was virtually impossible. So this grudge would never be avenged. Fuming, McGrady challenged Kobe to a game that very night. The latter, never one to back down, immediately accepted. As a clash between two of the league's top scorers, Ye Feng felt it was worth watching. He initially just wanted to be a spectator, but unexpectedly what was supposed to be a unknown duel turned into a 3-way battle. Feng, when I was your age, I was nowhere near as versatile as you. How about coming to the Magic? If you can beat me, you'll be the team's leader, McGrady said with a smile. He cast a sly glance at Kobe, feeling a surge of satisfaction seeing the Black Mamba's annoyed expression. The earlier conversation between Ye Feng and Karl Malone had been deciphered by lip-reading experts hired by the media, attracting considerable attention. It seemed McGrady also enjoyed gossip, directly using the team leader line to recruit him. Why does everyone think I'm leaving? Can't I just choose to stay with the Lakers? Ye Feng shrugged. Recently, everyone he met, coaches, players, reporters, seemed convinced he would leave the Lakers. This puzzled him. He hadn't even figured things out himself, so why were these people so certain? Are the Lakers willing to match your salary demands? McGrady countered. Kobe, who was about to speak, immediately fell silent and turned his attention to Ye Feng. Kobe and O'Neal were both in the dark about the situation between Ye Feng and the management. They were curious, but found it awkward to ask directly. Now that McGrady had asked, Kobe was eager to listen. The management and I haven't even started formal talks yet. Where does the question of matching come from? Ye Feng replied truthfully. This surprised McGrady. You haven't talked yet. Why should I rush? I see you're very confident. Not bad. At that moment, McGrady couldn't help but admire Ye Feng's confidence and audacity. He doubted he would have had the same courage. The regular season was long, and the NBA court was full of unexpected events. Seizing the favorable moment of excellent performance and the management's willingness to offer a high salary to sign a big contract was something most NBA players were happy to do almost without a second thought. Not many could remain as calm as Ye Feng. It was unlike someone still on a rookie minimum contract as an undrafted player. This guy is greedy and extremely self-confident. A talent like him will never be satisfied being the second or third option, McGrady said with keen insight. Kobe, standing nearby, seemed lost in thought. But soon the sound of a door opening shattered the silence. Accompanied by the heavy stomp of angry footsteps, Vanessa, with a large belly and an angry expression, appeared at the corridor entrance. Ye Feng reacted swiftly. Ahem, I forgot something in the locker room. Before Kobe and McGrady could react, he quickly walked away. Well, through the other corridor. Ye Feng had no idea what Kobe experienced that night. He only knew the guy didn't show up for the next day's team practice. Word was he took the day off to be with Vanessa. Couldn't placate her all night. The Black Mamba was slipping. With little time to focus on Kobe's domestic affairs after the game against the Magic, the Lakers were about to embark on a 4-game road trip. This included a back-to-back away game. For Ye Feng and his teammates, it would undoubtedly be a huge challenge. The first game of the 4-game road trip was against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Upon arriving in Minneapolis, the moment they stepped out of the airport, the biting wind felt like sharp blades cutting into Ye Feng and his teammates' skin. The temperature was well below freezing, unbearably cold. The streets outside the airport were nearly deserted, a sense of desolation washing over them. In contrast, Los Angeles with its warm winter felt like paradise. Kevin has stuck it out in this city for 7 years. It's tough on him, Ye Feng remarked, his admiration for Garnett growing. He himself couldn't bear such a place. The environment was harsh, the market small, and the team management wasn't particularly supportive. Even with a high salary, such a team had limited potential for growth, truly not worth considering. Hearing Ye Feng's musings, O'Neal, shivering with his whole body trembling from the cold, urged Feng, stop sighing. Let's get on the bus. I can't stand this damn place for another second. I wish we could play the game tonight and leave. Can't handle a little cold, Shaquille. You're too weak, Kobe, said the only one on the Lakers who would talk to O'Neal like that. O'Neal shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, you can say that when you take off your coat. A cheap provocation. Kobe tightened his thick down jacket and quickened his pace into the car. O'Neal almost rolled his eyes. This guy is insufferable. Why don't you hit him? Ye Feng suggested. O'Neal was surprised. Aren't you friends? Yes, but what does that have to do with me wanting to see Kobe get punched? I guess nothing. So when are you going to do it? O'Neal found himself at a loss for words, tightened his coat, and quickly got on the bus. Ye Feng shook his head. All talk, no action. He then boarded the warm bus. The topic of hitting Kobe wasn't brought up again, it was just idle chatter. The team arrived safely at their rented hotel. Unlike previous trips to new cities where they wanted to explore and seek excitement, this time in Minneapolis none of the Lakers wanted to go out. They all stayed holed up in the hotel. The coaching staff felt the same. No one wanted to move. The next evening their game against the Timberwolves began on schedule. Before the game, Ye Feng and his teammates couldn't help complaining to Kevin Garnett about the harsh weather in Minneapolis. The Wolf King responded with a dismissive look. This is nothing. Soon Ye Feng and his teammates understood the deeper meaning of Garnett's words. The Timberwolves had shamelessly turned down the heating in the arena. Garnett and his teammates were clearly accustomed to this, their cold resistance seemingly maxed out unaffected. In contrast, Ye Feng and his teammates went cold immediately. From the start, the Lakers' shooting was ice cold. Ye Feng was no exception. Unable to hit jumpers, he had to get as close to the basket as possible. However, whether driving to the rim or passing to O'Neal and Kobe, the efficiency was mediocre. The Timberwolves' targeted defensive schemes caused them significant trouble. By the end of the game, the Lakers' shooting percentage was only 39.2, while the Timberwolves shot nearly 45. The gap in efficiency was stark. The Lakers lost the game by 8 points. Caught off guard by this cold attack, they couldn't handle it. The loss was frustrating. Welcome back anytime, Kevin Garnett said cheerfully after the win. He suddenly felt that staying in Minneapolis wasn't so bad, thinking he could use such tactics more often. Unfortunately, by the time the playoffs started in April, this trick wouldn't work. Ye Feng's lips twitched at Garnett's taunts, but he held back from a verbal retort. Inwardly, he was determined to crush the Timberwolves when they next played in Los Angeles. The same resolve echoed in O'Neal and Kobe's minds. The three led their teammates off the court quickly, not wanting to stay a second longer. At the post-game press conference, they expressed their displeasure with the Timberwolves' underhanded tactics, using dirty tricks when they couldn't win fair and square. Back at the hotel, the team immediately started packing. As an older man, Phil Jackson had little resistance to the cold of Minneapolis. With the unanimous agreement of the players, he arranged for the team to charter a flight out of the frozen city that very night. Losing the first game of the road trip, especially to such scheming, left everyone feeling bitter. What made it worse was that they lost again the next day to the Nets on the road. The cold shooting from Minneapolis hadn't thawed in New Jersey. O'Neal went 5 for 19, Kobe 8 for 23, Ye Feng 6 for 15. All three had subpar shooting percentages. The most efficient player on the team was Robert Horry, who went 4 for 8. But it was to no avail. Against Jason Kidd's Nets, the Lakers lost by 4 points, suffering their second consecutive loss of the season. And it was a grudge match. Last season, the two teams met in the finals where the Lakers swept the Nets, humiliating them. This was their first meeting of the new season. The Nets were well prepared, won the game, and not only redeemed themselves, but also built confidence. The Lakers, despite their terrifying roster, were not invincible. Even with Ye Feng this season, who filled their biggest weakness, they could still be defeated. As the losers, the Lakers had nothing to say and could only endure. Losers are always wrong. In competitive sports, that's the harsh reality. With back-to-back road losses, the Lakers' record fell to 225. Their hold on the top spot in the West slipped as the Mavericks at 234 overtook them, dropping the Lakers to second. In this game, Ye Feng directly faced Kidd, deeply experiencing the legendary point guard's formidable skills. His scoring might have been lacking, but his passing, defense, and rebounding were outstanding. No wonder many media and so-called experts compared Ye Feng's development template to Jason Kidd. The two were very similar now. Ye Feng had no time to dwell on it. The dense schedule didn't even allow them to savor the bitterness of defeat. The next game was about to start. After the game against the Nets, the Lakers flew non-stop to Kobe's hometown Philadelphia. They would face Iverson's 76ers in a back-to-back road game. This was another finals grudge match. The difference was that in the finals 2 seasons ago, the 76ers had at least won one game, saving face. Of course, the 76ers wouldn't see it that way, making it to the finals only to be runners-up. Second place is the first loser. How could they not hold a grudge? Against the Lakers, the 76ers were fully focused, determined to win. Meanwhile, the Lakers, on a 2-game losing streak, desperately needed a victory to boost morale. This game was a must-win. The battle was about to ignite. Ye Feng was not a fan of Iverson, but the name, the answer, was thunderously renowned. He was a court warrior who epitomized individual heroism to its utmost, and one of the 4 premier shooting guards of the era. At one point, he was even widely regarded as the strongest among the 4. Now Allen Iverson was at the peak of his powers. Ye Feng had intended to personally experience the formidable strength of this warrior, but during the pre-game analysis meeting, Kobe voluntarily stepped forward, hoping to be the primary defender against Iverson. Philadelphia was the Black Mamba's hometown, holding a special place in his heart. Similarly, Iverson held a unique significance for Kobe. As the undisputed number 1 pick of the 1996 draft, Iverson had surpassed numerous prodigies. Kobe was one of them. Thus, the Black Mamba had always harbored a competitive spirit toward Iverson. He yearned to prove himself through even more dominant performances. Their previous encounter in the finals saw his performance clearly inferior to Iverson's, and the team's easy victory was largely owed to O'Neal. Now, nearly 2 years later, Kobe, whose skills had greatly advanced, naturally sought to reclaim his standing. Ye Feng had no objections. Iverson's prime still had several years ahead. Ye Feng had ample opportunities and was in no rush. Ultimately, Phil Jackson approved Kobe's request. On the evening of December 20th, at the Wachovia Center, the Lakers' back-to-back away game against the 76ers commenced as scheduled. During the tip-off, O'Neal overpowered Todd, making first contact with the ball and tapping it to his own half. Ye Feng secured the ball immediately. The Lakers initiated their offense. With O'Neal's return, the Lakers rarely lost the tip-off. Dribbling past half-court, Ye Feng sized up Allen Iverson, whose expression was focused and fighting spirit ablaze. Without hesitation, he attempted a direct drive. He found Iverson's explosiveness far superior to his own, with an incredibly fast first step and decisive agile hands. His defensive aggression was palpable. Had he not integrated the template of the prime Magic Johnson, vastly improving his ball handling, Ye Feng might have lost control of the ball. What astonished him most was Iverson's exceptional physicality, belying his height and weight. Though not matching his own, it was certainly elite among point guards. He's got something, Ye Feng mused. Seizing the opportune moment when Iverson attempted a steal and shifted his weight, Ye Feng executed a crossover, shaking off his defender by 3 strides. He glanced toward Kobe, who was raising his hand in his habitual manner, expecting a pass, but the ball was unexpectedly lobbed toward the basket. A colossal figure rose like a stalk of dry grass, caught the pass with both hands, and slammed the ball thunderously through the hoop. Boom. The alley-oop dunk startled the entire arena. Once they recovered, the home fans erupted into boos and curses. The 76ers quickly inbound from the baseline, attempting a fast break. But Ye Feng and Kobe raced back on defense, denying them the opportunity. On the defensive end, Kobe immediately sought out Iverson. Kobe had explicitly stated before the game that he wanted an onion-own matchup, with Iverson requesting no double teams for the time being. Ye Feng was happy to oblige, casting a glance at the stern-faced Eric Snow and becoming a spectator on the court. Kobe's defensive abilities at this stage were undoubtedly elite league-wide. Numerically, they were likely on par with Ye Feng's. His other physical attributes aside from strength were even more impressive. Overall, his defensive prowess probably still edged out Ye Feng's. Especially against an opponent like Iverson, who combined strength and explosiveness, Kobe held an advantage on defense. Yet he still couldn't stop him. Iverson's explosiveness was too exceptional, coupled with his masterful and steady ball handling. His exaggerated no-look crossovers were veritable ankle breakers. Once he got going, it essentially spelled defensive failure. Of course, Iverson wasn't completely unstoppable. There were exploitable weaknesses. In an onion-own situation, the only recourse was full-court pressure defense, denying him easy catches and dribble advances. In the 2001 finals, the Lakers employed this defensive strategy, limiting Iverson's impact to a degree. Tyronn Lue even made a name for himself through that series, simply because he could guard Iverson. The game had just begun, and Kobe was evidently not ready to resort to that tactic, immediately preferring to try other methods. It was clearly a failure. Watching Iverson shed Kobe's defense, charging into the Lakers' paint like a cheetah, Ye Feng was awestruck. Even with O'Neal before him, Iverson resolutely launched himself into the air, executed a layup for 2 points while crashing out of bounds. What tenacity, yet truly stirring. Pure individual heroism. Teammates, completely invisible. No wonder so many love Iverson. This style of play is indeed spectacular, Ye Feng thought admiringly. He then received the inbound pass and advanced unhurriedly to the front court. Their interior held an absolute advantage. There was no need for a fast break. Moreover, playing a back-to-back away game, their stamina was likely inferior. Steady execution was the right call. Phil Jackson nodded approvingly from the Lakers bench. Ye Feng's rapid improvement in ball handling and playmaking had astonished and delighted him. After much deliberation, he had promoted Ye Feng to the starting lineup. The effect was remarkable. Not only was O'Neal's scoring fully unleashed, but Kobe, after a brief adjustment period, also developed excellent chemistry. Ye Feng's mature and composed demeanor on the court in this game particularly pleased the Zen master. What coach wouldn't adore such a player? On the court, O'Neal received a brilliant pass from Ye Feng and once again overpowered his opponent with a ferocious dunk. The score was 42. Lakers led. 76ers ball. In this defensive possession, Kobe changed his approach, implementing full-court pressure on Iverson, drawing cascades of boos from the home crowd. For such targeted defense in a regular season game, even if Kobe was a Philadelphian, they had to curse him vehemently. The more they cursed, the more resolute Kobe became in his defensive strategy. Iverson was undoubtedly in trouble. However, having learned from the 2001 finals, he didn't stubbornly go it alone. Instead, he used a teammate's screen to shed his defender, received the ball, drove unimpeded to the basket, and once again launched himself into the air. Truly fearless. O'Neal refused to indulge him, swatting at the ball with his massive hand. Iverson flew out of bounds, once more missing the layup. The referee's whistle sounded, promptly calling a foul on O'Neal. The big shark was clearly displeased but could do nothing about it. Kobe was equally frustrated, realizing he couldn't stop Iverson on defense. He walked over. Feng, let me take the next possession. Sure, Ye Feng nodded. His gaze fixed on Iverson as he stepped to the free throw line, a flicker of respect in his eyes. Iverson made one of 2 free throws, his expression stern, clearly dissatisfied with his performance. Despite knowing his free throw accuracy was below average for a guard, he never bothered to practice them diligently. He had no one to blame but himself. This was another of Iverson's flaws besides his height, a disinclination to train. The score was 43. Lakers ball. After Ye Feng brought the ball past half-court, he executed a crisscross run, with Kobe handing the ball off and simultaneously switching defensive assignments. Facing Iverson, Kobe drove inside a few steps before pulling up for a fadeaway jumper. The ball swished through the net. It was evident that Kobe's touch was solid tonight. This shot ignited Iverson's competitive fire. On the ensuing possession, he answered with an almost identical mid-range jumper. Kobe, of course, refused to back down. Over the next few minutes, the two engaged in a scoring duel. Facing Iverson, who was shorter and lighter, Kobe had a reliable mid-range game. The 76ers interior was mediocre, making drives and finishes relatively easy. The overall pressure on him was manageable. Iverson, on the other hand, faced greater difficulty. With O'Neal anchoring the Lakers' paint, each drive to the basket felt like charging at a mountain, drastically increasing the difficulty of scoring. Iverson's shooting consistency also couldn't match Kobe's. In their scoring duel, he ultimately fell short. The team's overall strength was incomparable. The Lakers held a clear advantage. Ye Feng barely played in the first quarter, merely driving and dishing, yet he racked up 7 assists. He took only 3 shots, making all of them for 6 points, along with 4 rebounds and 1 steal. Such a comprehensive stat line in a single quarter suggested a triple-double was within reach. But Ye Feng couldn't muster any joy. The 76ers' strength had caught him off guard. Not because they were too strong, but because they were too weak. Apart from Allen Iverson, this 76ers team lacked a single player who could pose a real threat. Keith Van Horn, newly acquired this season, was a complete softie. Against O'Neal's interior presence, his scoring efficiency was mediocre, forcing him to hover on the perimeter for jump shots somewhat resembling Dirk Nowitzki, but without the German's scoring prowess. Former 6th Man of the Year Aaron McKie looked utterly lost on the court, shooting below 40. Derek Coleman, the 1990 number 1 pick, was undeniably talented, but his poor professionalism and declining form year after year rendered him unreliable. Such a 76ers team posed no real threat. For the Lakers, Kobe had been the primary defender on Iverson for the entire first half. In the second half, as Ye Feng began to consistently double-team and rotate onto Iverson, his scoring efficiency plummeted. Unknown, the answer was indeed formidable. But uneventual. Facing 2 synergistic elite perimeter defenders with exceptional physical attributes, even someone as strong as Iverson couldn't withstand the pressure. The Lakers ended the game after 3 quarters, snapping their losing streak and halting their downward spiral. Ye Feng's mood was complicated as he looked at his stat line, falling 2 rebounds short of a triple-double. Could this triple-double truly never be achieved? On the 76ers side, after losing the game, Iverson's eyes seemed hollow. In his mind, images of the previous finals against the Lakers flashed, contrasting with this game. The result only deepened his gloom. Muttering in a voice only he could hear, "Can I really lead the 76ers to a championship?" The team had won the game without much effort, successfully ending their away game losing streak, which should have been a cause for joy, yet Ye Feng felt a sense of dissatisfaction. It was like finally securing a date with the goddess of your dreams, only to find out she can't have anything cold that day. The 76ers were too disappointing. It was dull. This also proved a point on the basketball court. No matter how strong an individual's power, without reliable teammates, one could only dominate weaker opponents. Against true powerhouses, winning became exceedingly difficult. Even the peak Allen Iverson was no exception. A single core team's predicament was exactly this: awkward. Opponents didn't need to completely neutralize the single core, They only needed to strategically reduce that core's efficiency. If the surrounding players couldn't provide sufficient support, that was enough to win the game. This game was the best testament. In the third quarter, as Ye Feng began to limit Iverson alongside Kobe, the 76ers quickly collapsed. After the game, Iverson's expression was stern, but he still graciously greeted Ye Feng and the others. At the press conference, he candidly admitted the loss, took responsibility, and did not shift the blame to his teammates. A true man. He also joined O'Neal and Kobe in praising Ye Feng highly. This seemed to have become a ritual after Lakers games, with opponents always cooperating. Ye Feng felt helpless. They really weren't afraid of setting him up for a fall. A day later at the Scotiabank Arena in Toronto, the final game of this road trip had already begun. After McGrady's departure, Vince Carter had to carry the Raptors alone. As one of the 4 shooting guards, Carter's skill was undeniably exceptional. His spectacular dunking ability made his games highly entertaining and immensely popular. Ye Feng's deepest impression of Carter was still that breathtaking one-arm hang dunk. That was incredibly cool. So that's how you could dunk. That was Ye Feng's genuine thought the first time he saw Carter's dunk. He had hoped to witness the prowess of this UFO in the game, but Carter missed it due to injury. Without Vince Carter, the Raptors were like a beast with its fangs pulled out, their threat greatly diminished. Despite the fatigue of travel and consecutive away games, with their energy not at its peak and spirits weary, the Lakers still easily won the game on the road. With a 2-2 road record, Ye Feng and the team returned to Los Angeles. The game against the Raptors was also the Lakers' final game of December. The team's 2002 season was over with a record of 24 wins and 5 losses, still ranking second in the Western Conference, trailing the Mavericks. Although they hadn't reached the top, this record was undoubtedly excellent. With O'Neal's return, as expected, Ye Feng's on-court possession decreased, and his personal average points per game had dropped from over 20 to 19. 3 points. He was no longer a member of the 20 club. It would likely continue to decline. After all, with fewer shots, scoring would naturally decrease. Unlike his scoring, Ye Feng's assist numbers had surged, with his average assists per game exceeding 10. Playing alongside O'Neal and Kobe made racking up assists incredibly easy. Especially with the former, as long as the pass was accurate, it was almost always an assist. Of course, Ye Feng's defensive performance remained formidable. A point guard averaging 196, 1032 was by any measure top tier and adept at both offense and defense. With outstanding on-court performance, Ye Feng swept all Rookie of the Week awards for December, and unsurprisingly, also won the Rookie of the Month award for December. Stoudemire, who ranked second, averaged only 148 per game, a gap too vast to pose any threat. The most significant Player of the Month award for December went to Dirk Nowitzki of the Mavericks. The veteran led his team to an excellent record in December, topping the Western Conference and the league. He personally averaged an impressive 24, 6 points, 11, 3 rebounds, 3, 5 assists, and 3 blocks per game. The Player of the Month honor was truly well-deserved. Both Kobe and O'Neal were somewhat displeased with this. Especially the former, averaging over 30 points per game with the team's record only slightly behind Nowitzki's. He logically deserved the award. But it wasn't given to him, and the Black Mamba was quite annoyed. Internally, he resolved to work even harder. Kobe never wanted anything less than total dominance. He demanded universal acclaim. In contrast, although O'Neal voiced his displeasure, he quickly put it behind him. With no games for the next 5 days, and the new year approaching, the team directly granted a 3-day holiday. O'Neal insisted that a party must be thrown. As for Ye Feng, on the day he returned to Los Angeles, he received a call from the team's general manager, Kupchak. He had thought the other party was finally going to discuss the details of his contract extension and was pondering how to handle it, but it turned out not to be the case. "Feng, you must find an agent," Kupchak said with a hint of helplessness. Some businesses unable to contact Ye Feng had directly approached him. Initially, there were just occasional calls, which gradually increased to 7 or 8, and had now escalated to over a dozen calls a day, most of which came from China. They all hoped Ye Feng would endorse their products. Most had already quoted prices which weren't particularly high individually, but the sheer volume was overwhelming. A rough calculation put it at several million US dollars. That was dozens of times Ye Feng's Lakers salary. He had played less than 30 games this season. It was hard to imagine how much more Ye Feng could earn if he maintained such outstanding performance throughout the season, and the Lakers ultimately won the championship. It could probably multiply several times over. That would be tens of millions of US dollars. It was insane. Thinking of this, Kupchak suddenly felt that the upper limit for Ye Feng's contract extension that his boss had given him not long ago seemed too low. Ye Feng might not even be interested. This was no longer something the general manager could decide on his own. After promptly informing Jerry Buss of the situation, Kupchak, tired of being bothered by various business calls, chose to contact Ye Feng proactively. "Am I really this popular?" Ye Feng realized he might have underestimated himself. "It seems I need to find an agent and build my own team. To focus on the game, and self-improvement matters off the court had to be entrusted to others." Lacking connections in the US, Ye Feng sought advice from Kobe and O'Neal. The two, in perfect sync, each recommended their own agents to Ye Feng. Ye Feng remarked that they certainly knew how to make recommendations. Both Kobe's and O'Neal's agents were very interested in Ye Feng. Upon learning that Ye Feng had no agent yet, they had been eager to approach him proactively, but were held back by Kobe and O'Neal. Now that Ye Feng had relented and Kobe and O'Neal no longer objected, they immediately came forward to recommend themselves. At the party hosted by O'Neal, Ye Feng met separately with Kobe's agent Rob Pelinka and O'Neal's agent Perry Rogers. Both were well prepared, outlining their plans for Ye Feng's future development and expressing great optimism. After carefully listening to their plans and philosophies, Ye Feng did not give an immediate answer. It wasn't until the party ended that Ye Feng made his decision. Pelinka's and Rogers' plans and development philosophies were largely similar. Throughout the process, Kobe and O'Neal merely contacted their respective agents and did nothing else, saying nothing. Their stance was clear: let Ye Feng decide for himself. With no significant conflicts or differences in any aspect, Ye Feng ultimately chose Kobe's agent Pelinka. The reason was simple: Pelinka requested only the minimum commission rate of 1.5 on salary and a 5 cut on endorsements, which was also very low. In comparison, Rogers demanded 2.5 and 8 respectively. It might not seem like a huge difference, but considering that his future salary and endorsement fees would be astronomical, every percentage point could involve amounts in the millions of dollars. Who would complain about earning more? Naturally, he chose the one with lower commissions. Pelinka was thrilled to learn that Ye Feng had chosen him. That very night, they signed the agent contract formalizing the relationship. But soon his smile faded. After his contact information was made public, the businesses that had been eager to reach Ye Feng all came calling. He was bombarded with dozens or even hundreds of calls. Pelinka was stunned. Even Kobe wasn't this popular. After a brief moment of shock, Pelinka snapped out of it, becoming even more excited. His bet had paid off. However, remembering Ye Feng's clear statement that he would only consider taking endorsements after the All-Star break, he felt a pang of frustration. It felt like pushing away money that was being handed to him. At the same time, it only strengthened his resolve to take Ye Feng seriously. A super talent who could restrain his desires, backed by a massive market of over 1 billion people, had limitless potential. As Ye Feng's agent, as long as he remained patient, he was sure to make a fortune in the future. Thinking of this, Pelinka's heart raced with excitement. Meanwhile, during the team's break, Ye Feng went to Hollywood to visit Jessica Alba and also planned to celebrate the new year with her. "Darling, why are you here?" As Ye Feng suddenly appeared on the set, bringing hot coffee for the entire crew and boosting her prestige, Jessica Alba was filled with surprise and an unprecedented sense of happiness that enveloped her entirely. In this era of America, few people visited sets in such a manner. First times are always unforgettable. That day, under the teasing words and ambiguous gazes of the entire crew, Jessica left early and drove with Ye Feng to a seaside mountaintop. The cool sea breeze gently caressed their faces as they nestled together, welcoming the new year in an embrace and a kiss. Fearing a lurking paparazzo, Ye Feng restrained his urges and refrained from getting intimate with Jessica in the car. The already impassioned couple endured nearly half an hour before speeding back to the hotel. That night, Jessica Alba was exceptionally proactive and fervent. While Ye Feng reveled in the bowtie's tenderness, Amare Stoudemire, whom he had suppressed to second place on the rookie list, was cornered on the street by an inquisitive reporter. Having had a few drinks, the young titan showed his displeasure. "Feng, he's just lucky. If I were playing alongside Shaquille and Kobe, my stats would definitely be better than his. Stats don't fully represent a player's strength. The Lakers' record is indeed outstanding, but that's Shaquille and Kobe's achievement, not Feng's. The Rookie of the Year award shouldn't be based solely on stats and team record. I think the selection criteria should change. We're about to face the Lakers in 2 consecutive games. We'll see who's stronger on the court. You'll find out soon enough." Originally just drunk and rambling in front of a small newspaper, reporter Stoudemire spoke without restraint, didn't take it seriously, and went straight home to sleep. Unexpectedly, events spiraled far beyond his control. It blew up. Stoudemire underestimated Ye Feng's current fame and influence, as well as the Lakers' management's regard for him, and even more so O'Neal and Kobe's high estimation of Ye Feng as the most outstanding Chinese and Asian player with the highest popularity in the NBA at the time. Among the Asian basketball fans in America and the young Asian players aspiring to join the NBA, Ye Feng became the most beloved and followed basketball athlete, because he had proven with facts that Asians were no less capable in basketball than blacks or whites. With Stoudemire directly calling him out, Asian fans and young players in America were outraged. Upon noticing this, the Lakers' official response was swift, immediately speaking out for Ye Feng. Feng is one of the team's core players. The team's excellent record owes much to his contributions. The Lakers' management seized the opportunity to gain goodwill. In the afternoon, upon receiving the news, O'Neal and Kobe also voiced their support in front of the media. "O'Neal, Feng has shown us through 32 regular season games of consistent and outstanding performance that the Lakers now have more than just okay. We now have the even stronger KOF combination. Feng is indispensable. Kobe Amare is very good and talented, but without a doubt Feng is the strongest among this season's rookies." Other Lakers players also voiced their support for Ye Feng. The entire Purple and Gold Legion achieved astonishing unity on this point. Even those players who secretly envied or disliked Ye Feng chose to support him, making the team appear incredibly cohesive. Anyone who opposed would likely be purged instantly. The Suns naturally stood by their player. No matter how this incident was viewed as Stoudemire's reckless boasting, they couldn't afford to lose face. Thus, a sense of confrontation emerged between the two teams. The originally unremarkable back-to-back regular season games between the Lakers and the Suns, one away and one home, were now imbued with special significance. The battle for Rookie of the Year, Ye Feng versus Stoudemire. The NBA League secretly fueled this discussion, further elevating the game's popularity. It was predictable that in the next two games, whoever won and had better stats would gain a boost in popularity from this wave of attention. The loser would likely suffer a backlash from the publicity. Ye Feng had learned of the matter the next morning, but didn't take it seriously. Unexpectedly, as the team got involved, fans actively defended him, and the league subtly pushed things. The situation escalated. When he returned to the team 2 days later after spending time with Jessica on the day of the game, O'Neal approached him and declared, "Bro, in the next 2 games with the league's top center, the Big Shark, setting screens and boxing out for you, just drive to the basket freely. Don't hold back your scoring desire. Show your strength and let everyone know you are the deserving Rookie of the Year and an indispensable core player on our team," Kobe said seriously. Before Ye Feng could respond, Phil Jackson, who had just walked out of the corridor, clapped his hands to get everyone's attention and fixed his gaze on Ye Feng. "Feng, for the next 2 games against the Suns, you have unlimited shooting rights." Ye Feng was somewhat moved by how much he was valued, yet also a bit surprised by how seriously his teammates and coach took it. Originally, Ye Feng believed that even without special treatment, his strength would allow him to outperform Stoudemire barring any extraordinary mishap. Now that the entire team, from the coaching staff to the players, was determined to help him pad his stats, what could Ye Feng do? Of course he agreed. Such opportunities were rare, and Ye Feng wanted to see his own limits. Nearly a month had passed since he unlocked and integrated the peak Magic Johnson template. Through intense regular season competition, daily training, and extra practice, the integration of both Ben Wallace's template and Magic Johnson's template had improved. Consequently, Ye Feng's attributes had increased to varying degrees. Ye Feng, age 19, gender male, height 194 centimeters, weight 87 kilograms, wingspan 205 centimeters, strength 90-92, speed 85-87, stamina 94-98, explosiveness 83-86, coordination 88-92, dunking 86-88, layup 90-96, mid-range 82-86, 3.73-80, free throw 81-84, ball handling 92-99, driving 85-87, passing 92-99, defense 92-95, rebounding 93-97, overall rating 89, NBA star evaluation, and almost all-star caliber point guard, with weak 3-point shooting. The most significant improvements were in ball handling and passing, both breaking 90 and now at 92. True to the 99-point ceiling, overcoming the bottleneck in these areas was easier than for other attributes. It was foreseeable that these two would be the fastest growing among Ye Feng's attributes above 90. Of course, besides passing and ball handling, Ye Feng's other attributes also saw varying improvements. With such comprehensive and significant growth in just a month, Ye Feng was very satisfied. He felt even more confident about the upcoming games against the Suns. Reality didn't give him much time to prepare. The day after the team reconvened from the holiday, the entire Lakers squad flew to Phoenix for the away game against the Suns. The Suns currently hold a record of 20 wins and 12 losses, placing them 7th in the Western Conference. This record is merely mediocre, not even guaranteeing a playoff berth. Yet the Suns' roster is far from weak. Shawn Marion and Stephon Marbury are undeniably star-caliber players in their prime, both averaging over 20 points per game this season. The two of them alone provide the Suns with over 40 points per game. But that's not all. This season, the Suns also acquired Amare Stoudemire, a rookie with explosive athleticism and exceptional talent, who fills their biggest weakness and significantly bolsters their interior strength. Add to that the still-capable veteran Anthony Hardaway and the promising Joe Johnson, and the Suns boast an impressive lineup on paper. Unfortunately, these talented players have failed to develop good chemistry. The crux of the issue lies with the team's 2 core players, Shawn Marion and Stephon Marbury. Both believe they should be the absolute core and leader of the Suns, and neither is willing to concede to the other. They can't outperform each other either. Compounding this, the Suns' management has been indecisive, unable to commit to supporting one over the other. This has prevented a team with considerable potential from ever truly channeling and unleashing its strength. Given these circumstances, their mediocre record this season is understandable. Facing such an opponent, Ye Feng sees no reason to lose. However, his goal this time isn't just to win. With the team granting him unlimited shooting rights, he intends to win decisively, both for the team and for himself. At this moment in the Footprint Center, both teams' players have already taken the court. "Your luck ends tonight." Stoudemire snorted and walked away. Ye Feng wasn't angered, though. Instead, he found it amusing. Is this guy too deep in character? He takes himself way too seriously. Given the Suns' roster strength and Stoudemire's performance this season, what gave him the audacity and confidence to be so arrogant? Ye Feng decided he couldn't indulge this attitude. He had to make Stoudemire face the harsh reality. The game began shortly after. The Lakers stuck with their previous starting lineup. Ye Feng had secured his starting spot, and Derek Fisher, unable to compete, accepted his role off the bench. The Suns fielded a starting lineup of Scott Williams, Amare Stoudemire, Anthony Hardaway, Shawn Marion, and Stephon Marbury. With stars a promising rookie, a seasoned veteran, and a role-playing center, the lineup looked genuinely solid. The referee blew the opening whistle without keeping the audience waiting long. The basketball was tossed straight into the air. O'Neal, highly focused, leaped at the moment the ball began to descend, overpowering Stoudemire to touch it first. The Lakers launched their offense. The ball immediately fell into Ye Feng's hands. Instead of playing methodically and waiting for O'Neal to set up as the primary threat, Ye Feng exploded forward the instant he controlled the ball. Stephon Marbury barely had time to step up before being violently knocked aside, nearly falling to the floor as he stumbled back several steps to regain his balance. This rookie is incredibly strong. His expression soured immediately. Being shown up by a rookie didn't sit well with him. Ignoring the opponent's mood, Ye Feng drove straight to the basket. A few steps away, Shawn Marion hesitated, but ultimately chose not to abandon his coverage of Kobe. Stoudemire, just arriving under the basket, lit up with anticipation and stepped forward, determined to teach Ye Feng a harsh lesson. He actually regretted escalating the situation with his trash talk. It had not only affected him, but also the team, leading to a direct meeting with the head coach, leaving him quite frustrated. But since it had already happened, he had no choice but to see it through. Stoudemire was confident in his own abilities. In their preseason matchup, he had come out on top and was well aware of Ye Feng's weaknesses. Namely that Ye Feng lacked a consistent jump shot and relied on driving to the basket for dunks and layups. Against a strong interior defender, his offensive firepower would diminish significantly. And wasn't he exactly that kind of strong interior player? Advantage is mine, Stoudemire thought. In that split second of distraction, Ye Feng had already reached him, leaning in without any pause or hesitation. Leveraging the momentum from his sprint and his own exceptional strength, Ye Feng clearly had the upper hand in the physical collision. Stoudemire, once brimming with confidence, now looked utterly incredulous. How had Ye Feng's strength increased so much in just the 2 months since their preseason encounter? It defied logic. Recalling the highlight reels of Ye Feng he had watched before the game, which he had dismissed with scorn, his face now burned with embarrassment. It turned out that the players Ye Feng had faced weren't weak. Ye Feng himself was just too strong. Having knocked aside the young star, Ye Feng executed a graceful midair hang and layup, dodging Stoudemire's reaching hand as he stumbled back. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the ball obediently dropped into the net. Landing steadily, Ye Feng looked calmly at Stoudemire, who was leaning against the basket support for balance. Is that all? What do you mean by that? Stoudemire felt belittled. On the next possession, he immediately boxed out Robert Horry in the post, secured his position, and raised his hand high, demanding the ball. His eyes were fierce, radiating killing intent. As a prodigy, he refused to be dominated by a fellow rookie in a direct matchup. He had to strike back. However, Stephon Marbury, who was handling the ball for the Suns, completely ignored Stoudemire. His gaze was fixed on his direct opponent. Ye Feng, rookie, you're pretty cocky. So what? Ye Feng replied calmly. Moving with lightning speed, he stepped forward and lashed onto Marbury like a venomous snake. Having already experienced Ye Feng's strength, Marbury wisely chose not to engage in a battle of force. He executed a crossover dribble and burst forward. With explosive first-step quickness and excellent ball handling skills, Marbury was instantly beside Ye Feng. Young Marbury's drive is quite sharp, Ye Feng thought. Prepared for this, he wasn't shaken off. He quickly adjusted his footwork and center of gravity, staying just half a step behind while applying constant defensive pressure. Noticing this, Marbury curled his lips slightly. Nice defense. Then, one step inside the free throw line, he abruptly stopped and rose for a jump shot. But before he could release the ball, a hand appeared right in front of him. It slapped straight toward his eyes. Just as the hand seemed about to touch his eyes, Marbury released the shot, his expression changing. Rebound. Clang. The ball bounced off the rim, failing to find the net. Under the Lakers' basket, Stoudemire, who hadn't gotten the ball, was furious but hadn't lost his composure. As a rookie on the team, he knew better than to provoke Marbury. Since the team's veteran wouldn't pass to him, he would get the rebound himself. Forcing his way past Robert Horry to secure the better position, Stoudemire leaped toward the descending ball, his eyes gleaming with confidence. He planned to grab the rebound and finish with a putback dunk, reclaiming the dignity he had lost after Ye Feng's earlier score. Just as his hands were about to touch the ball, and he was already planning his celebration, a large hand appeared in his vision, snatching the ball from his fingertips with one hand. What the F? Stoudemire seethed, his eyes blazing with fury as he turned to look at the culprit. What came into view was the menacing face of Shaquille O'Neal. "All my apologies." Grabbing the rebound, O'Neal passed the ball out and glanced at Stoudemire beside him. "Rookie, you're nowhere near Feng's level." Stoudemire was livid. If it had been anyone else, he would have already started a verbal spar or even a physical confrontation. But it was O'Neal. Looking at the far more imposing frame and the fierce glare, the young star decided it was wiser to stay calm. Without a verbal response, he turned and hurried back on defense. His gaze fell on his own half of the court. What he saw was the back of Ye Feng rapidly pushing the ball up the floor and Kobe drawing Shawn Marion away from him. This kind of treatment was something he truly envied. As for his own situation on the Suns, well, it was incomparable. Back to Ye Feng. With Shawn Marion drawn away by Kobe, no one else on the Suns posed much of a threat to him. Not even the persistently harassing Marbury, who was trying to steal the ball. Stepping inside the three-point line, Ye Feng took off in 3 strides, engaging in a mid-air physical battle with Marbury. He won decisively. This low-intensity contact barely affected Ye Feng. Leaping fully, he grabbed the ball with one hand, swung it in a circle through the air, and slammed it powerfully through the hoop, adding another 2 points. The Lakers took an early 40 lead. Suns ball possession. Stephen Marbury dribbled the ball past half-court. Faced with Ye Feng's tight defense, Coach Ma didn't want to get entangled in a prolonged struggle, time-consuming, exhausting, and unrewarding. Just as he was about to make his move, Amare Stoudemire spontaneously stepped up to set a screen for him against Ye Feng. Not bad, learning well. Marbury smoothly shook off the defense, only to encounter Kobe's timely help defense, a flicker of irritation rising within him. One after another, endlessly. Without hesitation over his rivalry with Marion for team leadership, Marbury passed the ball directly. Marion caught the ball and prepared to shoot, but found Ye Feng already closing in on defense. Ignoring the disparity in height and weight, Ye Feng pressed up against him, immediately initiating physical contact without a moment's hesitation. As a small forward with impressive physical attributes, Sean Marion disliked physical confrontation and lacked individual ball handling offensive skills, heavily relying on assists. This was a player suited for off-ball tactics. Suddenly tangled by Ye Feng, Marion found himself with no good options. Could he really just force a shot over the defense? He promptly transferred the ball to the middle. Amare Stoudemire, who had set the screen for Marbury, cut swiftly to the basket, received the pass, and took 3 steps before leaping for a powerful dunk. But he found Shaquille O'Neal in his path with a massive hand poised to block. Stoudemire's formidable core strength allowed him to alter his movement mid-air even after committing to the dunk. He changed the dunk into a pass. The motion appeared somewhat awkward, a clear sign of poor body coordination. Still, the pass was quite accurate. Stoudemire felt satisfied with his improvisational skills, but soon, slap. A Lakers player he least wanted to see appeared on the passing lane and completed the steal. It was Ye Feng. The moment he saw Stoudemire cut to the basket and receive the ball, Ye Feng noticed O'Neal poised and ready. Trusting in the Big Shark's prowess, he stepped away from Marion by a few paces, positioning himself between 2 passing lanes. Unexpectedly, his gamble paid off. Watch out! Kobe's urgent shout rang out. Ye Feng instinctively executed a crossover dribble to protect the ball. There was Marbury appearing at his side, reaching in for a steal, but he evaded it. He didn't let his guard down, sensing the rapid footsteps on the other side. Ye Feng's left hand, controlling the ball, flicked with dexterity. The basketball flew between Stephen Marbury's legs, landing precisely in Rick Fox's hands. Ye Feng charged toward the front court. Lakers fast break in transition. Kobe took control, dribbled past half court, and executed a seamless pick and roll with O'Neal. Just as everyone expected Kobe to take the shot or drive inside the Black Mamba, instead discreetly handed the ball off to O'Neal. The Big Shark positioned high, lobbed the ball toward the basket. Ye Feng, who had led Marbury to the corner beyond the 3-point line, faked a move toward the 45-degree angle as Kobe and O'Neal crossed paths. Then he suddenly changed direction, cutting baseline toward the basket, catching Coach Ma off guard. He leaped with full force, just managing to catch O'Neal's pass, and completed a powerful dunk. Boom. The sheer force of the alley-oop dunk drew scattered applause from the home crowd. Then, realizing their mistake, the home fans erupted into boos. At the start of the game, Ye Feng had scored 6 consecutive points, unleashing his full offensive arsenal, while contributing immensely on defense, helping his team take a 60 lead over the Suns. In contrast, Stoudemire appeared rather mediocre. The two were simply incomparable at this moment. Suns ball possession. Eager to break the scoring drought, Marbury ignored Marion and Stoudemire's calls for the ball, forcing his way through. However, Ye Feng's defensive positioning and footwork were flawless, preventing him from shaking loose. Forced shots had a low success rate. Aware of this, Marbury chose to drive into the paint, seeking opportunities. As soon as he entered the 3-second zone, he was met by a joint siege from O'Neal and Robert Horry. 3 defenders on 1, with Kobe and Rick Fox roaming to intercept passes. The Lakers had woven a tight defensive net for Marbury. It's over. Marbury regretted his rashness. But it was too late. In the moment of distraction, Ye Feng reached in from a blind spot, successfully tipping the ball away. Robert Horry grabbed the ball, raised it high, and extended both elbows. Though not as intimidating as O'Neal's, it was enough to protect the ball. After surveying the court, old man Horry chose to pass to Kobe. The Suns had already realized that the Lakers were intent on featuring Ye Feng in this game, so they naturally shifted more defensive attention onto him. Meanwhile, they inwardly wondered if they should treat their own young teammate better, giving him more opportunities. Stoudemire, yes, that's right. Lakers fast break again. Kobe drove the ball all the way to the basket, but instead of forcing his own shot, as usual, he threaded a precise pass through the crowd. At the right baseline, 1 step inside the 3-point line, Ye Feng received the pass. He bent his knees and jumped, eyes fixed on the rim. At the peak of his leap, he flicked his wrist and released the shot. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air, and under everyone's gaze it swished through the net. Swish! The net billowed, a mid-range shot made. Ye Feng added 2 more points. With his mid-range shooting attribute now at 82, his accuracy in unguarded situations was quite respectable. Ye Feng was happy to practice his shooting in real-game scenarios provided good opportunities arose. Forced shots were not yet within his capabilities. Shoot with confidence. The big shark will grab the rebounds. O'Neal grinned. Kobe, standing nearby, also encouraged him, don't be afraid to miss, be confident. Your mid-range shot is already game-ready. Ye Feng felt a sudden surge of emotion. This was the charm of brotherly basketball. Robert Horry and Rick Fox, jogging back on defense a few steps away, felt envy, but no jealousy. Ye Feng's talent and potential were worthy of this treatment. The score was now 80. The Suns called a timeout. If this continued, their players' morale would collapse. The timeout came at just the right moment. By this point in the game, even casual viewers could see that Ye Feng's performance on the court far surpassed Stoudemire's. If the game continued in this vein, the much-hyped Rookie of the Year debate of the past 2 days would become a joke. How could Stoudemire compare with Ye Feng? The timeout ended quickly, and the players returned to the court. Suns ball possession. Marbury had the ball again, but this time he remained composed, using a screen to shake off Ye Feng's relentless defense. Facing Kobe, who immediately rotated to defend, he didn't rush to pass. He attempted a drive, found Kobe as tough to shake as Ye Feng, and with O'Neal eyeing him in the paint, he seized the moment to pass to Anthony Hardaway, a player with a big name, but a subdued presence on the court. As a former teammate, O'Neal's emotions were complicated, seeing Hardaway, plagued by frequent injuries, his body increasingly fragile, and his skills significantly declined, reduced to a role player. After all, Hardaway had once been his brother. His conflict was with the Magic's management, not Hardaway. Between them, it was more about competition. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, O'Neal refocused on the game. Facing Rick Fox's defense, Anthony Hardaway, now lacking explosive athleticism, faked a shot, then feigned a turn to drive inside, but unexpectedly passed the ball. Sean Marion, moving without the ball, caught the pass at the 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line and promptly rose for a three-pointer. The shot selection was sound, and his release was quick. But his shooting form was just atrocious. Ye Feng, who had switched onto him, jumped immediately to put a hand in his face. With a disparity in height and wingspan and Marion's explosive leaping ability, Ye Feng couldn't block the shot despite his urgent jump. Swish! A crisp sound as the ball slid through the net, sending ripples through the mesh. An undeniable three-pointer. Marion clenched his fist, his expression invigorated. However, the Lakers didn't give the Suns a chance to catch their breath or celebrate. They quickly inbound the ball from the baseline. Ye Feng caught the ball, executed a behind-the-back dribble with a smooth spin, evaded Marbury's gambit steal, then dribbled swiftly past half-court. He delivered a long-range bounce pass that sliced through the Suns' entire defense, landing precisely in Kobe's hands. The Black Mamba caught the ball, glided to the basket, and scored with a two-handed dunk. Score 103. The Suns, who had just broken their scoring drought and were trying to build momentum, had their energy forcefully suppressed. It was truly agonizing. Witnessing this firsthand, Ye Feng curled his lips slightly, trying to build momentum. Did you ask me? Meanwhile, the Suns' head coach watched Ye Feng and Kobe high-fiving as they retreated on defense, his gaze eventually settling on Ye Feng. He couldn't help but marvel. He can defend, drive, shoot, and his passing and playmaking are exceptional. Is he really a rookie in his first year? The mental activity of the head coach of the Suns, Ye Feng, was certainly unknown to him. The entire Lakers team executed strategies centered around him, with the ball being entirely under his control. He could play however he wanted. It was truly comfortable. No wonder everyone wants to compete for the top spot and become the tactical core of the team. It feels completely different. Ye Feng thought with a hint of emotion. Who doesn't like being cherished? Not dwelling on these thoughts any longer, he quickly focused back on the game. Such opportunities were certainly few for him this season. He didn't even know if there would be a second chance. Naturally, Ye Feng had to cherish it. As for the so-called Rookie of the Year competition with Stoudemire, he had long since cast it aside. The future little overlord was indeed extraordinarily strong, but for now, he was just average. He was still a bit far from being a superstar, let alone the fact that Ye Feng had already surpassed the peak of a superstar and reached the realm of a half-step all-star. According to the system's classification of professional players, above this level were only the all-star superstars and the basketball god. The gap was too vast to compare. In Ye Feng's eyes, Stoudemire had long been forgotten. He simply wanted to enjoy the game. Fully immersed in the game, Ye Feng showcased an exceptionally high level on both offense and defense. This impressed several head coaches and assistant coaches within the league who were watching the game. Previously playing as a supporting role alongside Kobe and O'Neal, he hadn't stood out. Now, with Ye Feng taking on the crucial role as the team's tactical core, his comprehensive personal abilities needed no further mention. What surprised everyone the most was his leadership. He was already equipped with the strength to become the team's tactical core. Not to mention, Ye Feng was only 19 years old. In 3 months, he would turn 20, still at the age of growth and capable of becoming even stronger. If the teams originally eyeing Ye Feng were mostly those seeking a championship, now many weaker teams lacking cornerstone players were all wide-eyed with excitement. Such a Ye Feng made them very tempted. Rather than gamble at the draft, having an established cornerstone like Ye Feng right in front of them significantly reduced the risk. Phil Jackson, the head coach of the Lakers, also recognized this. Amidst pride and happiness, there was inevitably a hint of urgency in his heart. On the court, the game continued without pause. The first quarter quickly came to an end. After playing the full 12 minutes of the first quarter, Ye Feng took 11 shots and made 8, with 2 free throws, all of which he hit, racking up 18 points along with 3 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 steals. Comprehensive and efficient, his performance in the quarter was nothing short of perfect. In contrast, Stoudemire only managed 2 points and 2 rebounds, a dismal outcome. The gap was too significant. The audience and fans no longer debated the Rookie of the Year competition. Judging by the state of the game, Ye Feng had likely already secured this honor even though the season was not yet halfway through. Indeed, he was simply too strong. At the end of the first quarter, the Lakers led 29-17, establishing a 12-point advantage, which was quite apparent. In the second quarter, Ye Feng continued to lead the team's bench lineup with unlimited shooting rights, maintaining his dominant performance on the court. Even with the Suns keeping Marbury on the court, they still couldn't close the gap. By the time Kobe and O'Neal entered the game, the lead had further expanded to 16 points. After the OK duo appeared, they delivered yet another pounding to the Suns both inside and outside. The latter had long lost their fighting spirit. Seeing the lead had reached over 20 points, Ye Feng couldn't help but sigh. It seems this game will not bring a triple-double after all. Indeed, it was true. Leading by 23 points at halftime, Ye Feng played for less than half a quarter in the second half before being substituted. He did not return for the remainder of the game. The remaining time had devolved into garbage time. The Suns quickly substituted in their entire bench, conceding defeat. Phil Jackson certainly wouldn't let Ye Feng stay on the court to rack up points. That would be too blatant. Ye Feng wasn't a showboat and had no interest in such antics. Thus, his final personal stats for this game were 25 points, 7 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block. In under 25 minutes of playtime, he had posted such comprehensive and outstanding stats, leaving a deep impression on everyone watching the game. By the time the domestic audience learned about the heated discussions surrounding Ye Feng and Stoudemire, as well as the outcome of the game, it was already an hour after the match had ended. Everyone expressed their confusion. Are the American media blind? That black center only scored 5 points in this game, while Ye Feng scored 25 points in less than 25 minutes. Is there any comparison? How dare they compare him to us, and even create a Rookie of the Year debate? What does the other side have to compare with Ye Feng? Ye Feng is really amazing now. As long as he gets the chance, he can score. His defense remains high intensity, and his organization is also superb. He has even developed a mid-range shot. He is simply too versatile. I have already begun to imagine the scene of him partnering with Big Yao in the national team. It's simply beautiful. Big Yao has now adapted to the intensity and pace of the NBA, having continuously posted double-doubles in recent games and occasionally showing 2010 performances. No one is calling him a bust anymore. Indeed, but he is still not as impressive as Ye Feng. The Lakers have a very strong momentum this season, and the team roster is quite good, with hopes of challenging for a 4th consecutive championship, while Big Yao is still working hard to help his team reach the playoffs. Speaking of which, the NBA All-Star Weekend voting is about to begin. We need to make sure to vote for both Ye Feng and Big Yao. No problem, we have plenty of people. In this era, the internet had not yet become widely popular, but forums had already started to thrive, with fans passionately discussing. The focus quickly shifted to the upcoming All-Star Weekend voting. As the current face of the NBA in the country, Ye Feng and Big Yao would undoubtedly become the biggest beneficiaries. As for Yi Jianlian, while he was getting only 10 minutes of court time on the Clippers, clearly not being utilized, and his presence in the country was also not high. This was partly due to being officially banned. It's truly a bit regrettable. While fans were passionately discussing, the Basketball Association was also discussing Ye Feng, who was gaining increasing fame in the NBA and whose domestic recognition was spreading uncontrollably. The point of discussion was simple: whether to bring Ye Feng into the national team and when to do so. Compared to Big Yao, who was in his prime, along with the promising and capable Yi, the aging and declining situation of the male players on the perimeter was quite obvious, raising concerns. It was truly a case of the old aging and the young not being reliable. There was no one they could trust. In this situation, Ye Feng's emergence could perfectly solve this issue. However, Ye Feng was not a player nurtured within the system. He had no relatives or friends in the country and was still in the NBA. Compared to Big Yao, who had already been secured, there were considerably more concerns. The decision of whether to use him or not still required further consideration. However, one thing had already been determined, that is, unlike Yi, they could no longer suppress Ye Feng, who, wanting to control him like they did with Big Yao, was simply impossible. Therefore, they could only find a compromise that everyone could accept. Ye Feng's attitude and requirements were crucial. Unbeknownst to him, after finishing the game against the Suns, they rushed back to Los Angeles. That night, they faced the Suns again at the Staples Center. Playing at home, Ye Feng still enjoyed unlimited shooting rights. It was clear to feel that the Suns had not recovered from their loss the previous night. Playing away again, their form was quite average. Originally hoping that Stoudemire would rally, making the game somewhat interesting, it turned out that this guy just wilted. Ye Feng was very disappointed. The consequences were serious. After 3 quarters of battle and less than 25 minutes of play, Ye Feng scored 26 points, 5 rebounds, 8 assists, 4 steals, and 2 blocks, showcasing an outstanding performance. Easily achieving a double victory over the Suns, he had earned the most credit. The Rookie of the Year competition had become a joke. losing the game, and the personal duel Stoudemire was utterly dejected. After effortlessly defeating the Suns in back-to-back home and away games, Ye Feng and his team had little time to rest or celebrate. A day later, a formidable opponent arrived. The Kings, currently holding a record of 22 wins and 8 losses, ranked 4th in the Western Conference. Boasting 3-star players, Mike Bibby, Chris Webber, and Peja Stojakovic, alongside talented role players with distinct strengths like Vlade Divac, Jim Jackson, and Doug Christie, the Kings possessed formidable depth. They were far superior to the Suns, a team that had stars but lacked effective cohesion. Beyond their strong roster, Kings head coach Rick Adelman was exceptionally skilled. By implementing a mature Princeton offense, he had successfully molded the Kings into a powerful and offensively dazzling NBA force. Last season, they pushed the Lakers to a full 7 games in the Western Conference Finals, holding a massive lead in Game 7 and nearly eliminating the purple and gold. They had given the Lakers a tremendous scare, almost costing them a three-peat. This season, with their core roster intact, the Kings remained a formidable team. The controversial officiating in last season's Western Conference Finals had left the Kings players deeply aggrieved. After the finals, starting point guard Mike Bibby even declared to reporters the Kings are better, igniting a media firestorm. This prompted more people to watch compilations of those controversial calls, revealing apparent bias and sparking speculation about the outcome without them. The consensus was that the Kings would likely have won the series, even as the Lakers clinched the championship and established a dynasty basking in glory. The debate persisted and even intensified. After all, if the Kings had won Game 7, their strength suggested they would have likely won the title. This implied the Lakers had stolen the championship from the Kings. Consequently, the legitimacy of the Lakers' title was questioned, tarnishing their three-peat achievement. Having just won the championship, completed a three-peat, and built a dynasty, the Lakers players were initially in high spirits, but these news and discussions left them feeling resentful. They expressed dissatisfaction towards the Kings. The Kings felt the same way. The players on both sides were once highly hostile towards each other. Ultimately, time smoothed over these rough edges. However, this regular season encounter brought back those unpleasant memories, especially for players who were on the teams last season. The management and coaching staff of both teams also placed immense importance on this game. This was the first regular season meeting between the two teams since last season's Western Conference Finals. Both the Lakers and the Kings were driven by a fierce desire to win, each wanting to prove they were the stronger team. If the Lakers lost, it would validate the claim that the Kings are better. If the Kings lost, the sympathy they had garnered as victims of injustice would vanish. Neither side wanted to lose. Even before the game began, their supporters were already trading barbs. As a league powerhouse, the Lakers boasted a massive fan base. The Kings, meanwhile, were the league's nouveau riche in recent seasons, not only achieving great results, but also playing an exciting brand of basketball, attracting a huge following as well. This elevated the game's profile immensely, prompting the league to schedule it for national broadcast. Amidst this charged atmosphere, the Lakers' home game against the Kings commenced as scheduled. Ye Feng started again, forming the backcourt with Kobe. Rick Fox played small forward while Shaquille O'Neal and Samaki Walker anchored the frontcourt. Robert Horry had been struggling with his shooting in recent games, so he came off the bench for this one. The Kings' starting lineup consisted of Vlade Divac, Chris Webber, Peja Stojakovic, Doug Christie, and Mike Bibby. The strength of this lineup was undeniable. Center Vlade Divac was the man traded for a rookie Kobe Bryant, while Chris Webber was a top 5 power forward in the league, possessing an exceptionally versatile skill set. At small forward, Peja was arguably the best three-point shooting big man in the NBA at the time, with a highly impressive three-point percentage. Doug Christie, though not an aggressive scorer, was a tenacious defender, especially with his quick hands, making him a formidable thief. As for point guard Mike Bibby, he might not have had the highest profile. He quietly executed the team's plays on the court, seemingly unremarkable, but checking his stats after the game would leave you astonished. He was truly exceptional. Every one of the 5 starters was a standout player. No wonder they could perfectly execute the Princeton offense, which demanded high basketball IQ and individual skill, unleashing a torrent of fluid and ferocious attacks. Such an opponent was undoubtedly a formidable obstacle on the Lakers' path to the championship this season. At that moment, the starting players from both teams had taken their positions on the court, facing each other in a notable silence. Even O'Neal, usually fond of clowning around, wore a stern expression. Both teams were treating this game with the utmost seriousness. Taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling, Ye Feng cast aside all extraneous thoughts, focusing his mind entirely on the game. At center court, the referee wasted no time. After ensuring Divac and O'Neal were ready, he blew the opening whistle. As the ball reached its peak and began its descent, O'Neal and Divac leaped almost simultaneously. Both stood 7 feet 1 inch tall, but O'Neal outweighed Divac by nearly 70 pounds. Not only did O'Neal have a massive weight advantage, but his explosiveness was also on a completely different level from Divac's. He ultimately reached the ball first with a clear advantage. The Lakers initiated their offense. Ye Feng brought the ball up the court at a measured pace. Seeing Mike Bibby playing him to drive rather than shoot, he tossed the ball to the right side. Exploding off his feet, he slid past Bibby and into the three-point line. Kobe, catching the ball on the right, immediately passed it back. The pass was perfectly timed. Ye Feng received it comfortably, feigned a drive to the basket, then unexpectedly lobbed the ball towards the rim. Under the King's basket, O'Neal rose like a sunflower, grabbing the ball with both hands and completing an alley-oop dunk amidst the crowd's roar. Divac was knocked flying by the collision, while Chris Webber didn't even bother getting close, turning and running towards the Lakers half the moment O'Neal jumped. Denying O'Neal any chance to celebrate, the Kings quickly inbound the ball from the baseline and launched a fast break. Bibby brought the ball past half court and immediately passed to Webber. Webber caught the ball, faking a back down against Walker, then suddenly whipped the ball behind him. Christie, running a baseline cut with Kobe in tow, caught the ball, dribbled to the corner, turned, and jumped, forcing Kobe to leap for the block. But Christie didn't shoot. Instead, he changed his pass midair, sending the ball to Peja, who was positioned at the 45-degree angle. Through off-ball movement, Peja had shed Rick Fox's defense. He caught the ball and decisively released a three-pointer. His form wasn't textbook, but his release was lightning fast. Fox rushed over, but it was too late. He could only watch Peja complete the shot. A crisp swish followed as the three-pointer sank cleanly. The score was 23, a Lakers ball. The Kings' transition defense was swift. However, the Lakers weren't looking to run a fast break. Ye Feng calmly brought the ball past half-court, waited for O'Neal to establish his position, and then just as he reached the three-point line, delivered a direct entry pass. The Big Diesel caught the ball, executed a powerful pivot, and Divac was immediately pushed back several steps. Just as O'Neal was about to rise for a power dunk, a hand came down hard on the back of his hand. A sharp slap echoed through the arena. A hard foul, painful just to hear. The referee blew his whistle immediately. O'Neal's face darkened as he stepped to the free throw line. He made one of two free throws. The score was now tied at 33. The Kings organized their offense. Ye Feng stuck close to Bibby, trying to engage him physically and looking for a steal. At the very least, he could disrupt Bibby's dribbling rhythm. Containing the opposing point guard was like extinguishing the spark of their offense. This strategy had proven effective against most teams' point guards, yielding results every time. But against Mike Bibby, more accurately against this Kings team, it wasn't very effective. Although Bibby was the point guard, he wasn't the team's primary playmaker. Chris Webber had more assists than him. Furthermore, center Vlade Divac often operated from the high post to facilitate the offense. In terms of playing style, Divac was to some extent a weaker offensive version of Pau Gasol. His high post playmaking was exceptional. There was a reason he was traded for a rookie Kobe Bryant. Besides these two, Peja and Christie were also adept passers. Consequently, Ye Feng realized that even airtight defense on Bibby was useless. The Kings had other playmakers and scorers. All five positions could create and score, and they were all excellent off the ball. The defensive challenge was immense. At least when the Kings players were energetic and in top form, it was incredibly difficult to contain them. While struggling to apply defensive pressure, the Lakers also ran into trouble on the offensive end. Isn't it true that the regular season also employs the shark tactic? Ye Feng replied, somewhat speechless. Once could be considered a coincidence, but twice felt a bit suspicious. O'Neal stood at the free throw line 3 times in a short span, which was enough to indicate the problem. The Kings were intent on taking him down this game. Given their interior configuration, they had no choice but to rely on this tactic to unsettle O'Neal. The effect was undoubtedly significant. After all, everyone knew that O'Neal struggled with free throws, with his shooting percentage fluctuating around 50 for years. Instead of giving up 2 points, it was better to give 1. This was not only true for O'Neal, the Kings' defensive intensity against Kobe was equally high. Doug Christie was exceptionally adept at stealing the ball, and coupled with his teammates' help defense and double-teaming, Kobe's efficiency was severely hindered. There were also turnovers. Watching the scoreboard show 1-4 with their head coach showing no sign of concern, still sitting in a daze, Ye Feng knew that as the commander on the court, he had to make some changes. As he dribbled past the Kings' three-point line, Ye Feng immediately initiated a strong drive. Mike Bibby tried his utmost to stay close, but in the moment of contact, he was shoved aside, displaying a face of helplessness. As a fitness enthusiast, Bibby had always been confident in his strength. During the pre-game analysis, he knew Ye Feng's power was formidable, but still believed he could withstand it. Little did he know he was no match. If I'm weak, I just need to practice more. I need to increase my strength training time. Bibby thought to himself. He could accept defeat, but not being overpowered by players in the same position. This was a disrespect to the sweat he had poured into fitness. At this moment, Ye Feng had already penetrated into the Kings' paint, facing Chris Webber's help defense. Without flinching, he charged straight in. A point guard directly taking on a power forward. Only Ye Feng could pull this off. Arrogant rookie. Feeling the immense force coming from Ye Feng, unable to block him, Webber steeled himself, indicating he couldn't hold back any longer, and pressed both arms against him. Beep. The referee blew the whistle at the right moment. Webber's pressing action was too obvious to ignore. Not to mention, this was the Staples Center, the home court of the Lakers, where fairness and justice were the minimum expectations. Ye Feng, who was fouled, missed his layup, but caused a foul on Webber. Not a loss. Chris Webber was the tactical core of the Kings. If they could put him in foul trouble, it would greatly benefit the Lakers. Standing at the free throw line, Ye Feng maintained a calm expression, making both free throws with steady precision. The score moved to 6-1-2, with the Lakers trailing by 6 points. On the defensive end, Ye Feng and his team still had no effective counter against the Kings. Their continuous passing, agile off-ball movement, and seamless pick-and-roll cooperation were truly difficult to defend. Especially with Paige Stojakovic, who was simply unstoppable. This guy was shooting lights out. Since they couldn't defend against him, Ye Feng decided to ignore him and began frequently driving to the basket on offense, creating opportunities for fouls. In unknown situations, he directly powered through regardless of who he faced. If the Kings tried to double-team him, he would choose to pass it out. Kobe, sensing the rhythm, also began to frequently attack the basket. The Lakers were attacking from both sides, leaving the Kings' two big men in a tough spot. If you defend against them, it's easy to draw a foul, and the defensive strength on O'Neal's side would diminish. For the big shark, unknown was nearly a guaranteed score, and the Kings simply couldn't foul O'Neal on every play. If you don't defend, both Ye Feng and Kobe have impressive scoring capabilities under the rim. Ye Feng possessed extraordinary strength which ordinary big men couldn't withstand, while Kobe had a variety of offensive techniques and explosive athleticism, making his scoring efficiency very high. It was incredibly challenging. The first quarter ended under the condition where neither side could defend the other, with the pace of the game accelerating. Especially with 4 minutes left in the first quarter after O'Neal took a break, Ye Feng directly accelerated, launching a fast break against the Kings. Relying on his and Kobe's individual abilities as well as their seamless cooperation, they managed to close the gap. The Lakers finished the first quarter trailing the Kings by just 2 points with a score of 25-27. Seeing this result, Rick Adelman frowned slightly. Ye Feng's impact on the court exceeded his expectations. The aggressive foul-drawing tactics were particularly troublesome for him. If it were any other point guard, they would have been battered within a few plays. But Ye Feng was different. His strength was not inferior to that of the big men, and his physicality was extremely high, making him unafraid of confrontations. It was a challenging situation. If it were just O'Neal and Kobe, the Kings could still limit them. Now that Ye Feng, a player with comprehensive abilities, was added to the mix, it was no longer feasible. The second quarter quickly commenced with the Kings substituting in and out, and Chris Webber leading the bench unit. On the Lakers' side, Ye Feng still led the team. Compared to the starting five, the intensity of the Kings' Onion 4 lineup was significantly lower. The fluidity of their passing and off-ball movement had diminished considerably, no longer as flawless. While defending against Bobby Jackson, Ye Feng divided some of his attention to observe the situation at other positions on the court, looking for opportunities to steal. Chris Webber, who had played a full 12 minutes in the first quarter, did not have the same intense desire to score in the second quarter and was being closely guarded by the newly entered energetic Robert Horry. To conserve energy for the remainder of the game, Webber focused more on restraining the Lakers' defense or positioning himself at high angles to create opportunities for his teammates. This was also the Kings' usual strategy. Otherwise, even if Chris Webber had decent stamina, he couldn't withstand such a workload. The Lakers' tactical approach was quite simple. The whole team played around Ye Feng. The two teams appeared to engage in a harmonious shootout for several possessions, with the score alternating upwards and the Kings always maintaining the lead. Everything seemed unchanged. But soon a variable emerged. The Kings had the ball. Ye Feng, who was originally guarding Bobby Jackson, suddenly changed direction, stretching out his arm to the fullest, barely touching the basketball with his fingertips. He knocked the ball away. Quickly turning, he sprinted a few steps, bending down to pick up the basketball. Ye Feng executed a clever reverse dribble, shaking off Bobby Jackson's defense, charging towards the Kings' basket, pretending to leap, but it was just a feint. Almost simultaneously, a tall figure in a Kings jersey number 4 soared into the air. Who else could it be but Chris Webber? Calmly observing the opponent flying past the baseline, Ye Feng easily made a layup for 2 points. Without even looking at the opponent, he turned and went back on defense. Watching Ye Feng's retreating figure, Chris Webber gritted his teeth, his anger rising. In the next possession, Webber did not organize plays from a high position as before. After receiving the ball, he skillfully turned his back, discreetly nudging Robert Horry with his left elbow, causing Horry to hesitate in his movement, displaying a pained expression. The referee did not blow the whistle. Seizing the moment to shake off his defender, just as Webber was about to make a move, he noticed a figure quickly approaching, directly entangling him. Upon closer inspection, it was Ye Feng. "Why are you everywhere?" Webber, not stopping his steps, jumped up after taking 3 steps. But he was still caught up by Ye Feng, who jumped to block. Webber executed a clever evasive maneuver in midair, avoiding Ye Feng's block. Just as he was about to shoot, a hand suddenly appeared from behind him, swatting the basketball away. A few steps away, Devin George retrieved the basketball and passed it to Fisher. The latter quickly advanced with the dribble. Unfortunately, he wasn't particularly fast and was caught up by Jim Jackson. In the tussle, Jim Jackson's expression changed drastically as he was directly pushed aside by Fisher, who had both height and weight disadvantages, then watched as the little fish made a layup. He cursed inwardly. "Kobe does this, that rookie from Dragon Country does this, and even you bastard are the same. Do you guys live in the weight room every day? Why is everyone so strong?" Unfortunately, no one paid attention to his complaints. Thanks to Fisher's 2 points, the Lakers successfully overtook the Kings by 1 point. The game continued, and Webber was now very angry. First he was toyed with by Ye Feng, then blocked by Uncle Horry, and now the team had fallen behind. No matter how you looked at it, it was his fault. He had to regain the lead. On the Kings bench, Rick Adelman watched the clearly unsettled Chris Webber, his brow furrowed. With Chris' current emotional state, he is too easy to target. As he hesitated whether to call a timeout to adjust Webber's mindset or bring Mike Bibby onto the court early, the sound of cheers pulled Adelman back to reality. Seeing the situation on the court, clearly his expression immediately soured, feeling a bit breached. This idiot. On the court, the moment Chris Webber received the ball, before he could even make a move, he was subjected to Robert Horry's tight defense. Opting not to pass, Webber didn't immediately seek an outlet. Within 2 seconds, Ye Feng had already closed in for a double team. Devine George joined the fray. A triple team. Forming a triangle, Derek Fisher prowled the perimeter, poised to intercept Webber's pass. Webber snapped back to reality. He had lost his head again. The Lakers were clearly targeting him. A quick pass would have solved everything. But it was too late. As Webber's focus was fixed on Ye Feng and Horry, the overlooked Devine George executed a successful steal. The Lakers launched a fast break. Possession swiftly fell into Ye Feng's hands. Facing a double team from Jim Jackson and Bobby Jackson, Ye Feng didn't force the issue. He pivoted, retreated, controlled the ball for 2 seconds, then delivered a no-look pass, threading the needle to an open Derek Fisher. Fisher, from a 45-degree angle beyond the arc, rose and fired a decisive three-pointer. The crisp swish of the net told the tale. 3 points. The Lakers extended their lead to 4. The Kings immediately called a timeout. Mike Bibby and Peja Stojakovic were substituted in early, while Rick Adelman gave Chris Webber a stern talking to. Clearly the timeout was for Webber. The Lakers countered by sending Kobe Bryant in early to bolster their perimeter play. The game resumed. Ye Feng immediately pressed Mike Bibby, denying him the chance to dictate the tempo. Bibby's explosive first step wasn't a major threat, so Ye Feng wasn't worried about being blown by. Faced with Ye Feng's aggressive harassment, Bibby looked frustrated. Wasn't this exactly what he often did to opponents? Truly, what goes around comes around. In this situation, forget about controlling the pace. Merely protecting the ball and avoiding a steal consumed most of his energy. He didn't dwell on the ball. Spotting an opening, Bibby passed to Clark, who was operating from the high post. Clark held the ball high, surveyed the court, and paused for nearly 2 seconds before making his pass. Compared to Vlade Divac, Clark's abilities were clearly inferior. Webber caught the ball and without hesitation swung it to the corner. Peja Stojakovic had moved without the ball to get into position, his hands raised and ready to receive the pass. However, Kobe unexpectedly appeared in the passing lane, intercepting the ball cleanly. Without lingering, he immediately launched a long pass down the court. A step beyond the three-point line, Ye Feng leaped to secure the ball. The moment he landed, he flicked his wrist, sending the ball deftly between his legs. It bounced up, precisely caught by his left hand. He also evaded Bibby's steal attempt. Pushing off the floor, he exploded forward, leaving the off-balance Bibby in his wake. With no defender ahead, Ye Feng drove unimpeded to the basket for a two-handed slam, adding 2 more points for the Lakers. These 2 points were crucial. Coming out of the timeout, the Kings had hoped to score and boost their morale, only to be stifled and see the deficit widen. Their mood was utterly sour. It felt like a crushing blow to the head, a suffocating tightness in their chests. Leading by 6, the Lakers had established an early advantage. Kings ball. They moved the ball and ran their sets actively. This time, Peja managed to catch a pass, but Kobe's help defense was swift. Without a good look, he had to pass it out. Webber received the ball against Robert Horry and sank a hook shot for 2 points. A calm Chris Webber was an extremely dangerous player. In isolation, Horry struggled to contain his scoring. After scoring, Webber was elated, but the basketball flying over his head forced him to suppress his excitement and sprint back on defense. But it was still too late. Ye Feng and Kobe worked in perfect sync, passing and driving forward consecutively. The duo sliced through the Kings' 3-man defense. Kobe finished with a tough contested layup for 2 points and drew a foul on Jim Jackson. Jackson was visibly frustrated. At the same time, he was utterly helpless against Kobe. Even with such a hard foul, Kobe still managed to score. It was an unreasonably dominant display. Stepping to the free throw line, Kobe noticed Ye Feng wasn't in his usual spot behind him, but had switched positions with Devine George ready to crash the boards. An idea struck him. Their eyes met, and Ye Feng gave a subtle nod. To everyone else, it was just a brief glance revealing nothing unusual. Kobe prepared for his free throw. After a deep breath and his signature routine, he fixed his gaze on the rim and released the ball. Webber and the other Kings players quickly boxed out, ready to fight for the rebound. But they were astonished to see the force behind Kobe's free throw. It looked less like a free throw and more like he was deliberately throwing the ball off the rim. Oh no. The realization dawned on them, but it was too late. Ye Feng exploded off the floor, leaped to grab the rebounding ball, and without waiting to land or checking his surroundings, he tossed it blindly behind him. Kobe, already prepared, caught the ball at the top of the arc, wide open with no one within 2 meters. He took a brief aim and calmly released a three-pointer. The ball traced a beautiful arc through the air before swishing cleanly through the net. Not 1 point, not 2, but 3. Nice pass, Kobe said, slapping Ye Feng's hand as they backpedaled on defense. Ye Feng had expected a 2-point attempt, not a 3. He couldn't help but marvel, only you with guts like that. I knew I'd make it, Kobe said, brimming with confidence. It went in, so say what you will, Ye Feng muttered internally, giving a perfunctory nod. Yeah. Kobe was speechless. A 5-point swing. The Lakers' lead ballooned to 9 points. Over on the Kings' bench, the players looked utterly dejected. They could play like that. To make matters worse, that three-pointer seemed to unlock something in Kobe. His shooting touch became scorching hot. Over the next few minutes, the Black Mamba scored 9 consecutive points, adding to his previous 5 for a personal 14-point burst. Everything he threw up went in. It was a display of sheer, inexplicable dominance. The Kings missed 2 shots during that stretch. The deficit ballooned to 13 points. Seeing his players' spirits sag, Rick Adelman reluctantly called another timeout and sent his starters back in. The Lakers also adjusted their lineup, substituting Ye Feng out while the other 4 starters remained. Kobe's stellar performance undoubtedly lit a fire under Shaquille O'Neal. After checking in, the Big Diesel was eager to make his mark, but was repeatedly fouled by the Kings. At the free throw line, he managed a steady 2 for 4, a 50% clip. He looked frustrated. The situation had somewhat subdued him. Kobe took the reins, continuing his scoring showcase. His efficiency wasn't as high as before, but it was still well above average. For the Kings, Chris Webber hadn't rested. The toll on his stamina was evident. With O'Neal locking onto him and the Lakers focusing on Peja, the Kings' offensive firepower diminished significantly. However, without Ye Feng's stifling defense, Bibby began to shine on offense. Fisher couldn't contain him. In the past, Phil Jackson might not have been bothered. But after witnessing Ye Feng's brilliance, seeing Fisher's defensive shortcomings was a glaring contrast that the Zen master found hard to stomach. Unfortunately, Ye Feng wasn't a machine. He couldn't play all 48 minutes every game. Even if he could, it wasn't sustainable. Glancing at Rick Adelman, Phil Jackson thought him not one to run my stars into the ground. The first half ended quickly with the Lakers' lead trimmed to 11 points. They still held a comfortable advantage. The 15-minute halftime break was barely enough time to handle basic necessities. The second half commenced. Trailing by a full 11 points, playing on the road in a must-win game, the Kings were under immense pressure. However, after the halftime adjustment, Webber and his teammates had calmed their emotions, launching a fluid and dazzling offensive right from the start. The Kings' starting lineup had been honed to perfection by Rick Adelman, with every player maximizing their role within the Princeton offense. Compared to their offense, the Kings' defense was notably weaker. Yet they defended with clear intent, continuing their foul strategy against O'Neal, taking turns to commit fouls. Their goal was to rattle the Big Shark. Agitated and irritable, O'Neal's efficiency plummeted, and he added unnecessary movements on offense, making him prone to drawing fouls. His mood grew increasingly volatile, trapping him in a vicious cycle. Against Bryant, the Kings maintained their double-team tactics. Against any other opponent, Bryant could find shooting opportunities even under double or triple coverage. But Christie's hands were too quick. A single lapse could lead to a steal. Combined with teammates' help defense and traps, the Black Mamba found it agonizing. With only 5 starters focusing on O'Neal, and Bryant consumed nearly all of the Kings' defensive resources. Against Ye Feng, they only assigned Mike Bibby for single coverage. After a few possessions, Ye Feng saw through this situation and naturally showed no mercy. Usually coasting and riding coattails was fine, but when it was time to step up, he had to rise to the occasion. Under these circumstances, O'Neal and Bryant were happy to let Ye Feng take more shots. After all, compared to the two of them, Ye Feng's success rate was significantly higher. Thus, for the remainder of the third quarter, Ye Feng was granted unlimited shooting rights. Bibby's defensive success rate against him was very low, because Ye Feng was too versatile. With overpowering strength for a guard combined with elite ball handling and top-tier passing and playmaking, Bibby could only express his helplessness. Ye Feng's tactical approach was simple: drive to the Kings' basket, take the shot if he had the chance, pass to open teammates when double-teamed, and occasionally pull up for mid-range jumpers. With relatively light defensive pressure, his mid-range shooting percentage was decent. A guard who could not only drive aggressively, but also shoot posed an undeniable threat. The Kings were caught off guard. In that single quarter, Ye Feng carried the Lakers' offense, scoring 15 points and dishing out 4 assists, with the vast majority of the Lakers' points involving him. Watching the scoreboard show that the deficit hadn't narrowed but had instead widened to 13 points, Phil Jackson's gaze fixed on Ye Feng. Amidst admiration and praise, a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. Could the Lakers keep such an outstanding Ye Feng? Or rather, was Ye Feng willing to remain the third or second option on the Lakers? Noticing Phil Jackson staring at him, Ye Feng twitched his mouth and silently moved 2 steps away from the old man, thinking the Zen master and Genie Bus had their relationship exposed long ago. He should be a normal man. With that thought, he felt much relieved. He deeply admired Phil Jackson. The old man was impressive not only for dating a younger woman, but specifically the daughter of the team owner. America was indeed open-minded. Back in China, if a wealthy man's daughter dated an old man, nearly 16 years her senior, her legs would be broken. The timeout between quarters was brief. Ye Feng quickly snapped back to focus and took the court again. Yes, he didn't rest in the fourth quarter. Phil Jackson had him, and Bryant lead the bench unit. On the Kings' side, Divac and Peja weren't exceptional in stamina, and Doug Christie was already over 30. Unlike the later small ball era, the current NBA featured intense physicality, leading to massive energy expenditure. The 3 who had played the entire third quarter were unfit to continue. The Kings could only rely on Chris Webber and Mike Bibby to lead. Rick Adelman looked helpless, his gaze involuntarily shifting over. He was intensely covetous of the stamina monsters Bryant and Ye Feng. Kobe is definitely out of reach. If I could get Feng with his abilities, even if he's a bit short, he could play shooting guard. The key is his incredible stamina and youth with great adaptability. Head surely fit my system. The more Adelman thought, the more tempted he became, his gaze growing fervent. Phil Jackson caught this look, furrowing his brow. This guy isn't coveting my Feng, is he? He felt displeased. On the court, the fourth quarter had already begun. The Lakers launched their offense first. Without Christie's restriction, Bryant felt no pressure. Facing Jim Jackson's defense, he easily hit a turnaround jumper for 2 points. Having honed his post-up game through hard work this year, the Black Mamba's threat on the court skyrocketed. He could post up anywhere inside the three-point line regardless of zone or opponent. When he chose to use it, it was at a masterful level. Terrifying. Bryant scored 3 consecutive baskets, looking like he wouldn't stop. The Kings couldn't take it anymore and began double-teaming him. In effect, Bryant alone occupied 2 Kings defenders, eating, sleeping, blowing past Bibby. After 3 quarters, Ye Feng had gauged Bibby's capabilities. He easily broke through his defense, drawing help defense before passing the ball out. Ye Feng had become extremely proficient at this. Fisher and Robert Horry were the biggest beneficiaries. First Bryant, then Ye Feng, and soon the entire team was scoring from multiple points. At the start of the fourth quarter, the Lakers unleashed full offensive firepower, unstoppable, while defensively focusing on trapping Weber. It struck the Kings' Achilles heel. Without Peja and Divac on the floor, once Weber's performance was limited, losing the high and low post anchors was like a railway missing a section. The Kings' normally smooth offense repeatedly stalled. Seeing the deficit not shrink but grow, Rick Adelman had no choice but to substitute Divac and Peja back early, followed by Christie, finally getting the offense back on track. But a 16-point gap was truly difficult to close. In the latter part of the fourth quarter, due to the hack-a-shack strategy and aggressive defensive moves aside from Mike Bibby, who stayed on the perimeter with only 3 fouls, every other Kings player had at least 4 fouls, with Weber already at 5. Under these circumstances, O'Neal was finally liberated. The Big Shark, frustrated for nearly the entire game, took over in the final minutes. Ye Feng recorded. He dished out a full 10 assists, bringing his total to an astonishing 22, while scoring 28 points, grabbing 6 rebounds, 4 steals, and 1 block, achieving his first career double-double of 20. He deserved the primary credit for the Lakers' victory. The final score was 11,297, a Lakers win. After losing, the Kings players were in foul moods, leaving the court briskly without greetings. This grudge was surely irreconcilable. The Lakers, in good spirits, celebrated, briefly interacted with fans, and gave interviews before leaving the court. Defeating their formidable rival Kings, the Purple and Gold successfully vindicated themselves. However, in the post-game press conference, Kings head coach Rick Adelman's words sent reporters into a frenzy. Without Feng, we would have certainly won this game. Feng's performance on the court deserves a max contract. Among the rookies of the 2002 draft class, Feng is undoubtedly the strongest, bar none. We merely lost to the Lakers with Feng, not to the Lakers led by the OK duo. It was evident that Rick Adelman was deeply unwilling to concede defeat. His words were filled with praise for Ye Feng, subtly implying that without him, the Lakers, relying solely on the OK combination, would have been the losers. A blatant scheme of sowing discord. The reporters, however, spontaneously connected this to the controversial calls during last season's Western Conference Finals, finding the scene remarkably similar, their faces beaming with ecstasy. Sensational material secured. A bonus was within reach. As for whether Adelman truly meant it, did it matter? The next day, numerous related news articles appeared in various basketball newspapers and magazines. On one hand, they continued to build Ye Feng up for a fall. On the other, they raked up old grievances. Once again, the Lakers were thrust into the eye of the storm, the legitimacy of their dynasty questioned anew. The Lakers players, who had been in high spirits after their victory, felt as if they had swallowed filth upon seeing these reports. Especially those who were part of last season's championship roster, it felt like reliving the moment after their title win, when the fairness of the Western Conference Finals was publicly challenged and the legitimacy of their championship and dynasty was doubted. Exactly the same. It was utterly infuriating. That old man definitely did it on purpose. O'Neal's face was a mask of fury. Beside him, the Sharks' top Lieutenant Devine George wore the same expression. Next time we meet, we'll crush them again. Absolutely. The others echoed in agreement. Their gazes then all converged on Ye Feng. Seeing this, Ye Feng, who had been pondering whether to follow LeBron's example and buy into or outright acquire those basketball news magazines once he had money to control the narrative and avoid being set up for a fall, looked puzzled. Why are you all staring at me? My dear Feng, my best brother, we haven't had a team dinner in ages. O'Neal had shed his earlier grimace, appearing entirely amiable, a placating smile on his face. It wasn't just the Big Shark, everyone else on the Lakers wore the same expression. Even Kobe, who had remained silent and aloof during the earlier protests, was watching him with hopeful anticipation, making Ye Feng want to laugh. No problem, I'll arrange it. This prompted cheers from the crowd. That evening, all the Lakers players gathered at Kobe's villa. Originally, they were to go to O'Neal's place, but the Black Mamba volunteered his villa for the gathering. Ye Feng didn't think much of it, and seeing no objections from O'Neal or the others, he agreed. Servants were sent to buy ingredients and pots and pans were readily available, the previous ones never having been taken away. Tired of always having hot pot, Ye Feng decided on a Northeast-style stew this time. Simple, delicious, and plentiful. It perfectly met O'Neill's requirements. 3 large iron woks were set up in the yard, and the group split into 3 teams, sitting around, eating, drinking, chatting, and joking in a lively atmosphere. Watching his teammates use chopsticks with increasing proficiency brought a sense of accomplishment. Ye Feng, O'Neill, and Kobe shared 1 iron wok exclusively. It wasn't about team hierarchy, but rather because O'Neill was such a glutton that adding even 1 more person to their group would leave someone hungry. So it was just enough for the 3 of them. During this period, with Ye Feng acting as a mediator, the relationship between O'Neill and Kobe had become much more harmonious than before. Their on-court chemistry had also returned to its former synchronicity. However, when face-to-face in private, they still couldn't resist bickering. Like at this moment. "Shaquille, you're eating too much," Kobe stated seriously. After all the effort recently to help Shaq shed some weight, he feared this one meal might put it all back on. A whole iron wok of carbs and meat. The taste was undeniable, but the calories were astronomical. Realizing this, Kobe grew a bit anxious. Hearing this, O'Neill, who had been too busy savoring the delicious food to speak, shot him a glance. "Let me indulge for once, Kobe. Don't be a killjoy." His expression dared Kobe to say another word, hinting at a physical confrontation. Before Kobe could continue, Ye Feng interrupted. "All right, once in a while is fine. We can take Shaquille to the gym to work it off later. You spoil him too much." Kobe took a deep breath before finally relenting. Seeing this, O'Neill winked with a grin. "Feng, my good brother. You're the best to me." "Ugh." Ye Feng made a gagging gesture. Just as he was about to tease Shaq, he saw Pelinka approaching briskly with a briefcase. "Feng, I need to discuss something with you." Nodding, Ye Feng gestured to Kobe and O'Neill before following Pelinka into the villa. Watching their retreating figures, O'Neill quickly swallowed the meat in his mouth and asked curiously, "Do you know what it's about?" "Since when did you become so nosy?" Kobe replied with disdain. O'Neill stared intently at Kobe. "Are you going to tell me or not?" "Probably about his sneaker contract." Kobe hesitated for a moment before revealing it. "It looks like our good brother is about to get rich." "Not necessarily. It depends on whether those 2 offers can sway him. You know, Feng is very opinionated and confident. True, he likes to maximize his gains, very ambitious and quite greedy." O'Neill agreed, then caught on. 2 sneaker deals. Nike and Adidas both. He trailed off, leaving the sentence unfinished. He realized he was being foolish. Given Ye Feng's current popularity and on-court performance, coupled with his identity as a yellow man and a Chinese national, anyone who wasn't an idiot would know that endorsing him was a surefire profit, likely a massive one. Nike and Adidas, the 2 giants, certainly knew this. Derek Fisher and the others a few steps away were eavesdropping. Their expressions varied. Envy, jealousy, surprise. Meanwhile, Ye Feng and Pelinka had already reached the villa's living room. "Take a look. Nike and Adidas have both sent over their contracts," Pelinka said with a smile. "Seems like the offers are substantial." Taking the contracts, Ye Feng began to flip through them. They were only draft contracts, not the final versions, so he read quickly. Key points like duration, amount, and obligations were all annotated by Pelinka, making it clear at a glance. Soon he had finished reviewing the contract terms. Both are 5 years for $35 million US. Did they coordinate this? Ye Feng looked up. Pelinka shook his head. "Probably not. These aren't final offers. There's room for negotiation. If I recall correctly, Kobe signed a 5-year, $45 million deal last year, right?" Ye Feng hinted. Understanding his implication, Pelinka said seriously, "You've only played less than 40 games in total. Though you've shown considerable skill and potential compared to Kobe, who has fully proven himself and won 3 championships, even with the Chinese market boost, there's still a gap." Seeing Ye Feng's calm expression, not angered, Pelinka continued, "At this stage, it's nearly impossible for your sneaker deal to surpass Kobe's in value." "I was just asking," Ye Feng said stubbornly. "I understand." "With an I get you look," Pelinka inquired, "the 2 contracts are quite similar. He'll negotiate the amount, but I want to know if you have a preference in mind." "I do." Ignoring Pelinka's surprised expression, Ye Feng stated directly, "If the amount's terms and conditions are roughly the same, I choose Nike." "Why?" "Because Nike is the NBA's largest sponsor." Ye Feng was a pragmatic man. Since signing with Nike meant NBA stars would inevitably enjoy certain privileges, he could find no reason to refuse Nike unless Adidas offered an overwhelming sum. Opening his mouth, words already on the tip of his tongue, Pelinka found himself unable to speak. Ye Feng was utterly unlike the image Pelinka held of Chinese people. So blatant. Not even a hint of pretense. "Did I say something wrong?" Ye Feng's expression remained calm. Some words might sound harsh, but that was the reality. Sometimes choice truly outweighs effort. Although given enough time, not even that much really. With his current rate of improvement, he would become the league's top talent in 2 or 3 seasons. It would be a heavy price to pay if shoe issues led to constant harassment from referees on the court. After all, neither Nike nor Adidas were paragons of virtue. If not for the lack of suitable domestic brands, Ye Feng would never have chosen between them. Since he had to pick one of the 2, he might as well choose the one more beneficial to his career. Nike was undoubtedly the best option right now. "You're absolutely right. Your thinking is spot on, Pelinka said, a glint of admiration in his eyes as he regained his composure. Comparing Kobe and Ye Feng, he found the latter, despite being younger, far more mature in his considerations. In that moment, Pelinka had quietly elevated Ye Feng to the same level as Kobe. Leave the negotiations to me. I have just one request. Ye Feng gazed at Pelinka, who listened with earnest attention. 5 years is too long. I want a shorter contract term. Understood. Leave it to me, Pelinka nodded. He had been thinking the same thing. Given Ye Feng's current trajectory, signing a long-term deal would be unwise. He had great confidence in Ye Feng. After a few more exchanges, Pelinka departed. He would later bring his agent team to negotiate with Nike and Adidas to finalize the contract. The sums involved were enormous, so it couldn't be settled in a short time. There was no rush. After all, Ye Feng's career had only just begun. There were infinite possibilities ahead. Parting ways with Pelinka, Ye Feng quickly returned to the courtyard, continuing to savor the feast. Seeing this, O'Neal and Kobe didn't inquire about the business. Instead, they brought up the all-star voting that had just started. Feng, how did you get so many votes? O'Neal asked with undisguised envy. The voting window had been open for less than a day, and Ye Feng's votes were skyrocketing, already firmly in first place. He had left behind Kobe, as well as superstars like Iverson and McGrady, whose popularity had surged in recent seasons. If he maintained this lead to the end, a rookie becoming the all-star vote leader would be truly astonishing. Hearing this, Ye Feng spread his hands. Can't help it. I've got a lot of people behind me. Huh. As O'Neal blinked in confusion, Kobe looked at him as if he were an idiot. Feng has China behind him. Over 1 billion people. Easily tens of millions of basketball fans. Almost forgot you're Chinese. So you're sure to win. O'Neal exclaimed, a mix of realization and shock. Ye Feng was clear-headed about it. How could that be? Even if most fans know about the all-star voting, they don't know how to vote, or even how to operate it. Our country isn't just me playing in the NBA. The support is huge, but it's nowhere near a guaranteed win. That's a relief, O'Neal sighed. Kobe. Ye Feng. Not wanting a brother to struggle, yet fearing he might drive a luxury car. It was all too real. Ye Feng didn't know what to say, thinking maybe he shouldn't pass the ball to O'Neal so much on the court. Realizing the slip in his words, O'Neal quickly apologized. Feng, you know, I didn't mean it that way. You meant exactly that, Kobe teased, provoking the big shark's fury. Kobe, you want to fight? We're basketball players. Don't act like boxers. Settle any disputes on the court, Kobe said coolly. O'Neal wasn't about to let it slide. Since you're so eager to be humiliated, I'll grant your wish. Don't act like you're guaranteed to win. Looks like I haven't disciplined you in too long, and you've gotten way too cocky. See you on the court. Watching the spectacle from the sidelines, Ye Feng noticed that after trading threats, their gazes simultaneously settled on him. Feng, you're in too. Facing their unwavering expressions, Ye Feng had no choice but to sacrifice himself for the greater good. With drama brewing, the teammates naturally didn't want to miss out, all volunteering to be spectators. Thus, after a hearty meal amid the cheers and crowd of teammates, the trio made their way to the private court beside the villa to start alternating unknown games. Winning or losing didn't matter. It was all about fun. O'Neal drove from beyond the arc for a stop-and-pop jumper. Ye Feng and Kobe posted up O'Neal. Soon not just the trio but other teammates couldn't resist joining in. The atmosphere was warm and joyful. But alas, happy times never last. Next, they had to head to Denver for a third regular season matchup against the Nuggets at the high-altitude arena. Their previous 2 games had ended in a split, each team defending their home court. This time, the Lakers arrived in Denver a day early to acclimate to the high-altitude environment. The following evening, the game against the Nuggets commenced as scheduled. Fully prepared, the Lakers played with exceptional fluidity. Both offensively and defensively, they were in sync and aggressive, seizing control from the start. They gave the Nuggets no chance, dominating the entire game and cruising to an easy victory. Head coach Phil Jackson, however, seemed a bit bewildered. Though he usually only set daily training and the team's tactical direction, appearing to do little else, even calling timeouts reluctantly, he was intimately familiar with every aspect of the team. Yet the outstanding competitive state Ye Feng and the others displayed tonight far exceeded his expectations. What surprised Phil Jackson even more was the change in O'Neal and Kobe. It felt like a couple emerging from the 7-year itch of mutual disdain back into a honeymoon phase. It was baffling. Did something happen recently? Before this game, Feng seemed to have organized a team dinner at Kobe's villa. That's about it, Winter reported truthfully. He too was curious about what had happened with the team over the past 2 days to make them so united. Kobe, who usually only coordinated with Ye Feng on the court, had fully integrated into the team's tactical system in this game, frequently executing OK connections, with O'Neal much to everyone's delight. If the two could maintain this chemistry combined with Ye Feng's immense support, while the championship wasn't a sure thing, they had a very strong chance of claiming it. Just a dinner? Phil Jackson's gaze fixed on Ye Feng, a peculiar light flickering in his eyes. Yet he said nothing more. One game didn't prove anything. He decided to observe further. A day later, back at their home court, the Lakers faced the challenge of the Toronto Raptors. Vince Carter was still sidelined with an injury and hadn't been activated. The Lakers continued their excellent form from the Nuggets game, and the outcome was predictable. A decisive victory. In this game, Ye Feng scored only 12 points, but acted as the floor general, dishing out an astonishing 18 assists in 32 minutes, leading the team to a spectacular brand of offensive basketball. Defensively, he was as dominant as ever. Both ends of the court saw high-level performances. The crowd even erupted in chants of MVP. With this win, the Lakers, riding a 7-game winning streak, surpassed the Mavericks to reclaim the top spot in the Western Conference.